Others undergo training. Swordsman for 2 years, Crusader for 3 years, Holy Crusader Griffin for 3 years, Battle Griffin for 5 years, Royal Griffon Dragon Egg for decades, Young Dragon for centuries, Adult Dragon. Buck's training. Peasant spends money, Sunlight Heavy Knight Dragon Egg, spends money, Adult Dragon Behemoth Cub, spends money, Holy Behemoth Construct Giant, spends money, Storm Titan. Buck, equipped with the game system of a heroic lord, traverses into the game world where others require years, even decades, to cultivate formidable troops, can be trained directly as long as he possesses wealth. In the face of enemy assaults, countless subjects suddenly transform into priests wielding the holy light, knights skilled in horsemanship, and holy crusaders adept in swordsmanship. The colossal beast cub he had just purchased abruptly matures into a royal griffin, a holy behemoth, and a cyclops. Buck nodded in satisfaction. Although somewhat expensive, the expenditure was indeed worthwhile. Chapter 1. Just after my arrival, am I to be expelled? You have 6 days to seize a town, or you shall be ousted. A chilling voice echoed in Chun Feng's mind, startling him awake. His head throbbed painfully. Upon regaining consciousness, Chun Feng felt as though his forehead had been forcefully struck with a stick. The pain was excruciating. Splendid. Thank the Lord of Dawn, young master, you have finally awakened. An excited voice emerged nearby. Chun Feng opened his eyes to see an elderly man with graying hair, concern etched across his face as he gazed at him. Young master? Confusion washed over Chun Feng as he regarded the somewhat familiar figure with his white hair and small beard. A flood of memories surged into his mind. Buck Short, a minor noble of the Dawn Empire, lost both parents at a young age and inherited a modest fief. Though small, the land was strategically located, as his ancestors had once been earls. However, Buck's lineage had declined with each generation, and by the time of Buck, this unfilial son, who had obtained the title of Baron early on, had exchanged his fief for a swampy area near the Empire's border that was 6 or 7 times larger than his previous land, taking pride in his decision. Furthermore, he had received a pioneering decree, fully intent on restoring the glory of his ancestors. The primary culprits for this downfall, aside from the original body's foolishness, included the indulgence and encouragement of the steward, Horn, who now traveled with them towards the fief, expected to arrive in approximately 3 days. However, while resting at a farm, the original body learned that the farmer had acquired a wild horse with golden fur that no one could tame. This piqued his interest, and during the taming process, he accidentally fell, seemingly striking his head. The situation became clear. This fool may have met his demise from a fall, and thus, he had traversed into this world. Chun Feng reluctantly accepted this reality. He was no longer Chun Feng, but Buck. After all, despite the original body's foolishness, it had left behind a fief, albeit somewhat remote and impoverished, yet he was still the most significant figure there. It is only natural to establish various decrees, such as initial rights, nocturnal rights, and so forth. But what was that voice in my mind just now? Perhaps a mere illusion from the impact to my head. Buck shook his head, dismissing the irrelevant thoughts, and addressed Horn. What time is it now? How long have I been unconscious? Young master, it is already noon. The party is prepared to depart. After lunch, we shall set off, and if we travel at full speed, we should reach the fief by the morning of the day after tomorrow. Horn, relieved to see Chun Feng unharmed, exhaled deeply. Very well, we shall depart after lunch. Buck nodded, eager to reach his fief as soon as possible. The farmer has prepared lunch, Horn stated, clapping his hands, and a charming maid entered the room. After assisting Buck in dressing, she followed Horn out. They were in the guest room of the farmer's estate, and at that moment, the long table in the hall was adorned with a lavish spread. The farmer, Dio, sighed in relief upon seeing Buck unharmed. Although generous Buck had become a laughingstock throughout the empire, he was still a noble, and any incident occurring on his estate would spell trouble for him. Soft white bread, golden honey-glazed roast goose, delectable thick soup, and a bottle of valuable wine. These items, considered commonplace among nobles, were the best the farmer, Dio, could offer. Although the food lacked various seasonings, the authentic and unique flavors delighted Buck, except for that so-called expensive wine, which tasted like swill in Chun Feng's mouth. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Buck prepared to leave and hastened to his fief. Meanwhile, the escort had already assembled outside the farm, and lightly equipped, they moved swiftly. After all, Buck, the spendthrift, had sold off what could be sold, bringing only enough gold coins. At the farm's entrance stood a massive windmill, and as Chun Feng passed by its door, an unexpected occurrence transpired. My lord, I have worked diligently to earn these resources for you. Please return next week. You have acquired Crystal 3. Who? The sudden voice startled Buck, causing him to halt and glance at the windmill, which was not in operation as it was not harvest season, leaving it devoid of occupants. What is it, young master? Horn inquired hastily upon noticing Buck's sudden pause. Did you hear someone speaking? Buck turned to Horn. No. Horn shook his head, gazing at Buck with confusion. No. Buck furrowed his brow. He was certain he had not misheard, as a voice had indeed just spoken, accompanied by a chilling notification indicating he had acquired Crystal 3. This cold voice mirrored the one he had heard upon waking. The windmill, the crystal. Buck suddenly recalled something and scanned his surroundings. Upon spotting a water wheel beside a river at the edge of the farm, he dashed towards it. Young master, Horn followed closely behind as Buck raced toward the riverbank. The farmer, Dio, turned pale. In his view, this young noble likely had a concussion, leading to potential trouble. Ignoring the calls behind him, Buck approached the water wheel, and as he drew near, the voice re-emerged. My lord, I have worked diligently to earn this gold for you. Please return next week. You have acquired gold 550. Indeed, he was not imagining things. Instead, the standard feature of a traverser, the golden finger had appeared. Display resources. Buck silently thought, and instantly, a prompt resonated in his mind. Please acquire a territory. Display territory. Please acquire a territory. Indeed, without a territory, no options would manifest. It seemed that the game panel from the Heroic Lord he had been playing before his traversal had come along with him. Heroic Lord is a lord-themed holographic online game that integrates various gameplay elements from previous eras. Although its mechanics are not particularly novel, as the inaugural holographic online game, it swiftly captured the gaming market of Blue Star. If memory serves correctly, I am currently engaged in this game, when suddenly my body felt a wave of tingling, followed by an involuntary shudder. However, this is not the moment to ponder the reasons for my transmigration. Upon awakening in the morning, I distinctly heard the auditory notification. You have 6 days remaining to conquer a town, where you shall be expelled. Although I possess a territory, I have yet to seize it. If I fail to act within these 6 days, I might very well face expulsion, and the consequences of such an event are quite grave. I have no desire to take that gamble. Young master, what troubles you? Inquired Hone, who had been trailing behind, observing Buck, who appeared lost in thought before the water wheel, with a hint of apprehension. I am fine. Now, we must depart for the territory immediately, at full speed. I must arrive within 2 days. Buck exclaimed, snapping back to reality. Entering the territory sooner would ensure my safety. Chapter 2. Yorktown. You have captured a town. On the evening of the 3rd day, Buck, having hastily traversed the territory for 2.5 days, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Yorktown, rather than being a mere town, resembled a larger village, with the population barely exceeding 300. At this moment, the mayor was kneeling before Buck alongside dozens of households, awaiting the pronouncement of their new lord. Please name your town. At this juncture, a prompt sounded once more. In the game, after naming one's town, a plethora of options for its development would materialize. Name Yorktown. Buck, feeling no inclination to change it, was eager to peruse the information about his territory. Naming completed. Congratulations on acquiring your own domain. Success. Buck promptly summoned the details of his territory. Lord, Buck Short, Hero. Strategic class, Knight. Hero trait, resource acquisition increased by 10, rounded down, with an increase of 5 for each level of strategic rank. Strategic level, 0. Strategic skill 1. Counterattack, beginner, increases the base counterattack damage of troops by 5. Strategic skill 2. Offensive technique, beginner, increases the melee damage of troops by 5. Combat skills, none. Strategic attributes, attack 1, defense 1, knowledge 1, magic 1. Morale 0, luck 0. Territory, 1. Population, 246. Resources, gold 549, crystals 3. Territory, Yorktown. Affiliation, the Sanctuary. Buildings, Town Hall 1. Subjects, 246. The entirety of Yorktown's information was laid bare, including details about all its subjects, such as the mayor, Barrisdale, who was currently kneeling before him. Name, Baris, common. Position, Mayor of Yorktown. Combat level, 1st tier, level 2. Unit type, Rascals, 1st tier. Combat skill, charge has a very low chance of allowing 2 attacks. Loyalty, 0. Hero Lord. This game categorizes levels into strategic and combat ranks. The strategic level is a unique skill of heroes, capable of influencing the entire legion, while combat level pertains to individual prowess. Barrisdale's combat level being 1st tier. Level 2 indicates his classification within the 1st tier unit. Upon mastering certain skills through training, he can ascend to higher unit types. His profession, Rascal, is a secondary advancement from the lowest tier of the Sanctuary's units, Peasant. Each tier consists of 10 combat levels. A higher combat level signifies greater strength. Akin to combat proficiency, the leap from level 9 to level 10 is a significant hurdle, requiring one exceptional ability to become a combat trait in order to reach level 10. Upon achieving level 10, the template transforms into an elite, with the potential to evolve into a hero. Naturally, combat level serves as an umbrella term, encompassing various life skills such as blacksmithing, tailoring, and alchemy. Beyond Barrisdale, his 2 sons, Toman and Ahmed, are also Rascals, serving as the town's captain and vice-captain of the guard, respectively. Among the remaining subjects, there are 6 Rascals and 24 militia, who have advanced once from the peasant class, alongside 107 peasants. These 131 individuals are a treasure to Buck. For both militia and peasants possess the taxpayer skill, yielding 1 gold coin daily for their lord, compounded by Buck's trait to total 144 gold coins each day. The rascals, however, lack this taxpayer skill, which explains their loyalty of 0, had they truly been loyal to their lord. The secondary advancement would have been militia captain rather than the branch of rascal. The remainder are likely children or women who have yet to acquire agricultural skills, and thus have not assumed a military identity, merely existing as ordinary subjects. Nonetheless, this is not a grave concern. Within the sanctuary, a week spent constructing peasant cottages can train at least 22 subjects into peasants, costing only a modest sum of gold. What Buck currently lacks is population. During his journey, he had already experimented while seated in the cart, discovering that, akin to games from his previous life, resources can be converted, but solely from game currency to real-world currency, not the reverse. This implies that while withdrawals are possible, deposits are not. Presently, he possesses a gold coin exchanged from the cart. 1 gold coin is sufficient to sustain a 5-member peasant household for an entire month. Hence, he harbors no concerns regarding the financial development of his domain. His sole anxiety lies in his personal safety. He has realized that among the 246 subjects, excluding the steward who has served both him and his father, the young maid who has accompanied him for a decade, and over 20 guards willing to follow him to this desolate territory, no one recognizes themselves as Buck's subjects, let alone exhibit any semblance of loyalty. Thus, the intentions of these individuals, who have diligently served the former lord over the years, warrant scrutiny. He must hasten the development of his strength, otherwise, he may perish without understanding how. Young master? Young master? Suddenly, the voice of the steward, Horn, interrupted Buck's musings. Young master, it is getting late. We should retire. Horn gestured towards the most opulent house in the town not far away. Ah, is that the former lord's residence? Then let us proceed. I am quite fatigued. Buck nodded. This territory was previously owned by a baron named Karl Melamoton. However, this individual had become entangled with the notorious countess, known as the Black Widow, within the empire. Having served as her paramour for 5 or 6 years without meeting an untimely end, and had never set foot here, Buck's predecessor had, rather foolishly, exchanged territories with the countess during a banquet, taking pride in the transaction. This way, we have prepared a guest room for you, my lord. Mayor Barista, upon noticing Buck's intent to rest, immediately rose to lead the way. Guest room? Upon hearing this, Buck furrowed his brow. Barista, realizing his gaffe, understood that although he had heard of a generous fool who had swapped his territory for this one, he had not anticipated the fool's swift arrival, leaving him unprepared in the lord's residence. No, I will just gather my belongings. Are you implying you will pack my things to take away? Buck had no intention of being courteous to this individual with a loyalty of 0. With a decisive gesture, Buck's guards swiftly drew their swords. Cold sweat cascaded down Barista's face as he stammered. No, I merely did not expect your lordship to arrive so promptly. The lord's residence has long been uninhabited, and some areas remain unkempt. There is no need for your concern. We shall manage ourselves. Buck, his nostrils flared defiantly, endeavored to embody his former self as he strode towards the lord's manor, leaving behind the trembling Baris. Once the others had departed, Baris promptly dismissed everyone and let out a sigh of relief. Father, must we be so subservient? They are but a handful of people. No sooner had the last of them departed than Baris's eldest son, Tomon, approached with a face full of indignation. This is our territory, cultivated over many years. Shall we simply surrender it? Silence, you fool. At his son's words, Baris struck him across the face. That lord is of little consequence. But do you dare to openly assault a noble? Let everyone be vigilant. Soon it will all come to an end. Chapter 3, The Refugee Camp. Are we to commence with the Grand Angel? The inside of the lord's manor was in disarray, as though it had been plundered. Yet Buck paid no heed to the chaos. Horn would have everything in order by the time he awoke. Though unaware of Horn's intentions, he had excelled in his role as steward over the years. Reclining on the luxurious feather bed in the master suite, Buck, who had not closed his eyes, soon began to snore. The maid, Elinda, quietly entered, tucked Buck in, and then stealthily retreated. Is he asleep? Horn inquired softly upon seeing Elinda emerge. He is asleep. My lord, are we nearing the completion of our task? Shall we finally be free of serving this imbecile? Elinda asked in an excited whisper, glancing at Horn. What? Growing impatient after merely 10 years? Or do you harbor objections to the edicts of the sect? Horn shot a glance at her, causing Elinda to hastily cover her mouth. However, it will soon be over. The warlord's agents have already taken action, and orders have come from above. In a month, that lord will arrive with the holy artifact. Should our task remain incomplete, Horn's words drained the color from Elinda's face, the mere thought of the punishment for failure sending chills down her spine. Tomorrow's dinner will require an increased dosage, employing full force of the enchantment. However, he must not be incapacitated, as we need him to retain sufficient energy. His hasty arrival here likely means he has gleaned some vital clue during his previous mishap. Indeed, my lord. After bowing, Elinda set about tidying the room, which was not small, and she would likely be occupied until dawn. Black magic sword. Oh, black magic sword. Where have you been hidden? Watching the maid's departing figure, Horn sighed, murmuring to himself. At the break of dawn, Buck immediately opened his lord's interface, discovering that his gold had increased to 1257. Thanks not only to taxation but also the daily bonus of 500 gold from the council hall. Upon exiting his quarters, he found that the manor had been tidied, and the hall was adorned with a lavish spread of dishes. After breakfast, Buck expressed his desire to explore his territory, prompting Horn to promptly arrange for 4 guards to accompany him while he fulfilled his duties as steward in meeting with the mayor. Last night, Buck had already examined the construction page for Yorktown. Currently, the only buildings available for construction were the tavern, the blacksmith, and the peasant shanty, with both the tavern and blacksmith marked in red due to a lack of timber resources. The tavern is a place to recruit elites and even heroes, while the blacksmith produces equipment and siege weaponry. In Hero Lord, acquiring troops requires not only subjects but also the appropriate equipment. The peasant shanty, indicated in green, is buildable. However, all other structures were grayed out and unavailable for construction, which did not align with his recollection of the game. Yorktown is not large, surrounded by low stone walls that bear the scars of battle, clearly indicating that this place is not peaceful. Yet, given that this small town lies on the northeastern border of the empire, adjacent to the misty marsh where tribes of lizard folk and various beasts reside, such unrest is understandable. Buck soon completed a circuit of the town, noting that aside from the residential houses, there was a single tavern, a blacksmith, a small church, and a windmill. This meant that in order to construct buildings within his territorial system, corresponding structures must exist in the real territory, even if they are mere facades. For the system cannot conjure buildings from thin air. This made matters considerably more manageable. After acquiring 4 ores from the windmill, Buck saw little else of interest and chose to expend 500 gold to construct the peasant shanty. Shortly thereafter, the territorial information updated to include the peasant shanty option, allowing for interaction. Clicking on the peasant shanty revealed the ability to train 11 farmers, requiring 11 unoccupied subjects, with a cooldown period of 3 days. As it was the first construction, the yield would be half of the normal output, and the training time for troops in the game was 1 week, with new training slots opening every Monday. Since it was now Friday, without a moment's hesitation, Buck selected 11 subjects capable of being trained as farmers from among his populace and proceeded with the training. Each cost 20 gold, leading Buck to spend a total of 220 gold to transform them into farmers. Once these subjects had been trained, their attributes underwent a transformation. Name, Katai, common. Identity, Yorktown resident. Combat level, level 1, 0. Troop type, farmer, level 1. Skill, taxpayer, generating 1 gold per day for the territory. Morale, 0. Luck, 0. Name, John, common. Identity, Yorktown resident. The loyalty metric was replaced by morale and luck. As troops trained using the Lord system, they would be absolutely loyal to their Lord, thus eliminating the concept of loyalty in favor of morale once they entered the battlefield alongside Buck. After all, if the troops one painstakingly trained began to defect, the game would cease to function, and players would undoubtedly revolt. Unless a troop type is upgraded to elite status, they would remain forever loyal to their Lord. Elite troops are the primary focus for players to cultivate, ensuring unwavering loyalty. While those recruited in the wild may not share the same fidelity, if their loyalty is too low, they could flee at any moment. After these 11 individuals were trained, they initially stood stunned before resuming their tasks without any sign of unusual behavior. In addition to farmers, the militia could also be trained. By upgrading the peasant shanty twice to become the militia captain's lodge, the mayor's son would be able to train 24 militiamen from his guard who would remain loyal to him. Thus, he would quickly establish his own faction. Once sufficient funds were accumulated in 2 days, he would commence the upgrade. As for the remaining thugs, they were a different matter, and he would simply deal with them directly when the time came. Having tested the operations of the Lord's interface, Buck requested a guide from the mayor, leading 10 guards to commence exploration of the surroundings. Are you certain there is an abandoned lumberyard ahead? A few individuals traversed the muddy terrain, led by a member of the village's guard named Keeley, a level 1, rank 0 brute, with a loyalty rating of a grand total of 0. It was evident that the mayor's family held a firm grip on the guard, yet he was soon to become a mere figurehead. Indeed, my lord. Beyond this slope lies the lumberyard. Though it is not substantial, frequent attacks by lizardmen from the swampy jungles have rendered it nearly abandoned. Keeley nodded and gestured towards the direction ahead. Before long, the group beheld the so-called lumberyard, which was presently teeming with a dismal assembly of ragged individuals, resembling refugees. Shall we investigate? Buck inquired, his eyes alight at the sight of the throng, which numbered at least in the dozens. This was indeed a refugee camp. Chapter 4. No angels, but a beautiful vampire to suck your blood. Would you care for one? Upon receiving the command, one of the guards behind Buck proceeded towards the crowd and soon returned. Young master, they are refugees from the north. Over a month ago, The barbaric tribes from the north launched an assault on the Empire and have already breached the gates of Giant Peak City. How could this be? Buck exclaimed, taken aback by the guard's proclamation. In his memories, Giant Peak City was a fortress city, established precisely to repel the savage tribes of the northern wasteland. Surrounding it were several satellite towns, making Giant Peak the last bastion of defense for the north. The Eastern Empire faced the sea, with the tranquil forest to the south, home to the Elven Court. To the west lay several duchies, while Buck's territory was in the northwest of the empire, largely bordering a vast swamp forest. With the territory of Duke Medabrat directly to the north. Duke Medabrat was the lord of Giant Peak City, owning 2/3 of the entire northern territory. For centuries, the Brat family had successfully prevented the barbaric tribes from encroaching upon the empire, so how could they suddenly be at the gates? This momentous news was absent from the memories of Buck's former self. What had that fool been doing all this time? The invasion of the barbarians was a grave matter. Although his territory was quite far from the direct north, he would undoubtedly be conscripted into the war. He needed to expedite his development plans. Buck turned his gaze towards the refugees. Whether they were farmers or other potential recruits, population was essential to sustain his ambitions. He had to secure this group of refugees. With this thought in mind, Buck approached the throng, where a tall man missing an arm stepped forward to meet him. Esteemed lord, we are merely resting here for a brief moment. We will depart shortly. Please do not drive us away, the man implored, quickly realizing that this abandoned lumberyard was Buck's domain. I've heard you are refugees from the north. Did Duke Brat not provide you sanctuary? Buck inquired, puzzled. After all, population equated to wealth. How could such a vast territory allow its riches to dissipate? The 8 barbarian tribes have mobilized all able-bodied youth. We, the old, weak, and infirm, have lost our homes and are now adrift, the one-armed man lamented, lowering his gaze. No territory would accept a group like ours. We would only be seen as burdens to be cast aside. What if my territory were willing to take you in? Buck observed the crowd of refugees, noting several middle-aged women among them. They could easily transition into farmers, effectively serving as a means of generating wealth. Really? The one-armed man exclaimed, astonished by Buck's words. Indeed, but I wish to ascertain your willingness. Absolutely. We are most willing. They chorused. Indeed, my lord, I can work the fields as well as any man. If only you would provide us with sustenance. Please, we implore you to shelter us. As soon as Buck finished speaking, the gathering of refugees surged forward, and concurrently, Buck received a multitude of notifications. Refugee Sim, Level 3, Sentinel, wishes to join your territory. Do you accept? Refugee Tom, Level 1, Farmer, wishes to join your territory. Do you accept? Refugee Slon, Level 1 Brute, wishes to join your territory. Do you accept? Refugee Barlow wishes to join your territory. Do you accept? Refugee. Refugee Elise, Level 10, Vampire Prince, severely injured, wishes to join your territory. Do you accept? Refugee. Wait a moment, Buck thought. The Sentinel is likely the one-armed man before me. Unfit for battle due to his injury. But what on earth is a Level 10 Vampire Prince? Vampires are a 4th-tier unit of the Cemetery faction. Possessing formidable regenerative abilities and agility, a prince has undergone 2 promotions, making it a powerful unit. How could such a being find itself among refugees? The label of severely injured indicated irreversible damage at such a time. One would either seek refuge within a coffin for decades or centuries, or consume the blood of beings above the 4th tier to heal. What was it doing wandering about in broad daylight? Furthermore, although the name Elise was rather commonplace, Buck felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with it. However, now was not the time for such musings. Upon becoming a subject, he would be able to view the entirety of her information, including her appearance. First, he needed to accept them. Clearing his throat, Buck declared, everyone, listen closely, regardless of your status, as long as you can create value for me. I am willing to accept you. Should anyone attempt to deceive or shirk their duties, do not blame my whip for its lack of mercy. Upon hearing Buck's words, the refugees were filled with fervor. His willingness to accept them was the best news they could hope for. Otherwise, they would face death, and even slavery would be undesirable. As for creating value for their lord, was that not a given? In other lands, lords would go so far as to extract every ounce of labor from them. Observing the frail and weary individuals before him, the captain of Buck's guard seemed poised to speak, yet restrained himself, placing a hand on the hilt of his sword. Aware that a few burly men lingered among the refugees. Hold on, Buck suddenly interjected. These few must go. Expel them from my territory. He gestured toward 3 robust men within the crowd. Though they were ragged, their physical stature was clearly superior to the rest. They were 3 brute class individuals. These 3 were evidently either draft dodgers or deserters. Had they been militia, Buck might have considered accepting them. As brutes, they were nothing but trouble. Why should we be excluded? Protested Slon, the tallest among them, stepping defiantly toward Buck. Before the nearby Sim could intervene, it was too late. Kill, Buck uttered. And without hesitation, the captain of the guard drew his sword, swiftly plunging it into Slon's chest before retracting it cleanly, without a hint of hesitation. The body collapsed with a resounding thud, and the remaining refugees quaked in fear, though none dared to flee. The deceased was merely a troublemaker among the refugees. Having blended into their ranks to escape conscription, he had no ties to them, and naturally, no one stepped forward to defend him. Yet, in their gazes towards Buck, mingled with gratitude, there was a pronounced undercurrent of fear. The other two individuals were utterly taken aback when Buck suddenly turned hostile and committed murder. As they caught his gaze directed towards them, they fled the ranks without a backward glance, racing into the distance. Soon, a series of notifications appeared within Buck's field of vision. A pale-faced, handsome youth passed before him, and the profile of the vampire materialized. It was a stunning maiden with emerald green hair and a ghostly complexion. Name, Alith, elite, severely injured. Identity, former member of the Inquisition of the Dawn Church. Combat traits, immune to damage from light-based spells, pain endured is doubled. Combat level, level 10. Unit type, Vampire Prince, 4th tier. Combat skills, disguise. As a former member of the Inquisition, she possesses exceptional skills in subterfuge and often undertakes assassination missions. Combat skill, Bloodline Grasp. Damage inflicted as a vampire heals her own wounds. Combat skill, Teleportation. The Vampire Prince can transform into a bat and instantly fly to any location. Combat skill, Paralysis. Upon inflicting damage on a target, the Vampire Prince injects toxic blood into the target, causing paralysis. Combat skill, Indifference, passive, unaffected by morale. Combat skill, Undead Form, passive. Immune to toxins, diseases, blindness, and mind-affecting magic. Combat skill, Vulnerability to light, passive. Light magic inflicts an additional 20 damage to undead and demons. Loyalty, 0. Chapter 5, Alith. It is she. Upon seeing Alith's profile, Buck immediately recalled a special neutral hero from the previous life game, Hero Lord, which many lords sought to recruit. Yet her conditions were exceedingly stringent, requiring the death of Engel, the demon hero who had become a demon overseer after slaying the former head of the Inquisition. Her uniqueness lay in her existence within darkness while her heart remained tethered to the light. As an undead being, she was immune to light magic. Such a remarkable hero of course drew the attention of numerous players, and her profile was soon unearthed from various texts and posted on forums. Alith, a member of the former Inquisition of the Dawn Church a century ago, had participated in the judgment of a village of non-believers under the zealous follower Engel. She could not forget how her blade sliced through the flesh of innocents, the heart-wrenching wails that echoed in her ears, rendering the world akin to a purgatory. She contested the actions of the head Inquisitor, asserting that the weapons of judgment should be aimed at heretics and traitors, not at those devoid of faith, who ought to be preached to by priests. However, on the third day after voicing her dissent, Alith vanished, only to reappear in the dungeons of the Inquisition, transformed into a vampire and subjected to the punishment of daily immersion in holy light. Yet, this did not sway her faith in the Lord of Dawn, until one day, she mysteriously disappeared from the dungeons. Recognizing Alith, Buck quickly realized an important truth. He had not only acquired a system, but had also traversed into the game itself, a century prior to the player's entry. Recalling the lore from the game, Buck remembered that after the northern barbarians invaded, the Dawn Empire's strength waned, besieged by surrounding duchies. This continent-spanning war persisted for decades, leading to the downfall of the Dawn Empire, which was only intervened by players, ushering in the era of dominion. Buck was not one to delve deeply into lore. He had merely glanced at the game's history, thus failing to comprehend that he had entered the world of the game. However, upon reflection, he suddenly realized that this version of Alith had likely just escaped from the Inquisition. This was a significant predicament. The Dawn Church was the national religion of the Dawn Empire, wielding such power that even the king's ascension required the Pope's coronation. Yet, simultaneously, it presented an opportunity. An individual destined to become a hero appeared before him in her elite state, albeit in a severely wounded condition. Moreover, with her 4th-tier strength, even in her injured state, she was not to be underestimated. However, he was surrounded by a cadre of individuals with ulterior motives. Too many lice do not bite. After all, with this thought in mind, Buck turned to one of his guards and instructed, "You return to the town first, and have Horn prepare a place to accommodate my new subjects, along with provisions and water." Yes, the guard responded immediately, racing back to the town, while Buck proceeded forward with the majority of his troops. Just as he turned and took a few steps, Buck smacked his forehead, having almost forgotten the urgent business that had brought him out. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the group, Buck made his way to the dilapidated lumberyard. "You have taken control of a lumberyard. It will provide you with 2 wood daily." Indeed, Buck had come specifically for this lumberyard, as timber was an indispensable resource for constructing his territory, and according to the game's mechanics. Buck wandered around the lumberyard, also inspecting some decaying piles of wood. "You have obtained 8 wood. You have obtained 11 wood." After exploring the entire lumberyard and finding no further treasures, Buck finally led the refugees towards his territory. This group of refugees consisted of 62 individuals, including the leader, Sim, and Alith, along with 7 elderly farmers, a dozen women who could be trained as farmers for labor, while the rest were ailing seniors and children. Yet, this was sufficient. The earnings from the dozen women would be enough to sustain this group. Soon, they returned to Yorktown, where Horn had already set up several large cauldrons in an open area outside the town. Upon seeing Buck and his entourage, he promptly took charge of the situation. "My lord, this is..." Horn began, but was interrupted by the town mayor, Baris, who approached with a somewhat grim expression. After bowing to Buck, he cautiously inquired, "Your new neighbors, my lord?" "My new subjects," Buck replied dismissively, "but we don't have enough space." Baris' face darkened, surveying the elderly, sickly, and disabled individuals Buck had brought back. "Can't we just build some houses?" Buck did not even glance at Baris, calling out to Horn, "After they eat, let them wash up, they stink." "But my lord..." "But what?" Buck retorted, "I see many vacant houses in the town. If no one is living there, they are my private property. Let them stay there for now. This task is entrusted to you, my esteemed town mayor. I hope you do not disappoint me. I need to see that everyone has a place to stay before nightfall. Is that not too much to ask? And no problem. I'll take care of it immediately," Baris whispered, trying to suppress his gritted teeth, for those houses were hard-won, yet now they were being handed over to Buck. Nevertheless, Buck was correct. They were free citizens, and according to the law, a lord could not unjustly seize the property of free citizens. However, since those vacant houses were unoccupied, they naturally belonged to the lord's domain. As the day drew to a close, the newly settled inhabitants busied themselves with arranging their new homes within the town. Buck had spent the day surveying the area, and amidst a chorus of gratitude, he arrived at the door of the small boy's room, where the disguised Eliza was being housed. Horn. Upon spotting his target, Buck called for his steward. "Young master, how may I serve you?" "Bring this boy back to the lord's manor, clean him up, and deliver him to my room," Buck commanded, playfully lifting the boy's chin with his fingers and smiling mischievously, before turning on his heel and leaving Horn, who was left utterly bewildered. After years of service to Buck, Horn had not fostered such peculiar inclinations in his master. Watching Buck take in this group of seemingly useless elderly and infirm, he began to suspect that Buck had indeed suffered some sort of mishap that had altered his mind. But now was not the time for rebellion. Horn remained a loyal steward. He promptly ordered the boy, Eliza, to be taken back to the town. Though the onlookers wore grim expressions, none dared to speak out, fearing the wrath of the Lord and the subsequent expulsion from his lands. Chapter 6. Deception. After dinner, Buck reclined lazily on his bed, thoroughly satisfied with the evening's meal, which included the sweet soup that the original owner had cherished. Shortly thereafter, a seemingly indifferent maid entered, escorting the newly dressed boy into the room before slamming the door shut with force. Buck regarded the timid boy, his mind replaying the lines he had rehearsed. After all, this boy was an executioner of the Inquisition, skilled in interrogation and assassination. Deception would yield no fruit here. He resolved to convey some ambiguous truths instead. Having pondered this all day, he felt prepared. Buck lifted his head to speak, only to be interrupted by a shadowy figure that flickered past him. In an instant, a cold, soft hand clasped around his throat, stifling the words he was about to utter. Then, with a sudden, forceful grip, he was slammed against the bed. The wooden frame groaned under the pressure, and Buck felt as though his neck might snap. Outside, the young maid's face turned pale as she hurried away. The bed was thickly padded with goose down, and he had only just arranged it that very day. Buck stared at the striking figure before him. A beauty with emerald green hair. A polite, artificial smile graced her lips, yet her crimson eyes betrayed no emotion as they bore into him. "What is it you wish to say, Buckshort? Do you believe I would grant a demon's follower the opportunity to speak?" "A demon's follower? Him? What nonsense." Buck felt the grip around his throat loosen slightly, and without a moment to ponder where he had gone wrong, his right hand swiftly formed a series of gestures. Just as he was about to exert force to break the girl's grip, Eliza suddenly ceased her attack. The polite smile vanished from her face, replaced by an unmistakable air of danger. "Where did you learn that gesture?" Buck pointed to his throat, sensing her grip relax further. "It is the divine revelation of my god. I am not a follower of demons, but a chosen of the goddess of wealth. Awakening as a hero occurs without any discernible pattern. Thus, these heroes' awakenings are deemed divine gifts in this land rife with faith, and they are referred to as the chosen ones." "You are lying." Eliza, accustomed to interrogating heretics, immediately noticed the unnatural expression on Buck's face. "I will give you one last chance. How did you come to know that gesture?" "I have evidence. I can present proof," Buck exclaimed hastily. "Do not play tricks." Upon hearing his words, Eliza released her grip on his throat. The gestures he had made were the secret signal of the Redemption Souls, a clandestine organization within the Dawn Church that opposes the current regime's usurpation of the dynasty and their bloody suppression of heretics. They uphold the original tenets of the Dawn Church: fairness, justice, hope, and light. Eliza had been rescued from the tribunal by members of the Redemption Souls. With the pressure around his neck now gone, Buck quickly straightened up and produced a gold coin from his palm. "I have given you your chance." Although he could not discern how she had managed that, the trick of deceiving a woman infuriated Eliza. However, before she could react, Buck spread his hands, and coins began to emerge from his palms. Without any warning or indication of power, the gold pieces flowed forth like a spring, soon spilling onto the bed and forming a mound upon the mattress. What is this? Eliza picked up a gold coin, squeezing it in her hand. It bent under her grip, yet she confirmed it was genuine gold. This is my divine chosen skill. Each day, the goddess of wealth bestows upon me 350 gold coins, which I can withdraw at any time. This is outrageous. Eliza gazed at Buck, who appeared utterly defenseless. As an elite who had already embarked on her hero's journey, she had encountered countless failures, both in literature and in life. Chosen ones awaken without any cost, perhaps from a mere nap or the toll of an illness. The possibilities were endless, and they were the envy of all who had stalled on the path of heroism. The current Prozony Alliance, a nation formed by numerous merchant guilds, was established centuries ago by a chosen one whose abilities mirrored Buck's own. 3 days ago, I fell from my horse while traveling to the territory and struck my head. Upon awakening, I received a divine revelation, warning me of danger and instructing me to come here to avert catastrophe. That series of gestures appeared in my mind at that moment. Buck recounted carefully, observing Eliza's increasingly vacant expression. I apologize for my actions. Please accept my sincerest apologies. Upon hearing Buck's words, Eliza hastily descended from the bed and performed an ancient gesture of respect from within the Dawn Church. Throughout the centuries, there have been only a handful of recorded chosen ones, each achieving great feats. Buck, as a chosen of the goddess of wealth who can receive divine revelations, held a status equivalent to that of the Pope of the Church of Wealth, on par with the Pope of the Dawn Church. Despite the fact that the goddess of wealth has only one church and lacks her own congregation. Do not worry, do not worry. I merely wish to inquire why you believe I am a follower of demons. Startled by her formal apology, Buck sprang to his feet, eager to voice the confusion that had been plaguing him. I have examined your records, rather, the records of your family. Buck Short, the last heir of the Short family. The founder, Plamon Short, earned great renown on the battlefield for the Empire, was granted the title of Marquis, and bestowed lands. However, records indicate that the sword wielded by Plamon Short was the cursed Black Sword, and the Inquisition has been investigating this matter, albeit without evidence. Given the noble status of the Short family, the inquiry has remained clandestine. In response to Buck's inquiry, Eliza answered directly. Furthermore, that young maid of yours, though she has taken great care to conceal her abilities, the scent of infernal magic that clings to her is as unmistakable as her maidenly fragrance. Elinda practices infernal magic? No, wait. Maiden? What? Elisa's words left Buck utterly astonished. Indeed, I am a vampire, and it seems you have discerned as much. The taste of blood is unmistakable. It is quite rare to find such a beautiful young maid beside you, while still maintaining her virginity. No, it appears you have an affinity for Elise. He nodded, but as he spoke, his expression darkened, casting a disdainful glance at Buck. Stop it. I'm not. I haven't done anything. Don't make baseless accusations. Chapter 7. The deal is sealed. I chose you as if guided by fate. Akin to how I received this group of refugees. Otherwise, who would be foolish enough to accept a band of worthless, frail, and sickly individuals? Upon witnessing the scorn in the other's gaze, Buck hastily sought to clarify. True enough, Elise seemed somewhat convinced by Buck's words. After all, no noble would take in a group of utterly valueless refugees. Divine guidance was indeed the most plausible explanation. A virgin? That shouldn't be the case. Buck meticulously recalled the memories of his former self, having completely absorbed them, including the unspeakable acts he had committed with the young maid several years prior. His former self was quite enamored, having eyes only for the maid, with no interest in other women. Even the noble social gatherings, which merely consisted of drinking and hunting, would have led him to marry her, had it not been for her insufficient status. Does that truly matter? Of course it does not, but I believe I understand why they have been lurking around my family. Observing the playful glint in Elise's eyes, Buck hurriedly continued. The black magic sword, a component of the cursed armor, a genuine strategic treasure. Although its individual attributes may be lackluster, when combined, they become overwhelmingly powerful. Moreover, from Elise's insinuation, it seemed the black magic sword not only enhanced strategic attributes, but also bolstered the wielder's strength. Is it also for the black magic sword then? He inquired, somewhat impolitely. Could you please exhale deeply towards me? Upon hearing Buck's request, Elise suddenly leaned closer. Exhale? Yes. Though uncertain of her intentions, Buck complied, exhaling directly. Elise took a light whiff, then waved her hand before speaking. The scent of Midoman flower juice, and the concentration is quite significant. It is a potion that aids in the casting of illusions, thereby increasing their success rate. If consumed, it bears a somewhat sweet flavor. After speaking, Elise regarded Buck with a knowing smile, her vast knowledge allowing her to comprehend the situation. Damn, Buck cursed inwardly, as he recalled that every evening of revelry was accompanied by a delectable sweet broth. However, he quickly realized that these were merely the affairs of his former self and had nothing to do with him. He was likely influenced by those memories. Now, he needed to focus on more pressing matters. Well, that is unimportant. What is important is how I should address you. Elise. Miss Elise. May I hire you as my bodyguard? To ensure my personal safety? Buck promptly proposed, gesturing towards the piles of gold coins scattered across the bed. Are you certain you wish for a gravely injured vampire to become your bodyguard? Moreover, I am being hunted by the court of judgment. Those pursuers will likely arrive here shortly. Elise responded immediately to Buck's request. Pursuers? When might they arrive? Buck's eyes brightened at the mention of the court's hunters. Though I misled you with other clues, they will arrive in 3 days, given their speed. Elise had no reason to lie about such matters. 3 days? Just enough time. I extend my invitation to you once more. Are you willing to be my bodyguard for 2 years, for a sum of 100,000 gold coins? Buck raised a finger. 200,000. Elise calculated. The amount Buck proposed was merely the yield of 10 months, considering he could generate 350 coins daily from simple sustenance. The more she thought about it, the more she felt she was asking for too little. Agreed. However, I require that you cannot refuse when I call upon you. Certainly. But any assistance beyond protecting you will require additional compensation. Not a problem. However, I wish to pay the entire sum up front. The initial gold is essential for developing my territory. Deal. Let us swear an oath. The two swore before the divine, the most formal agreement on this continent. Even if the deities were asleep, none would dare to breach an oath sworn before them. I shall consider this sum as a deposit. The oath completed, Elise nodded with satisfaction, waving her hand to place the gold coins into an unknown location. The development of the Soul of Redemption also necessitated funds. Relying solely on those impoverished monks and lowly clerics to raise money would take an eternity. By the way, there is one thing you must heed. If the steward and the captain of the guards are together, it will be exceedingly difficult for me to subdue the injured one. Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits. We can take them down separately, with a vampire prince as his bodyguard, even in a weakened state. Buck felt a sense of reassurance. At that moment, Elise suddenly covered Buck's mouth, and to his astonishment, 2 distinct soft snores emerged from her mouth, one of which bore a striking resemblance to his own. Outside the room, Steward Horn and the young maid stood quietly, listening for a while before departing from the doorway. Why leave? In a secluded area, Steward Horn whispered reprimanding words. The young maid bowed her head in silence. What? Are you sulking because your toy is gone? Do you think you have any standing? Or do you wish to become that esteemed individual as creation? Horn's words sent a shiver down the young maid's spine. Just moments ago, news arrived that the barbarian horde was blocked at the foot of the giant peak city. Those muscle-bound fools of the warlord would not be able to seize the city anytime soon. We need to find an excuse to withdraw in the coming days. Keep a close watch, and I will instruct Kaitan to assist you. Also, that mayor. If there are any unusual movements, eliminate him. Yes, my lord, the young maid nodded. This mission was of utmost importance. It appeared that the task of acquiring the black magic sword was destined to fail. If this mission could not be completed before that esteemed individual's arrival, then it would be better to take one's own life. Horn sighed as he regarded the young maid. His words not only meant for her, but also for himself. The following day, Buck lazily rose as the sun reached its zenith, enjoying a delightful breakfast. He waved his hand to summon Steward Horn. Horn, there is a matter I need you to attend to. Please, command me, young master. Though the town has only gained a few dozen new inhabitants, the food supply will likely be inadequate very soon. I need you to send someone to acquire a substantial amount of grain from the previous farm. Buck stated. That may prove difficult. Hearing Buck's directive, Horn, who was pondering how to leave, felt a surge of excitement but did not show it. Instead, he frowned and replied. The war has commenced. They are unlikely to sell grain, as it does not belong to the farmer Dio, but rather to his master, Baron Morton. Then tell him that I have been suffering from a severe headache these past few days. If I could procure a batch of reasonably priced grain, it should completely cure me. He had indeed bumped his head on Dio's farm, although it was originally due to his former self insisting on riding that golden-haired horse. But according to his former self's temperament, this matter would not simply be left unresolved. Seizing this opportunity to procure a substantial supply of grain is prudent. For with the onset of war, the influx of refugees and slaves is inevitable. One must capitalize on this situation to expand and strengthen one's territory. Master, your wisdom is unparalleled. I shall personally oversee this matter, declared Buck. You will go yourself? Buck was taken aback by Hohen's words. Under normal circumstances, it would be Captain Keytarn leading a contingent, at the very least 10 men, to facilitate the operation. The unexpected decision of Hohen to venture forth personally aligned perfectly with Buck's intentions. Indeed, such negotiations are better suited for me. I shall escort the grain with 10 guards, while Keytarn remains here to protect you, my lord. Hohen nodded in agreement. Very well, do as you see fit. Have Keytarn accompany me for a stroll. I wish to explore what amusements my domain still holds, Hohen replied casually. Chapter 8. The Sphinx. After breakfast, Buck made his way into the town and summoned Mayor Baris. My lord, what are your commands? Baris hurried over. The village church is too small. Seek out someone to expand it. Also, summon that guide from yesterday. I shall wait for him at the village entrance, Buck instructed before turning to leave. Baris promptly sought out Hohen, but upon returning to the lord's manor, He learned that Hoenn had departed the territory, taking half of the guards with him. This news caused his eyes to narrow with intrigue. Soon after, Keely arrived. Aside from the lumber mill nearby, are there any stone or iron mines or peculiar structures in the vicinity? Buck inquired of Keely. My lord, it is said that a mine was discovered in the marsh long ago, inhabited by many lizard folk, but it was never exploited. As for other strange edifices, none remain. Keely replied thoughtfully. What about any abandoned sheds, broken down carts, or deserted camps? Buck pressed, recognizing these as potential sources of one-time resources worthy of exploration. Keely pondered for a moment, recalling Baris's earlier instructions, and finally replied, I cannot speak for other locations, but there is a camp where merchant caravans often stop. Lead the way, Buck exclaimed with a smile upon hearing of the camp. He immediately set off with the youthful Elis and 6 guards in tow, following Keely toward the encampment. Yorktown lies to the southeast of Buck's territory, and beyond that stretches vast marshy forests. Adjacent to the forest's edge is a depression, a natural camping ground favored by many merchant caravans. This is the very camp Keely referred to. The journey to the camp took approximately 2 hours, during which Buck scanned for other suspicious locales, but found nothing of value. Upon reaching the camp, they discovered it was a sheltered hollow, now deserted. The extinguished fire pit lay covered in dust, indicating that no one had kindled a flame here for quite some time. As Buck approached, he received a prompt. You have inspected the abandoned camp and discovered some treasures. You obtained 440 gold coins and 6 ores. Excellent. Upgrading peasant hovel to militia barracks requires 1,000 gold coins. With the addition of these 440 coins, I shall be able to train several militia troops. Just as Buck prepared to depart, Khitarn instinctively shielded him, while the other 5 guards drew their weapons, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a group of masked figures armed with weapons emerged, encircling them within the camp. A band of thieves has attacked you. Kill. Without a moment's hesitation, the leading thief charged forward with his men, clearly disinterested in dialogue. Wielding a curved dagger, the leader aimed a strike at Khitarn. Khitarn, wielding his sword with both hands, deftly parried the blow, sending the dagger flying. In the blink of an eye, he retaliated, cleaving the thief's head clean off. After eliminating one foe, a bloodthirsty grin spread across Khitarn's face as he launched a counter-assault against the oncoming adversaries. None could withstand his ferocious onslaught. All fell beneath his swift and powerful double strike. As a Tier 3 unit, the Swordsman evolves into the Crusader, mastering the art of the double strike, a fearsome combatant dedicated to slaughter. Alternatively, the Swordsman can ascend to the Sentinel, a valiant protector wielding both sword and shield, ideal for safeguarding important figures. The band of thieves, all of Tier 2 at best, was utterly overwhelmed by Khitarn's ferocity. In mere minutes, more than 20 thieves lay slain, leaving only 5 or 6 to flee in terror, discarding their weapons as they sprinted toward the safety of the trees, regretting not having been born with more legs. A glorious battle. You have gained a small amount of experience. Not only were the thieves taken aback, but even Buck was momentarily stunned by the swift conclusion of the skirmish. Since he had not delivered the final blow and Khitarn was not his subordinate, Buck received only a meager amount of victory experience. However, upon noticing the escape of several thieves, a sudden realization struck him, and he issued a command to capture them alive. Chase them down. We need them alive, Buck ordered, instructing one of the guards to carry Elis as they charged forward. These thieves surely had a hideout, which might be recognized by the system as a wild bandit lair, naturally inhabited by scouts. The fleeing thieves darted into the forest, but they could not shake off the steadily approaching Khitarn. Buck, following closely behind, soon spotted 2 corpses. At that moment, silence enveloped the area. Neither the thieves nor Khitarn made a sound. This sudden stillness caused Buck and his entourage to halt, cautiously advancing forward. As they rounded a bend, Buck discovered the source of the quiet, a colossal metallic creature standing before them, over 5 meters tall, with the body of a lion and the head of a beautiful woman. The Sphinx, a unique NPC from the games of yore, said to have been crafted by the ancient arcane empire. It would pose questions to those it encountered, offering various rewards for correct answers. Even artifacts from the ancient arcane empire. The rewards were exceedingly valuable, for every item from that era commanded a hefty price. Yet the questions posed were notoriously tricky, spanning a range of obscure trivia and riddles that often left players cursing the game's designers. Failure to answer would result in being drawn into a mirrored realm, facing one's own mirrored army. Against the AI's micromanagement, even identical troops often led to players suffering more defeats than victories. Even those who managed to win would sustain significant casualties. Thus, players experienced a tumultuous love-hate relationship with the Sphinx. Buck's memories of the Sphinx echoed with tales of triumph. Someone answered a question correctly and was rewarded with powerful magical gear, while another reaped a fortune in gold for their wit. However, these matters merely serve as fodder for conversation at the banquet, and the original host had always dismissed them as mere fabrications. To encounter such a thing here was unexpected yet not entirely surprising. After all, the Sphinx is known to teleport, and one could stumble upon her in any wilderness beyond the town. The Sphinx's colossal head turned, her gaze sweeping over Buck and the others who had followed. The moment her eyes fell upon Buck, he distinctly felt that any hint of movement on his part could lead to his demise. Question time begins. A mechanical voice emanated from the Sphinx. Her gaze fixed directly on Keitan. Upon realizing that she was looking at him, cold sweat trickled down Keitan's brow, clearly aware of the legends surrounding the Sphinx. Question. The wizard Windix requires you to undergo a transformation experiment. The transformation fluid, at 30 milliliters, will have your pain sensitivity. At this moment, you are submerged in the fluid, and your absorption rate is 0.002 ml per second. Your estimated body surface area is approximately 18 m. How long will it take for you to be completely unable to perceive pain? The countdown commenced. 300, 299, 298. Buck. Elise. The surviving thief. The guards. Keitan. Chapter 9. Assassination. At this moment, even Keitan was not the only one sweating profusely. Buck himself was drenched in cold perspiration. In a world of magic, they were faced with a mathematical problem. Yet for the perverse wizards of the Demon Spirit Empire, such matters were commonplace. The rulers of the Demon Spirit Empire were a cadre of immensely powerful sorcerers who not only studied spells, but also delved into alchemy, magical automatons, biotechnological modifications, and much more. The demi-human species surviving on the continent, including fox girls, cat girls, mermaids, lizardmen, and centaurs, were all experimental creations of those sorcerers from the Demon Spirit Empire. Rather than being termed wizards, they might well be described as mad scientists. In a land inhabited by genuine deities, these individuals even conducted research on gods. It is said that they captured a minor deity, and in a single night, the entire Demon Spirit Empire vanished from public view, with numerous experimental subjects escaping and proliferating throughout various regions for millennia. Clearly, the creator of this Sphinx was a deranged enthusiast of modification. 10, 9, 8. Unbeknownst to him, several minutes had slipped by, and Keitan was utterly incapable of answering the question. As time elapsed, the Sphinx initiated her countdown to death. The countdown drove Keitan into a frenzy. He pulled a vial of black potion from his pocket and consumed it, causing his body to swell instantaneously, engulfed in an aura of malevolence. He brandished his weapon and charged at the Sphinx. With a mere flick of her arm, as if swatting a fly, the Sphinx effortlessly sent the now empowered Keitan crashing into a nearby tree, his metal armor crumpling under the impact, rendering it irretrievable. Having dealt with one assailant, the Sphinx surveyed the surroundings once more, her gaze locking onto Buck. Buck's complexion paled, and he braced himself for combat. Rather than face the prospect of being summarily dispatched, he resolved to confront his own reflection. Question time begins. The wizard Windix desires to transform a centaur and has acquired a batch of human slaves and horses, totaling 42 heads and 112 legs. Given a 100 success rate for the experiment, how many centaurs can be created? The countdown for answers began. 100, 99, 98. Chickens and rabbits in the same pen. This question is straightforward, albeit with some added conditions. But why do I have only 100 seconds? Upon hearing the question, Buck initially exhaled in relief, only to find himself exasperated. Mental arithmetic was not his forte. Suddenly, Buck exclaimed, "I'm not trying to escape." He stepped aside, picked up a twig, and began calculating in the soft earth. Let X represent humans and Y represent horses. Before long, he had formulated a binary equation. With the equation in hand, the answer soon became clear: 14 centaurs. Under a 100 success rate, the minimum number of species yields the answer: 28 humans and 14 horses. So the answer is 14. Buck shouted triumphantly. Correct answer. You are rewarded. The Sphinx opened her mouth, and a blueprint fell from it, followed by her body twisting and vanishing from sight. Thank goodness for my math teacher, Buck sighed, murmuring to himself, wiping the sweat from his brow. Buck picked up the blueprint but could only discern that it was a design, the text entirely illegible to him, clearly inscribed in the ancient script of the Demon Spirit Empire. It was practically worthless. Fortunately, the system also granted a reward. You have answered the Sphinx's question. You may choose from the following rewards. 1. Gold reward. 2. Experience reward. 3. Treasure reward. In a game, treasure would undoubtedly be the optimal choice. But given the urgent need for development in his territory, Buck immediately opted for the gold reward. You have received 500 gold coins. I've struck it rich. With a windfall of 500 gold coins, Buck could train all the subjects capable of training, and with sufficient resources, construct a stable, thereby establishing an equestrian training ground to train 6th-tier cavalry units. It is crucial to note that cavalry are also human-bodied and can only compete on par with other races, such as the Cyclopes of the barbarian tribes, after years of training and investment in expensive equipment, enabling them to match the Cyclopes in a charge. Moreover, the greater the number, the more formidable they become. With the lordship system in place, Buck only needed to train the subjects capable of riding and the horses. And within a week, he could train several. Even without immediate resources, the training slots within the territory would remain available after the constructions were completed. Upon witnessing the Sphinx's disappearance, All the living individuals breathed a sigh of relief. Buck, seizing his sword, thrust it into Caton's body several more times, who was still pinned against the tree. "What are you doing?" a guard exclaimed, visibly angered by Buck's actions. That accursed creature didn't even offer a warning. It was evident that had Caton provided timely advice, Buck and the others would likely have evaded the Sphinx's questioning. Although speaking up might have led to his immediate demise at her hands, was it not the duty of a guard to ensure the safety of their lord? The other guards exchanged glances, well aware that they had never regarded Buck as their master. However, Caton's actions were evidently meant to drag them into the fray, and they were equally incensed, choosing not to intervene further. Having vented his anger, Buck sheathed his sword and turned to face the two thieves who lay incapacitated on the ground, casting a discreet glance at the girl named Eliza, who was being carried on someone's back. "Do you two wish to live or die?" Buck inquired, his gaze fixed upon them, just as the two were about to respond. A sudden commotion erupted behind the crowd, accompanied by a harrowing scream. Several guards swiftly turned around, only to witness the timid young boy biting viciously into the neck of the guard carrying him. The unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard, prompting the other guards to draw their weapons and charge towards the assailant, Eliza. However, the guard at the rear suddenly felt a sharp pain in his side. "You have initiated an attack." In the fleeting moments while the other guards rushed towards the scene, Buck struck the last guard with a swift blow to the lower back, then unhesitatingly discarded his sword and rolled to the side with ease. As anticipated, the assaulted guard swung his sword wildly in retaliation, but found only air. Upon realizing that his attacker was Buck, he let out a furious roar. The others quickly turned to him, but before they could act, a bat suddenly swooped into their midst, transforming into Eliza with her emerald hair and blood-red eyes. In a flash, two daggers appeared in her hands, and with swift, precise movements, she severed the throats of the four guards, blood gushing forth. What in the world is happening? The two thieves and the accompanying Keely were utterly bewildered. Chapter 10, Level Up. You have achieved a resounding victory. You have gained a modest amount of experience. Your strategic level has increased to level 1. Your attack power has increased by 1. Please select your enhancement ability. 1. Counterattack, intermediate. 2. Offensive techniques, intermediate. 3. Tactical deployment, unique ability of offensive techniques. 4. Training expert, unique ability of counterattack. Buck surveyed his options and resolutely chose tactical deployment, a crucial skill for commanding troops. Each time a hero levels up, they may choose one option from 3 possibilities: learning a new strategic skill, upgrading an existing strategic skill, or enhancing a unique ability of a strategic skill. The tactical deployment that Buck selected is one of the unique abilities inherent to his offensive techniques. With this tactical deployment, Buck would manifest a virtual battlefield when commanding troops, allowing him to strategically position his units, akin to acquiring a divine perspective, thereby delivering a decisive blow on the battlefield. At this moment, Buck's attributes had transformed. Lord, Buckshort, hero. Strategic profession, knight. Hero trait, increased resource acquisition by 15, rounded down, with an additional 5 increase per strategic level. Strategic level, level 1. Strategic skill 1, counterattack, beginner, increases basic counterattack lethality by 5. Strategic skill 2, offensive techniques, beginner, increases melee lethality by 5, tactical deployment. Combat skills, none. Strategic attributes, attack 2, defense 1, knowledge 1, magic 1. Morale 0, luck 0. His attack power had risen to 2, providing a significant boost to all soldiers under his command. For instance, the farmers, who possessed merely 1 in all dimensions, would see their damage triple with an increase of 2 attack points. This exemplifies the formidable nature of heroes. Those with high attributes can lead a flock of sheep to triumph over lions. Pleased with his enhanced attributes, Buck turned his gaze toward the remaining 2 thieves. As his eyes swept over them, both men instinctively knelt, raising their hands in surrender and exclaiming loudly, "We give up. We wish to live." They were acutely aware of the ruthless nature of the man before them, capable of slaying his own guards. And the girl with emerald hair bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary vampire. Having witnessed Eliza's transformation into a bat, they realized they had no chance of escape and opted for submission. The 2 thieves admire your strength and wish to join your ranks. An unexpected boon. Upon seeing the system's notification, Buck smirked and promptly accepted their offer. The 2 thieves, named Hosen and Bruz, were members of the notorious Wolf Thieves Guild, known in the vicinity. "Why did you attack us?" Buck inquired, glancing at the surrendered pair. After all, his group was not a merchant convoy, and they were heavily armed, making them an unlikely target for thieves. "Please spare us, my lord." Before the 2 could respond, Keely, who had been standing behind Buck, fell to his knees, bowing repeatedly as he spoke. "It's the mayor. The Wolf Thieves Guild has ties with him, often providing information on passing merchant convoys and disposing of stolen goods. It was the mayor who instructed me to lead you here. I wish to swear loyalty to you, unwilling to be complicit with the mayor. But he has my family in his grasp. I had no choice." Terrified, he feared that if the 2 thieves revealed his treachery first, he would surely meet a grim fate. Yet, What awaited him was the sword of execution. This man professed his willingness to pledge allegiance to Buck. But the system's loyalty gauge had only increased by 5 points, likely born of fear. Keeping him would only waste provisions. However, Buck was astonished by Baris's decisive action, swiftly executing judgment when his guards were diminished. You two, strip the armor off those guards and dispose of the bodies. Then, lead me to your lair. Having dealt with Keeley, Buck immediately commanded his newly acquired subordinates to act. The armor and weapons were worth a considerable sum, and with war on the horizon, securing resources would be paramount. What is this you wrote? After instructing Hosen and Bruz, Eliza interjected, her curiosity piqued by the linear equations Buck had enumerated. It is a special calculation method that allows for rapid computation, one I devised previously. He explained the fundamental concept of the linear equations to Eliza, shamelessly claiming credit for the invention. I can see why you were chosen by the goddess of wealth, Eliza acknowledged with a nod, as she had never encountered such a calculation method before. Fortune favored them this time. The guard captain possessed a potion of demonic transformation, yet it proved futile against absolute strength. The creations of the ancient demon empire were indeed awe-inspiring. The Mage Alliance has been tirelessly excavating and researching all remnants of that empire. The blueprint they awarded you could fetch a handsome price. That item can wait. I need you to do something for me. Buck was well aware of the blueprint's value, but he had no intention of selling it. In his memory, there were several methods to decipher the language of the demon empire, and he wished to explore them first. Speak. Kythen is dead. I need you to monitor Horn's movements. From the moment I can recall, this individual has never been absent from my side for more than a day, yet this time he has voluntarily requested to depart. Although the farm is not far from here, considering the logistics of transporting grain, the round trip will undoubtedly take over 5 days, which is quite unusual. Horn's behavior is indeed peculiar, and Buck senses that there may be ulterior motives at play, compelling him to remain vigilant. What about you? Elise expressed her concerns regarding the safety of her benefactor. Fear not, neither the mayor nor that little maid is of any consequence. They have already been encircled by my overwhelming forces, Buck replied with a mysterious smile. His words left Elise momentarily stunned, yet seeing Buck's unwavering confidence, she cautioned, be careful. And regarding this task, 100 gold coins, put it on the account. Satisfied with Buck's understanding, Elise nodded and swiftly made her way towards the farm. Have you two finished? Buck inquired, glancing at his newly recruited subordinates. Yes, my lord. We are ready to depart, they replied. The pair procured a large cloth from somewhere, wrapping the discarded armor within, and then dug a pit to bury the numerous corpses. They navigated the forest with Buck, eventually arriving at their hideout. It was a concealed hollow in the hills, featuring a cave of half-man height that led to a breathtaking interior. Moments after entering, the space opened up magnificently. At this point, the cave was devoid of any presence, as the wild wolves had fully evacuated, leaving only Hosen and Bruz behind, scattered remnants of the once numerous pack. Chapter 11, The Baris Family. You have discovered a bandit cave. Indeed, this cave has been identified as a training point for wilderness troops. Such training points can accommodate a fixed number of troops each week, and the training slots are non-transferable. This bandit cave can train 8 second-tier thieves or second-tier scouts, both of which are exceedingly valuable units. Alas, one can only bring individuals here for training. Buck intended to return and select candidates for training, especially since today was already Saturday. The 2 burly men were not to be wasted. Both were thieves, and one spent 100 gold coins to train as a scout. Name, Hosen, Comet. Identity, citizen of Yorktown. Combat level, second tier 0 level. Unit, scout. Skill, intelligence gathering. Investigates the attitude of neutral forces towards you, with a chance to obtain additional information such as resource locations and treasure rumors. Skill, poisoning. Do not expect thieves to exhibit knightly virtue. Thieves have a chance to inflict poison damage on enemies. Morale, 0. Luck, 0. Bruz's attributes were quite similar to Hosen's, though he lacked the poisoning skill. Substituting it instead with stealing, the ability to pilfer during an attack is essential for a competent thief, with a chance to steal a certain amount of gold coins. Both poisoning and stealing belong to the thief's innate skills, which individuals like Hosen and Bruz must learn independently. However, if Buck were to employ the system for training, they would undoubtedly master all the skills. The intelligence gathering skill is an added feature for scouts, wholly reliant on skill usage. My lord, this is the chief's treasure trove. Bruz suddenly interjected, drawing Buck's attention to a chest he had dragged out from an unknown location. Opening a treasure chest is Buck's favorite pastime, and without hesitation, he approached to unlock it, only to be met with a pile of rusty scrap. Are you certain this is your leader's treasure? Buck remarked with an eye roll, encountering a dilapidated dagger, a shattered glass cup, and an assortment of meaningless items. This shouldn't be the case. Bruz, eager to take credit, was taken aback. Did you genuinely believe that wild wolf character would store anything of value here? We don't even know his name. He has long since prepared for an escape. Hosen mocked, observing Bruz's embarrassed expression. Despite the chest's lack of valuables, the system was generous. You have discovered a treasure chest. You may choose. 1. Take the 2,300 gold coins inside. 2. Give the coins to the farmer in exchange for 1,500 experience. Was there any question? Naturally, the choice was the gold coins. The timing was perfect for such a financial boon. Oh, a mining pick? This is also a mine. With the discovery of the treasure chest, Buck's curiosity for exploration was reignited. Soon, he found several rusted mining picks in a corner of the cave. I'm not quite sure when I joined this place. Those mining picks were already here. I believe I heard someone mention that this area was a mining district decades ago. But I don't know what dreadful things were unearthed that led to the abandonment of the entire site. Hosen contemplated seriously upon Buck's inquiry. A mining district? An abandoned mine? A haunted gold mine? With these thoughts, Buck resumed his meticulous exploration, yet the cave was limited in size, and he soon found no other peculiarities. The system also provided no further prompts, so Buck, accompanied by Hosen and Bruz, made their way towards the town. Upon reaching the outskirts of the town, Buck promptly opened the territory panel, expending 2,500 gold coins to upgrade the farmer's huts. Farmer's hut, militia captain's hut. After 2 consecutive upgrades, Buck accessed the unit interface and directly promoted 125 farmers to militia, in addition to the existing 24 militia, all upgraded to militia captains. Name, Katie, common. Identity, citizen of Yorktown. Combat level, 1st tier 0 level. Unit, militia captain. Skill, tax collector, generates 1 gold coin income daily for the territory. Skill, bludgeon, upon striking a target's head, has a chance to stun the target. Skill, assault, has an extremely low chance to attack twice consecutively. Morale, 0. Luck, 0. Name, John Comet. Identity, citizen of Yorktown. After these maneuvers, Buck's gold reserves dwindled to 3,200. Nevertheless, this investment was worthwhile. Presently, the only combatants in the territory, aside from the mayor and his 8 thugs, alongside the little maid and the remaining 5 guards, were all staunchly loyal to Buck. Even if he ordered them to march to their deaths, they would not flinch. All right, let us proceed as planned. Having set everything in order, Buck concealed himself within a resident's home in the town, instructing Hosen and Bruz to stealthily infiltrate the mayor's residence with their swords in hand. What are you 2 doing here? Upon seeing the 2 intruders, Baris was taken aback. He immediately sent his eldest son to check if anyone had followed them, and then ushered the pair into a back room. What does this mean? Wasn't it agreed that I would contact you? Baris cast a troubled gaze at the 2 men before him. He and the wolf had established an understanding whereby he would always initiate contact to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Thus, he was taken aback when the underlings of his counterpart appeared unbidden at his doorstep. The chief has a message for you, Hosen proclaimed, slamming Buck's sword onto Baris's desk. The mission is complete, yet the chief is far from satisfied. Your intelligence was inaccurate, resulting in significant losses of our brethren. Therefore, the chief has invited that fellow you call Keeley, along with the young lord, for tea at our place. Bruz interjected, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Baris. Impossible. They number merely 6, while you boast at least 20 or 30. A down-and-out noble who can't even safeguard his own territory, relocated here. How much could he possibly afford to support powerful guards? Despite his lack of knowledge regarding Caton's true nature, Baris had certainly inquired into Buck's background. A once prominent family fallen from grace, they possessed nothing but the title. Even their ancestral castle had been sold off long ago during their grandfather's time. How could they afford to sustain formidable retainers? Your disbelief is irrelevant. My chief nearly met his demise at the hands of that guard captain. He has granted you a singular opportunity, considering our relationship. Hosen gestured towards the direction of the lord's residence. This time, the little noble has sold off everything of value from his domain and arrived here with a mere load of gold coins. You ought to take action now. He demands half of the gold. You are robbing us. Before Baris could respond, his second son, Imad, could no longer contain himself and slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming loudly, indeed, it's robbery. This is our forte. Should you refuse, we will have no choice but to demand a ransom for that young lord, Bruz declared, crossing his legs nonchalantly, entirely disregarding Baris's family. Silence. Just as Imad was about to erupt, Baris intervened, half it is. But I demand to see the little noble's head before I part with any coin. Not a problem. We await your contact at any time. With their objectives achieved, the 2 men laid down their weapons and discreetly departed from Baris's residence. Father, are we truly going to give them half the gold? Once the 2 had left, Baris's eldest son, Toman, directly inquired, do you take me for a fool? How did you fare with the task I assigned you? Baris scoffed. It was prepared last year. There are no issues with the identity, Toman replied confidently. Then let us act tonight. That little lord has brought nearly 10,000 gold coins. Enough for our family to live comfortably in the Duchy of Fafidi for a lifetime. A mere thief dares to threaten me? Father, may I bring that little maid along? She is quite the appealing figure. Imad's excitement surged at the prospect of action. Bring her along. What nonsense. With wealth comes everything. Do not complicate matters for me. Baris scolded, slapping his second son in response. Chapter 12. The attack on the Lord's manor as dusk descended. Yorktown was far from tranquil. One after another, members of the guard were summoned and quietly assembled near the Lord's manor. Listen closely. That little lord has encountered thieves and will not be returning. Only 5 guards and 1 maid remain in the manor. The time to seize our fortune has come, Tomon declared, surveying his trained militia. I understand your apprehensions. But consider this. Each of you has a share in the disappearances of those merchant caravans over the years. Your families live better than the other commoners because of us. Do not make fools of yourselves, he continued, rallying them. Once we complete this job, we will set fire to the manor and pin everything on the wolf bandits, ensuring our triumph in this forsaken place. If anyone dares to falter, they should be aware of the consequences. Furthermore, each of you will receive 1 gold coin. Think wisely. For that is a fortune, and anyone who performs valorously, dispatching those guards and breaching the gates, will earn an additional 2 coins. Tomon's words ignited a ripple of excitement among the crowd. 1 gold coin was a reward they could only dream of earning. Satisfied with the effects of his coercion and enticement, Tomon nodded approvingly. The prospect of distributing wealth was a mere jest. Once they unearthed the riches within the Lord's manor, they would escape through the sewers, never to return. Enough chatter, forward. With the moment ripe for action, Tomon gestured decisively, leading his closest cohorts, the brutes, in a charge toward the manor. The disorder outside had raised alarms within, and as the brutes entered the courtyard, the guards stationed inside swiftly emerged, swords drawn, aiming for the foremost of the assailants. Clang. Those trusted by Tomon proved their worth, successfully parrying the guards' attacks. Yet that was only the beginning. The guards, trained personally by Caton, were not to be trifled with. Soon, the brutes found themselves being repelled. Nevertheless, the numbers began to swell around them. Confronted by a throng of commoners, the 5 guards, though outnumbered, remained unflustered. They formed a defensive formation, refraining from reckless assaults, and countered effectively after disarming their opponents, swiftly injuring several. However, the guards soon sensed something amiss. Typically, these commoners would have started to scatter by now. Yet they showed no sign of retreat, and the ground bore no corpses. An almost impossible scenario. Not far away, Buck observed a virtual battle map, where the 24 former guards had now become his direct subordinates. Utilizing tactical deployment skills, he ordered his men to retreat upon sustaining injuries, seamlessly rotating them in and out of combat. This strategy ensured that while his men were wounded, none had perished. Baris, overseeing from a distance, was left speechless, continuously praising his son's training, leaving Tomon in a state of astonishment. Before long, the beleaguered guards could no longer withstand the onslaught. One guard let out a cry of agony as a spear, repurposed by the militia, pierced his leg, causing him to collapse and disrupting their formation. Seizing the opportunity, the brutes wasted no time in pushing past the others, charging forward with reckless abandon, ultimately claiming the lives of 2 guards. The remaining 3 guards soon met the same fate. Charge! Let us seize the gold and the women. With the last of the 5 guards slain, the brutes erupted in exhilaration, sprinting toward the manor's entrance. Just as they neared the door, it suddenly splintered apart, a massive fireball erupting from within, striking the foremost 3 brutes. The trio had no time to scream, obliterated into nothingness by the blast. A mage, just a moment behind them, a mad, who had been contemplating the maid, barely escaped the inferno. His survival only due to his timely recognition of the fireball coalescing in the maid's palm as she emerged from the manor. In terror, he shouted out, "The profession of a magician is an exalted vocation, one that the common folk can scarcely fathom. It is utterly beyond comprehension that a noble magician would stoop to become a mere maid of a fallen aristocrat." Elinda's countenance darkened as she surveyed the encircling throng outside the manor. How dare they launch an assault on the lord's estate while the butler and captain of the guards were absent, resulting in the deaths of 5 guards. When Kaitan returned, he would surely be furious, and she too would face repercussions. Most critically, she had observed with keen eyes that the malicious assault was executed with a level of discipline and precision that could not be achieved through ordinary training. This was evidently a contingency left by one of Buck's ancestors, and perhaps even a lead to the dark magic sword lay within. If only that little boy had not interfered, she could have uncovered the secrets of this place last night. Those wretched mud-stained peasants, may they meet their demise. With her fury boiling over, Elinda could no longer contain her wrath and hurled a fireball into the crowd. Baris and his son, upon witnessing the fireball in Elinda's hand, sensed the impending danger and hastily retreated, only to find their escape route blocked. "What are you doing? Attack at once. A magician is no match in close combat against ordinary folk. Let me go? Are you revolting against me? Do you wish to die?" Just as they began to withdraw, a group of assailants cornered them, and not only them, but also Amard and several other surviving ruffians were seized by their arms and bodies, forcibly thrust forward. When the second fireball was launched, they found themselves pushed to the forefront by Buck's controlled men. Boom! Another explosion erupted, and Baris and his companions in the front were torn asunder by the fireball, while several of Buck's men in the rear were also caught in the blast, sustaining severe injuries. Retreat! Buck immediately commanded upon witnessing the devastating power of the fireball. Although he could afford to lose a dozen or so men to subdue Alinda, these were not mere NPCs from a game. They were flesh and blood individuals. While he could harden his heart against enemies, it was a different matter entirely to send his own subjects to their doom, especially when the cries of the injured reached his ears. Upon receiving the order to retreat, the uninjured quickly carried the wounded townsfolk away. Run? Do you think you can escape? Alinda screamed as she conjured another fireball, its speed astonishing even to Buck. He had encountered other magicians before, and from his memories, he could attest that none had cast spells with the swiftness of the young maid Alinda. The fireball shot forth, poised to strike the crowd, when a barrier of light suddenly materialized behind them, intercepting the projectile. The fireball collided with the barrier, producing not even a ripple. Witnessing her attack thwarted, Alinda's expression shifted dramatically, and as she attempted to flee into the house, a chain of light appeared out of thin air, binding her in place. A purgatory mage? How brazenly you reveal your identity. It has been far too long since I have encountered such a sight. Is the fire pyre of my dawn church truly losing its potency? An ancient voice resonated from the town's entrance. When Buck turned to look, he beheld a barefooted priest clad in tattered, yet clean vestments who had mysteriously appeared behind him. Chapter 13. Parakeni the Ascetic. Upon seeing the priest's attire, Buck immediately discerned his identity. Regardless of the church, such individuals, who renounce worldly pleasures and subject their bodies to rigorous training in pursuit of self-purification, are not uncommon. Father, I beseech you, please tend to the injured townsfolk. The villagers, scorched by the fireball, were now on the brink of death, clearly afflicted not only by burns, but also by an insidious force draining their vitality. They had been tainted by the aura of the purgatory, and even if I were to heal them and cleanse the corruption, their recovery would be impossible. Better for them to embrace death than to become mere husks. The ascetic concluded, having long witnessed the plight of the lower classes, who, once stripped of their ability to work, could swiftly unravel a household. Do not fret, father. These townsfolk fought to protect me, and I shall not abandon them. Their lives and those of their families will henceforth be my responsibility. I swear this to the divine, and my words shall not be in vain. As Buck spoke, he immediately vowed, not only for the injured, but for anyone who sacrificed themselves for him or his territory in the future, pledging to provide for all their needs. This was a sacred oath, and upon its utterance, the way Parakeni regarded Buck transformed. This was not the demeanor of a typical noble. Furthermore, the loyalty of those townsfolk who had not become Buck's soldiers surged dramatically, for who would not desire a lord who genuinely cared for their lives? As soon as Buck completed his vow, Parakeni acted, waving his hand, and beams of light enveloped the injured townsfolk, who soon ceased their lamentations and gradually drifted into slumber. Take them home and care for them well. Once the territory stabilizes, compensation will be promptly dispensed. Buck breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the townsfolk's lives preserved. After all, they were invaluable treasures, capable of contributing a gold coin each day, and he could not bear to see them perish. Yet, Parakeni interpreted this as Buck's concern for his subjects' performance, nodding silently in approval. I am grateful for your assistance, father, though I have yet to learn your name. Before Buck could inquire further, a sudden commotion erupted outside the town. Turning to look, he saw several elegantly clad priests accompanied by a cadre of temple knights storming into the village. They roughly shoved aside the townsfolk in their path, advancing directly toward Buck. The foremost priest glanced at Buck and declared, "You are the lord who intends to sacrifice the innocent?" Buck was momentarily taken aback by the accusation. Sacrifice? Me? What? Do you wish to argue? The priest, sensing Buck's confusion, suddenly sneered, his hands aglow with holy light as he lunged toward Buck. Yet, a hand intercepted him. To act without investigation and to seize an aristocratic lord. Was this the lesson imparted to you by Engel? Parakeni furrowed his brow at the arrogant priest. This matter does not concern you. The court has its reasons for apprehending individuals. Do not seek to make a fool of yourself. Abate had already spotted Parakeni. Yet as a rising star within the court, he had no inclination to heed an ascetic. The Schote family had long been on the court's watch list. However, more than 20 years ago, when Engel took over as the chief judge, he ordered the cessation of investigations, although the records remained intact. Today, having encountered the principal figure, the prospect of obtaining clues regarding the black magic sword from Buckshot would indeed be a monumental achievement. Silence. As Abate's words faded, an elderly priest approached, casting a sharp glance at Abate before bowing to Perry. Greetings, Lord Perry. Ah, Dixon. It has been quite some time since our last meeting. Perry remarked with a sudden smile upon recognizing the newcomer. Indeed, my lord, it has been a decade, Dixon nodded, responding. Abate is merely eager to make a name for himself. As we have encountered two individuals who claim that the lord of this territory has taken in a group of the elderly, weak, and infirm, possibly for nefarious purposes. Perhaps as a heretic. Are you referring to Lord Buck, who swore an oath to the divine to care for those who have been incapacitated while contributing to the land? Perry inquired, incredulity lacing his tone. Since when did the tribunal possess the authority to accuse and apprehend without investigation? Perry's assertion caused beads of cold sweat to form on Dixon's brow. He was not alone. Other tribunal members bowed their heads in submission. If anyone had been unaware of Perry's identity upon hearing his name, they no longer deserved a position within the tribunal. Perry Kinney, the former Chief Justice of the tribunal, was once the foremost heir to the papacy. 23 years prior, upon the resignation of the former Pope, Perry Kinney, as Chief Justice and the first heir apparent, unexpectedly left a letter the day before his ascension to the papacy, relinquishing his claim and vanishing from public view. His reappearance a decade later as a penitent had transformed him into a formidable hero. This event had caused quite a stir, prompting many elite-level priests to abandon their posts and join the ranks of ascetics, yearning for divine grace and to be counted among heroes. The resulting vacancies allowed a new wave of talent to be swiftly promoted into mid-level positions within the church, with Abate and Elise among them. This party, originally led by Dixon to pursue Elise, encountered two individuals who claimed to be refugees from the north. From their accounts, it was revealed that a noble had expended a significant fortune to shelter a group of seemingly worthless elderly and infirm individuals, suggesting a conspiracy. Given the nature of these nobles, particularly upon learning that this noble was none other than the lord of this territory, Buckshot, his profile instantly surfaced in Dixon's mind. For only those of certain repute would be recorded in the tribunal's archives. Thus, Dixon made a swift decision to temporarily set aside the pursuit of Elise and head towards Buck's domain in Yorktown. As fate would have it, upon arrival, he was met with an atmosphere reminiscent of the Inferno. Eager Abate, disregarding caution, plunged into the crowd, zeroing in on the elegantly attired Buck. Chapter 14, Continuing the Deception. Since there are accusers, let the accusers confront their claims. Perry too sensed the peculiarity of the situation, for he had witnessed firsthand how this group had used Barris, clearly their leader, as a human shield. Although Perry, as a hero, could influence his team with his strategic prowess, without the benefits of a system interface, those individuals would not exhibit the unwavering loyalty that Buck's system-trained followers displayed. If Buck had indeed just arrived in this territory, the townspeople's behavior appeared rather suspicious. Soon, two individuals were brought forth, expelled from the refugee group by Buck, branded as rioters. It was him, my lord. Not only did this man slay our companion, but he has also coerced these unfortunate homeless souls into his territory, undoubtedly with sinister intentions. Indeed, these individuals are frail and decrepit, incapable of any work. Who would have a kind heart to shelter them? The moment they laid eyes on Buck, the two began to shout, "Buying bones with gold." Upon hearing the accusations, Buck suddenly interjected, "Buying bones with gold?" His words left the crowd momentarily speechless. "When I was but a child, I once heard a tale from a passing traveler about a noble who was willing to pay 1,000 gold coins for a fine steed. Yet, 3 years passed without a single seller. Eventually, one of his stewards, seeking a fine horse with the gold, returned with nothing but a set of horse bones. The steward claimed this was to demonstrate the noble's earnest desire for a steed. As fate would have it, soon after, fine horses began to arrive. My territory requires development, which necessitates a population. Given that the North is currently embroiled in conflict, many are displaced, including those without status. If I can shelter these elderly and infirm, it is merely a small financial sacrifice on my part. As for these two, they are clearly either deserters or evaders of conscription from other territories. I have no obligation to take them in. Regarding the individual I killed, who dared to confront a noble, what consequence is there in slaying him? Buck's words rendered the two speechless. To confront a noble? Even if they were deserters, it was a justifiable fate. At this moment, the two began to regret their actions. Meanwhile, the refugees accepted by Buck breathed a sigh of relief. Though they had settled in, they had remained anxious. With Buck's explanation, their worry subsided. While your reasoning bears merit, the matter cannot be resolved solely by your words. That young maidservant over there is yours, is she not? I have already apprehended her. Would you mind if we conducted an interrogation? Despite recognizing the validity of Buck's arguments, Perry was not one to accept his claims at face value. Of course, I would appreciate it if you could inform me of the interrogation's outcome. This encounter was fortuitous. I chanced upon Sphinx. Buck nodded and proceeded to recount the events following his encounter with Sphinx, including the administration of a potion to Catan. Naturally, certain details were altered, such as Sphinx's second question being exceedingly simple. Buck answered correctly and was rewarded with gold coins. When other guards discovered their leader's identity, they attempted to eliminate him but were saved by a fair-haired vampire. These statements were corroborated by Buck, Hosen, and Bruz. Upon hearing Buck's account, Dixon, who had been tasked with pursuing Elise, felt a spark of interest. However, out of respect for Perry's presence, he refrained from speaking, merely inquiring about the location of Buck's encounter with Sphinx, subsequently dispatching several knights with Hosen to investigate. He then personally led a group towards Elena, who had been detained by Perry. During the interrogation, they moved outside the town to establish a soundproof barrier. As the former Chief Justice of the tribunal, Perry was well aware of the methods employed by his old subordinate. Meanwhile, the residents had dispersed, returning to their homes, and any areas that had been damaged would be addressed the following day. Buck then welcomed Perry into his lordly manor. With no servants in attendance, Buck personally poured tea for Perry, having heard of the latter's esteemed reputation. Before long, Dixon, visibly rejuvenated by a cleansing spell, entered the room and whispered a few words in Perry's ear. Few possessed the fortitude to withstand the brutal interrogation of the tribunal, at least the young maid, Elena, does not. Before Dixon could even apply any serious pressure, she divulged everything she knew, albeit her knowledge was limited. The sequence of events is rather straightforward. A nefarious cult sought to locate the dark magic sword, infiltrating the Buck family and ensnaring the father, leading to the demise of Buck's parents shortly after his birth, subsequently manipulating Buck to seek out clues. Had it not been for certain arcane mechanisms and seals that necessitated the direct intervention of a bloodline heir, Buck would have perished long ago. Given that Lord Buck remains oblivious to these machinations, the matter becomes much simpler. We shall report the truth to the Holy See and the royal family. It is likely that further investigations will ensue. We already had our own mission, and fortuitously received a tip-off, so we shall not impose further. As for the individual who lodged the false accusation, that is a matter for Lord Buck to address himself. Upon confirming that Buck is not currently a suspect, Dixon made preparations to depart. Although night had fallen, their assigned task evidently took precedence, especially with some leads now in hand. Lord Perry, we have a secret mission personally assigned by Lord Engel. While eager to proceed, we must adhere to the necessary protocols. I shall accompany you. Upon hearing Dixon's words, Perry did not linger. After graciously declining Buck's entreaty to stay, the two exited the Lord's manor and made their way to the outskirts of the town. At that moment, those dispatched to seek clues had returned. Upon seeing Dixon emerge from the manor, Abate approached with palpable excitement, subtly gesturing to Dixon. Just as Dixon prepared to bid farewell to Perry once more, Perry suddenly spoke. My lord, do you have any instructions? You mentioned earlier that the individual controlling the Short family for these years hails from the Plague sect, and the reason the steward departed was due to so-called upper-level orders? That is what the maid Elena claimed. Dixon nodded in acknowledgement. However, over the years, countless heretics have masqueraded as agents of the four major sects, and the sealing site was only reinforced 5 years ago under the direct supervision of Lord Engel and the Grand Council of the Mage Alliance. 2 years prior, rumors of a plague outbreak emerged in the Southern Empire, and in the past 2 years, the plague has indeed manifested within the empire. Perry reflected. There are no such coincidences. Set aside your current mission and join me in pursuing that steward. As for Engel, I shall explain. Understood, my lord. Dixon, fully aware of the methods employed by the former chief inquisitor, assented without hesitation. Chapter 15, The Plague Sect. Though it was already late into the night, the group swiftly set out in pursuit of the farm. Before long, the foremost knight made a significant discovery, prompting the rest to rush over. It was a riverbank where 10 of Buck's guards were ominously kneeling in a circle, their weapons plunged into their own hearts, their blood forming a sinister ritual circle. As Perry and his companions arrived, it seemed the ritual sensed their presence. The guards' bodies began to swell and then abruptly exploded. Dark, winged insects erupted from within, charging towards the tribunal members. The sudden assault posed no challenge to the seasoned tribunal members, but just as they prepared to engage, Perry intervened. With a mere wave of his hand, a circle of holy light materialized beneath him, ensnaring both the malevolent ritual and the insects within. As the sacred light illuminated the darkness, all filth within the circle was instantaneously purified. A foul swarm of insects. It seems we have caught a significant lead. Dixon's expression brightened at the sight of the purified insects, a hallmark ability of the plague sect, which carried various dreadful diseases and reproduced rapidly. Allowing even one to escape could lead to a swift outbreak. This sacrificial circle could not have been hastily arranged. It must have been the steward who uncovered something and set this up either to buy time or create a diversion. Perry observed the purified sacrificial circle and spoke decisively. Dixon, immediately lead a team to investigate the farm. While the steward likely will not return there. They spent several days in that vicinity. Verify whether the grain has been contaminated, and ascertain if any supplies have been transported elsewhere in recent days. If so, dispatch personnel to trace the shipments and report to the local church. Once everything is arranged, hasten to Giant Peak City to rendezvous with me. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing Perry's directives, Dixon promptly organized his team and set off towards the farm. My lord, what about Lord Engel's task? We have unearthed clues. The slain guards were indeed the work of that traitor, and I suspect the lord has lied. How could one we are pursuing suddenly reveal his whereabouts merely to rescue a minor noble? After traveling a distance on horseback, Abate suddenly quickened his pace to ride alongside Dixon, speaking quietly. Abate, you are a talent. I hold you in high regard, as does Lord Engel. Dixon cast a meaningful glance at Abate. Thank you for your kind words, my lord. Abate's lips curled into an involuntary smile at the compliment. Thus, I shall offer you 3 pieces of advice. Please, my lord, enlighten me. First, when Lord Perry was still the chief inquisitor, Lord Engel would not dare to utter a word of defiance in his presence, and you are well aware of Engel's methods. Dixon's first statement made Abate tense, fully aware of Engel's reputation. Second, if you were being pursued by us, would you suddenly intervene to assist a few faithful citizens attacked by heretics? Probably not. Abate pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Therefore, you are not Eliza, nor will you ever be. Just focus on your own role, do you understand? Dixon imparted with a deeper meaning. Abate nodded, somewhat begrudgingly, for Eliza had always overshadowed him before her betrayal, igniting a sense of resentment within him. Third, return and thoroughly review the ecclesiastical history and documentation, especially concerning the 4 major evil sections. You will then realize that, in the face of the plague sect, Eliza's contributions amount to naught. After Dixon and his party departed, Perry conducted a final check near the sacrificial circle, ensuring everything was in order before suddenly calling out, "Come forth." As his voice faded, a diminutive bat swiftly emerged from the nearby woods, landing before Perry and transforming into Eliza. The reverted Eliza bowed directly to Perry. "Did you encounter the young Lord Buck?" Perry inquired directly, gazing at Eliza. "Indeed, my lord. I concealed myself among the refugees, but he managed to discover me." Eliza confirmed with a nod. "Have you been discovered by him?" Elisa's words left Perry momentarily stunned. He was acutely aware that Buck possessed no extraordinary powers, and his combat abilities were likely inferior even to those of his militia. Indeed, he was the chosen of the goddess of wealth. Elise promptly divulged the details of her encounter with Buck. "Is it true, then, that you receive 350 gold coins daily? Such an enviable divine favor. No wonder he dares to utter such grandiose phrases as spending a fortune to procure bones." Upon hearing Elisa's words, Perry suddenly burst into laughter. The last traces of doubt vanished from his mind. After all, maintaining a few injured individuals for an entire year would scarcely cost a single gold coin. This could be seen as a remarkably profitable venture to win the hearts of the people and enhance the loyalty of his subjects. However, he could never have imagined that those lying incapacitated would provide Buck with a gold coin each day until their demise. Spending a fortune to procure bones. Elise had never encountered such an odd phrase before. Perry briefly recounted Buck's words to her, causing Elise to roll her eyes. Buck had certainly not conveyed it to her in such a manner. Indeed, men could be such bores. But wait. One must never trust the words of nobles and merchants, especially when the two identities overlap. Although the faithful followers of the goddess of wealth are few, her broader adherents far exceed those of any other deity. Whenever commerce is involved, people instinctively pray. While this faith may not augment her divine power, it undoubtedly facilitates her swift awakening from slumber. You mentioned that upon encountering the Sphinx, you rushed over to monitor that steward, yet by the time you arrived, the sacrificial array was already prepared, and the steward had vanished without a trace? Perry pondered for a moment before inquiring. "Yes, my lord." Elise nodded in affirmation. It seemed that the captain of the guard bore some connection to that steward. Perry acknowledged this with a nod, then gestured for her to come closer. Elise approached immediately, and Perry placed his hand on her shoulder, channeling powerful holy light into her being. The intense pain contorted Elise's features, yet she remained silent. As the bizarre force wreaking havoc within her was swiftly dispelled by Perry's formidable holy light and subsequently absorbed back into him. With the eradication of that strange force's destructive influence, Elise's strength began to be liberated, rapidly mending her body, and the long-lost power returned to her. "Thank you, my lord. What are your plans next? Will you continue to investigate the alterations wrought upon your body?" Perry's inquiry prompted Elise to shake her head. "The leads there have run cold. I fear little can be uncovered, and besides, I must temporarily fulfill my promise to protect that young lord for 2 years. Be cautious, then. I have an unsettling premonition," Perry remarked, gazing towards the direction of Giant Peak City, a grave expression overtaking his countenance. Chapter 16, Sim. The following morning, Buck was roused from slumber by the din outside. Descending the stairs, he found that the town's cook, Kess, had prepared a breakfast that, while not exquisite, was quite generous. The news of his family being harmed by cultists and under their control for years had somehow spread. Nevertheless, their lord continued to care for his people as if they were his own children, swearing by the divine to remain steadfast with those injured, which profoundly touched the citizens of Yorktown, significantly boosting their loyalty. After finishing breakfast, Buck intended to check on the condition of those injured the previous day, only to discover that someone had been waiting for him for half the day. To his surprise, it was Sim, the refugee who had lost an arm. "My lord, the walls of the courtyard damaged in yesterday's battle have been restored. On behalf of the citizens you've taken in, I express our gratitude and hope you can assign us some tasks. Many among us possess certain skills and can create sufficient value for you." Although Buck had explicitly stated the previous night that he took them in for the sake of spending a fortune to procure bones, these refugees were not foolish enough to expect to be kept without contributing. Demonstrating their worth was the most prudent course of action. I conducted a brief assessment. Aside from some young children, most of us are still able to work, albeit with possibly reduced efficiency. "You seem quite capable," Buck remarked, observing the upright Sim before him with a smile, scrutinizing the information he had provided. Convincing the refugees was straightforward, given that Sim had previously been their leader. However, restoring the damaged walls overnight could not solely rely on them. This success was also attributable to the townsfolk's cooperation. Sim felt that their swift acceptance was somewhat unusual, as it is inherently challenging for outsiders like them to integrate into a new environment, especially within just a day or two. Yet, when he arrived at dawn with the refugees to assist in repairing the Lord's courtyard, a crowd of townsfolk had spontaneously come forward to help, treating them with exceptional courtesy. What Sim did not know was that before they had taken in this group of refugees, the town had only 246 residents, excluding the few ruffians associated with the mayor. Of these, 149 individuals, aside from their status as citizens, were directly under Buck's command as militia captains, as loyal subjects with maximum allegiance. They possessed independent thought, but would instinctively consider Buck's interests. Sim was inherently capable and knowledgeable, and these townsfolk understood the significance of the refugees to Buck, so they naturally did not ostracize them. Furthermore, these trained militia members were the backbone of their families, without their heads harboring any ill intentions. Their family members would also refrain from expressing negative sentiments towards the newcomers. The information Sim compiled was quite detailed, beyond basic data such as names and ages. It included the professions and skills of the individuals, even more comprehensive than the system's provided panel. After all, the panel would not disclose how many years someone had farmed or if they had ever tended sheep. Have you served in the military? Buck inquired suddenly, studying Sim's documentation. Name, Sim, common, disabled status. Identity, citizen of Yorktown, combat level, level 5. Tier 3. Unit type, sentinel, tier 3. Skill, shield bearer, reduces range damage by 25. Skill, experienced shield bearer can block attacks directed at protected targets from any direction. Loyalty, 63. Yes, my lord. I was once part of the 3rd Legion of the Northern Territory, but I became disabled in a battle and had to retire. Sim replied, nodding. Yes, would you please summon Uncle John? After reviewing the list and cross-referencing it with his citizens' information, Buck promptly instructed the cook to fetch her husband, John. John was an elder of the town, with both of his sons having been members of the town's guard, and the entire family had been trained by Buck as militia captains, ensuring their loyalty was beyond question. My lord, you called for me. John arrived shortly thereafter. It is thus that the former mayor unearthed the nefarious schemes of a cult, sacrificing himself in the ensuing struggle. The affairs of the town required diligent management, and I hereby appoint you as the new mayor. This is Sim, my lord. Upon noticing Buck's gaze, Sim immediately interjected. Have this Sim assist you in settling the new citizens, providing them with manageable tasks, and the members of the former guard shall be entrusted to Sim for training. As a 3rd-tier sentinel, Sim is more than capable of training those militiamen. After all, they were forcibly trained by Buck, acquiring numerous combat techniques, yet lacking the invaluable experience that cannot be imparted through mere instruction. Furthermore, mobilize the townsfolk to construct some rudimentary structures, such as barracks and stables. As for the funds, Buck began to speak of seeking Ho back, only to remember that his steward had likely been slain by Perry, the previous candidate for the papacy. With a resigned sigh, he reached into his pocket and tossed a pouch of coins to John, saying, spare no expense on my behalf. Additionally, summon these individuals for me. Buck gestured, naming several young adults of a certain age who remained without occupation. He keenly recalled that today was Sunday, and there were still training slots available at the Thieves' Den. Such opportunities must not be squandered. My lord, we've struck gold. Indeed. That old coot Baris had kept his cards close to his chest. Just as Buck finished issuing orders, Hosen and Bruds burst into the room, their faces alight with excitement, exclaiming as they ran. Coughing lightly at their commotion, Buck felt compelled to remind himself that publicly, he had declared that Baris and his family had perished fighting for the territory against the cult. To send people to ransack the home of the recently deceased would not reflect well on his reputation, albeit the nobility in this world held little regard for reputation. We shall attend to our duties immediately. Upon seeing Hosen and Bruds, Sim and John promptly took their leave. As for the previous conversation, did those two actually say something? We've struck gold, my lord. That old man likely had plans to flee, his home already in order, and I was led to orchestrate the complete takedown. No sooner had Sim and John departed than Bruds produced a pouch from his coat, tossing it onto the table. 3 gold notes issued by the Merchant Alliance, amounting to a total of 300 gold coins. Is this all? Buck glanced at the notes on the table. While 300 gold coins were indeed a considerable sum, they paled in comparison to the wealth accumulated by Baris' family over his lengthy tenure as mayor. Furthermore, this individual had conspired with the Wolf clan to swindle many merchant caravans. Not just this, Hosen said, seeing Buck's skeptical expression. With a knowing smile, he produced a dark card and a contract. The contract was a property deed from a mid-sized city within the Duchy of Fafetti, a treasure of immense value. The Duchy of Fafetti, a neighboring realm to the Dawn Empire, is enveloped by the vast primordial forest known as the Evergreen Sea, boasting a climate favorable for habitation, making it one of the most desirable nations on the continent. Safety is all but guaranteed, for the Elven royal court resides deep within the Evergreen Sea, and the duchy is home to a significant population of half-elves and subhumans. No one would dare offend an entire clan of forest elves for the sake of a minor duchy. A property deed from the Duchy of Fafetti is worth a fortune. The card, of an unknown material, felt chilling to the touch, adorned with a golden dragon head that appeared almost lifelike. What is this? Buck set the property deed aside, scrutinizing the card. I have no idea, but it must be of significance, as it accompanied the deed, Bruds replied, shaking his head in uncertainty. That is an invitation from the Lord of Black Dragon City. A sudden voice emerged from behind Buck. Chapter 17, Bone Breastplate. The unexpected voice caused Hosen and Bruds to instinctively draw their weapons, but upon recognizing the speaker, they froze in place, trembling. My lord, there are still remnants at Baris's estate. We shall go eliminate them at once. With that, the two bolted from the room without a backward glance. It seems yesterday's encounter left quite an impression on them. Buck turned to the enchanting figure with green hair, inquiring, Lady Elise, Lord Perry arrived here last night, accompanied by a group likely sent to apprehend you, but they should be preoccupied with my steward's troubles. I am aware, but I regret to inform you that your steward is still alive, not dead. Buck was taken aback by Elise's revelation. How could Perry, the successor to the former pope, allow a mere heretic to escape? By the time I arrived, your steward had already vanished, likely alerted to some impending danger. You must remain vigilant. Although I have regained my strength, we are dealing with the plague cult, which employs a myriad of sinister tactics. Despite her restored abilities, Elise felt a lingering uncertainty when confronting one of the 4 demonic cults. During her time in the church, she had perused countless records on the 4 cults, with the plague cult's documentation surpassing that of the others tenfold, marking it as the church's primary adversary. Indeed, it was the plague cult. Perry and Dixon had not disclosed the details of the interrogation of the young maid to Buck, only revealing that she and his steward were affiliated with a heretical sect. Though Buck had his suspicions, the confirmation sent a chill down his spine. The plague cult is no ordinary sect. It is one of the 4 cults that venerate demons, adept at curses, pestilence, and puppetry, making them exceedingly difficult to guard against. After the fall of the Spirit Empire, various races thrived under the protection of the gods. While occasional skirmishes occurred, the continent remained relatively peaceful until a millennium ago when conflict erupted once more. Death, war, plague, and famine. The 4 cults wreaked havoc on the land until the demonic gate was opened and demons invaded. The gods intervened, sealing the mastermind demon Bach and his 4 lieutenants, the demon of famine Mammon, the demon of plague Lilith, the demon of death Des, and the demon of war Abaddon, before retreating into a prolonged slumber lasting a millennium. The seals of the 4 demons are maintained by the human, elven, aquatic, and barbarian races, with only the dragon race privy to the location of Bach's seal. Buck understood this grand narrative of the game well, now that the plague cult had resurfaced. The barbarian invasion was likely intertwined with the war cult, and he must prepare for the inevitable storm. By the way, what did you say this was? With a plan already forming in his mind, Buck grasped the card again, pondering this so-called invitation from the Lord of Black Dragon City. Lord Moises Guthers of the Black Dragon, the master of the underground city Black Cliff, issues this invitation. Anyone in possession of it may teleport to his underground city for commerce, Elise explained as she examined the card. It is said that within that place, anything can be acquired for the right amount of gold, and safety is never a concern. As one of the most powerful beings on the continent, none dare to breach Moises's rules. I've never heard of it. Upon hearing Iris's words, Buck furrowed his brow. Both Moises and Blackrock City, whether from the memories of his previous life or the original one, left him with no recollection. It was not surprising, after all, for he was merely a fallen baron, lacking access to such elevated information. Yet, this card ought not to be here, for the former mayor was of an even lower standing than him. Iris's statement elicited a roll of Buck's eyes. Nevertheless, she was correct. It was indeed astonishing that something unknown to a noble like himself had surfaced in the hands of a mere border town mayor, unless, of course, Baris harbored other, undisclosed secrets. With this thought, Buck promptly rose and made his way to Baris's residence. Baris's home was the largest in the town aside from the Lord's manor, and its interior was remarkably tidy, clearly indicating that even during his time at the Lord's estate, he had not neglected to have his own house kept clean. At that moment, Hosen and Bruz were rummaging through the place. Upon seeing Buck approach, Bruz glanced over his shoulder and cautiously remarked, "My lord, we searched everywhere and found nothing of value. We delivered everything worthwhile to you just now. Are you certain?" Buck inquired. "Rest assured, my lord. We are professionals at this, and there is nothing of worth left in this house. I fear this old fellow spent all his money acquiring that property deed," Hosen interjected, noting Buck's skepticism towards the two of them. "There is a space underground, but the entrance has been completely sealed off." As soon as Hosen finished speaking, Iris materialized within the room, pointing towards the ground. "Dig." Without a moment's hesitation, Buck chose to trust Iris's words. Soon, the earth was excavated, revealing a concealed basement before Buck's eyes. Once the door was opened and the air allowed to circulate, Iris stepped inside first. "Come in, there is only a skeleton. Nothing else," she affirmed, beckoning Buck to enter. Hosen lit a lamp for Buck, and as they descended into the basement, an eerie, desiccated skeleton came into view. It belonged to a lizard man, deceased for at least a decade. The invitation from the Black Dragon Lord must have belonged to this lizard man. Though how Baris had come into possession of it remained a mystery. Iris stood before the skeleton, which bore a resemblance to a human body. Yet its skull belonged to an entirely different species. A skeleton. Upon hearing Iris confirm the skeleton was indeed unremarkable, Buck stepped forward. You have discovered the remains of an unfortunate soul. Would you like to search? As expected, when he touched the skeleton, a prompt appeared. Yes. You searched the remains of the unfortunate adventurer and found a bone chest plate. It's a find. Upon hearing the notification, Buck was instantly filled with excitement. In his previous life, such resources were plentiful, yet the success rate for searching remains was said to be merely 2. He had not anticipated a successful outcome. As the notification faded, the bones before Buck suddenly shattered into dust, leaving only a ribcage. Remarkably, this ribcage adhered itself to Buck, directly merging into his body. What is this? Iris's expression shifted dramatically at this bizarre occurrence. It's a bone chest plate, Buck instinctively replied, but he quickly realized the implications. This was no ordinary component from a game. In reality, the cursed armor set was likely unique. A single black magic sword had kept the plague cult lingering near his family for decades, and now here was another artifact. As a creation of demons. The bone chest plate could not be so easily controlled by a mere human, unless he were a demon himself. If he were indeed a demon, then the divine contract between them would be rendered void, and Iris might very well turn against him. Indeed, as soon as Buck's words fell, Iris's hand was already at his throat. Do you believe this is mere coincidence? Buck, gazing at Iris's grave countenance, replied with resignation. Chapter 18, The Activated Invitation Card. Incredulously, Iris observed Buck donning and then shedding the peculiar ribcage armor. This legendary cursed artifact appeared to be toy-like in his hands, utterly subverting Iris's understanding. This was a bone chest plate, one of the 4 pieces of cursed armor. Historical records indicated that the gods had united to forge the angelic alliance to combat this fearsome artifact, yet they could only disperse the cursed armor. The true terror of such magical artifacts lay in the fact that the wearer would be subject to its control. It was not merely a matter of putting it on or taking it off at will, not even for its master. However, if this bone chest plate were a counterfeit, then the effect of it merging seamlessly with his flesh and attaching to his bones was unmistakably, as recorded in the texts. Buck regarded the incredulous Iris with a sense of exasperation. Of course, game equipment could be swapped at will. This was common knowledge. Otherwise, if players could don them and not remove them, there would surely be rebellion, as they were not legendary mysterious sets. Upon confirming that Buck was not under the influence of the bone chest plate, Iris exhaled in relief. As if Buck were a mere vessel capable of wearing the armor without exuding any aura, yet unable to activate any of its effects. Buck too was at a loss regarding the situation, for according to Iris, once donned, the armor would greatly amplify the wearer's magical power and alter their temperament. Yet, he felt no such changes. However, the strategic attribute boost of 2 to his magic was indeed tangible. Regrettably, Buck was currently unable to construct a magic tower, otherwise, he would undoubtedly purchase a spellbook to experiment with. This matter could not be disclosed to others. Realizing that Buck would not be affected by the bone chest plate, Iris felt a wave of relief, attributing this occurrence to divine grace, for after all, Buck was a chosen one. However, this situation must remain concealed. With this thought, Iris turned to Hosen and Bruz, who stood ready with weapons aimed at her. They were undoubtedly loyal. Observing Iris's intent to act against Hosen and Bruz, Buck immediately positioned himself in front of them. Are you certain? Such news would only bring trouble to yourself. I am certain. They are far more trustworthy than you. Buck patted his neck, knowing that 2 loyal subordinates were certainly more reliable than a hired guard. And he was certain Iris would report the matter of the bone chest plate to the upper echelons of the Soul of Redemption. Yet, it mattered little. As long as Iris could protect him for 2 years and afford him the opportunity for rapid development, that would suffice. Do as you wish. Iris regarded Buck, sighing. She clearly noted Hosen and Bruz's actions. The moment she sought to restrain Buck, they had drawn their weapons against her, completely disregarding the vast disparity in their strengths. She wondered how Buck had managed to instill such loyalty in these 2 within just a day. I need to be away for a day or 2. Be cautious during this time. With that, Iris transformed into a bat and swiftly flew out of the basement. Although she was meant to fulfill her promise of close protection for Buck, the matter of the bone chest plate was far too critical to ignore. It required reporting to Perry. Taking leave incurs a financial penalty. Buck, realizing what Alith intended, made a weary remark, and then, under the grateful gazes of Hosen and Bruz, conducted another thorough search of the basement. Once he ascertained that no other items remained, he promptly summoned assistants to fill in the basement once more. At this moment, John had already gathered the 6 young individuals Buck had named. You lot, accompany me to a location and help move some items. Observing these teenagers, Buck gestured before leading them towards the thieves' den. Before long, they arrived at the hideout, where Buck directly expended 200 gold coins to train the 6 into second-tier scouts. Hosen, upon witnessing the completion of their training, Buck immediately beckoned Hosen. "My lord, how may I assist you?" Hosen replied, "These individuals will follow your lead. Ensure they are trained into competent scouts. Additionally, conduct reconnaissance of the swamp forest and create a rudimentary map, marking noteworthy locations such as abandoned mines, caverns, beast lairs, corpses, tombs, lakes, and statues. With my own scouting team, I am determined to explore the swamp forest, as 80% of my territory consists of marshland, undoubtedly harboring numerous untapped resources, both in reality and those bestowed by the system." "Understood, my lord. I vow to complete this task." Having undergone training and advancement himself, Hosen fully grasped Buck's remarkable capabilities. Clearly, the 6 youths now possessed the fundamental skills of scouts. They merely lacked experience. Furthermore, tidy this place up and transport all useful items back. Even a landlord's household cannot afford to be without provisions. Aside from the weapons and armor previously stripped from the guards, the thieves' lair contained a plethora of miscellaneous items, as well as the personal belongings of former thieves. While they may not be worth much, they held certain utility and should not be squandered. Upon hearing Buck's instructions, the group promptly commenced their organization, while Buck, free from labor, retrieved the invitation card from the Lord of the Black Dragon and began to study it. According to Alith, this card appeared to be a medium for transportation, allowing for teleportation solely by virtue of its existence, highlighting the formidable power of that black dragon. Though it likely required magical energy to activate. Just as Buck contemplated the card in his hand, the eyes of the dragon emblem suddenly illuminated, and he felt a wave of disorientation. When he regained his senses, he found himself no longer in the thieves' den, but upon a small altar. "Esteemed guest, please step this way and do not obstruct the summoning of the patrons behind you." While Buck was momentarily stunned, a sultry voice suddenly wafted over from the side. Turning to look, he beheld a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure, yet arms and legs resembling wings and talons, her white hair cascading as she smiled at him. The woman, observing Buck's bewilderment, gracefully swayed her slender waist as she approached him, her large wings gently nudging him aside from the altar. It was then that Buck noticed a powerful magical portal radiating behind the altar. "This must be your first visit here, correct? That is the summoning gate. As long as you respond to the invitation card with magical energy, you will be summoned through the gate, thus you cannot linger here. Black Cliff City is quite vast. And since this is your first visit, would you like a guide? Greyfeather is quite affordable." Chapter 19, Black Cliff City. It was a harpy. This half-human, half-bird subrace was also a product of the sorcerers of the ancient demon empire, and their ability to fly made them natural scouts and messengers. It was unexpected to encounter one under such circumstances, especially as she seemed eager to promote her services. "Are you saying that as long as I activate this invitation card with magical energy, I will be summoned through the gate? But how do I return?" Inquiring, Buck produced his invitation card. "Indeed, as long as you activate it with magical energy, you can be summoned. To return, you must present the invitation card at the mage's tower, where a mage will cast a spell to transport you along with any goods purchased back to the location where the invitation card was activated. Naturally, if the items you purchased are numerous or possess significant magical energy, additional fees will apply, the specifics of which will be determined by the mage at the tower." The harpy named Greyfeather nodded, gesturing with her wings toward the distance. There, a towering mage's tower stood, above which a swirling vortex of magical energy slowly revolved. However, Buck pondered, he did not possess magical energy. His original self had never practiced magic. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He did have magical capabilities. Within his strategic attributes, he possessed 1 point of knowledge, equating to 10 points of magical energy for casting strategic spells. Nevertheless, that was not the main concern. The key issue was that the harpy seemed to be implying a monetary requirement. "You mean to say I have to pay?" Buck responded, somewhat taken aback. "Surely you jest. All services in Black Cliff City require payment. You wouldn't be without funds, would you?" Suddenly, Greyfeather appeared to recall something, hastily asking, "If I inadvertently activated this card and was transported here, would you believe me?" Buck, noticing the harpy's sudden shift in demeanor, replied with a hint of resignation. "2 questions. 2 gold coins. Alternatively, you may offer up your flesh as payment. I haven't tasted human flesh in quite some time, young man." Hearing Buck's words, Greyfeather's expression darkened, her sweet visage contorting into a fearsome snarl, revealing a mouthful of fangs that had been concealed moments before, leaving Buck astonished. This was the true nature of the harpy, a being originally created for combat rather than frivolity. "One last question." Buck, undaunted by her transformation, reached into his pocket and swiftly produced several gold coins, tossing 3 of them towards her. The glimmering currency immediately changed Greyfeather's countenance, a sycophantic smile resurfacing as her expansive wings adeptly caught the coins and tucked them into her bosom. "What can I do to swiftly earn enough gold to return?" Buck inquired thoughtfully. "My dear guest, consider this a loss on my part. Under ordinary circumstances, a mere 1,000 gold coins would suffice for a return through the mage's tower. As for earning methods, if you possess confidence in your combat abilities, journey north to the Black Cliff Arena. Achieving 10 consecutive victories will yield sufficient earnings. Alternatively, if your stamina is commendable, the entertainment district to the southwest has numerous establishments that hire temporary workers. Given your appearance, you should be able to amass enough coin quickly. However, be cautious. For troublesome clientele, such as minotaurs and trolls, may present challenges. Additionally, there lies the casino in the eastern district, where, provided that the patrons possess sufficient fortune, they might swiftly amass 1,000 gold coins. Moreover, within the confines of Black Cliff City, guests need not fret over the specter of robbery, for this is the domain of Lord Moises, and none dare contravene his established rules. After responding to Buck, Grey Feather elegantly swayed her body back to her previous position, awaiting the next customer. She had already discerned that this strikingly handsome human likely lacked substantial spending power. Besides Grey Feather, there were 3 harpies, 2 medusas, and 2 dark elves, all of whom approached the summoned beings, evidently tasked with catering to the clientele. 1,000 gold coins. Buck exhaled deeply. His territory's account still held approximately 500 gold coins, and he received over 700 gold coins daily, ensuring his return was untroubled. However, since he was there, he certainly could not depart empty-handed, though he was uncertain if that sum would suffice to procure a steward to accompany him back. Naturally, prior to that, Buck needed to validate a particular matter. Since entering this place, he had received a prompt. Discovered the city of Black Cliff, neutral. Would you like to initiate an attack? The answer was, of course, a resounding no. However, within the game Hero Lord, there exists a reputation system. Once one achieves a reputation above neutral, they can purchase local specialties and accept quests from the corresponding factions. To Buck's delight, after he bestowed 3 gold coins upon the harpy named Grey Feather, his reputation with Black Cliff City ascended from neutral to friendly. This indicated that reputation with Black Cliff could be acquired through expenditure, as long as one spent. They could become friendly. Yet, the multitude of zeros following the reputation made Buck abandon the thought of rapidly increasing it. Nevertheless, having attained a friendly status, there was one item he could purchase, a spellbook. With this in mind, Buck promptly made his way toward the magic tower. The phrase "the mountain is far, yet the horse is swift" aptly applied in Black Cliff City, for the sprawling expanse of the city was immense. Were it not for the towering magic tower's conspicuousness, Buck might have become disoriented. Soon, he arrived at the front of the magic tower. As he approached, the individuals trailing behind him came to an abrupt halt. Yet they did not choose to depart. Ignoring the watchful gazes of those behind him, Buck confidently entered the magic tower of Black Cliff City. Upon stepping inside, a prompt echoed. You have entered the magic tower of Black Cliff City. Would you like to spend 500 gold coins to purchase a spellbook? Indeed. Within cities boasting a friendly reputation, the magic towers of both territories were interconnected, allowing free access to learn each other's strategic spells. Without hesitation, Buck expended 500 gold coins to procure a spellbook, which subsequently appeared in the designated equipment slot in the lower right corner of his system interface. No sooner had Buck completed his purchase than a second prompt followed. Would you like to use the magic vortex? Black Cliff City was a quintessential town belonging to the dungeon faction. The magic vortex, akin to the summoning gate, was a hallmark structure of this faction, capable of fully restoring and doubling the mana of visiting heroes. Such a bargain was certainly not to be dismissed, and Buck readily opted to utilize it. You have approached the magic vortex. Your body is infused with vitality, and your mana has doubled. At the moment the prompt materialized, the entire magic tower suddenly illuminated with blinding red lights, accompanied by a piercing alarm. Buck had yet to grasp the situation when a dark elf mage materialized before him, pointing a finger, a chain of magical energy ensnaring him instantly. Chapter 20. The Black Dragon Moises. Subsequently, the alarm ceased abruptly, and the magic tower returned to its prior state. What transpired, Quirin? Why did the magic tower sound an alarm? At that moment, a voice resonated from the upper reaches of the tower as a young man with jet black hair, clad in a golden robe, descended slowly. Upon seeing the newcomer, the dark elf mage restraining Buck immediately bowed and spoke. The cause remains unclear, Lord Moises. However, the tower issued an alarm upon this individual's entrance, prompting me to immobilize him immediately. My disciple has gone to investigate. Moises, the Black Dragon. Hearing the dark elf's words, Buck turned his gaze toward the newcomer, and indeed, he observed that the individual's pupils were slit, clearly indicating a lineage not of ordinary humans. He felt no overwhelming power emanating from this person, only a faint trace of mana. Upon hearing Quirin's words, Moises furrowed his brow. He had invested a considerable sum in the construction of his magic tower, and it had pained him for quite some time. So how could it possibly be triggered by a mere human with such minimal magical power? My lord, teacher. At that moment, another dark elf hurried down from the magic tower, bowing to the two. Phias, why did the magic tower sound an alarm? Quirin inquired immediately upon seeing her disciple. Teacher, the magic tower indicates that the magic vortex was forcibly tampered with, siphoning mana. However, but what? I have thoroughly inspected both inside and out. Aside from normal consumption, there are no signs of mana depletion within the magic vortex. Therefore, I believe it was a false alarm. A false alarm. In an instant, all three turned their attention to the restrained Buck. Quirin, conduct an immediate re-examination of the new alarm system. I hope such a rudimentary error does not occur again. Furthermore, your salary for this month will be entirely withheld. Upon hearing it was a false alarm, Moises promptly reprimanded his chief mage Quirin before turning his gaze to Buck, waving his hand to shatter the magical chains binding him. Then, his previously stern visage transformed into a warm smile. Dear guest, may I inquire what business brings you here? He had heard the mention of the magic vortex's unusual activity, undoubtedly triggered by the system prompt earlier. However, with only 10 points of mana, even doubled, it would merely add 10 points, likely insufficient to account for the normal maintenance consumption of the magic vortex, thus evading detection. It seemed that in the future, if he wanted to visit the magic tower, he would have to exercise caution to avoid triggering alarms, for anyone would recognize the problem after a single incident. Responding to the inquiry, Buck replied promptly, I inadvertently triggered an invitation card and was summoned here. I understand that I must leave through the magic tower. Hence I came to seek guidance, especially since it was an accidental trigger and I do not possess much money. May I inquire whence you hail, dear guest? Moises asked upon hearing Buck had mistakenly activated his invitation card. The Dawn Empire, Buckshot. Upon hearing Buck's introduction, Moises immediately exchanged glances with Quirin, who appeared to fall into deep contemplation. In an instant, it seemed as though Quirin had acquired information about Buck, promptly communicating it to Moises through magical means. Buckshot. A mere baron dares to assault my magic tower. It seems you are impatient for life itself. Upon hearing that Buck was merely a baron, Moises's expression shifted once more. He extended his hand, and Buck was inexplicably drawn to his side by an unseen force. This face is quite acceptable. Bring him to me, Moises commanded. My lord Moises. This fellow has exchanged his territory for the desolate lands of the border and has sold everything of value within it, possessing at least over 10,000 gold coins. Just as Moises was about to erupt in anger, the voice of Queen Lynn echoed in his mind. This was the latest intelligence regarding Buck, collected by the Thieves Guild at her behest. Over 10,000 gold coins. If spent entirely in Blackrock City, he could receive a commission exceeding 1,000 gold coins. The revelation of Buck's substantial purchasing power ignited a spark in Moises's eyes. Initially, he had assumed Buck was one of those honorary barons of the Dawn Empire. Devoid of any territory, such a multitude could easily be disregarded by even moderately wealthy merchants. However, if wealth was present, one must treat him with distinction. Procure an invitation card for him. Transform it into a supreme VIP invitation card. As long as you conduct transactions within my city, you shall enjoy a 99.99 discount. Moises's tone softened suddenly, as he affectionately smoothed out the crumpled collar of Buck's attire, and continued, I shall have Queen Lynn escort you back, but you must return promptly. After all, the teleportation fee is 1,000 gold coins, and if not paid within 7 days, interest will accrue. Buck was momentarily taken aback by Moises's abrupt transformation. The sulphurous stench emanating from Moises's mouth irritated Buck's nose, yet he dared not move. Although uncertain about the circumstances, the prospect of returning seemed promising, which was indeed fortuitous. I am profoundly grateful. I also have items I wish to purchase, so I shall return to prepare the funds. Queen Lynn, escort the Baron back, and immediately check the magical tower's alarm system. Seeing Buck so compliant, Moises nodded in satisfaction. As long as he was willing to spend in his city, he would be considered a VIP of Moises. Baron Buck, please follow me. At the command of the Lord of Blackrock City, Queen Lynn approached Buck and led him into a room within the magical tower. Inside the chamber stood a colossal magical array, with an arched stone tablet at its center. However, the tablet lacked any magical radiance, indicating it had yet to be activated. Where does the guest wish to go? After bringing Buck inside, Queen Lynn casually produced a thick stack of invitation cards, slightly different from the one in Buck's possession, withdrew one, and handed it to him, inquiring, to which location shall you be teleported? Isn't it supposed to send me back to the place where the invitation card was activated? Buck was momentarily stunned by her words. Surely, you jest, he remarked. Queen Lynn chuckled softly and shook her head. Do you think we can teleport you to the palace of the Dawn Empire, where you activated the invitation card? We can only send you to the nearest dungeon territory to your destination, and from there, you must navigate through the underground passage to reach the surface. However, rest assured, all dungeon factions have signed contracts with Blackrock City and will not harm guests arriving from here. They will even provide a guide to escort you to the surface. Once you reach the surface, you must rely on yourself to return to your destination. Chapter 21, The Caveman. Upon hearing Queen Lynn's explanation, Buck realized he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. It made sense. If Blackrock City could teleport individuals to any corner of the world, every other faction would surely regard it as a thorn in their side. I need to go to the border of the desolate marshes, near the Dawn Empire. My territory lies there, Buck stated after some contemplation. Let me ascertain the approximate location of your territory. Queen Lynn closed her eyes and swiftly reopened them. The nearest location to your territory is Castro. As for where it leads to the surface, only they know. Of course, you could also hire the local cavemen to excavate a new tunnel. Castro? Buck inquired. Indeed, Castro is an affiliated faction of Blackrock City. Your safety there is assured. And they have numerous skilled cavemen adept at tunneling. Queen Lynn confirmed with a nod. Then let us proceed with the teleportation. The assurances of Blackrock City held considerable weight. Since they claimed safety was not a concern, it was likely there would be no issues. Naturally, should any trouble arise, Buck would seek an opportunity to activate the invitation card, return to Blackrock City, and find a way to exchange the coins from his territory interface while awaiting Eliza. Once Buck confirmed his consent, Queen Lynn began casting a spell on the stone tablet, and soon, swirling pink magical vortices materialized at its center. All set. The guest may enter now. Please remember to return within 7 days to repay the debt of 1,000 gold coins, she remarked as the teleportation portal connected successfully. Thank you. Buck expressed his gratitude and approached the portal. Just as he was about to step through, he asked, "What is the interest if I exceed 7 days?" You have misunderstood, dear guest. The interest spoken of by Lord Moises is not something you pay to him, but rather what he pays to you. Such a fortunate arrangement? Buck's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course, no one can owe Lord Moises money without recompense, not even the deceased. With that, Buck stepped into the teleportation portal without hesitation. He had already delayed for a minute. Emerging from the other side of the portal, Buck noticed that the teleportation stone tablet behind him had lost its luster. It was a one-way tablet, accepting only one-way transfers from Blackrock City. To return there, one could only utilize an invitation card or navigate through the underground tunnels to find the location of Blackrock City. At that moment, a voice called out from behind Buck. Turning around, he saw a green-skinned caveman adorned with a golden headdress approaching slowly. Welcome to Castro, esteemed guest. My name is Dymak, the Lord of Castro. Buck was taken aback by the sight of the Lord of Castro. Though Queen Lynn had mentioned the presence of many cavemen in Castro, he had not anticipated that the ruler would also be one. It was well known that cavemen constituted the most populous among dungeon factions. Yet they lacked eyesight and had spindly limbs, standing at less than half the height of an adult. These creatures were exceedingly frail. Even an ordinary adult could easily take on 2 or 3 of them. Had it not been for their sheer numbers and their ability to sustain themselves by foraging for mushrooms, they would have long been driven to extinction. However, the caveman before him was evidently an anomaly within their kind, nearing the stature of a normal human. Please, esteemed guest, follow me. We have prepared a feast for you. And you may dine before departing, Dymak said, gesturing toward the diminutive cluster of buildings nestled within a vast grove of gigantic mushrooms, where small cavemen could be seen emerging from the structures intermittently. In a clearing, several cave dwellers were roasting an array of large mushrooms over an open flame, intermittently sprinkling some mysterious black spice upon them. That was precisely where Dymak was pointing. Red caps and white stems. Once consumed, they would lie down together. Upon witnessing the multitude of mushrooms, Buck was suddenly reminded of a lyric, but he quickly shook his head and said, "No need for food. I wish to return to the surface swiftly. Can you arrange that? Where would you like to go, esteemed guest?" Dymak asked, sensing Buck's urgency to leave with a hint of regret. Yorktown in the Dawn Empire. Are you familiar with its location? Buck inquired immediately. Dymak's expression turned troubled as he replied, "You must understand, the Dawn Empire harbors a deep disdain for us subterranean beings, thus we seldom leave underground passages within their territory. If discovered, a throng of so-called adventurers would swiftly invade. I have connections with several lizard folk tribes in the Wasteland Marsh, and there exists a passage leading to their settlements. If you are willing," Dymak said, leaving his words hanging in the air. He was acutely aware that the lizard folk tribes have long been a nuisance to the towns within the Dawn Empire. Had it not been for the treacherous terrain of the marsh, which hampers military movements, they would have been eradicated long ago. Of course, some lizard folk tribes do engage in trade with merchants of the Dawn Empire, exchanging precious herbs, plants, and minerals from the marsh for weapons and food. But the tribes he was familiar with did not partake in such dealings. If you truly wish to venture into the Dawn Empire, I recommend returning to Black Cliff City first, then using the magic tower to teleport to certain underground cities within the empire. Those cities maintain regular trade routes with surface merchants. Ensuring safety is not an issue." Buck remained undeterred. "I don't have that much time. Aren't cave dwellers renowned for their tunneling skills? Could you assist me in excavating a new passage near the underground routes leading to the Dawn Empire? I am willing to pay double. If all else failed, he would have to exchange the gold from his surface panel and return to Black Cliff City to teleport in a different direction. There is indeed a passage, a vein from a stone mine, but it is said that decades ago something terrifying was unearthed there, leading to its collapse. If you are not afraid of death, I can arrange for someone to take you there," Dymak stated, contemplating Buck's insistence on going directly to the Dawn Empire. That phrase sounds oddly familiar, Buck mused, feeling as though he had heard something similar before, though he couldn't quite place it. However, if a passage directly leading to the Dawn Empire existed, he certainly would not pass up the opportunity. Should any danger arise, he could promptly activate his invitation card to return to Black Cliff City. With that in mind, Buck said, "I appreciate your assistance, my lord. There's no need for formality. Let us discuss the matter of compensation," Dymak replied, a smile reminiscent of Moises spreading across his face. Chapter 22, The Slow Spell. Buck glowered at a troop of green-headed dolls before him, astonished that the cave dweller had so artfully ensnared him, leaving him bewildered and indebted for a contingent of supposedly experienced cave dwellers as his slaves. A total of 20 cave dwellers, each equipped with a diminutive wooden spear, suitable only for use as toothpicks against any large beasts they might encounter. 19 of these expendable beings were so generic that they lacked even names, compelling Buck to assign them monikers. Name: Prairie Head Number 1 Common. Combat Level: Tier 1. Level 0. Unit Type: Cave Dweller. Skill: Blind Eyes. These cave dwellers, lacking sight, are impervious to blindness spells and petrifying gazes that require vision. Skill: Tunneling. Cave dwellers are naturally adept at excavation, yet they are innately lazy and will only work under duress. Moral: 0. Luck: 0. However, Damek displayed a modicum of conscience by assigning Buck a guide, albeit one that resembled a flickering candle in the wind, the green of its skin having faded to a pallid hue. Name: Ula Common. Combat Level: Tier 1, Level 4. Unit Type: Cave Dweller. Skill: Blind Eyes. These cave dwellers, lacking sight, are impervious to blindness spells and petrifying gazes that require vision. Skill: Tunneling. Cave dwellers are naturally adept at excavation, yet they are innately lazy and will only work under duress. Moral: 0. Luck: 0. This cave dweller named Ula was nearing 20 years of age, a venerable age among his kind, and it was said that his grandfather had been a survivor among the miners of that fateful stone vein. As a senior, Ula possessed a fair grasp of the common tongue, enabling him to communicate effortlessly with Buck and relay Buck's commands to the other cave dwellers. Though this proved largely redundant, since his direct subordinates could comprehend his orders well enough. The price for the 19 newly acquired cave dwellers, along with 1 foot already in the grave, was 1,000 gold coins, with no room for negotiation. Fortunately, credit was an option, as Damek had stated. As a direct subordinate of the Black Dragon Moises, all gold earned must be surrendered in full, making any debts to him equivalent to debts to Moises himself. Unless Buck wished to experience the searing taste of dragon fire, he had no cause to fear defaulting on his debt. With Ula leading the way, Buck divided the cave dwellers into 2 teams, one in front and one behind, encircling himself for protection. These sightless creatures navigated their environment through infrared sensing, allowing them to alert him to any lurking threats. Before long, they ventured into the underground passage. But Buck was astonished to find it vastly different from his imagination. The entire passage was approximately 10 meters wide and 6 or 7 meters high, with bioluminescent mushrooms illuminating the surroundings with clarity. Ula guided the group swiftly through the tunnel, which made Buck anxious, as the underground city housed many layers of formidable beasts. However, Ula appeared unconcerned. "Fear not, my lord. At least this stretch poses no issue," Ula reassured Buck, sensing his apprehension. "Lord Damek has collected the droppings of Lord Moises and laid them as a powder throughout his domain, causing the scent-sensitive beasts to flee long ago. However, we are nearing the boundary of Castro's territory, and we must exercise caution there." Indeed, after traversing for approximately half a day, the passage overhead began to narrow, and the bioluminescent mushrooms became increasingly sparse. Ula slowed his pace considerably, clearly indicating that they had departed from Castro's domain. "Be cautious. Something is approaching." At that moment, Ula, who was leading the group, suddenly sounded the alarm, and the other cave dwellers, clearly aware of the situation, gripped their wooden spears tightly. Simultaneously, Buck received a notification. "A pack of burrowing giant rats is attacking you." Just as the alert appeared, a shadow lunged from the corner of the tunnel, aiming to bite Ula, who reacted swiftly by raising his spear to block the assault. However, he was promptly knocked to the ground. The assailant was a massive giant rat, its crimson eyes fixated on Ula as it attempted to sink its sharp teeth into him, but the spear thwarted its efforts. Witnessing Ula's plight, the other cave dwellers rushed to his aid, thrusting their spears towards the giant rat. Ula let out a fierce cry, warning his companions to halt. For there was not just one giant rat. Yet, the cave dwellers disregarded his command. Buck, possessing tactical skills, effectively conveyed his orders. As for the 7 or 8 additional giant rats charging forward, Buck deemed them mere trifles. He waved his hand, unleashing a grayish magical glow that enveloped the horde of rats. This was the slow spell, a level 1 magic recorded in the Mage Tower of Blackcliff City. In the game Hero Lord, each territory can construct a Mage Tower, but the level of the tower varies according to the faction of the territory. Each Mage Tower has a fixed number of spells. A level 1 tower would yield 5 level 1 spells, while a level 2 tower would provide 4 level 2 spells. And so forth, with the specific spells appearing randomly. As long as one possesses a spell book, upon entering these towns, if the reputations of both parties are friendly or above, they can freely record these strategic spells. Although Buck lacked the strategic skill, wisdom, he could still learn level 1 and level 2 spells. The Mage Tower in Blackcliff City appeared to be at least level 4, and when purchasing spellbooks, the level 1 and level 2 spells should have already been automatically transcribed. At this moment, Buck's spellbook likely contained 5 level 1 spells and 4 level 2 spells. Level 1 spells: Slow Spell, Earth Vision, Exorcism, Attack Acceleration, and Summon Ship. Level 2 spells: Blinding Vision, Quicksand Trap, Disguise, and Thunderbolt. The spell Buck had just cast was the Earth type, level 1 spell, Slow Spell. This curse could utilize the Earth's gravity to diminish the speed of the affected target. Even without specializing in Earth-type magic, Buck could effortlessly affect dozens of targets. With advanced Earth magic, he could potentially blanket thousands with this curse. Such is the terrifying nature of strategic magic, which only heroes can learn. Chapter 23, Burrowing Giant Rats. The 7 or 8 giant rats that charged in visibly slowed down, their previously rapid approach now taking significantly longer. Within those few seconds, the giant rat that had toppled Ula was swiftly dispatched by the other cave dwellers, rendering it a porcupine of spears. Ula, astonished, gazed at the sluggish giant rats and, filled with excitement, raised his spear and charged towards them. These creatures, with their limited cognitive capacity, could not fathom why those green-headed bips had suddenly become so lethargic. Within mere minutes, they were all slain by the cave dwellers. You have achieved a glorious victory. You have gained a modest amount of experience. My lord, we have just departed from the influence of Lord Castro, and we still bear a trace of his aura. It is audacious of these giant rats to attack us. The only explanation is their food supply has dwindled. It is currently the breeding season for them, and their nest must be nearby, likely containing numerous younglings, whose tender flesh is quite delectable. We are 2 days away from the mine, and I fear you may not find our mushrooms to your liking. So we could roast some of those younglings to take along. Once the battle was concluded, Ula hurried to Buck's side. As a loyal subordinate with maximum allegiance to Buck, he naturally considered his master's needs. Hearing Ula's suggestion, Buck furrowed his brow but ultimately nodded in agreement. After all, even if they located the mine, they would still need to excavate further to exit the underground, and the issue of sustenance remained pertinent. The cave dwellers possessed an exceptional sense of smell, and soon they located the giant rat's nest. After slaying a few mother rats, a notification suddenly appeared. You have discovered the burrowing giant rat's nest. Would you like to train burrowing giant rats? To Buck's surprise, the nest was recognized as a training facility for troops. These rats belonged to a Tier 1 neutral faction and could be trained at no cost. Buck, naturally pleased with free resources, opted to train. Before long, the eyes of the young rats in the nest, still closed, began to change. Their bodies rapidly expanded, and their once white fur darkened to a deep black. Soon, 18 adult giant rats stood before Buck, to whom he promptly assigned names. Name: Shook 1, Common. Combat level: Tier 1, Level 0. Unit type: Burrowing Giant Rat. Skill: Bite. The teeth of the burrowing giant rat are exceptionally sharp, capable of easily breaching sturdy materials. Skill: Plague. The burrowing giant rat carries an unknown virus, with a chance to infect target organisms upon attack. Morale: 0, Luck: 0. Buck had not anticipated that training these beastly units would catalyze their growth. He mused about the possibilities of acquiring a dragon egg, and he nearly drooled at the thought. However, he quickly regained his composure, as even if he obtained a dragon egg, he would need to occupy a dragon's lair to train it. The nest contained 50 or 60 young rats, of which 18 were trained and matured under Buck's guidance, while the rest were captured. Buck instructed Ula to keep the 18 younglings, as today was already Sunday, and by tomorrow, they could acquire another 18 burrowing giant rats, making it worth Buck's while to spend half a day waiting. The remaining giant rats were slain by Ula and the others, then roasted into rat meat, which Buck found surprisingly delectable. Shortly after midnight, Buck received a notification, successfully taming the remaining young rats into giant rats, and then they set off towards the mine. With 36 giant rats acting as scouts, Buck and his companions faced significantly fewer troubles. The underground world was fraught with peril, inhabited by shadowy predators. In just one day, 12 of the 36 giant rats were lost, most of them consumed by lurking hunters. Among these predators were numerous cold-blooded creatures and even carnivorous plants, which the cave dwellers' infrared senses could not detect. However, the gains were quite substantial. Under the strategic allocation of tactical skills, and occasionally complemented by Buck's spells, they emerged victorious in several battles. Buck swiftly ascended in level once again. Your strategic level has risen to level 2. Your knowledge 1. Please select your enhancement ability. 1. Defense Art, Beginner. 2. Wisdom Art, Beginner. 3. War Maniac, unique ability of offensive art. 4. Training Expert, unique ability of counterattack. Remarkably, due to the acquisition of a spell book, the Wisdom Art, typically elusive to the knight profession, manifested during this upgrade. This was pivotal for mastering advanced combat magic, and without hesitation, Buck chose Wisdom Art. Thus, upon returning to Black Cliff City, he would be able to reap 3 third-level spells, which represented a qualitative leap compared to the previous 2 levels, an exhilarating prospect indeed. After approximately another day's journey, Yura led Buck to the end of a passage strewn with rubble, a remnant of the previously collapsed tunnel. According to Yura, the former Lord of Castro was not Dymark, but rather a minotaur, a belligerent creature intent on expanding his dungeon's territory into the realm of the Dawn Empire. Thus, he commanded his cave-dwelling subordinates to dig in that direction. After unearthing a stone mine, he purchased numerous cave-dweller slaves to accelerate the extraction process, both to expedite the tunnel's excavation and to amass funds. After all, stone mines held little value in the underground world. However, this particular mine's yield was substantial, and the Minotaur intentionally undervalued the stones, managing to sell a considerable amount. Yet, during the excavation, an unforeseen calamity struck, the death of numerous cave dwellers. And even the Minotaur Lord who ventured to investigate met his demise. The Deputy Lord promptly ordered the tunnel's collapse, and subsequently sold the dungeon to the Black Dragon Moises. As for Dymark, he was a fortunate soul who unearthed a vein of gold and presented it to Moises, hoping to lead an army, promising that any gold earned would be fully remitted. This promise swayed Moises, who took Dymark under his wing, allowing Quirin to modify him and entrusting the abandoned Castro to Dymark. As a modified cave dweller without any battle achievements, Dymark found it impossible to command the denizens of the dungeon, opting instead to recruit only cave dwellers. He leveraged Moises's reputation to conduct numerous profitable ventures and establish trade relations with several tribes in the swamps, amassing a fortune in gold. All of this gold was duly handed over to Moises, while he and the other cave dwellers subsisted on mushrooms. Even the golden adornment atop his head was a gift from Moises, which he melted down to forge an identical gilded headpiece, returning the surplus gold. Upon hearing Ura's account, Buck instructed his subordinate cave dwellers to commence excavation while he maintained a safe distance behind. Given that, according to Ura, the previous Minotaur Lord had also perished within, it was prudent to exercise caution. After all, to become a ruler of a dungeon faction, that Minotaur's combat level must have reached at least level 8, an undeniable force to be reckoned with. Chapter 24, The Constructs Within the Mine. The cave dwellers proved to be exceptional excavators, seemingly attuned to the very veins of the rock, effortlessly cleaving through the hard earth. In no time, heaps of debris accumulated on either side of the passage. After a couple of hours of diligent digging, Ura, working at the forefront, suddenly shouted, prompting all the cave dwellers to halt their activities. "My lord, we are close to breaking through." As a seasoned cave dweller, Ura's digging prowess was unparalleled. He discerned the impending collapse merely from the sound of the earth. "First, let us create a small opening. I shall send the tunnel rats to scout ahead." Faced with the unknown dangers, Buck wished to avoid recklessness. Following Buck's command, Ura carefully excavated a narrow passage just large enough for the cave dwellers to crawl through, allowing several tunnel rats to burrow inside. Half an hour passed, and the tunnel rats scurried about without incident. Buck nodded to Ura, who promptly signaled the cave dwellers to resume their rapid excavation. With a resounding crash, the sealed passage was fully breached. Ura had thoughtfully prepared a few torches, and several cave dwellers held them aloft as they ventured forward. Before long, Buck discovered a railway line, with a damaged mine cart at its terminus, piled high with white ore. "You have acquired 5 ore." It was evident that they had officially entered the stone mine, signifying their presence within the territory of the Dawn Empire. The tunnels of the dungeon were not excavated haphazardly. Cave dwellers, as favored children of the earth, possessed an innate ability to sense the ground's contours. To carve a path to the surface required precision and specific locations. Buck distributed the remaining tunnel rats to scout ahead while he cautiously followed Ura. According to Ura's assessment, given the current depth, they could reach the surface in approximately a day and a half, provided no unforeseen events occurred. Soon, they arrived deep within the mine, where Buck not only collected 43 ore, but also seized control of an abandoned mining camp, which would yield 2 ore daily. "A horde of stone golems has attacked you." At that moment, a combat alert sounded, and Buck lost contact with Tunnel Rat Shook 22. Stone golems. How could such entities appear here? Buck was taken aback, but did not hesitate. He immediately summoned all his forces for assistance. In short order, 20 cave dwellers armed with wooden spears stood before Buck. While the scattered tunnel rats returned from the various shafts, Buck turned toward the direction of the deceased Shook 22, and soon, several shadowy figures emerged from that area. Buck hurled a torch into the fray, illuminating the space to reveal 14 or 15 puppets fashioned from white stone advancing toward them. Stone golems, constructs created by the mages of the Spirit Empire, were a perfect amalgamation of intricate craftsmanship and sophisticated magic, faithful servants of the mages. However, these humanoid stone figures had become a rarity. The techniques of the Spirit Empire had endured, yet now, the Mage Alliance's factions studying constructs had modified these beings, enhancing their capabilities and potency. Faced with such lumbering puppets, Buck felt no trepidation. He initiated a slow start spell. This curse utilized the weight of the earth to bind its target, proving effective even against lifeless entities immune to most magic. The once sluggish stones, burdened by their own weight, now moved at an even more languid pace. Witnessing their target ensnared by Buck's spell, Uragawa let out a tremendous roar, rallying a band of cave dwellers to converge upon the scene. The burrowing giant rats were undeterred, charging in to gnaw furiously at the stone constructs. Despite their arduous efforts, Buck's cave dwellers and the giant rats managed to dismantle the stone puppets, reducing them to mere rubble. However, before Buck could exhale in relief, another notification appeared. Several Iron Men are attacking you. No sooner had Buck processed this than a cacophony of metallic clattering echoed from afar, as 5 gleaming constructs surged towards him and his companions. The Iron Man, an upgraded breed of the Stone Men, boasted significantly enhanced defenses and speed. As the Iron Men barreled toward him, Buck gritted his teeth and summoned the quicksand trap spell once more. The ground beneath the Iron Men began to soften rapidly, transforming into pliable sand. As they stepped onto it, they quickly sank, leaving only their iron heads protruding from the ground. With the Iron Men thus restrained, Buck felt a moment of respite. Had it not been for the knowledge gained from his recent upgrade, which granted him an additional 10 points of magic, he would have been unable to cast this level 2 spell requiring 8 points of magical energy after already exhausting his resources on previous spells. Buck instructed a cave dweller to advance and tentatively jab at the trapped Iron Men with his wooden spear, but the dweller's utmost efforts could barely leave a mark. This realization led Buck to abandon any thoughts of dispatching the Iron Men. With just a few stone and iron men, it was unlikely they could overcome the Minotaur Lord. There were surely more formidable foes lurking within. The dangers of proceeding any further were too great, prompting Buck to consider retreating to Castro, withdrawing sufficient gold from his panel, and then returning to Black Cliff City to exit through the portal in the Dawn Empire's territory. Enemy reinforcements have arrived. Just as Buck prepared to issue the order to withdraw, another notification appeared. What in the world? Before Buck could react, a dozen shadowy figures erupted from the mine tunnels. One shadow raced toward Shook 13, seizing him and lifting him into the air, while the others swiftly surrounded him, tearing him to shreds in an instant. The dark figures, with their demon-like heads, bat-like wings, and crimson eyes, were golems. These flying constructs were puppets created by the sorcerers of the Demon Spirit Empire, mimicking the demons themselves. Following the invasion a millennium ago, all sorcerers had abandoned the crafting of such beings. How could they possibly appear here now? Yet, there was no time to ponder such matters, as the golems flapped their wings and accelerated toward Buck. Thud! One golem's claw pierced through the chest of Prairie Head 8, who had bravely shielded Buck from the lethal strike directed at him. Buck was drenched in cold sweat, shocked by the sudden surge in the golem's speed, nearly caught off guard. Without a moment to spare, Buck drew out the VIP invitation card, ready to activate it with the last vestige of his magical energy. Just then, a green shadow shot from another tunnel, intercepting the golem that had attacked Buck and delivering a crushing blow that decapitated it. At last, I found you. A familiar voice reached Buck's ears, interrupting his attempt to activate the invitation card. Elise, what are you doing here? Buck exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he beheld the green-haired beauty before him. Let us deal with these troublesome creatures first, Elise replied without turning, forcefully pushing back another golem that had lunged at them, though she remained cautious not to stray too far from Buck's side. The golems seemed to recognize Buck as the primary target, their relentless assaults forcing Elise to stay close, as their speed, while not exceeding hers, was still formidable. We must retreat to a narrower space to restrict their speed, otherwise, I fear I won't be able to eliminate them while ensuring your safety. Elise, having endured several attacks, was growing impatient. Had it not been for Buck, she would have obliterated these wretched stones long ago. Slow them down. Buck immediately thought of the slow spell. He had 6 points of magic left, just enough to cast it once. However, the golems had already dispersed throughout the cavern above, making it difficult for Buck to encompass them all with his current level of the slow spell. Considering this, Buck opened his spellbook, searching for other spells that might prove useful. At that moment, one spell caught his eye, acceleration. Though its name suggested an increase in attack speed, its true effect was comprehensive, significantly enhancing both attack and movement speeds, an antithesis to the slow spell, a strategic magic of the Hero Lord game. Without hesitation, Buck expended all his remaining magical energy, summoning a fierce gust of wind that enveloped Elise entirely. Elise seemed to sense it. She turned to Buck, her expression curious. Just then, 2 golems charged from opposite directions. Boom, boom. Instantly, the 2 attacking golems were sent flying. Eliminate them, Buck urged, witnessing the pronounced effects of the acceleration spell while calling upon the other cave dwellers to protect him steadfastly. Elise, exhilarated, bounded into action, transforming into a green blur, weaving between the golems. In mere seconds, she dismantled the group, scattering them in disarray. You can use magic? Elise exclaimed, astonished as she positioned herself before Buck. There are still a few left. Help me take care of them. Buck pointed to the Iron Men ensnared in the quicksand trap. No problem. Elise approached the trapped Iron Men, revealing her sharp claws, which she used to swiftly rend the hard iron heads apart. You have achieved a resounding victory. You have gained a substantial amount of experience. Your strategic level has risen to level 3. Your defense is 1. Please select your enhancement ability. 1. Reconnaissance, beginner. 2. Logistics, beginner. 3. Learning ability, a unique ability of wisdom. 4. Vengeance Expert, a unique ability of counterattack. Having leveled up once more, Buck was presented with 2 new strategic skills along with 2 associated abilities. After a brief contemplation, he decisively chose Reconnaissance. Logistics could be deemed a divine skill. Augmenting marching speed. The beginner level would increase the overall marching speed by 10 while Buck led his troops, allowing them to cover an additional distance of 10 with the same energy expenditure. For a general leading troops into battle, the entire situation is nothing short of a divine gift. The capabilities of ambush, support, and enhanced marching speed can lead to misjudgments by the enemy and achieve unexpectedly effective results. However, for Buck, these skills are decidedly underwhelming. For this is not merely a game. Were it possible, Buck would never take such risks, personally leading his forces into combat. Would it not be more delightful to remain ensconced within a fortress of impregnable strength? The ability to learn is a unique branch of wisdom, akin to Buck's innate talents. One augments the experience gained, while the other enhances the resources acquired. Yet, as long as battles are not lacking, this ability holds no practical value. The Revenge Specialist is a distinctive ability of counterattack. When Buck's troops are assaulted, it amplifies his retaliatory damage. The more comrades fall, the greater his counterstrike becomes. Akin to a low-tier version of a divine retribution, though it merely increases Buck's physical damage, compelling him to charge into the fray, which could very well be a death sentence for him. Had it not been for the original profession of this incarnation being a knight, Buck would undoubtedly have chosen a magic-focused priest as his battle vocation. Conversely, the reconnaissance skill stands apart. The basic level of reconnaissance allows for the training of 1 thief each week, requiring no resources or specific locations. At the intermediate level, the training capacity escalates to 3. Also increasing Buck's encounters with unexpected events, such as being attacked by beasts or occasionally discovering coins. Although the chances are a mere 3%, surprises, after all, can be delightful or, conversely, the last straw that breaks the camel's back. The advanced reconnaissance skill raises the training number to 5, enhancing the probability of unforeseen encounters to 5%, and enabling Buck to remotely command his thieves and scouts to infiltrate hostile cities for sabotage, theft, or even assassination, while also establishing a counterintelligence network within his own city. Such a method of empowering his subordinates to undertake tasks is, without a doubt, Buck's preferred choice. Elise, you truly are my savior. How did you find your way here? Upon witnessing the battle's conclusion, Buck exhaled with relief and eagerly inquired. It was Lord Perry. While I was reporting your circumstances to him, he suddenly felt the divine will and instructed me to enter through the entrance of an abandoned mine near Yorktown and descend continuously, which would lead to your rescue. Upon returning to Yorktown, I learned of your disappearance, and your subjects were frantically excavating in that thieves' cave, claiming you had vanished from there. Fearing you had been captured by the ghosts haunting the mine. Once we unearthed the mine's entrance, I instructed them to guard it while I ventured inside, utilizing my bat transformation ability to navigate through the crevices until I encountered you. Divine will. It is said that Perry was elected pope because he could occasionally hear the voice of the god of dawn. Yet he mysteriously renounced this position a day before his ascension, disappearing from the public eye. This may very well be a reflection of Perry's combat characteristics. Buck mused, feeling a surge of excitement, while inwardly apologizing for having previously expressed reservations about Elise reporting his bone armor to Perry. Now, all he wished to convey was, well reported. Chapter 26, Return and Territorial Development. You mean to say you currently owe that black dragon 2,000 gold coins? And those cave dwellers extorted 1,000 from you? Upon learning of Buck's predicament, Elise's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, Buck nodded in resignation. Is there still money in your territory? I could make a trip to fetch it for you. You must repay it quickly, for I have no desire to face the black dragon. You would fetch it for me? You've only just arrived. Why not we simply return together? We still have 4 or 5 days. The path I traversed was filled with numerous small fissures, which I could only navigate by transforming into a bat. You would never be able to pass through. Before Buck could finish, Elise interrupted him. Small fissures, you say? Yura, is it possible to widen those gaps and carve a path? Buck immediately inquired. Yes, my lord. It is feasible. The fissures are the result of seismic activity, natural patterns in the earth, making excavation remarkably efficient. Yura promptly replied upon hearing Buck's question. Excellent. Then there is no issue. The Thieves' Cave is less than a day's journey from my territory. 4 days should suffice for us to dig our way back. Yura, first collapse the entrance we came through to prevent anything from escaping to Castro, then hasten to reach the surface. With Yura's confirmation, Buck promptly commanded. Stone golems, iron golems, and gargoyles are all ancient constructs. The current Mage Alliance has prohibited the creation of gargoyles and similar constructs, as they require demonic blood as a material. Due to the difficulty of acquisition, these constructs typically employ lesser demons, which possess a unique ability to siphon the target's magic, replenishing their master. This explains why the gargoyles prioritize Buck as their main target. Constructs like stone golems and iron golems have been further evolved into iron golems, steel golems, magnetic golems, and sandstone golems, making it rare for anyone to waste materials on creating such ordinary constructs. If Buck's conjecture holds true, There may lie a city from an ancient magical empire deep within this mine, and if he were to seize it, it would be tantamount to acquiring a city of the Tower, Academy, faction, enabling him to train troops of that faction. Imagining the formidable power of the Titans made Buck salivate, yet his current strength is insufficient. He must first seal it away. A cave dweller capable of communicating in a common tongue? It seems that your 1,000 gold coins may not be too steep a price, as it should effectively relay your commands and direct the clan of cave dwellers. Elise regarded Yura with intrigue. Cave dwellers are notoriously lazy, and without a common language. They might feign understanding even if they grasped your meaning. However, having a fellow kin to command them would undoubtedly enhance efficiency. 2 days later. My lord. The lord has returned. As Buck stepped into the thieves' cave, John approached with a throng of followers. All is well, John. You may return with your men and procure a few large wagons for me. Buck nodded at John, issuing his command. Wagons. Yes. Use the wagons to transport these new companions back, allowing them to establish a dwelling underground, supplying them with ample provisions. I will instruct them to excavate some tunnels within the territory. As Buck spoke, he gestured to the rear, where Yura emerged with a group of cave dwellers and tunnel giant rats. The emergence of the cave dwellers instilled a sense of trepidation among Buck's subjects. However, when they witnessed these creatures obediently heeding Buck's commands, their admiration for him soared anew, particularly among the untrained indigenous populace, whose loyalty significantly increased. Initially, Buck utilized his reconnaissance skills to train a rogue, followed by selecting 7 subjects, including the newly trained rogue, to become scouts. He divided these novice scouts into 2 teams, each led by Hosen and Bruz. One team commenced their exploration within the territory, particularly around the desolate marshlands, in search of peculiar structures or potential resources. Meanwhile, the other team, guided by Sim, ventured into the northern regions, aiming to persuade the war-displaced and marginalized elderly and infirm to seek refuge within his domain. Upon returning to his territory, Buck trained 22 farmers to bolster his finances, then eagerly accessed the territory construction page. After several days of accumulation and expenditure, Buck found himself in possession of 867 gold coins, 29 units of wood, and 59 units of ore. He promptly allocated 1,000 gold coins and 5 units of wood to construct a blacksmith shop, ensuring that the following day he could establish a barracks to train official swordsmen. As for the administrative hall that could enhance his gold income, Buck lamented his inability to construct it, as it remained in a gray, unbuildable state due to the insufficient level of his territory, an urgent reason for the expansion of his populace. Only upon reaching a population of 500 could his domain be elevated to the town level, allowing for the construction of an administrative hall that would provide 1,000 gold coins daily. Although Buck had been missing for several days, John continued to lead the search for him while also adhering to Buck's previous directives. He ensured that a sufficient number of individuals utilized the town stone and wood resources to erect a rudimentary barracks and stable. Furthermore, he delineated a plot of land outside the town with wooden fencing to serve as a training ground for cavalry, introducing a few old horses into the mix. Despite its simplicity, the presence of tangible structures allowed Buck's domain panel to be constructed. 3 days later, Buck successfully erected the barracks, stable, and training ground. These constructions depleted Buck's gold and wood reserves entirely, and had it not been for the discoveries made by Hosen's scouting team, which yielded 2 treasure chests, he might have found himself lacking in funds. Nonetheless, the investment proved worthwhile, as the barracks and training ground would enable the training of swordsmen and knights. Although there were currently no adults available for training within the territory, as those who could be trained had been converted to farmers for income, the training slots within the domain could accumulate. As long as there was wealth and manpower, training could commence at any time. Buck gazed at his attribute panel, nodding in satisfaction. Lord, Buckshort, hero. Strategic class, knight. Hero trait, resource acquisition increased by 25, rounded down. Increases by 5 with each level of strategic advancement. Strategic level, level 3. Strategic skill 1, counterattack, basic. Increases basic counterattack damage by 5. Strategic skill 2, offensive technique, basic. Increases melee damage by 5. Unique ability, tactical deployment. Strategic skill 3, wisdom technique, basic. Can learn level 3 magic. Strategic skill 4, reconnaissance, basic. Free training of 1 rogue per week. Level 1 magic, slow spell, earth vision, exorcism, attack acceleration, summonship. Level 2 magic, blindness, quicksand trap, disguise spell, lightning bolt. Strategic attributes, attack 2, defense 2, knowledge 2. Magic 3, morale 0, luck 0. Treasure, bone chest plate, magic 2. Territory, 1. Population, 304. First tier forces, farmers 22, militia captain 149, cave dwellers 19, burrowing giant rats 24. Second tier forces, scouts 18. Third tier forces, sentinel 1. Fourth tier forces, vampire prince 1. Resources, gold 27, crystal 3, stone 50, wood 5. Territory, Yorktown. Buildings, town hall 1. Farmer's Hovel 1, Blacksmith Shop 1, Barracks 1, Stable 1, Training Ground 1. Subjects, 304. Chapter 27, The Return to Blackrock City. Within a vast cavern to the north of Blackrock City, countless gold coins lay scattered haphazardly across the ground. Amidst this opulent display, a colossal black dragon languidly reclined, its sharp claws delicately prodding the coins before it, a look of rapture adorning its countenance. "What is it, Quirin?" Suddenly, the black dragon parted its jaws, a deep voice emanating from within. The dark elf Quirin, having appeared at its side, knelt on one knee, her expression grave. "My lord, I have meticulously examined everything and conducted countless experiments. The Magic Tower's alarm system is functioning flawlessly. It must be that someone has tampered with the magic vortex to extract a negligible amount of power, thus evading detection. Are you implying that someone has manipulated the alarm system of the Wizard's Tower that you painstakingly upgraded, merely to siphon off magic undetectable by our systems?" Quirin nodded solemnly. Perhaps it was a test, that Baron Buck was merely a pawn in the scheme. "It seems quite severe," the dragon mused. "Do you share my concern, Quirin? If this is true, that young noble may not return. Should I send someone to the surface to capture him for interrogation?" Upon hearing the black dragon's words, Quirin raised her gaze. The latest intelligence system of the Wizard's Tower was something she had painstakingly persuaded Moises to upgrade, expending considerable gold, an investment dear to Moises' heart. "I am not referring to the Wizard's Tower. Quirin, let me ask you, how long can the defensive system you constructed withstand my dragon's breath?" The black dragon Moises inquired earnestly. "Approximately 10 minutes, my lord," she replied. As the acknowledged mightiest of dragons, the power of black dragon Moises Gutherus was indisputable. "As long as I am here, Blackrock City is impenetrable. Even if it were to be destroyed, it could be swiftly rebuilt. My reason for having you construct the Wizard's Tower's defensive system was that you informed me of certain additional functions that could yield profits, and indeed, these functions have brought me considerable gold, which is why I have never criticized you." However, Moises' tone suddenly turned grave. "I have just discovered something exceedingly serious." Upon hearing Moises' words, Quirin's expression grew stern. The invincible lord of the Black Dragon had always looked down upon the mortal realm, and to hear him utter the word serious was alarming. "Quirin, have I ever paid you a salary?" Moises abruptly asked. "I do not require a salary, my lord. Ever since you rescued me from those self-righteous forest elves 40 years ago, I vowed that all I am belongs to you," Quirin replied earnestly. "What would a sorcerer of your caliber earn in other cities? I am not entirely certain, but to enlist the services of a mage of my caliber, one must provide ample resources and materials for their training and research, which would inevitably incur an expenditure of no less than 100,000 gold coins annually." After a moment of contemplation, Quirin replied, "By the goddess of wealth, does that mean my previous punishment had no effect whatsoever? I have not disbursed any wages to you, which implies I cannot save tens of thousands of gold coins each month. Does that not equate to a loss of over 10,000 gold coins?" Moises exclaimed, his anguished roar reverberating throughout the cavern. Upon hearing Moises' words, Quirin despondently covered her face. She should have anticipated that, in Moises' mind, the only grave concern was gold. The absence of earnings was tantamount to a deficit, and at times, Quirin mused whether a goblin's soul resided within Moises' being. "My lord, Baron Buck has arrived. Allow me to personally attend to him. I assure you, I will ensure he spends generously here, compensating for some of your losses," Quirin suddenly declared, seemingly sensing an opportunity. Confident in her magical tower's alarm system, she had tampered with Baron Buck's premium card, detecting his arrival the moment he teleported. "Do not disrupt my protocols." Moises felt slightly reassured at the prospect of recovering some losses and issued a command before closing his eyes, burying his head amidst the gold coins. For only gold could assuage the pain within his heart. "Rest assured, my lord." Quirin bowed, then touched her face, casting a disguise spell that transformed her from a dark elf clad in a mage's robe into a stunning Medusa, her lower half adorned with golden-scaled serpentine tails. Upon confirming that the alarm had indeed been triggered, Quirin scrutinized all the images captured by the evil eye monitor concerning Buck, noting that his gaze lingered on the two Medusas for an additional 2 seconds when he encountered the group of greeters. 7 days had elapsed since attending to matters of the territory, and Baron Buck, now carrying over 7,000 gold notes left behind at the lord's residence, activated the invitation card in his possession once again, which had been discovered among the Bari's family's belongings. The scenery before him shifted instantaneously, and before Buck could fully acclimate, a series of chimes filled the air. "Esteemed guest, do you require a guide?" A voice as sweet as honey reached Buck's ears. Raising his eyes, he beheld a golden Medusa gazing at him with eager anticipation, her serpentine locks shimmering as they smiled. "No, thank you," Buck promptly replied, shaking his head and turning to depart. Such a guide charged 1 gold coin per inquiry, a luxury Buck could ill afford. He feared that a moment's inattention could result in the loss of several coins. "I am quite inexpensive, and I am most familiar with Blackcliff City, which can save you considerable time and effort. Just ask them." The golden Medusa, noticing Buck's intent to leave, swiftly coiled her tail to block his path. gesturing towards a group of harpies and medusas awaiting guests. As she pointed, the others nodded eagerly. After all, a golden-scaled medusa bore the emblem of royal lineage. And though the reason for her presence as a greeter remained a mystery, she was not to be trifled with. Inexpensive, you say? Buck queried. How much for a single question? I can provide answers free of charge, the golden medusa assured him. Then allow me to inquire where I might sell items. And where the slave market is located. Upon hearing free, Buck's fatigue dissipated. After all, who could resist a good deal? For selling items, there are 3 locations in Black Cliff City. But the most authoritative is the Black Cliff Auction House in the city center, which holds auctions every 3 months and also engages in the buying and selling of items on regular days. As for slaves, they can be found at the slave market in the southern part of the city, boasting the largest collection on the continent, featuring slaves of all races. However, it is a matter of luck, as some races are highly sought after and may be reserved before even reaching the market, the golden medusa explained thoughtfully. Thank you. I am done here. Farewell. Having gleaned valuable information without cost, Buck promptly turned to leave, as he still had debts to settle at the Mage Tower. Observing Buck's departure, the golden medusa was momentarily taken aback before her expression darkened. As Moises's chief mage, she had devised numerous magical projects to generate gold. Yet she had just let someone acquire answers to 2 gold coin questions without charge. The auction house and slave market, is it? Just you wait, she said, vanishing from the summoning altar in an instant. The Minotaur guards at the summoning gate and the various receptionists exchanged silent glances. Fully aware of who could use teleportation in Black Cliff City, they silently mourned for Buck. Chapter 28, The Slave Market. Upon exiting the summoning gate, Buck's primary destination was the Mage Tower. Aside from repaying his debts, he anticipated the delightful surprise of acquiring 3rd-level magic free of charge. Soon, Buck arrived at the Mage Tower of Black Cliff City. Would you like to use the mana vortex? Just as he crossed the threshold, a prompt appeared, to which Buck promptly declined. He then produced the prepared 2,000 gold coin note and handed it to Quirin, who approached him. Quirin, her face clouded with discontent, accepted the gold note and, after confirming its authenticity, departed without a backward glance, leaving Buck bewildered. How curious to be greeted with such displeasure while offering gold. He muttered under his breath as he exited the Mage Tower, excitement bubbling within him as he opened the spellbook. Teleportation, Herculean Shield, Catastrophe. 1 water spell, 1 earth spell, and 1 fire spell. Particularly noteworthy was the teleportation spell, commonly referred to as blink. However, it was superior to mere blink, as it allowed the movement of oneself along with their troops. Unlike the 5th-level spell, Dimensional Gate, which could transport multiple units, teleportation was limited to a single target and required a rather extravagant mana cost, 15 points, which would deplete Buck's current reserve of 20 points with just 1 use. Moreover, the range of teleportation was rather limited and affected by the target size, yet its potency could not be denied. The Herculean Shield could summon a transparent force field wall within the caster's line of sight, hindering any forward movement, with its strength correlated to battle attributes and magical power. Most importantly, it was transparent, making it an ideal choice for ambushes on the battlefield. Lastly, Catastrophe was a curse that diminished the luck of the target being obstructed. After all, when one is down on their luck, even water can get stuck in their teeth. All 3 spells were commendable, and Buck found himself eagerly anticipating his next visit for a chance to acquire 4th-level magic with his intermediate wisdom spell. If he could manage to obtain the time-space gate, it would be nothing short of legendary. After selling the deed at the auction house for 8,000 gold coins and reluctantly paying an 800 gold coin tax, Buck made his way to the slave market located in the southern part of the city. Compared to other areas, this place was notably more vibrant, with many individuals donning a variety of cloaks. Esteemed guest, would you care to acquire a magical cloak imbued with an enchantment that wards off detection magic, effectively concealing your identity? As Buck stepped inside, a diminutive, cerulean-hued fairy approached him. This petite creature, transformed by the mages of the Spirit Empire using garden fairies and goblins, typically served mundane tasks such as cleaning and cooking. However, when the need arose for combat, these fairies would wield their morning stars with unwavering loyalty to their masters. Following the collapse of the Spirit Empire, these fairies had proliferated, possessing goblin lineage that rendered them more trainable and astute than their garden cousins, particularly excelling in commerce and mechanics, thus often becoming assistants to mages. Thank you, but I must decline. Although Black Cliff City is undoubtedly safe, no one wishes to attract undue attention after purchasing treasures, leading a throng to their lair. Nevertheless, I am here to procure a butler and a few maids, so such concerns do not trouble me. Dear guest, I implore you to reconsider. I possess reliable information that today there is a trade of pure-blooded elves in the market. The fairy exclaimed, her tone laced with malicious glee. Creatures like them, descendants of the Spirit Empire's mages with elven blood, were despised by the elven race. The entire evergreen forest and the surrounding realms, which relied on elves, prohibited the entry of such hybrid beings. Rumor had it that an assassination squad of pure-blooded elves hunted down any creature possessing elven ancestry. Fairies were among those targeted. Were it not for the protection of the Mage Alliance, they might have faced total annihilation. Pure-blooded elves. Buck's heart remained unperturbed upon hearing this. The notion of those who, apart from their countenance, were utterly lacking and possessed a figure akin to a washboard, brimming with unwarranted pride, had no place in Buck's collection, or rather, in his selection of a butler. Shaking his head, he rejected the fairy's offer. The cloak's inflated price far exceeded its worth, and he would not play the fool. Seeing that Buck was not interested, the fairy promptly departed, seeking out another human who had not concealed their identity. Buck then ventured into the market. Contrary to his expectations of chaos, the slave market in Black Cliff City was orderly, featuring numerous storefronts devoid of any signage, their doors ajar, intermittently revealing individuals of various races emerging from within. Choosing a shop at random, Buck entered, where a middle-aged human promptly approached him. "What can I assist you with?" "Esteemed guest, we have a comprehensive selection, with various subhumans available, and we also accept pre-orders." "Is that so? Where are the humans?" Buck surveyed the modest space, which measured merely a dozen square meters, containing only a few tables and chairs for receiving clients. "Ah, this is your first visit to the Black Cliff City slave market. I presume. To arrive here, one must either traverse the land, or possess an invitation card, or use a teleportation array. The invitation card summons only individuals, while the teleportation fees are exorbitant. Apart from particularly valuable goods, nothing else is transported here," the middle-aged man elaborated slowly. "Unless you place a custom order. Typical slave transactions are completed here, and we will personally deliver the goods to your specified location, as our Truth Merchants Guild has branches throughout the continent." The Truth Merchants Guild? Buck was taken aback by this revelation. The guild was one of the largest trading organizations in the realm, backed by the Mage Alliance. Indeed, not only does our Truth Merchants Guild operate here, but the Purple Gold Merchants Guild and the Golden Merchants Guild also have branches established. "Surely, you do not believe that just any guild could qualify for a storefront in Black Cliff City?" The middle-aged man puffed his chest with pride. "Yet, why do you not display a sign? That should attract many clients," Buck inquired, puzzled. As one of the largest guilds in the realm, a sign would undoubtedly draw a constant stream of customers. Not only is there no sign, but if you return tomorrow, you may find yourself attended to by another guild. For while the institution of slavery is legal in most nations, no one wishes for their kin to be seized and sold into bondage. You may have heard that an elf is soon to be sold here. If we openly advertised, do you think that the elves would stand idly by?" The middle-aged man swiftly explained. Buck nodded in understanding. The elven race wielded considerable influence, and any entity daring to capture their kin for slavery would invite severe retribution. These large guilds typically maintained trading relations with the elves, ensuring that even if they captured an elf, their identities would remain concealed. However, Buck had his own purpose for being here. "There is no need for a custom order, but I require a human slave capable of fulfilling the role of a butler. Do you have anyone suitable?" Buck pondered before speaking. "Ah, a butler, you say?" Upon hearing Buck's request, the middle-aged man produced a list and began to peruse it swiftly, inquiring, "Do you have any preferences regarding gender or age?" "Either is acceptable, provided they possess extensive experience as a butler and are in good health," Buck promptly replied. "In that case, I have 3 candidates that meet your criteria. 1. Bazel, 42 years old, son of the butler of the Purple Gold Duke's court. He began learning butler skills at the age of 7. His price is 3,000 gold coins, and he is currently located in the Thousand Islands archipelago. 2. Mara, 35 years old, previously the butler of Count Hiram Hopus of the Dawn Empire. He was sold to us after being caught seducing the Count's daughter. He has 20 years of butler experience, priced at 2,000 gold coins, currently in Copenhagen, the southernmost city of the Dawn Empire. 3. Horn, 49 years old, the butler of Baron Buck Shaon of the Dawn Empire, with 30 years of butler experience." Who? Upon hearing this name, Buck thought he had misheard and inquired again. "Baron Buck Shaon. The name should be somewhat familiar to you, esteemed guest. The affable Buck has recently become a topic of discussion within the circles of nobility, having exchanged his territory adjacent to the royal city for a desolate region near the northeastern swamps. The reason this fool managed to maintain a foothold in his territory was largely due to the efforts of this butler, Horn. Indeed, I am well acquainted with him. But how did his butler come to be your slave?" Buck's voice grew tense, his teeth clenched as he spoke slowly. "Guests should take heed. This butler, Horn, is a cultist who was nearly beaten to death by Archbishop Perry in the city of Giant Peak. Fortuitously escaping, he was subsequently picked up by the Merchant Guild. Although his magical abilities have been sealed by the guild's esteemed mages, he still poses a certain degree of danger, hence his low price of merely 500 gold coins. Should guests wish to acquire him at such a bargain, they must not hold us accountable for any prior warnings." The middle-aged man perused the documents further, stating, "These individuals possess over 20 years of experience as butlers, thus their higher prices. There are others with 5 to 10 years of experience, and their prices vary accordingly. For instance, this Mary Suya, despite having only 5 years of experience, is a hybrid of a catgirl and a human, adorned with feline ears and a tail. and her striking appearance commands a price of 8,000 gold coins. And this one, the man began to introduce another, but Buck raised a hand to halt him, inquiring. However, when were these records compiled? Could they be outdated? After all, your guild surely has more slaves for sale beyond this location. Might they have already been purchased? Rest assured, esteemed guest, the reason Black Cliff City has become the largest trading black market in this realm is due to its formidable summoning capabilities. It can be said that individuals from all corners of the world respond to the call of the summoning gates and appear in Black Cliff City. Information is the most costly yet inexpensive commodity in this world, possessing a time-sensitive nature, but the existence of Black Cliff City has inflated the price of information significantly. The Thieves Guild has profited immensely from this, and our various merchant guilds have also greatly benefited. The records of these slaves are updated every 3 days, and within that time frame, they will not be sold, so you can be entirely at ease. Excellent. How shall I proceed with the acquisition of this slave? Buck nodded in satisfaction and inquired. Guests are required to pay the full amount here and provide an address, and our guild will ensure his safe delivery. Should any issues arise during transit, the guild will provide full compensation, the middle-aged man replied slowly. Very well. Deliver him to Yorktown in the southwest of the empire. How long will it take? Yorktown? The only town within the generous Buck territory? Buck gritted his teeth as he spoke. There? Aye. The middle-aged man's words faltered as he noticed Buck's displeased countenance. Realizing the implications, he immediately bowed and apologized. You are Baron Buck, I presume? I sincerely apologize for my earlier remarks. As the representative of the Truth Guild, one of the largest merchant guilds in the world, the middle-aged man had no reason to fear Buck, a mere baron. Yet, as a businessman, he felt compelled to extend his apology sincerely. I accept your apology and am grateful to the Truth Guild for assisting me in locating my lost butler, Buck stated as he produced a 500 gold coin note from his pocket. Extending it forward. How long will it take to transport him from Giant Peak to my location? I can relay the message today. It should take about a week. The guild will organize a caravan to go there, which will also engage in trade with your lordship's territory. I imagine you will need many supplies for your newly acquired lands, and this will serve as an apology for my earlier offense, the middle-aged man replied, once more expressing his regret. By the way, you have a dedicated slave-capturing team, correct? I have heard that the north is currently under attack by barbarian forces, and Giant Peak is surrounded. Rest assured, Baron, we have our own means, the middle-aged man responded, thinking Buck was concerned about the butler's delivery. I certainly trust the Truth Guild's capabilities. What I meant to convey is that this war must have displaced many elderly, infirm, and weak individuals, forcing them to leave their homes and become refugees. My territory requires an influx of population. Could you assist in bringing some of them along during the delivery? I can offer 1 gold coin per 10 individuals. Upon hearing Buck's proposition, the middle-aged man scrutinized him seriously, discerning that he was not jesting. His mind raced. Those elderly and weak individuals were often despised by any lord, yet Buck sought to take them in. The notion of sacrifice flickered in the middle-aged man's thoughts. However, he had no intention of meddling. Instead, he surmised this information could be quite valuable. He smiled and nodded, saying, that is quite feasible. The price will be as you specified, merely a small effort. Additionally, I require young and able-bodied slaves, both male and female, at least 200 individuals. What would that cost? Buck continued. A young and able-bodied slave costs 10 gold coins. We can gather 200 individuals in 3 days, at most 10 days, and your goods will be delivered. My lord, the middle-aged man replied without hesitation. These young slaves are indeed a hard currency. Our guild has ample supply in various slave camps. Excellent. Let us proceed with the transaction. Buck produced a 2,000 gold coin note and handed it over. May the transaction be fruitful, the middle-aged man replied, beaming as he accepted the note. Chapter 30, A Sudden Change. While Buck was engaged in discussions with the representative of the Truth Guild, within a large room at the far end of the slave market, a gathering of individuals clad in magical cloaks began to assemble around a small platform at the rear of the chamber. The room had amassed approximately 50 to 60 people, yet it remained eerily silent, with not a single sound escaping the gathered crowd. Before long, the door to the room was shut, and a figure adorned with a pale mask appeared on the platform, accompanied by a young elven girl whose hands and feet were shackled with iron chains. The girl appeared to be no older than 12 or 13, her beautiful silver hair cascading freely, and her youthful visage was imbued with stubborn defiance. She had come to understand her fate, but refused to yield, glaring fiercely at the cloaked figures below. Without uttering a word, the masked host made a gesture to signal the commencement of the proceedings, prompting the attendees to raise their hands and begin bidding. All present were well aware of the rules. There was no probing or time wasting. In mere minutes, the price soared to over 200,000 gold coins. As it became evident that no one possessed the means to compete, several bidders began to withdraw, realizing that acquiring a pure-blooded elf was fraught with risk. Remaining in the room could potentially lead to trouble, and it would be wiser to leave sooner rather than later. As time progressed, only 7 or 8 individuals remained in the room. Soon, the outcome was revealed. A tall figure on the far left secured ownership of the elven girl for the exorbitant sum of 400,000 gold coins. The host was equally exhilarated. Such a high price would yield him a substantial reward. Furthermore, all participants had their assets verified, ensuring that no fraudulent activities could occur, and none would dare to engage in such actions in Blackcliff City, unless they were seeking a fiery demise. The mysterious individual who had acquired the elven girl slowly stepped forward, retrieving an item from his cloak. The masked host leaned in for a better view, momentarily taken aback. For the object revealed was neither a gold note nor a precious gem, but rather 2 gray seeds. At that moment, another individual within the room abruptly extended a hand toward the person holding the seeds, a vibrant green light emanating from their palm. Suddenly, the 2 seeds began to grow rapidly, transforming into 2 curved wooden blades. The instant the blades took form, the seed holder grasped the hilt tightly. Twirling the twin weapons with a grace akin to a dance, the wooden edges swiftly slicing through the neck of the masked figure and the chains binding the elven maiden. It was a unique combat technique of the wind dancers of the elven race. The sound of skin tearing and the clash of metal resonated simultaneously. The masked figure found his head severed, yet the chains around the elven maiden bore not a single mark. "Curse it, the mithril chains," muttered the wielder of the dual blades, before unhesitatingly leaping onto the stage to lift the elven maiden, making a dash for the exit. "Seymour, is that you?" exclaimed the elven maiden, feeling the strength of the arms that held her. "It is I, your highness. You should not have ventured out of the evergreen forest alone." Seymour replied with a sigh, yet his feet did not falter as he sprinted toward the exit of the slave market. The slave market was situated at the southernmost part of Blackrock City, and if they could breach the southern gate, they would be able to utilize a teleportation scroll to escape, as the entire city was surrounded by a barrier, accessible only through the magic tower. However, barely a few steps into their escape, a piercing shriek echoed from above, revealing a snow-white harpy swooping down towards Seymour with ferocious intent. In that instant, a sharp arrow shot forth, striking the harpy squarely in its towering chest and sending it hurtling away. From the earlier room, an individual wielding a wooden staff and another with a wooden bow burst forth. The sudden outbreak of battle sent the entire slave market into disarray, with those present hastily fleeing toward the market's exit. Meanwhile, more harpies descended from the sky, targeting the trio, as the archer swiftly unleashed arrows from his bow. Although each arrow felled a harpy, the relentless onslaught of their numbers rendered his efforts futile. At that moment, the spellcaster wielding the wooden staff completed his incantation, summoning a tempest that scattered the airborne harpies in disarray. "Who dares to wreak havoc in my domain?" roared a voice that reverberated in everyone's ears, as a colossal black dragon emerged from the cavern on the northern cliff of Blackrock City, charging toward them. The spellcaster, unveiling his true identity, revealed himself to be a tall elf, his expression grave as he beheld the approaching black dragon. Producing a vial from his cloak, he consumed its contents. Witnessing his visage age rapidly, a phenomenon nearly impossible for an elf, was overshadowed by the surge of immense magical power that followed. Boundless magical energy erupted from Aramil's being as he roared, producing a sound akin to the black dragon's thunderous growl, and astonishingly transformed into a magnificent green dragon. Soaring toward the black dragon, Moises. "Moises, how dare you trade pure-blooded elves in Blackrock City? Do you seek war with our kin?" Aramil, now a green dragon, bellowed as he clashed with Moises. "A druid transformed by forbidden potions dares to threaten me? Even that little rascal Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter dares speak so boldly to me. War? Ask your empress if she would dare," Moises retorted disdainfully, narrowly evading Aramil's breath attack with a swift dive before retaliating with a powerful tail swipe that sent the green dragon flying. Yet, Aramil quickly regained his composure and re-engaged, entangling himself with Moises, his mission to delay the black dragon and provide his companions a chance to escape. After all, when they received word to come to Blackrock City, the princess was already on the verge of being sold, leaving no time to summon reinforcements from their kin. Should they enter the magic tower of Blackrock City, they would be utterly powerless. Furthermore, the city's teleportation portal connected to the entire underground world, with no one knowing where the princess might be sold. Thus, they had no choice but to act. At that moment, Buck had just exited the chamber of the Truth Guild when he witnessed the chaos unfolding. He turned to re-enter the room, only to find the door behind him slamming shut with a resounding bang. "Damn it," Buck cursed under his breath, spinning to leave. When the door swung open once more, and a plain cloak was thrust toward him, instinctively, he caught the cloak, and the door sealed shut again. "I thank your ancestors 8 generations back," Buck exclaimed, draping the cloak over himself as he hastily departed. Chapter 31. Don't come any closer. However, the throng of fleeing individuals was overwhelming, and Buck was swept southward by the crowd, drawn to the proximity of the southern gate of Blackrock City, where minotaurs stood as the backbone of the underground city, their robust muscles and sharp axes providing a sense of security. The response from Blackrock City was swift. Not only had the harpies arrived, but a battalion of minotaurs was also charging forth with their heavy hooves. The guards at the entrance of the slave market, adjacent to the southern gate, were the first to notice the turmoil. Yet, even these stalwarts of the underground world were no match for Seymour's keen edge. He set the elven maiden down and faced the charging Minotaur guards, an unseen force swirling around him. As the Minotaur warriors swung their massive axes, Seymour danced like a leaf in a tempest, deftly evading every strike, while his blade effortlessly cut through their throats. Within mere breaths, the dozen Minotaur warriors, the very backbone of the Undercity, lay defeated at his feet. A crowd, dumbfounded by the sight of the fallen Minotaurs, surged toward the city's exit. Oblivious to how many elves had arrived, or whether a war had been declared against Blackrock City, fearing the consequences within its walls. Meanwhile, Seymour scooped up the elven maiden and sprinted toward the city gate. Do you believe you can escape? Suddenly, an individual appeared, blocking Seymour's path. It was Kaline. She had opted to teleport, yet was met with a wooden blade. As she prepared to cast a spell in response to the incoming strike, she realized the magical elements around her were in disarray, impossible to control. Anti-magic sphere. No, it's an anti-magic cloak. Kaline gasped, narrowly dodging Seymour's attack. But she also discerned the underlying truth. As a dark elf pursued for years by the elves of the Evergreen Forest, Kaline understood that some elves devoted their lives to mastering a martial art known as sword dance, characterized by evasion and swift strikes rather than resistance or brute force. Those who mastered the sword dance were referred to as sword dancers. After rigorous training in this art, some elven warriors could harness a dance technique that inflicted damage upon all nearby foes. Their agility and coordination in battle are remarkably refined, enabling them to strike at all nearby foes without trepidation, a singular embodiment known as the battle dancer. Yet, transcending the prowess of the battle dancer is a being recognized by the element of wind as the most formidable swordsman. Under the aegis of the wind element, their movements flow as gracefully as feathers in the breeze, and their attacks strike with the swiftness and sharpness of leaves caught in a whirlwind, with few surviving their lethal blades. However, the wind dancer ultimately relies on the wind element support. Should the adversary possess a magic nullification sphere, their speed would be severely hampered, necessitating the use of a magic dampening cloak. The magic dampening cloak, akin to the nullification sphere, influences the surrounding magical elements. Yet unlike the sphere, which completely disrupts the ability to cast spells, the cloak merely hinders the gathering of spells of level 3 and above, allowing the use of lower-tier spells. Which is why the wind dancer can still harness the wind element's power. Upon contemplating this, Cheelin felt a wave of relief wash over her as low-level auxiliary spells were effortlessly bestowed upon her. With a deft motion, a pair of daggers materialized in her hands, expertly parrying the oncoming attacks. It is worth noting that prior to the manifestation of her magical abilities, she had undergone rigorous training, once earning the title of the Bloody Sorceress, an elite warrior of the Dark Elf Battalion. Observing her opponent skillfully wielding daggers to deflect his strikes, Seymour realized he could not subdue her in the immediate future. Turning back, he noted that Aramil, transformed into a green dragon, was gravely wounded, while Quince was surrounded by a throng of harpies, and he found himself thwarted by this contemptible dark elf. The city gates loomed close yet felt insurmountable. As his gaze swept over the gates, a flicker of hope ignited within him upon spotting a human amidst those fleeing, cloaked in a nondescript mantle. Their unmistakable life force caught Seymour's attention. While humans were inherently untrustworthy, this one had not concealed their aura, making them easier to locate. After all, within the crowd, members of the Thieves Guild would not squander such a lucrative opportunity. With this thought, Seymour launched a sudden offensive. Just as Cheelin was overwhelmed, Seymour retreated sharply to the side of the elven maiden, thrusting a scroll into her embrace before hurling her towards where Buck stood. Human, take this elf out of the city and activate the scroll she carries, and you shall earn the friendship of the elven kin. As the elven maiden flew through the air, Buck's surrounding allies scattered in alarm. Buck, startled, quickly assessed his surroundings, realizing the call was directed at him, as others could not be discerned by their race, while he merely wore an ordinary concealing cloak. Do not come near me. Buck instinctively reached out, and a transparent force field manifested just before him. Thud! The airborne elven maiden collided with something and rebounded to the ground, momentarily halting everyone's actions. You filthy human! How dare you! Seymour's eyes blazed with fury upon seeing the elven maiden halted by the force field, abandoning his pursuit of Cheelin to charge at her. Boom! A bolt of lightning materialized out of thin air, striking Seymour directly. How could he be felled by lightning? Seymour crashed to the ground in disbelief, astonished by Buck's spell, as its destructive power exceeded all expectations, leaving him grievously wounded. Buck, momentarily taken aback, realized that while it was a second-tier spell, the enhancement from his 3 points of magical power meant that even a fully grown unicorn would be severely injured by such a strike. Yet the elf had not been killed. Surely, this elf had reached an elite status. Nonetheless, having acted, Buck felt no regret. The moment he activated the Shield of Hercules, he received a prompt indicating his involvement in the battle, allowing him to choose which side to support. Such a decision required little contemplation. It was evident that only a fool would confront an enraged black dragon in Black Cliff City. Moreover, Buck was distinctly averse to the elf's presumptuousness, and thus, when confronted with her threat, he unhesitatingly expended his magical energy to unleash a thunderbolt. Chapter 32, The Magic Dampening Cloak. The battle concluded swiftly as the druid Aramiel, transformed into a dragon, was reduced to ashes beneath the black dragon's breath. The archer Quince was torn to shreds by a swarm of harpies, and Seymour met his demise at Cheelan's merciless hand. Thank you for your choice. You shall earn the friendship of Black Cliff City. Cheelan instructed her companions to escort the despairing elven maiden away before approaching Buck, casting him a knowing glance as she spoke slowly. She had recognized Buck's identity. As an accomplished mage, the potency of Buck's lightning spell had surpassed all expectations, particularly given his woefully faint magical aura. Such a phenomenon could only arise from one of two possibilities. Either Buck's magical prowess exceeded her own, or he possessed an extraordinarily powerful artifact. Regardless of the truth, neither scenario aligned with the status of a fallen noble, which further fueled Cheelan's suspicions that Buck was responsible for the alarm at the magic tower. However, in the absence of concrete evidence, she could not act against Buck, for the black dragon Moises cared little for her magic tower. He was concerned only with the profits it yielded. Buck's actions had already garnered him the friendship of Black Cliff City, and should she openly assault him, her own reputation would be jeopardized, a consequence Moises would never permit. Your faction's reputation with Black Cliff City has reached respect, as Cheelan expressed her gratitude. Buck discovered his previously amicable standing with Black Cliff City had surged to a level of respect, a status that typically required a substantial expenditure of gold to achieve, saving him a considerable sum. Furthermore, this newfound reputation now permitted Buck to procure items from allied towns, including wartime apparatus from the blacksmith shop, exchanging various resources at the high market within allied territories, and accessing treasure shops exclusive to the dungeon and tower factions. Yet, the priority lay in selecting his battle skills. Though Buck had merely played a supporting role in the recent skirmish, he had faced 3 elite-level elves, and the experience gained from their victory had elevated him once more. Your strategic level has risen to level 4. Your knowledge has increased by 1. Please select your enhancement ability. 1. Scout, Intermediate. 2. Magic Power, Beginner. 3. Stealth Hunter, ability unique to Scout. 4. War Maniac, ability unique to Offense. The newly offered battle skill, Magic Power, promises to amplify the lethality of his spells, an undeniably straightforward yet potent enhancement. However, with only 4 slots remaining for battle skills, Buck felt compelled to make a difficult choice. The War Maniac possesses the ability to augment the foundational damage dealt by the troops under Buck's command, while the Stealth Hunter can cloak the information regarding his forces, thus confounding enemy spies with erroneous intelligence. However, as Buck's army has yet to fully materialize, he deemed these enhancements unnecessary for the moment and opted instead to upgrade his reconnaissance skills. After finalizing the upgrade, Buck refrained from speaking and instead approached the lifeless body of Seymour, stripping off his cloak and donning it himself. Colin observed this and contemplated intervening, but ultimately restrained herself. Seymour's cloak was evidently custom-made, not only providing the effects of an anti-magic cloak, but also inhibiting detection by others. At this juncture, Buck's foremost priority was to conceal his identity. Any issues arising in the immediate future would undoubtedly cast doubt on the safety of Black Cliff City. You have acquired the treasure, Anti-Magic Cloak, Enhanced. Anti-Magic Cloak prevents the use of magic above level 3, including level 3, within a certain radius. Enhanced effect blocks detection magic. Buck draped the anti-magic cloak over his ordinary one, sighing in relief. His previous cloak had undoubtedly revealed his human identity, and he was uncertain if other magical means could discern his visage. Seymour, audacious enough to infiltrate Black Cliff City to rescue someone, had clearly possessed an item that obstructed detection magic, and it turned out to be a treasure, a significant windfall for Buck. Upon seeing Buck adorned in the cloak, Colin waved her hand, conjuring multiple illusions of Buck in the cloak surrounding him, quickly creating dozens of replicas. The second-level magic, Phantom Clone, could produce ethereal duplicates. Buck instantly comprehended Quillen's intent. She evidently wished to ensure his safety in the short term. He began to sprint toward the city, with a throng of illusions trailing behind. Upon reaching a fork, they swiftly dispersed, while those who dared to follow hesitated, deterred by Quillen's vigilant gaze. After meandering through the city several times, Buck finally made his way toward the magic tower. Today's mission had been accomplished, and it was time to return. Soon, Buck arrived at the magic tower, where Colin awaited him. Lord Moises greatly appreciates your choice, hence he has decided to provide you with a new invitation card. As Buck entered, Colin presented him with a more exquisite invitation card. What is the purpose of this card? A greater discount? Buck inquired, offering back the previous VIP card he held. Do not presume to gain an advantage from a black dragon, human. This invitation card can be used within the magical barrier, forcibly responding to summons. However, it grants only 3 opportunities before it becomes an ordinary invitation card. Upon hearing the explanation, Buck understood this was a precautionary measure. as they feared his allegiance would lead to him being eliminated by the elven race. An ordinary invitation card would become useless once severed from the magical barrier-esque connection to the summoning gate, while this one afforded him 3 chances to be forcibly summoned. It was akin to the elven teleportation scroll, which could not be utilized in Black Cliff City due to its magical barrier. This was indeed a life-saving item, and Buck promptly tucked it away. Please teleport me to Castro. Certainly, 1,000 gold coins. After paying the teleportation fee, Buck found himself once again in Castro. From a distance, he spotted Dymark approaching, but he ignored him, striding directly toward the city gates, unwilling to endure any further of the merchant's incessant chatter. Before long, Buck reached the outskirts of the city, where Elise awaited him. Have you completed the task? She inquired upon seeing him. Indeed, and the outcome was unexpectedly fruitful. Can you guess what sort of steward I acquired? Buck nodded, his expression shrouded in mystery. Your former steward, Horn? Elise replied directly. How did you know? Buck exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at her. Lord Perry's ability to foresee the future enabled him to predict such events, though he could not control it. It manifested randomly. When he battled the plague cult in Giant Peak City, he glimpsed Horn once again at Buck's side, thus showing him leniency and allowing him to escape. Does he possess such remarkable talents? Why does mine merely result in financial gain? Buck lamented inwardly upon hearing of Perry's abilities. Chapter 33, Tomb of the Warrior. Why the long face? You merely bumped your head and became the chosen one. You should revel in your fortune. Do you have any idea how much hardship Lord Perry endured to attain heroism? Do you realize how many spend their entire lives without ever attaining such a status? Elise remarked, observing Buck's discontent on their return journey. Of course, do you think the tasks along the path of heroism are easily accomplished? Buck rolled his eyes, aware that the quest to elevate elite subordinates to heroes had thwarted countless players, and given that Perry lacked systematic task prompts, his journey must have been even more arduous. It was then that, as Buck rolled his eyes and lost focus, his foot unexpectedly caught on an object, sending him tumbling to the ground. Damn it, Buck cursed, scrambling to his feet and turning to investigate the object that had tripped him. It appeared to be a metallic item. Are you not watching where you walk? Elise scoffed, glancing at it. A metallic object? Buck's mind sparked with intrigue, and he summoned a cave dweller who had accompanied Elise to assist in excavating the item. Before long, a metallic box was unearthed, and upon opening it, they discovered a trove of decayed remnants, indicating that it had been buried for quite some time. Yet Buck felt no disappointment, for he received a notification. You have discovered a treasure chest. You may choose. 1. Take the 600 gold coins within. 2. Donate the coins to the farmer in exchange for 500 experience. Another treasure chest, and a bountiful one at that, evidently a serendipitous effect of the reconnaissance skill. Now at level 4 strategic rank, his specialty had increased from 10 to 30, granting him an additional 600 gold coins. In an instant, Buck felt that his specialty was indeed rewarding. The funds of his domain, previously depleted, were once again replenished. Upon returning to his territory, Buck initiated the construction of a tavern on the domain page, while also instructing John to clear a parcel of land in the town for trade among residents, subsequently establishing a marketplace. Finally, he collected 2 units of mercury from the windmill in town, and then locked himself within his home, awaiting the arrival of the Truth Merchant Association. His scouts had relayed 2 explosive pieces of news. First, the elves of the Evergreen Forest had issued a staggering bounty for a human who had appeared in the slave market of Black Cliff City. Second, Lord Moises, the ruler of Black Cliff City, had stormed into the elven royal court, injuring the golden dragon, Mwanam, who had attempted to intervene, and forced the elven race to rescind the bounty. However, even a fool knows that the other party could secretly issue a bounty, and my identity as Quinn would remain undisclosed. Yet, the head of the Truth Merchant Association is well aware of it, and I am not entirely safe. Days passed, and it had been 5 days since leaving Black Cliff City, just as Buck was idly contemplating whether to venture out. Those responsible for digging tunnels with the cave dwellers returned unexpectedly. The cave dwellers were naturally adept at excavation, and with such valuable workers at hand, Buck was determined not to let them sit idle. He planned to dig several tunnels within his territory for unforeseen circumstances. However, moments ago, the individual overseeing the logistics for Ula's group of cave dwellers approached, reporting that while digging, they had unearthed a stone coffin. Following Buck's prior orders to report any peculiar findings without taking initiative, Ula temporarily concealed the passage and returned to inform him. A stone coffin. Upon hearing this, Buck's interest was piqued. After instructing John to continue constructing the archer's training ground during his spare time, he summoned Sim, instructing him to bring along a dozen qualified militia captains to accompany him into the tunnel. The first tunnel excavated by Ula extended southward, directly towards the farm Buck had just traversed, serving as an escape route. Aware of Buck's impending arrival, Ula quickly reopened the concealed passage, and within half a day, they reached their destination, unveiling an exceedingly rudimentary stone coffin before Buck's eyes. My lord, this appears to be a burial site, and there are some inscriptions on the coffin, though we do not recognize them, Ula stated as he stepped forward. Ula, along with the other 18 cave dwellers, had grown considerably, no longer resembling mere sprouts, as the rations in Yorktown were far superior to a diet of mushrooms. However, the food supplies in Yorktown were dwindling, prompting Buck to plan a personal trip to the southern farm in the coming days to procure a fresh supply of grain. Beneath this tomb lay the remains of a Dawn warrior, whose name and title had faded into obscurity. In the expansion wars, for the sake of the Lord of Dawn, for the king and the nation, for the homeland and land of their beloved, and for the sacred cause of justice, he had sacrificed all that a man could offer, including his precious life. Elise approached, gazing at the coffin, and began to read the inscriptions slowly. This is the grave of a warrior who perished during the expansion wars shortly after the establishment of the Dawn Empire over 200 years ago. We should not disturb him. Instruct your cave dwellers to reroute the tunnel, she advised, having comprehended the message inscribed. Open it, Buck exclaimed, nonchalantly digging his nose. You are mad. This is sacrilege. The others gasped at Buck's words, with Elise furiously admonishing him. I have not only exchanged territories, but have also received an expansion order from His Majesty. The hero before us is my inspiration. I shall move his grave beside the town's church. He deserves the blessings of the Lord of Dawn, not to lie in this crude stone hole, buried in darkness. Trodden upon by those above, Buck's tone turned serious. Sim, return and procure a piece of red satin to wrap the hero's remains, and inform John to expedite the renovations of the church, ensuring ample space for a cemetery. From now on, anyone who sacrifices for the territory shall have the right to be interred in the cemetery, honored by future generations. Yes, my lord. Sim saluted Buck before turning to leave. The others regarded Buck with newfound respect, astonished that he had indeed received an expansion order. It was known that the Dawn Empire had not expanded its territory in over a century. The eastern seas and the desolate marshes to the northwest were nominally considered part of the empire, yet they remained occupied by the sea folk and lizard men. With an expansion order in hand, Buck was required to achieve results or face royal reprimand. It was evident that he intended to take action against the desolate marshes. The original residents of Yorktown who had accompanied him were equally stirred. They had suffered greatly at the hands of the lizard men, who would raid their harvests every autumn. I apologize, I misjudged you, Elise admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It's quite all right. Let us prepare to open the coffin, Buck replied, shaking his head in eagerness. For the prompt had lingered long enough. You have arrived at the grave of the nameless warrior. Do you wish to explore? Chapter 34. Purchasing grain from the farm. Before long, Sim returned with a piece of red silk, reportedly contributed by a family in town preparing for a wedding upon hearing that the Lord required it. With preparations complete, Buck slowly lifted the lid of the coffin, revealing a skeleton before him. He carefully removed the remains, placing them within the red silk. Just as a medal bearing a lion's head insignia fell to the ground, Buck immediately picked up the medal. Its ribbon was decayed, and the medal itself was tarnished with rust. You have acquired the treasure, the Medal of Courage. It was the Lion King's medal, awarded by the royal family to the pioneering warriors of yore. However, as every pioneer received one and the materials were of little worth, it held no monetary value but possessed significant commemorative importance. Let us bury this alongside the remains, Elise suggested, glancing at the medal in Buck's hand. She had seen many of these, for anyone who had participated in battle received one, and they were issued prior to the territorial expansions. No, I shall keep it close. A constant reminder. Moreover, this brave warrior is not alone. He has us. Buck resolutely tucked the medal into his pocket. Are you joking? The Medal of Courage? Do you think just any medal grants a morale boost of 1 and possesses the ability to resist mental magic? This is practically a divine artifact. Medal of Courage, 1 hero morale, grants the ability to resist mental magic, rendering the bearer impervious to manipulation, insanity, blindness, amnesia, and other such spells. Additionally, it cannot accept effects from spells that incite joy or desperation. Seeing Buck's actions, Elise did not intervene. After all, the item was indeed of little value. The Dawn Empire had produced thousands of these medals, and many remained. As a follower of the Lord of Dawn, the expansion of the empire aided in spreading faith throughout the church. With the treasure secured, Buck returned to his territory carrying the remains of the nameless warrior. Meanwhile, the small church in town was undergoing renovations. In the Dawn Empire's realm, churches could not be treated as hastily as makeshift barracks or archery training grounds. Thus, the repairs were progressing slowly. With Buck's instructions, John had already cleared a plot behind the church to serve as a cemetery. Buck temporarily stored the remains inside the church, subsequently instructing Sim to take a group of villagers to the bandit cave. Upon excavation, Buck discovered numerous previously mined stones that had yet to be transported away. He intended to have them find carts to bring the materials back for constructing buildings and tombstones. Simultaneously, within the territorial interface, the barracks were upgraded by 2 levels. Initially, 3,000 gold coins and 10 units of ore were expended to elevate the barracks to a high-level facility, followed by another expenditure of 3,000 gold coins, 10 units of stone, and 5 units of crystal to further advance it to a garrison city. Consequently, Buck was enabled to recruit the Tier 3 unit, the Swordsmen. and its upgraded variations. The swordsman possesses two distinct advancement paths, one leading to an offensive specialization, culminating in Swordsman, Crusader, Holy Crusader, and the other, a defensive route chosen by Sim, progressing through Swordsman, Sentinel, Royal Guard. Sim, already a Sentinel, had his loyalty as an outsider sufficiently high, albeit not reaching the full 100, and burdened by numerous secrets. Hence, Buck opted to upgrade the barracks to its utmost level and promote Sim to a Royal Guard, thereby alleviating concerns regarding loyalty. Name, Sim, Common, Incapacitated. Status, Citizen of Yorktown, Combat Level, Tier 3. Level 5, Unit Type, Royal Guard, Tier 3. Skill, Shield Bearer, reduces range damage taken by 25. Skill, Shield Experience. The experienced Royal Guard can absorb attacks aimed at protected targets from any direction. Skill, Shield Bash. Even without weapons, the Royal Guard possesses formidable offensive capabilities, with a 20 chance to stun creatures weaker than themselves. Moral, 1. Lucky, 0. After a day of rest, Buck received word from the scouts he had dispatched, reporting no suspicious individuals or caravans approaching the territory. Thus, he summoned the militia, preparing to venture to the farms to procure provisions. Buck took along 40 militia captains, the finest among those trained by Sim. And accompanied by Sim and the disguised Eliza, they set forth with great determination towards the Dio's farm. The farm was not in close proximity to Yorktown, requiring over 4 days of travel on foot. However, prior to departure, Buck made a brief visit to the stables, enhancing their marching speed for a week, which would save considerable time, ensuring he could return before the truth merchants arrived at the territory. To his astonishment, their journey was swifter than anticipated. They reached the farm owned by Dio in merely 3 days. Being well-trained warriors, their rapid pace was further augmented by Sim carrying Buck. Upon nearing the farm, Dio had already come forth to greet them, flanked by a group of trembling farmers brandishing pitchforks. "May I inquire what brings you esteemed lords to my humble abode?" Dio nervously addressed the well-trained troops before him. Although he had the backing of Baron Morton, he understood that should conflict arise, it was unlikely Morton could arrive in time to assist him, leaving him vulnerable. Thus, he maintained a lowly posture. "It has been a while, Dio. I still vividly recall your honey-roasted goose," Buck remarked, stepping forth from behind Sim, observing Dio's anxious demeanor. His statement was sincere. The finest meal he had savored since his arrival was indeed at that farm, following the demise of his little maid in his territory. Although the cook possessed decent culinary skills, the dishes had become monotonous, lacking variety. He had already resolved to procure a new chef from the truth merchants. "Ah, Baron Buck. What a surprise to see you here," Dio exclaimed, visibly relieved upon recognizing Buck, and hastily ushered him into his home while instructing his staff to prepare a meal. "What brings you here, my lord, if I may ask?" Before dining, Dio sought to uncover Buck's intentions for the visit. "You are aware that I have ventured into new territory, which is rather deficient in provisions, thus I wish to purchase some from you." Indeed. Upon hearing Buck's request, Dio nodded, having anticipated this. However, he found himself in a quandary, as Baron Morton had already relayed instructions to withhold grain supplies, intending to stockpile resources due to the ongoing war in the northern territories for substantial profit. "Regrettably, the stock of grain at the farm has already been collected by Baron Morton. I find myself unable to sell you any provisions," Dio lamented, revealing his predicament while subtly referencing his powerful benefactor. Baron Morton was not a figure Buck could rival. His father was a duke within the Empire of Dawn, and although not the favored son, he had been granted titles and lands, distancing himself from the family estate, rendering him a formidable opponent for Buck. "Oh dear, why does my head ache so?" Buck exclaimed, dramatically clutching his head upon hearing Dio's words. "Baron, you mustn't say such things. It has been many days," Dio stammered, drenched in cold sweat from Buck's sudden outburst. It was said that a certain farm owner, under the instigation of a cult, had deliberately lured imperial nobles with drugged wild horses. "Stop, stop. Baron, I just remembered. I do possess some aged grain, though it remains fit for consumption," Dio interrupted, his voice rising in panic at the thought of Buck listing potential accusations against him. He was no noble. Buck could very well eliminate him without consequence, merely compensating minimally afterward. Naturally, the repercussions would involve incurring Baron Morton's wrath, resulting in an arduous existence for Buck, but for Dio, survival was at stake. Oh, the pain has suddenly vanished. Such underlings, capable of managing their own territories, often had their share of secrets, as Buck had previously witnessed. Horn had dealt with numerous such matters within his domain. "Pray tell, my lord, how much grain do you require?" "I must ascertain if I have enough," Dio inquired, his face a mask of despair. Buck extended his palm, grasping firmly. "I want it all. Golden honey-roasted goose, secret recipe bacon rolls, vegetable salads, and delectable fish soup." This feast surpassed the last, leaving Buck utterly satisfied. Once lunch concluded, over 20 carts of provisions, accompanied by Dio's generous gift of a grain cart and an old horse, were prepared for departure. "My lord, consider the current grain prices." "Grain prices? What grain prices? Do you possess any grain? Did you not just say Baron Morton took it all?" Buck retorted sharply. This is grain I procured from elsewhere. Merely taking a brief respite here. Dio responded, visibly agitated by Buck's line of questioning. Upon hearing Buck's words, Dio's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing dangerously. The grain was a hard-earned accumulation, consisting of the farm's previous reserves and his personal investments from other locations, all intended for discreet transport to the war zone for profit. Should Buck attempt to seize it forcefully? Before Dio's treacherous thoughts could fully form, a gold note was abruptly thrust into his face. Where's that golden-maned wild horse? Bring it to me. This time, I shall tame it. As Dio accepted the gold note and glimpsed the amount inscribed upon it, his mind raced with calculations, realizing that the sum was sufficient to purchase his stored grain at standard prices. In other words, after all his efforts, he would not earn a single coin and would instead end up investing in a golden-maned wild horse. However, he recalled that Buck had previously been thrown by that very horse during the grain transport, and it had been taken away during that process. What is the matter? Is this amount insufficient? Buck observed Dio's hesitance with a hint of displeasure. After purchasing such a substantial amount of provisions, are you truly unwilling to bestow a single steed? My lord, it is not that, Dio replied hastily, but I have heard that you have yet to tame that horse, and it has already been taken by Lord Morton. Buck could easily deduce Morton's intentions in claiming the horse. It was clear that his reputation would soon echo throughout the empire, once more bringing them a fleeting joy. Nevertheless, he was not overly concerned about his fame. While the golden-maned horse was lost, an ordinary steed would suffice. After all, his cavalry required equine support. And surely trading one golden horse for 10 ordinary ones was a reasonable exchange. Before long, Buck's entourage gradually departed from the farm, collecting 4 gems and 300 gold coins near the windmill and water wheel, leaving behind a distressed Dio. With the grain carts in tow, their pace had significantly slowed, and it took 3 days to traverse a little over half the distance. Calculating the time, he surmised that the merchants from the Truth Guild should be arriving soon. Buck sought out a skilled rider to hasten towards Yorktown, hoping to delay the merchants for a day or two. After all, the current situation was precarious. Should he and Elise be absent, the sheer number of grain carts would be vulnerable to a large band of robbers, and relying on Sim alone would be inadequate. A day passed, and they had entered Buck's territory, with only another day's journey left to reach Yorktown. Reports from scouts indicated that the Merchant Guild had yet to arrive when an ominous notification suddenly appeared. You are under attack by enemy forces. Buck was taken aback. An attack by forces implied the presence of a commanding hero or elite among them. However, scanning his surroundings, he saw no sign of an approaching threat. Elise, something feels amiss. Please scout the area swiftly, Buck instructed, aware that the system would not err. The emergence of such a warning surely bore significance. Upon noting Buck's serious demeanor, Elise nodded, transforming into a bat and soaring into the distance, having caught the scent of blood nearby. Boom. Not long after Elise took flight, a sudden explosion echoed through the air, causing Buck to tense. Sim, take 20 men and follow me. Leave 20 behind to guard the carts. He mounted his horse and galloped towards Elise's direction. His horsemanship was commendable, and he soon heard the sounds of battle. Rounding a corner, he beheld Elise cornered by 4 or 5 disparate assailants, while a mage nearby was conjuring a fireball. Adjacent to the battlefield was a group of ragged refugees, shielded by several individuals clad in leather armor, with Bruz at the forefront. They had been ambushed right at Buck's doorstep while on a mission to the north to aid the displaced. The assailants, a motley crew, included not only humans, but also a werewolf. Though they were no match for Elise, a human swordsman led them in coordinated attacks, momentarily suppressing her, who dared not reveal her true identity before the refugees. As the mage's fireball neared completion, Buck pointed, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the mage squarely on the head. The mage, lacking the vitality of the wind dancer elf, was instantly reduced to charred remains. The unexpected turn of events momentarily stunned the attackers. However, Buck did not hesitate. Accelerate the assault. Slow down spell. A whirlwind enveloped Elise, while the clustered assailants found themselves ensnared in the slowing spell, their bodies growing heavy. I surrender. The leading swordsman, sensing the shift in the tide as his body became burdened, dropped his sword and raised his hands in defeat. The bloody dagger halted at his brow. Thud, 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 thud. Following Buck's incantation, the stark disparity in speed allowed Elise to swiftly eliminate 4 of the attackers, leaving only the swordsman standing. Chapter 36. The Truth Merchants. Go assist the wounded. Buck commanded his followers before approaching the swordsman, inquiring, who are you? Why did you attack my people? My lord need not concern himself with my identity, the swordsman replied, his eyes flickering. But should you spare me, a handsome ransom awaits you. My lord, they are from a slaver's band. I heard in the north that such groups are capturing the weak and elderly, Bruz interjected. A slaver's band, I see. What is the casualty report? Buck's expression shifted as he grasped the implications of the attacker's identity. The Truth Guild operated its own slaver band, a necessary evil for large merchant guilds, yet these groups were universally reviled. Thus, they maintained a facade of independence, with many members unaware of their guild affiliations. There are no fatalities. They likely intended to capture us all. Bruce shook his head. My lord, this is merely a misunderstanding. I had no idea they were your swordsmen. The swordsman began, but before he could finish, Buck thrust his sword forward, catching him off guard. As he attempted to evade, Elise pinned him down, and Buck's blade pierced through his chest. Why? The swordsman, incredulous, gazed at Buck. We are trade partners. You recognize my identity, do you not? Clearly. Your standing within the Truth Guild is not insignificant. Do you truly believe I would spare one who knows of my vampire companion? Especially one willing to commit any atrocity for profit? Buck slowly withdrew his dagger. The distant refugees may not have comprehended the situation. Yet this swordsman appeared to be an elite. After battling Elise for so long, he likely discerned her true nature. You heretic. Those refugees are to be sacrificed. Are they not? The Dawn Church will not let you escape. I shall await you in hell. Crack. The swordsman's neck was swiftly broken. How dare you invoke the Dawn Church, you filth? Elise remarked, her expression grim. You have frightened the refugees over there. Buck pointed towards the distant Northmen. Fear not. I emerged from the woods. They will not discern my identity. You may handle the calming of the situation, my lord. Elise understood Buck's capabilities and his intentions regarding the refugees. Though these displaced individuals might not yield immediate wealth, some women could bear children, and in time, Buck's territory would see new inhabitants. Development relied on both gold and population, and Buck had an abundance of the former. I shan't be the one to pacify them. Sim. You all hail from the same region. I entrust them to you. Yes, my lord. Sim, ever ready to protect Buck, nodded and approached the group of refugees. Sim truly lives up to his reputation as a leader among the refugees. In no time, Buck received a notification that the refugees wished to join his territory. The scouting party had brought a total of 37 individuals, and Buck accepted them all without hesitation. He ordered the complete disposal of the bodies of the slave-capturing party and led the group back to the grain carts, instructing his men to prepare a meal for the newcomers. After ensuring they were well-fed and satisfied, the group set off towards Yorktown with great enthusiasm. Approximately half a day's journey from Yorktown, a convoy temporarily established camp in a clearing. Accompanying a well-equipped guard were 200 young male slaves shackled by chains, alongside a group of tattered and fearful elderly and weak individuals. Have Preston and the others not yet returned? A finely dressed man within the camp inquired impatiently. No news yet, my lord. A subordinate responded nervously, acutely aware of the man's disdain for tardiness and his propensity to take out his frustrations on others. Damn it. We can't wait any longer. We must head to Yorktown immediately. We've already delayed far too long. As the head of the Truth Merchant Guild in the north, even a duke would treat him with respect. The fact that he had to personally oversee this modest venture involving merely a few hundred individuals was already enough to irk him, and now, with his subordinates failing him, Vigil felt his anger boiling over. However, he had no choice. The headquarters had commanded him to deliver the goods to Yorktown safely and had provided ample supplies for a trade with Baron Buck, which he had to comply with. Soon, the convoy resumed its journey towards Yorktown. Upon their arrival, Buck was already waiting outside the town. Initially, he had contemplated establishing a trading market within the town, but, considering various factors, he abandoned that idea. Instead, he set up some rudimentary wooden structures in an open area outside the town for the purpose of trade. I sincerely apologize, Baron Buck. We were meant to arrive the day before yesterday, but due to some additional requests from you, we were delayed. Vigil greeted Buck with a professional smile upon meeting him. Not at all. I should be the one apologizing. I should have hosted you all in the town. But it truly is too small, Buck replied, displaying a forced smile that revealed his teeth as he exchanged pleasantries with Vigil. No matter. As a merchant caravan, establishing a camp in the wilderness is basic knowledge. Let us commence the handover. After which our caravan will remain in Yorktown for 3 days to trade some daily necessities, Vigil stated, producing a list. 1 special talent, Steward Horn. 200 young male slaves. This amount has already been settled in Blackrock City, and you may take them directly. The rest pertains to supplementary agreements. 1 special item for every 10 individuals at the price of 1 gold coin. We have collected approximately 500 individuals this time. So let's say you take 500. A fair deal at 50 gold coins. With a subtle smirk, Vigil wondered why the higher-ups would agree to such a foolish request. Although selling 10 elderly and weak individuals for 1 gold coin was not unreasonable, managing them would be quite troublesome, and 50 gold coins would hardly cover the transportation costs. Certainly, I shall arrange for the payment immediately, Buck replied, nodding in satisfaction. He had not anticipated that the other party could capture so many displaced refugees from the north. Turning to John, he commanded, fetch 50 gold coins for this gentleman. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Vigil, the head of the Truth Merchant Guild in the north, he said, recognizing Buck's uncertainty in addressing him. Give Vigil 50 gold coins, and then assist Sim in receiving those 500 individuals, providing them with treatment and food. As for the other 200, bring them to the town as well. But do not remove their shackles. The townsfolk should exercise caution. These individuals are robust, and if they cause trouble, it could become a significant issue. Yes, my lord. John replied with a bow before promptly attending to his tasks. Now, Let me retrieve my dear steward. Where is he? After instructing John, Buck inquired. Having seen the refugees and the 200 slaves, but not his steward. Naturally, we must transport important cargo with care, Vigil stated, clapping his hands. Two individuals soon approached, carrying a stone statue. To avoid unnecessary complications, we employed a minor method to ensure his safety. By dawn tomorrow, the petrified state will dissipate, and Baron, you will be able to reunite with your steward. Chapter 37. Espionage within espionage. In the Lord's manor, Buck sat before Horn's statue, his expression one of extreme displeasure. The more than 500 refugees were manageable since they had been captured on the road without a slave contract, thus not counting as Buck's subjects. However, he believed that with Sim and John's capabilities, their eventual integration into his territory was merely a matter of time. The situation with the 200 slaves and Horn was different. Due to the slave contract, they had become private property. Yet the information about them made Buck both furious and amused. Name, Ball, common. Identity, private slave of Baron Buck and a follower of the death cult. Combat level, level 0, tier 1. Class, acolyte, tier 1. Skill, sacrifice. Actively sacrifice one's own life to transform into an undead being and attack all living units. Loyalty, 0. Goodness, if it were just 1. It could be excused, considering that even a slave might be drawn to a heretical faith. But what on earth is this? 200 of them? All of the slaves are cultists, and among them, 20 are not ordinary followers but acolytes with certain magical abilities. Buck thought, incredulous. One might think this was the headquarters of the death cult itself. It is hardly surprising that the Truth Merchant Guild harbors cultists, given that Chad Ellis, the Grand Counselor of the Mage Alliance, is destined to become the Pope of the Death Cult and the leader of the undead race over a century hence. However, I never expected this fellow to have defected so soon. The crucial question remained, what was the purpose of sending such a number of acolytes to him? Moreover, among these 20 acolytes, 7 possessed the ability to mesmerize, and an additional 23 ordinary slaves shared the same capability, indicating that this group had been hypnotized by some powerful mage. What a tangled web of espionage. Yet, none of this was the most pressing concern. For his steward had brought him an unexpected surprise. Name, Horn, common, sealed and parasite status. Identity, private slave of Baron Buck and a missionary of the plague cult. Combat level, level 7, tier 4. Class, mage, tier 4. Priest, tier 4. Combat skill, corruption curse, inflicts the target with a plague state, causing plague damage and rapidly infecting surrounding targets. Combat skill, agonizing torment, weakens the target, plunging them into suffering and reducing their combat effectiveness. Combat skill, rapid fireball, quickly casts multiple fireballs to bombard a target area. Loyalty 0. Horn is not merely a priest, he is also a mage. This implies that Buck can appoint him as the master of the town's mage tower, thereby establishing the mage tower on the territory page. With the prerequisite of a mage tower and the church in Yorktown, Buck can then construct a monastery on the territory page. Once the monastery is in place, Buck will have the means to train priests among his own subjects, with those acolytes serving as the finest candidates for transitioning into the priestly vocation. However, before that, Buck must upgrade his town hall, as the influx of numerous subjects and slaves has transformed the upgrade page into a vibrant green, with a cost of 500 gold coins. The upgrade will enable the daily income to soar from 500 to 1,000 gold coins, a remarkable leap indeed. At dawn the following day, as the first rays of sunlight graced the territory, the stony visage enveloping Horn began to recede. I didn't expect to see you so soon, Buck, he exclaimed, momentarily taken aback upon meeting Buck's gaze. A sudden smile broke across his face. When did you uncover our true identities? Do you really think I would divulge that? My esteemed steward, or shall I say, my father's murderer? Buck retorted, his expression revealing a complex mix of emotions. In the memories of his previous self, this elder had played dual roles as both steward and father, despite the fact that the original's parents had met their demise due to him. A steward? I hardly believe that being your steward is a coveted position. Had it not been for unfortunate circumstances, I would have been a bishop by now. Yet, one cannot blame others for their own inadequacies. Clearly, you are aware of many things. How do you intend to deal with me? Will you kill me? Horn was not surprised by Buck's words. Upon sensing the death of Kai then, he realized trouble was afoot. Indeed, that very night, the young maid, Elinda, also lost her life, prompting him to hastily sacrifice several of his guards and hasten to the city of Giant Peaks. Yet, he had not anticipated that it would be Pain who appeared there, discovering their secret hideout and utterly destroying it. He himself had suffered grievous injuries and been sealed. Initially perplexed by the adversary's reluctance to kill him, the reason had now become clear. He could only blame himself for failing to recognize how Buck had established connections with such influential figures over the years. Kill you? No. No. Did you not express your desire to no longer be my steward? Allow me to offer you a new position, Buck replied, shaking his head. From this day forth, you shall be the master mage of my mage tower. The mage tower? The master mage? Horn was bewildered by Buck's proclamation. Indeed, This is your mage tower. Here, you shall study spells and teach students. What do you think of the environment? Buck gestured around with a beaming smile. I believe you have lost your mind. This is a mage tower? Horn surveyed the space around him, which was clearly nothing more than a small, empty room, absurdly labeled as a mage tower. Indeed, no mage tower is conjured from thin air. They are built piece by mages. You are a mage, are you not? Thus, it falls upon you to construct this tower. Very well, I accept. Horn suddenly burst into laughter, eager to see what trick Buck was playing. That's the response I was waiting for. Buck signaled to Elise, who swiftly descended from the roof and knocked Horn unconscious. It's best to keep him confined under your watchful eye. I fear he may have some tricks up his sleeve, Buck said earnestly to Elise. His intuition stirred by Horn's parasitic state, which left him with an unsettling feeling. Yet, that was a concern for later. The pressing matter at hand was the construction of the mage tower on his territory page. The most vital aspect of a mage tower is having a mage in charge. And with that goal now fulfilled, Buck could proceed to establish the Magic Guild. With an investment of 2,000 gold coins, along with 5 units of wood and ore. A magnificent Magic Guild materialized on Buck's territory page. Not only that, but 5 first-level spells became available for heroes to learn. Arcane Arrow, Stone Skin, Healing, Blood Magic, and Atmospheric Insight. Fortune smiled upon him, for none of these spells overlapped with those previously acquired from Black Cliff City. Next, he turned his attention to constructing the monastery. Buck examined the construction page, noting that the monastery required not only basic resources, but also 2 crystals, 2 sulfur, 2 mercury, and 2 gems. While he had sufficient gems, the other resources were still lacking. Chapter 38. I simply wish to develop in peace. As for the resource dilemma, Buck had a plan. He intended to make a trip to Black Cliff City, where the market level would undoubtedly surpass his own. As a respected ally, Buck could easily exchange gold coins and other resources for those elusive materials. However, his immediate task was to utilize his training quotas, as he had not trained any farmers for 3 weeks, accruing a total of 66 quotas. He completed all the training and transformed 10 slaves imbued with the status of charm into 5 Holy Crusaders and 5 Royal Guards. Having accomplished this, Buck proceeded to the location where the slaves were confined. Sim. Yes, my lord. How may I serve you? Sim, who had been calming the refugees, quickly arrived, assuming a watchful stance. After all, with 200 able-bodied men and women, any insurrection could pose a significant problem. Divide this group into 10 teams. Some will work on expanding the town's perimeter walls, while others will venture into the mine to extract stone. Remember, do not venture too deep, should there be any disturbances. Retreat immediately. Buck allocated the 190 slaves into 19 teams, each overseen by someone he had trained, for these individuals were not purchased to lounge idly. As for the remaining 10 who had been trained into Tier 3 soldiers, they were the strongest among them, and were directly taken to the Lord's Manor by Buck. Tell me, where were you from before, and how did you become slaves? Buck inquired directly, gazing at the 10 individuals before him. My lord, we are not slaves. We are local residents of the north. However, we previously followed the cult of death. Just a few days ago, we received orders from missionaries and signed a slave contract with the Truth Merchant Association, which brought us here. One of them replied promptly upon hearing Buck's question. Indeed. My lord, we hail from different towns and received the same orders from the missionaries. Among those slaves, there are many of my acquaintances from the faith. If I am not mistaken, those slaves are our former brethren. My lord, you must be cautious. These followers of the cult of death are all fearless madmen. Our orders were to follow the commands of those acolytes at all times and to never reveal our true nature. Indeed, their loyalty was max after their training. These individuals had entirely severed ties with their former beliefs. By the way, have you truly abandoned your previous faith? Buck suddenly asked, genuinely curious about the psyche of those he had trained. My lord, may I borrow your sword for a moment? As soon as Buck finished speaking, one of them stepped forward. Name, OV, common, charm status. Identity, Yorktown resident. Combat level, Tier 3, level 0. Unit type, Holy Crusader, Tier 3. Skill, double strike. Through rigorous training, the Crusaders have mastered the swift technique of delivering 2 consecutive sword strikes. Skill, cleaving slash. Experienced Crusaders can effortlessly alter the trajectory of their sword swings, enveloping all nearby enemies in their arc. Skill, Holy Light Exorcism. The unwavering faith of the Holy Crusaders allows their attacks to carry the attribute of Holy Light, inflicting additional damage to undead and demons, doubling the harm dealt. Morale, 1. Luck, 0. Buck perused the details of the individual before him and promptly extended his sword. Upon receiving the blade, Ovi's entire demeanor transformed. With a resounding cry, Ovi executed a swift double strike, the blade shimmering with divine radiance. The double strike, coupled with the Holy Light Exorcism, was nothing short of miraculous. My lord, I am but an ordinary cobbler, unworthy of wielding such martial prowess, let alone the power of Holy Light. This is a miracle, a divine blessing, whether from the Dawn Church or the cult of death. Those missionaries boast of their god's omnipotence, yet fail to manifest any miracles, presenting mere magic tricks to deceive the gullible. The skills I have acquired are irrefutably real. This is the true miracle, and you, who have triggered this divine phenomenon, must surely be a messenger of the gods. Is it not only natural to forsake false gods and embrace the true divine? Returning the sword to Buck, Ovi spoke with utmost reverence, and the others mirrored his piety. In a world rich with deities, nearly all sentient beings possess their own beliefs, yet the gods have long slumbered, leading to a dearth of miracles. Current faiths are sustained by the various church hierarchies. A system capable of endowing an ordinary individual with diverse knowledge and skills is, to them, a miracle. Thus, a shift in belief is to be expected. Could this system be the handiwork of some deity, utilizing mortals to gather faith? Buck pondered this for an extended time but found no clarity, deciding to set aside such thoughts, at least for the moment, as the system posed no immediate threat to him. Casting aside speculations about the system's origins, Buck suddenly recalled that these individuals were still under the influence of a mind-altering spell. Gather closer together, if you please. With this thought, Buck beckoned them to form a tighter group before opening his spellbook and casting the exorcism spell. Instantly, the enchantment clouding their minds was dispelled. Confusion swept over their faces, soon followed by terror. A dark elf. My lord, she cast a spell on me. All right, one at a time. Buck interjected as the group erupted into chaotic exclamations. Ovi, you go first. Yes, my lord. A dark elf appeared unexpectedly after we reached Giant Peak City. I cannot speak for the others, but she cast a controlling spell on me, compelling me to act as a spy to gather information about you, my lord, and relay it back to her. Ovi explained earnestly. Us too. The others chimed in, each recounting details of the dark elf's appearance. It's Quirin, Buck realized immediately upon hearing their descriptions, identifying her as the mage from the Black Cliff City's magic tower. It seemed she suspected him of triggering the alarm. He surmised that the remaining 20 individuals had also been enchanted by Quirin, leaving him at a loss for words. All right, you few go find Sim and join his training. If those cultists contact you, simply tell them you were selected as members of my newly formed guard due to your robust physiques and have commenced training, Buck instructed. Rubbing his temples, he longed for a tranquil development phase, yet unexpected complications continued to arise. Chapter 39, Subduing Horn. Lord, Buckshort, Hero. Strategic Profession, Knight. Hero Trait, Resource Acquisition Increase of 30, rounded down, increasing by 5 with each level of strategic advancement. Strategic Level, 4. Strategic Skill 1, Counterattack, Basic, increases base counterattack damage by 5. Strategic Skill 2, Offensive Techniques, Basic, increases melee damage by 5. Strategic Skill 3, Wisdom Techniques, Basic, allows the learning of 3rd level magic. Strategic Skill 4, Reconnaissance Techniques, Intermediate, trains 3 thieves weekly, increasing the likelihood of encountering events in the wild. 1st level magic, Slow Spell, Earth Vision, Exorcism, Attack Acceleration, Summon Ship, Magic Arrow, Stone Skin, Healing, Bloodthirsty Technique, Air Vision. 2nd level magic, Blinding, Quicksand Trap, Disguise Spell, Thunderbolt. 3rd level magic, Teleportation, Hercules Shield, Imminent Danger. Strategic Attributes, Attack 2, Defense 2, Knowledge 3, Magic 3, Morale 0. Luck 0. Treasures, Bone Chest Armor 2 Magic, Anti-Magic Cloak, prevents 3rd level or higher magic, prohibits detection. Courage Medal, Morale 1, immune to mind-affecting magic. Territory 1, Population 505. Resources, Gold 7164 or 57, Wood 20, Mercury 1, Gems 4, Crystal 0, Sulfur 0. Territory, Yorktown. Buildings, Administrative Hall 1, Militia Captain's Lodge 1, Blacksmith 1, Garrison 1. Stable 1, Training Ground 1, Tavern 1, Market 1, Magic Guild 1. Resource Points, Windmill. Peasants, 505. The construction of the territory's page was progressing steadily. However, without tangible buildings to support it, the endeavor was futile. This was precisely why Buck had enlisted the services of those treacherous slaves. After all, one must not sustain them without purpose, for even landowners have their limits. The farmland surrounding Yorktown lay at a considerable distance from the settlement, prompting Buck to plan for the walls to be erected directly adjacent to the fields, thereby enclosing the territory as his first domain. It was imperative to develop it according to urban standards. Once he established trade routes through the desolate marshlands, prosperity would surely follow. The truth merchants had supplied a considerable amount of goods, including various necessities and weaponry. Buck, generous in spirit, acquired a substantial stockpile of resources. Subsequently, he briefed John before summoning Elise and Ula, donning cloaks, and activating the invitation card to journey to Black Cliff City. Upon arrival, Buck wasted no time, brushing past the eager dark elf saleswoman and making his way directly to the auction venue. This was not merely an auction, but also the largest trading market in Black Cliff City. As Buck stepped into the bustling marketplace, the Lord interface promptly displayed the market trading interface. Truly, The influence of Moises, the mightiest dragon, was evident. The number of underground cities under his command was incalculable, certainly exceeding 9 cities that boasted trading markets. At this moment, the market exchange rate had reached its nadir, with a mere 1,000 gold coins required to procure a rare resource, while the price within one's own market stood at a staggering 5,000 gold coins. Furthermore, the market offered not only the option to purchase resources with gold, but also permitted the exchange of resources for resources. Buck had gathered a substantial amount of ore from the mines, complemented by the daily increment of 2 from the mining site, now totaling 57 pieces. As a common resource, ore could be traded for rare resources in Black Cliff City at a rate of 4 to 1. After reserving 21 pieces of ore, he exchanged the remainder for 3 mercury, for sulfur, for crystals, and 2 gems. With sufficient resources at hand, Buck hastened to the magic tower and teleported to Castral. Awaiting the arrival of Elise, he promptly set off towards his domain, finally reaching it as dusk settled in. He opened the domain interface and immediately constructed a monastery, subsequently upgrading it to a church. As for the higher tier, cathedral, it required 8,000 gold coins, 5 pieces of wood, 5 pieces of ore, and 3 of each of the 4 rare resources, a burden he could not yet bear. By the time he returned to Yorktown, the night was deep, heralding the onset of a new week. Buck first visited the windmill to collect 3 gems, a task he could not afford to neglect, and then made his way to the place where Horn was confined. "What brings you here at such a late hour, my dear Buck?" Horn inquired, initially furrowing his brow upon seeing Buck's hurried demeanor, then feigning a casual tone. He was on a mission, and without issuing commands, the death cultists would likely remain inactive, though a few reckless individuals might jeopardize their grand designs. However, the plague cult and the death cult, despite being allies, had a history of undermining one another. "May I inquire about your intentions? If my suspicions are correct, you initially came to my family with a specific purpose in mind," Buck slowly asked Horn. Suspecting that the latter sought the black magic sword, though many details eluded him, he did not believe that Horn lacked any leads. Otherwise, he would not have lingered within his family for decades. "Do you truly believe my words?" Horn retorted with a sardonic smile. "I do, for you would not deceive me." Buck nodded, opening the Lord interface and selecting training for Horn. The 4th tier unit, Priest, had 2 advancement paths. One was the healing and protective route, leading to Priest, Cleric, and Bishop. The other was the combat-focused offensive route, culminating in Priest, Inquisitor, and Fanatic. Horn already possessed the Priest profession, and with a modest expenditure of gold, he could be trained directly. Considering he needed Horn to remain as his steward, Buck opted to train him as a Cleric. Name: Horn, common, parasite status, identity, private slave of Baron Buck. Combat level: 4th tier, level 7. Unit type: 4th tier mage, 4th tier cleric. Combat skills: Holy Judgment. Inflicts damage on targets using the power of Holy Light. Combat skills: Healing, restores health to targets, living beings, using the power of Holy Light. Combat skills: Fireball Barrage, rapidly casts multiple fireballs to bombard a target area. Moral: 1. Luck: 0. After the training, Horn retained his mage profession, which was a delightful surprise for Buck. It was his first encounter with a dual-class individual, indicating Horn's exceptional capabilities. Moreover, the sealing state had completely vanished, suggesting that the shared source of holy power was no longer effective. However, the nature of the parasite state remained a mystery. Horn's expression shifted as he extended his hands, a shimmer of holy light manifesting. Simultaneously, he appeared to be in agony, his chest swelling as if something were trying to escape. He quickly ceased the manifestation of the holy light, regaining his composure. "My lord, please forgive my previous rudeness. I require some time to manage the Bach seed within me. I kindly ask you to step aside." Chapter 40. Preparations for the expedition to the mine ruins. Buck and Elise stepped outside, where Elise regarded Buck, yet the words on her lips remained unspoken. Lord Perry had once advised her to protect Buck, but to refrain from asking too many questions, regardless of what she witnessed. They waited until dawn, when Horn emerged from the house, looking pale and holding a pulsating, meatball-like object. "This is the Bach seed, my lord, named after the demon king Bach. It can seal the powers of the demon lords worshipped by various cults." Horn elucidated to Buck that this particular Bach seed contained the power of the plague lord Lilith, capable of devouring flesh and souls, merging them into flesh monstrosities. "My order is to activate the Bach seed upon Perry's arrival here, to consume the flesh and blood of those death cultists and townsfolk, and subsequently curse them. However, given your considerable power, it is likely that those death cultists will find their way back to righteousness. Are you suggesting an attack on Lord Perry?" Horn's words startled Elise. She was well aware of the Bach seed's notorious reputation, having heard tales of many formidable individuals who had suffered at its hands during confrontations with the 4 major cults. The entire plague cult in Giant Peak City perished at Perry's hands, while I, a mere cleric, managed to escape. It defies logic. There are credible sources indicating that Perry acquired the ability of foresight after becoming a hero. Hence, my continued presence suggests some ulterior motive, laying a trap for him. That's impossible. Lord Perry's abilities are classified. How could you possibly know? Through an insider in the Morning Light Church and some of Perry's movements. It becomes quite easy to deduce. After all, Perry has thwarted numerous actions by the 4 major cults over the years. Horn spoke slowly. The high-ranking members of the 4 major cults are not fools. They have already purged their ranks several times, suspecting traitors. But the repeated issues cannot solely be attributed to traitors. Now, how shall we handle this? Buck gestured towards the box seed in Horn's hand. The box seed remains stable when inactive. It was merely agitated by the holy light earlier. As long as it doesn't stray too far from me, it will not activate automatically due to perceived danger. We simply need to place it in a sealed box. Reassured by Horn's words, Buck yawned and replied, in that case, you may handle it as you see fit. I'm feeling quite fatigued. By the way, the town has been in disarray during your absence. You must swiftly return to your duties as steward. The domain cannot function without you. Thank you, my lord. I shall do my utmost, Horn replied. Bowing to Buck before casting a disguise spell, transforming from a venerable old man into a middle-aged man with a goatee. It would be imprudent for you to continue addressing me as Horn. Many in the domain are aware of my status as a cultist. To avoid complications, you may refer to me as Alec, my true name. A month has elapsed, and during this period, tranquility has prevailed. Neither the plague nor the death cult, nor even Quinn, has made contact with the eyes in Yorktown. Buck has rarely taken the opportunity to develop his territory. The once modest town has now expanded several-fold into a burgeoning small city. In addition to the over 500 refugees, there have been more who have arrived, seeking to join Buck's domain, and he has welcomed them all without hesitation. Among these refugees are many skilled artisans, who, enticed by Buck's generous rewards, are eager to pass on their crafts and train apprentices, thus contributing to the flourishing of York City. A new supply warehouse has been constructed, capable of providing 1 unit of gems daily, while the remaining funds have been converted into military strength, with the 200 cultists being directly trained. As for other constructions, the Magical Guild requires a plethora of rare resources. The Griffin Nest and Cloud City are beyond reach. The former necessitates a genuine Griffin camp, while the latter requires the presence of a cleric of Archbishop rank or above to summon. Items not present in reality cannot be conjured on the territory page. Griffins are a strategic resource, notoriously expensive, and typically unavailable for purchase. As for Cloud City, unless Perry exhausts his magical power and resources to assist him, Buck has little hope of summoning angels in the near future. The activation conditions for the Buck Seed are twofold. One is if Horn actively activates it, and the other is if he encounters Perry, which makes Buck wary of inviting Perry into his territory. Were it not for the fear that the plague and death cult might suspect him and send someone to investigate, Buck would have already devised a way to dispose of the Buck Seed. However, his military strength remains substantial. Buck now commands 9 knights, 20 royal guards, 22 Holy Crusaders, 7 priests, 10 holy judges, 60 scouts, 149 militia captains, and 110 farmers. Coupled with the elite-level Elise and the high-ranking Alec and Sim, Buck feels emboldened to venture forth. After all this time without incident, it seems the elven race has not suspected him. Otherwise, given their nature, he would have faced multiple assassination attempts by now. Unbeknownst to Buck, Quinn, having learned of his slave purchases from the head of the Truth Consortium through magic, directly employed the amnesia spell to erase part of his memory, including the moment he handed Buck an ordinary cloak. The militia captains and farmers have been dutifully contributing gold from their homes while tending to the autumn harvest, with wheat ready to be reaped in just a few days. The lizard men are bound to become restless, but over 100 militia captains should suffice to handle them, not to mention the 9 knights. The elite force of the Morning Light Empire. Buck plans to mobilize everyone else. After all, there is a grand treasure awaiting his exploration, the puppets within the mine. He suspects that deep within the cave lies a buried ancient tower city. Of course, it could merely be a puppet manufacturing facility, but regardless of what it is, there will be profit to gain. Buck has discerned that the puppets that previously attacked him acted purely on instinct, without any control. Otherwise they would not have fallen so easily into his quicksand trap. If this is the case, even with giants, Buck feels confident in facing them with his magic and troops. Once he has gathered everyone, he prepares to summon the cave dwellers and the tunneling giant rats back. 3 escape tunnels have already been excavated into the Empire, and currently, the cave dwellers are working on a passage leading to the marshlands. After all, there is a saying, one can steal for 1,000 days, but one cannot guard against theft for 1,000 days. Buck plans to deal with the lizardman tribe closest to his city in the marsh, should they dare to harass him again. He will send someone through the tunnel to eradicate their home. Just then, Buck receives another alert. You have been attacked by enemy forces. He is momentarily stunned. Who dares to act against him in his territory? Before he can send someone to investigate whether a scout has encountered an attack, another notification follows. A glorious battle. You have gained a small amount of experience. Your strategic level has risen to level 5. What is this? In less than 5 minutes. A victory? Which enemy has proven so exceptional? Delivering experience from afar? Chapter 41, Terrifying Diplomatic Skills. Your attack 1. Please select your enhancement ability. 1. Counterattack, intermediate. 2. Diplomacy, beginner. 3. Academia, ability unique to the wisdom skill. 4. Training expert, ability unique to counterattack. The divine skill has appeared among the 4 options. Aside from the divine skill of diplomacy, academia allows for mutual learning of magic between 2 heroes based on the level of the wisdom skill, which is only useful if others can learn. Naturally, Buck will not consider it. Training expert reduces training costs. Within the Sanctuary faction, there exists a special building known as the Training Grounds, which can elevate low-tier units with established professions to higher tiers. For instance, a farmer named John can be upgraded to a militia captain, and after prolonged combat or agricultural labor, upon reaching level 10, he could become an elite or even a hero, yet cannot ascend his profession without the Training Grounds. With the Training Grounds, any human within the Sanctuary faction can be upgraded. Farmers can become archers, archers can become swordsmen, all the way to knights. However, the costs are exorbitant. The price for upgrading is 3 times that of regular training, and each town has limited upgrade slots per week, unlike training buildings for troops that can accumulate. Yet, this is already formidable. Consider that others may require years or even decades to train a competent knight, whereas Buck can achieve this in just a week, expending only gold. Moreover, the training expert can reduce training costs by 35, effectively conserving vast resources. However, even such a remarkable skill pales in comparison to diplomacy. Diplomacy, beginner increases the probability of persuading enemy forces to join your side when your military strength exceeds theirs and their loyalty is low, granting a 25 chance to recruit them into your army while reducing surrender costs by 20. Once mastered, diplomacy enables soldiers to swell in number like a snowball, provided one possesses overwhelming military might. As for loyalty, neutral beasts and rogue units exhibit no such loyalty. As long as one is sufficiently powerful, recruitment is possible. Just as Buck joyfully selects diplomacy, a report comes in. The ones who encountered an attack were not the scouts outside, but the cave dwellers engaged in tunneling. It turns out that while digging, Ula and his team inadvertently breached a tunnel that coincided with another dug by a rival group of cave dwellers, leading to immediate combat. However, the opposing cave dwellers were woefully inadequate, and within mere minutes, they were sent fleeing, with over 20 of them captured by Buck's 19 cave dwellers. Upon receiving the news, Buck swiftly led his men towards the tunnel, where he soon encountered Ula, who was vociferously berating the captives with an inexplicably acquired small whip, occasionally delivering sharp cracks to them. Master, you have arrived. I have already extracted information from them. This group of cave dwellers was borrowed from one lizardman tribe by another, and they are indeed Castro's cave dwellers. I recognize several of them. Sensing Buck's presence, Ula immediately approached, ingratiatingly stating, these ruffians were purchased by a large lizardman tribe from Castro and then leased to another tribe. The lizardmen they rented are tasked with digging a tunnel into our territory, intending to launch a surprise attack during the autumn harvest to seize our food and supplies. However, they were utterly incompetent and were subdued by us with ease. Buck rolled his eyes at Ula's words, realizing that this band of lizardmen had indeed devised a plan akin to his own. Observing the flawless alignment of the 2 tunnels, he could not help but admire the craftsmanship of these cave dwellers. As Ula continued to boast about their prowess, claiming how they effortlessly triumphed over a group of 22 with merely 19, Buck, exasperated, delivered a substantial slap to him. Please, Ula, they are benefiting from my heroic attributes. Currently, Buck's attributes stood at Attack 2, Defense 2, Knowledge 3, and Magic 3. While knowledge and magic were of little use to the cave dwellers, the attack and defense were tangible advantages. An ordinary cave dweller typically boasted attack and defense values of 4 and 3, respectively, meaning Ula's group had effectively gained a significant boost in both categories, and with Buck's morale enhancing their capabilities, a one-on-one confrontation was a mere formality. Even a 2-on-1 encounter posed no threat. Nevertheless, commendation was due, and Buck rewarded this group of cave dwellers with double portions of mushrooms for their lunch, as these mushrooms were cultivated from spores they had brought during their excavation. By the way, have you inquired where the other entrance of this tunnel leads? Buck asked Ula after finishing his praise. I have, my lord. It is located within the Lizardman tribe's territory. They initially did not plan to dig very far, only intending to breach the swamp. In about 2 or 3 days, they were preparing to reach the surface, and then they would come to steal our food. For the Lizardmen, the wheat did not need to be fully matured. It merely had to suffice for sustenance. Ah, they are targeting us, are they? Buck clenched his fists, realizing the original plan was now nullified. The excavation of the mine ruins would be postponed until he dealt with this band of lizardmen. Ula, how did these cave dwellers communicate with the lizardmen? Buck pondered aloud. My lord, those lizardmen speak the common language of the underground city. If we were to disguise ourselves as their cave dwellers, would they recognize the ruse? Buck observed that all these cave dwellers appeared remarkably similar, and he was unsure how the lizardmen distinguished them. I am uncertain, but most demi-humans likely possess the ability to discern targets through scent. Are you suggesting we disguise ourselves as them? That would be unnecessary trouble. Give me a day, and I can have them pledge allegiance to you. Ulla, upon discerning Buck's intentions, spoke with unwavering confidence. Excellent. I entrust this task to you. Buck nodded in approval, recognizing that Ulla was evidently more astute than the average cave dweller, warranting his further cultivation. Leave it to me, my lord. Ulla exclaimed before rushing over to the group of cave dwellers, brandishing his small whip and shouting exuberantly. A group of cave dwellers admires your prowess and wishes to join your ranks. Buck. Ulla. What is happening? Ulla, is it truly that easy to negotiate? My lord, they stated that as long as they are fed adequately, they are at your disposal, Ulla replied, somewhat incredulous at the lack of backbone displayed by his compatriots. Very well, ensure they are well fed. Buck gazed at the emaciated cave dwellers and promptly selected to accept them into his ranks, bolstering his forces by 22. Chapter 42. Counterattack on the Lizardman Nest. Return and inform the Lizardmen that the tunnel is complete and ready for an assault. Understood? Buck addressed the feeble cave dwellers. Yua 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 yua. Ulla acted as the translator. Yua 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 yua. The newly allied cave dwellers, their bellies protruding, shouted in unison, nodding fervently. My lord. They affirm that there is no problem. Excellent. These cave dwellers will be under your command. First, dig an upward exit from the junction of the two tunnels. Then seal off the tunnel leading deeper into our territory. Once completed, have them notify the Lizardmen. Buck commanded decisively. He planned to block the Lizardmen's retreat once they emerged from the ground, annihilating their fighting force before seizing the tribe's stronghold. According to the cave dwellers, the location was rumored to be a Lizardman nest capable of training Lizardman archers and warriors. With their numbers doubled, Ulla led his subordinates, and, within one night, successfully excavated the upward passage. After sealing off the tunnel on Buck's side, he dispatched the cave dwellers to report back. Meanwhile, Buck divided his forces into two teams, one lying in ambush at a distance from the tunnel's exit to avoid alerting the Lizardmen, while the other awaited the enemy's approach within the tunnel. 2 days passed, and a group of cave dwellers appeared within the tunnel, cautiously peeking out of the exit. They lingered outside for a moment before retreating back inside. Shortly thereafter, a Lizardman emerged from the tunnel, scanning the surroundings, and upon assuring himself of the absence of danger, called out a few soft sounds towards the tunnel. One by one, Lizardmen began to crawl out, numbering around 20. Among these Lizardmen, aside from a few wielding bows and curved blades, the rest brandished sickles and burlap sacks. Upon discovering that the tunnel's exit was adjacent to a field, their faces lit up with excitement. The armed Lizardmen took up defensive positions while the others rushed into the wheat field, skillfully harvesting the grain with remarkable efficiency. Even more adept than the farmers themselves. As the wheat was not yet fully matured, Buck could not allow them to spoil it. Once he confirmed that no Lizardmen were emerging from the tunnel, he immediately commanded his men to launch an attack. The sound of thundering hooves echoed from afar, as 9 knights charged forth with an imposing presence, reminiscent of an unstoppable tide. These 9 trained knights were bursting with energy, as they had been unable to showcase their strength during their previous incursions into the mine or the swamp. This battle presented a rare opportunity for them to demonstrate their prowess. The sound of galloping hooves alerted the Lizardmen, but the knights' speed was overwhelming. By the time the Lizardmen realized they were facing knights, it was far too late to retreat. In an instant, the Lizardmen warriors and archers on guard were skewered by the knights' lances, rendered as easy targets. A portion of the Lizardmen plunged into the tunnels while others scattered in disarray, fleeing in all directions. For this group of Lizardmen, they might have dared to act against an ordinary farmer, but facing knights was an entirely different matter. No amount of courage could embolden them. Fortunately, Buck had anticipated such a scenario and had dispatched his subordinates from the Royal Guard and Crusader professions, leading a contingent of militia captains to widen the encirclement, quickly herding the fleeing Lizardmen back. Once the armed Lizardmen were vanquished, the remaining lizard folk chose to surrender. A group of Lizardmen, fearing your might, has initiated a surrender. Will you accept? This was not a diplomatic prompt, but rather a standard combat notification, as the likelihood of successful diplomacy at level 25 was not guaranteed, and they could not yet be converted into his soldiers. However, this was merely a matter of time, as high-level diplomacy assured a 100 success rate. Upon choosing to accept, these Lizardmen became Buck's captives. He could view their information on the captive interface, and, when their loyalty was sufficiently low, choose to recruit them. Yet, even if recruitment succeeded, they would merely become Buck's regular subjects. Achieving maximum loyalty would require systematic training. The 2 rebels, who had falsely accused Buck, were a case in point. Although they had already been recruited as subjects, their loyalty remained perpetually low, partly due to John's resentment, as he assigned them all the undesirable tasks. The captured Lizardmen were bound and imprisoned within York City, while Buck swiftly led his team through the tunnels towards the Lizardmen's lair. The subterranean passage was somewhat winding. According to Wu Wa's account, a vast swamp lay outside the Lizardmen's nest, forcing these cave dwellers to circumvent that area. However, all paths eventually reach a terminus. Upon arriving at the tunnel's end, Buck was the first to cast his spells. A attack acceleration, and stone skin. With both enhancement spells activated, as per plan, Elise transformed into a bat and flew out, closely followed by the royal guards Buck had trained. These guards, shields raised to protect their vital areas, burst forth from the tunnel, establishing a formidable defensive line for the following troops. Next came the priests, who would immediately heal any injured guards and employ divine retribution for ranged suppression. However, the anticipated conflict did not materialize. Following a brief commotion, Buck was greeted with a panel notification. A group of lizard men, fearing your might, has initiated a surrender. While diplomacy had yet to bear fruit, Buck was more than willing to avoid bloodshed. With danger averted, he emerged from the tunnel, only to see 3 elderly lizard men, incapable of wielding weapons, raising their hands in surrender. Behind them stood a group of similarly aged lizard men, their faces etched with despair as they gazed at Buck's soldiers. My lord, we wish to surrender to you. Please, show mercy and spare these children. One lizard man, nearly devoid of scales, spoke suddenly in clear human language, far surpassing Wu Wa's proficiency. You understand the common tongue? Buck inquired slowly, a sense of unease creeping over him. Indeed, my lord. I am Galuga. In my youth, I traveled across the continent and joined a mercenary band, learning the common tongue. Your appearance here suggests that those among my kin who sought to raid your lands have been defeated. I wonder how many of them still live. About half are dead. However, they attacked me, and I had no choice but to retaliate. Buck finally grasped the underlying issue. This lizard man displayed no attitude of a captive. Hearing Buck's words, Galuga sighed, a look of sorrow crossing his face. Buck accessed his territory interface, searching for this lizardman's information while subtly retreating. Sim, standing beside him, noticed Buck's movement and heightened his vigilance. Chapter 43, Subjugating the Lizardmen. Name, Galuga, Elite. Identity, former leader of the Yasuo tribe, member of the Golden Dragon Mercenary Corps, deputy commander of the 4th Legion. Combat trait, unerring accuracy. Combat level, level 10. Unit type, Lizardman Archer, Tier 2. Combat skill, fires multiple arrows simultaneously, covering a target area. In the captive interface, Buck found the details on this individual. An elite, indeed. Yet it was unsurprising considering his prior affiliation with the Golden Dragon Mercenary Corps as a deputy commander. After all, the Golden Dragon Mercenary Corps was the most formidable mercenary group in this world, bar none, led by a dragon rider. As a legion commander, it was expected that he would possess elite status. At that moment, a lizard man gasped in surprise, drawing everyone's attention. Elise was seen flying over, holding an adult lizard man from the lair's enclosure and unceremoniously dropping him to the ground. Upon seeing this lizard man, Galuga's pupils narrowed instinctively, reaching for his bow only to realize it had been surrendered during the act of capitulation. There are a few uninvited guests, but they appear to harbor no ill will, Elise remarked, clapping her hands and addressing Buck. Buck had instructed her to transform into a bat and exit first to prevent any lizardmen from fleeing or potential ambushes, as those cave dwellers were borrowed from another tribe. However, what did her subsequent remarks imply? Soon, Buck would not need to ponder this, for at the entrance of the lizardmen's settlement, fully armed figures approached. Though their hair was gray and they bore the marks of age, they could not hide the fierce aura that emanated from them. My apologies, Galuga, but that woman is far too swift, and your young one is quite disobedient, said the burly man with a bushy beard, scratching his head apologetically as he spoke to Galuga. Being old is no excuse. What is there to be sorry for? A lean man in a wizard's robe behind the bearded giant scoffed, then turned to Buck. We mean no involvement in your conflict. We are merely fulfilling a task. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kurd, a member of the Golden Dragon Mercenary Corps. My companions behind me are my team. If this esteemed lord is willing to entrust us with our mission objective, you will gain the friendship of the Golden Dragon Mercenary Corps. Upon hearing this, Buck immediately recognized their identity. They were likely former comrades of the lizard man Galuga. Realizing this, Buck gestured, and his soldiers instantly assumed a combat stance. Are you attempting to intimidate me with the Golden Dragon Mercenary Corps? Do you mean to suggest that the Golden Dragon Mercenary Corps seeks to oppose the Dawn Empire? These are criminals who attacked my territory. Harboring criminals is tantamount to being complicit in their crimes. Buck was not swayed by their words. If the leader of the Golden Dragon Mercenary Corps and his draconic companion were present, he might show some hesitation, but these clearly retired veterans did not intimidate Buck. My dear nobleman, I remarked, we harbor no intention of involving ourselves in your dispute. Our only desire is to fulfill our mission. Furthermore, you would not wish for your secrets to be laid bare, would you? Cut's gaze grew hazy. It had been many years since anyone dared to affront his dignity, especially considering that his interlocutor was merely a minor noble. Hey, my friend from Ingzhou, temper your tone, Buck retorted with a mocking smile. Secrets? What secrets could I possibly possess that you might know? It's utterly ludicrous. Even if I were to have a secret that you were privy to, I could simply retain it. With that thought, he stepped back to stand behind Sim, the guardian shielding the priest and holy judge, who were enveloped in blinding holy light, clearly ready for combat. Upon witnessing the holy figures surrounding Buck, The four mercenaries displayed expressions of astonishment, casting incredulous glances at Alyssa. They were seasoned mercenaries, having spent decades in their profession. Though their encounters had been brief, it was impossible for them not to discern Alyssa's vampiric nature. This was an aspect they intended to leverage against Buck to compel his concession. After all, in the Dawn Empire, where the Dawn Church held undisputed dominance, having a female vampire openly present beside a noble was quite the scandal. However, under the aegis of Holy Light, Alyssa exhibited no signs of distress. Instead, she radiated an aura of piety, utterly subverting their expectations. The four exchanged glances, each recognizing the confusion in the other's eyes. Should she not be a vampire, they would find themselves at a significant disadvantage. Although they had retired from the Golden Dragon Mercenary Corps, they still received their pensions and had come here on a personal request, making confrontation with the Empire's nobility out of the question. Very well, cut. I must truly apologize for the trouble you are causing. Please refrain from interfering any further, Galuga interjected, positioning himself between Buck and Cut. I implore you to forgive my minor schemes. I merely wish to preserve a flicker of hope for my tribe. I beseech you, noble sir, to spare the youth of our clan. In exchange, I offer a treasure and a secret. Galuga glanced at the young lizard man lying motionless on the ground due to Alyssa's paralyzing toxin and spoke slowly. Consider this carefully. You are my captive, and your so-called treasure is my spoils of war. Are you truly willing to barter with my possessions? Should you proceed, you would irrevocably lose a secret of immeasurable worth. I assure you. Galuga spoke with unwavering confidence. Secrets equate to trouble, and trouble is what I detest most, Buck replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing Buck's words, despair washed over Galuga. The current predicament was precisely what he wished to avoid. However, if you genuinely seek our allegiance, I have always been exceedingly lenient towards my subjects. Buck narrowed his eyes and declared, conquering the wasteland marsh was imperative for Buck, and the assistance of the lizard folk would yield substantial benefits. Once these lizard men became part of his domain, he would be able to monitor their status at all times. Moreover, should he locate suitable training grounds, achieving maximum loyalty from them would be entirely feasible. Subjects? Buck's words rendered Galuga momentarily speechless. It is well known that their kind, created by the sorcerers of the Demon Spirit Empire, had long been scorned by certain humans, particularly those nobles who placed great emphasis on bloodlines. Typically, these vanquished subhumans ended up as slaves. Yet, Buck had the audacity to refer to them as subjects. A significant portion of the Wasteland Marsh is recognized as part of the Dawn Empire. You reside within my territory, thus you are naturally my subjects. Provided you are willing to acknowledge this status, I swear by the divine, all who pledge their loyalty to me shall receive fair treatment, Buck affirmed, nodding. He understood Galuga's apprehensions, yet he remained indifferent regarding whether his subjects were human or subhuman, angel or demon. If the Lord is willing to accept us, I, Galuga, swear by the divine to lead the Asso tribe in loyalty to you, never to forsake you. The lizard folk Asso tribe wishes to join your territory. Will you accept? Such a fortuitous offer. Without hesitation, Buck chose to accept. You have accepted the Asso tribe, your subjects have increased, and you have gained control of Witheredwood City. Wait, control of Witheredwood City? Where is that? Buck was momentarily taken aback by the system's notification. Chapter 44, The Asso Tribe. Upon learning that he had gained control of a town, Buck immediately accessed the Lord interface to locate Witheredwood City, only to discover that it was situated right beneath his feet. This dilapidated lizard den was, in fact, a city? This was simply astonishing. Yet the territory panel would not err. The fortress city that had originally belonged to the Asso tribe was now quietly displayed on Buck's territory page. Territory, Witheredwood City, renaming possible. City type, fortress. Buildings, Administrative Hall, Level 1. Subjects, 54. Buck swiftly opened the Witheredwood City interface, and a cascade of gray appeared before his eyes. Aside from the Administrative Hall, which could contribute 500 gold coins, the only structure he could construct was the lizard folk nest, which resembled a donut, made of earth and straw. The lizard folk nest could train first-tier lizard folk warriors, costing only 400 gold coins and 10 units of wood. Without hesitation, Buck ordered its construction. Regarding the 54 subjects, aside from the dozen lizard folk he had captured, there were only a handful present, leaving about 20 still unaccounted for. At that moment, Buck realized that during his time with this tribe, he had yet to encounter a single female lizard folk or any juvenile lizard folk. It seemed Galuga had long been prepared for a counterattack against him. I am curious, with your intelligence, how could you be foolish enough to open the entrance to the tunnel right in your own tribe? The people of the Asso tribe offered me a price I could not refuse, Galuga replied with a wry smile upon hearing Buck's inquiry. Your kin? Galuga did not respond, but subtly nodded. Buck immediately sensed something amiss. He opened his spellbook and cast the newly learned skill, Atmospheric Insight. Atmospheric Insight, a level 1 air magic, conjured a simulated sand table that displayed the locations of hostile units, towns, and treasures in relation to himself. Lacking a specialization in strategic air magic, Buck could only see the positions of hostile targets, yet this information was sufficient. On the simulated sand table, A red dot appeared to his left front. According to the display, the red dot was merely 10 meters away, but it represented a group of elderly lizard folk who had surrendered. Buck quickly accessed the Witheredwood City Territory page to examine the information about his subjects. Unlike the cave dwellers, who were all strikingly similar, there were indeed notable differences among the lizard folk. It didn't take long for Buck to uncover the truth. One of the lizard men was conspicuously absent from his own clan's information, clearly indicating that he was not a member of the Yashuo tribe. Dispelling magic. Buck cast the spell directly at him, and the lizard man, struck by the magic, visibly transformed, his previously frail body suddenly becoming remarkably robust. The abrupt change momentarily stunned the lizard man, who quickly realized his cover was blown and without hesitation lunged towards Buck. Sim, standing beside Buck, immediately raised his shield, while the holy arbiter beside him unleashed a blast of holy light. Yet, it was Buck himself who was faster. Duong. Just as the lizard man leaped into the air, he collided with an invisible force field. Although the field was not particularly sturdy and shattered upon impact, it effectively halted his momentum, and he was subsequently sent flying by the following divine retribution. The mighty shield. After using this spell once in Blackrock City, Buck had developed a fondness for the magic that could create invisible barriers, practicing it diligently during his idle days. The women and children of the tribe had been taken by those from the Xia tribe. Once the spy was dealt with, Buck inquired. Yes, my lord. After they abducted my kin, they left a dozen cave dwellers to dig tunnels and demanded that we utilize these tunnels to seize your provisions once they were completed. Galugia nodded helplessly. The Xia tribe had always harbored hostility towards humanity. In previous years, it was primarily their people who raided your lands. It was perplexing why they had suddenly resorted to employing cave dwellers to excavate tunnels from our territory. Upon hearing Galugia's words, Buck felt a nagging suspicion. There were still dozens of refugees from the north who, for various reasons, had not integrated into his domain, earning their sustenance through labor within Buck's territory. He was aware that some among them might be hesitant, but others likely harbored ulterior motives, such as spies from thieving guilds. After all, Buck himself was merely a minor noble, unlikely to possess an invitation to Blackrock City, yet he had managed to appear there and purchase slaves worth thousands of gold coins. The origins of this invitation card were sufficient to prompt the thieving guild to dispatch operatives to gather intelligence. Buck had instructed his trained cavalry and clergy to conceal their true strength, yet he did not overly obscure Sim's training of the Crusaders. Believing that showcasing a powerful military lord would instill a sense of security in his subjects, thereby enhancing their loyalty. It was likely that this information had been sold by someone from the thieving guild, and that the Xia tribe, initially intending to assault his territory, upon learning of York City's military capabilities, had opted to threaten the Yashuo tribe to act first and cause alarm. Although Buck was confident that many scouts were conducting counter-espionage operations in the city, uncovering few secrets, he still deemed it imperative to swiftly deal with the refugees who had not joined his territory. They must either integrate or depart. However, regarding the Xia tribe, Buck believed he could turn the tables. He dispatched a few individuals back to his domain to retrieve the previously captured lizardmen and instructed Alith to neutralize the toxin affecting the young lizardman. What is your name? Buck inquired, observing the young lizardman as he rose, his face filled with defiance. The young lizardman heard Buck's question but had no intention of answering, turning his head away defiantly. Insolent, the Lord is addressing you. Seeing his son's obstinacy, Galugia, fearing Buck's wrath, swiftly smacked the boy's head and then, with an apologetic tone, said, My apologies, my lord. This is my son Byler. He has been spoiled and lacks understanding. It's quite all right. Youth often brims with vigor. Byler, I understand your discontent. You believe that by guarding the tunnel entrance, you, your father, and his allies possess the strength to repel my assault and even turn the tide. Buck, observing Byler's defiance, countered, But even if you were to defeat me, could you rescue your kin? Could you really? Byler cast a glance at Buck, devoid of any respect, which made Galugia anxious. His life was literally in their hands. Yet the boy remained so arrogant, failing to recognize that he himself had once been similarly headstrong, though years of mercenary life had tempered his demeanor. Of course, it would require your cooperation, and it may take some time. I wonder if you can manage that. At that moment, Buck conceived a plan that necessitated this young man's collaboration. Otherwise, he would not have wasted breath on him. Chapter 45, Arrangements and Treasures. Soon, the 13 lizardmen Buck had captured were brought forth. Without hesitation, Buck trained these ordinary lizardmen into lizardman warriors. Name, Datapu, common. Identity, resident of Witheredwood City. Battle level, first rank, level 0. Unit type, lizardman warrior. Skill, regeneration. Lizardmen possess formidable regenerative abilities, allowing them to quickly recover from ordinary injuries, and even regenerate severed limbs. Morale, 0. Luck, 0. All 13 young lizardmen were transformed into lizardman warriors under Buck's training, and he then called over Byler. Do you see your kin? I have restored them. Your task is to lead them to pledge allegiance to the Xia tribe. Buck gestured towards the young lizardmen he had trained, speaking languidly. Pledge allegiance? What kind of jest is this? Upon hearing Buck's words, Byler exclaimed, as if insulted. Buck glanced at Galugia, but remained silent. Galugia pulled his son's ear and led him aside, hissing a reprimand before returning to Buck. Rest assured, my lord. Though he is somewhat reckless, he genuinely cares for his kin and will follow your orders. However, I am curious, what is your intention in having them pledge allegiance? If they do so, hoping the Xia tribe will send aid for their captured kin, what will the Xia tribe do? Buck countered, given Lukach's character. They would either capture them all and enslave them alongside those previously taken, or they would refrain from intervening directly but provide covert support, using them as fodder to launch an assault on your territory. The latter seems more probable. Galugia had some understanding of Lukach, the chief of the Xia tribe. However, merely a dozen lizard men could not hope to breach my territory. Lizard men have a lifespan of only 30 to 40 years. Juvenile lizard men mature and can be trained within 5 years. If the Xia tribe were indeed intent on encroaching upon my domain, they would not rush to attack but would allow Byler to develop under their control, establishing Witheredwood City as a stronghold for an offensive against the Dawn Empire. Witheredwood City? Where is that? Upon hearing Buck's words, Byler, having received a scolding from his father, scratched his head and asked, Beneath your very feet lies what was once known as the Witheredwood City, a fortress erected over 2 centuries ago to thwart the encroachment of the Dawn Empire's knights. However, barely 3 days after its construction, it met its demise at the hands of its own people, leaving even the name Witheredwood City shrouded in obscurity. A mystery to all but a select few, including the lord who seemed to possess knowledge of it. Upon hearing Buck utter the words Witheredwood City, Galugia's countenance shifted subtly, prompting him to speak. Such matters are of no concern to you. Simply follow my directives. If you wish for your clan to prosper, the restitution of your kin is imperative. I shall also arrange for individuals to assist you in your governance, but fret not. As long as you maintain the title of tribal leader, all shall be well. If Buck's memory served him right, the Dawn Empire was in disarray, with the lizard folk of the desolate marshes contributing to its downfall. Byler, being one of his subjects, ensured that as long as he remained the nominal owner of Witheredwood City, it would remain under his dominion. With the construction of the city, the lizard folk under its banner could be trained at any time, alleviating concerns regarding the loyalty of the lower ranks. Furthermore, it would allow the enemies to assist in the development of the territory, an opportunity that was simply too advantageous to overlook. After all, many of these marsh lizard folk were beastmasters, capable of constructing various habitats for creatures within their tribe and taming them, a feat Buck himself could not achieve. Do you think the people of the Xia tribe are fools? Would they believe me? Byler, uncharacteristically astute, voiced his skepticism in response to Buck's plan. That is not for you to worry about. I will periodically create vulnerabilities in the territory's defenses, allowing you to seize some goods to showcase your worth, thus facilitating investment from the Xia tribe. Buck replied with a grin, shaking his finger. The Xia tribe would undoubtedly be cautious and would likely infiltrate Byler's tribe with spies. However, unlike humans, the lizardfolk tribes possessed unique totems, requiring a branded mark to join a tribe. The Yasu tribe had already fully submitted to Buck, meaning that any creature bearing the totem mark effectively acknowledged their allegiance to his domain. Once a spy's information was under your control, it was possible to train them to maximum loyalty. If Buck could not maintain control here, he might as well find a pig to ram into a wall. Though skeptical of Buck's scheme, Byler, under the watchful gaze of his father, led a dozen lizard folk deeper into the marsh toward the Xia tribe. Meanwhile, Buck prepared to return to his territory through the secret tunnels, accompanied by the older lizard folk. Would you care to join us? After all, a warm bed is far superior to the cold marshlands. Buck suddenly extended an invitation to the 4 members of the Golden Dragon Mercenary Corps. These 4 were undoubtedly elite, and given the rapport with Galugia, he might successfully recruit them. His tavern, though built, remained empty, as only elite and heroic figures would appear on the territory's tavern page. Even if he could not recruit them, forging a good relationship with the Golden Dragon Mercenary Corps would be beneficial. Upon hearing Buck's invitation, the 4 exchanged glances, and the burly man with a full beard broke the silence. Is there any ale? There is. But I cannot guarantee that the rustic establishment's inferior brew will satisfy your palate, as long as there's enough. The bearded man laughed heartily and made his way toward the tunnel, followed closely by the others. Upon returning to Yorktown, Buck promptly summoned several pairs of shackles, securing the lizard folk before handing the keys to them. After all, his territory harbored spies and had suffered greatly from the lizard folk's previous harassment. Certain appearances needed to be maintained. He instructed his steward, Alec, to properly entertain the 4 members of the Golden Dragon Mercenary Corps and led Galugia to his lord's mansion. Now, it's time to fulfill your promise, my treasure, and that priceless piece of information. Galugia nodded and removed a necklace resembling a hand from around his neck, placing it on the table before Buck. This is a free pendant, a treasure I acquired during my time as a mercenary on a fateful adventure. It enables the wearer to remain alert, immune to the persuasion of words. It is yours now. As for the priceless information, my lord, are you familiar with the cursed armor? Chapter 46, The Rise and Fall of the Yasu Tribe. I do not enjoy beating around the bush. I prefer to speak plainly. Upon hearing this, Buck's heart raced, though he maintained his composure. After all, the tale of the cursed armor being vanquished by the holy alliance forged by the gods had been immortalized in song for a millennium, known even to the children of the Dawn Empire. As a lord, one would presume he was aware of far more than merely the stories. Following the shattering of the cursed armor, it had transformed into 4 magical artifacts: the Black Demon Sword, the Undead Shield, the Skull Crown, and the Bone Chestplate. What I possess is knowledge of the whereabouts of the Bone Chestplate. Buck could hardly remain seated, for few were privy to the existence of the Bone Chestplate, apart from his subordinates, Elith and Perry. Moreover, due to the system's nature, wearing the Bone Chestplate had not affected him, nor did it emit the unusual magical aura that was rumored to influence its wielder. There is no need for excitement, my lord. I merely have a lead on the Bone Chestplate's location, not its exact whereabouts. Even if we were to find it, you must hand it over to the Dawn Church. Do not wear it yourself, for that artifact possesses its own consciousness, Galugia stated gravely. How do you know this? The Bone Chestplate has been missing for ages. Any information that surfaces has been proven false, Buck inquired immediately. Because my mother was the last seal holder of the cursed chestplate, Galugia revealed, his expression tinged with sorrow. It was revealed that over 2 centuries ago, the Yasu tribe, the mightiest lizard folk tribe of the desolate marshes, boasted an abundance of resources and wealth. The daughter of the tribe's leader, a female lizard folk named Stig, exhibited remarkable magical prowess from a young age, eventually becoming a tribal witch. As she grew older, the tribe's magical resources could no longer satisfy her needs, prompting her father to invest heavily in sending her to the misty sea north of the desolate marshes to learn magic from the Naga. As one of the 3 great races of the ocean, the Naga were also products of the experiments of the Arcane Empire, possessing not only formidable combat abilities, but also having learned immensely powerful magic from the mages of the Arcane Empire. As vassals of the Naga, the lizard folk of the desolate marshes agreed to the hefty price for Stig's education, recognizing the strategic advantage of enhancing their own strength to counter the elves of the Evergreen Sea, who harbored a deep-seated enmity toward the Naga. Subsequently, the powerful Dawn Empire launched a campaign of conquest to the north, encompassing the desolate marshes within its scope. As the lizard folk of the desolate marshes were steadily defeated by the pioneering knights of the Dawn Empire, Stig returned to the barren swamp. Armed with the formidable magic he had honed over the years, along with an even greater reservoir of magical power, Stig effortlessly repelled the Dawn Empire's expeditionary forces. In a tragic turn of fate, he also killed his own father, ruthlessly subjugating his kin, and ascended to the leadership of the Asso tribe. Ignoring the treaties signed by various tribes within the desolate marsh, he initiated a campaign of territorial conquest against the other tribes. The other lizardfolk tribes, naturally unwilling to remain passive, sought aid from the Naga. The Naga responded to the lizardfolk's plea for assistance, led personally by their high priestess. Under the pretext that Stig had stolen the Naga's cherished treasure during his studies in the Naga capital, the war concluded swiftly, but the outcome was unforeseen. The Naga were utterly shattered by Stig's overwhelming magical prowess. The ultimate force summoned by the high priestess, a colossal sea elemental, was reduced to mere ice by Stig's minuscule frostbolt. Furthermore, Stig and his tribe expelled the Naga from the coastal regions of the Misty Sea. With the Naga's interference eliminated, Stig rapidly unified the entire desolate marsh through ruthlessly bloody means, and began preparations to construct a grand fortress city, the City of Withered Trees, in the southern expanse of the marsh. However, just as the city was completed and the tribal totem ignited the flames of faith, Stig mysteriously vanished. Simultaneously, Stig's younger brother, Vester, rallied the Asso tribe's people to attack Stig's fervent worshippers, with other tribes' lizardfolk joining the fray. In the ensuing conflict, the City of Withered Trees was obliterated, and Vester established a new tribe upon its ruins, a lineage that persists to this day. Stig's immense strength stemmed from an adventure he was compelled to partake in during his time at the Naga capital, where by serendipity, he discovered one of the components of the cursed armor, the bone breastplate. Stig, inherently gifted, wielded terrifying magical strength augmented by the breastplate. Yet, he became enslaved by it, continuously feeding it with blood and soul until, at the moment the tribal totem ignited, the spirits of his ancestors briefly awakened his consciousness. Unwilling to remain a slave to the bone breastplate, Stig, leveraging his exceptional magical aptitude, crafted a sealing spell within a mere 3 days, designed to imprison the breastplate. At the cost of his own life, he sealed it within his brother Vester's body. From that moment forth, Vester's descendants would, in their prime, sacrifice their own lives to seal the bone breastplate within their progeny, preventing this cursed artifact from wreaking havoc upon the world. In return for this act, Vester's descendants were blessed by the divine, endowed with extraordinary talents and opportunities for heroism from the moment of their birth. I am a descendant of Vester. Yet in my generation, unforeseen complications arose, whether due to a flaw in the seal, the breastplate's influence on my mother, or her own overwhelming ambition. She was unwilling to sacrifice her life. Instead, she attempted to eliminate me, the next vessel for the breastplate seal. Seeking to use my life as a sacrifice to unravel the seal and obtain immense power, I was compelled to flee the desolate marsh, wandering the continent until, by a stroke of fortune, I joined the Golden Dragon Mercenary Corps. During my time with the mercenary group, I gleaned vast knowledge, including the prototype of the sealing spell that Stig had once modified. This spell, which harnessed life force as its binding power, required vitality to maintain its efficacy. The spell would continuously draw upon the life force of the one who sealed it, compelling us to sacrifice ourselves to sustain the seal's strength and transfer it to our descendants without depleting their life force. However, my mother was unwilling to comply. This magic necessitated a willing heart. Consequently, when she refused to sacrifice herself, the diminishing sealing power rapidly siphoned her life force. According to my intelligence, my mother disappeared over 20 years ago, presumably having perished as the seal drained her vitality, yet her body remains unfound. I am convinced that her remains lie within the domain of the adults, and as the sealing power of the bone breastplate nears its end, anomalies are certain to arise. If the adults prepare in advance, with their multitude of clergy, they should swiftly locate the breastplate. Should it be entrusted to the Dawn Church for sealing, a substantial reward would undoubtedly follow. Chapter 47. The Manufacturing Factory. Upon concluding Galuga's narration, Buck and Elith exchanged glances. Realizing that the bones found in the Baris family's basement belonged to Galuga's mother, the origins of the bone breastplate were now clear, revealing an unexpectedly convoluted tale. Very well. I understand. This is indeed valuable information. You may rest for now. Buck nodded to Galuga, signaling him to take his leave. Noticing Buck's seemingly indifferent demeanor, Galuga hesitated to express further thoughts but resolved to persuade Buck in due time. Having spent considerable time in the mercenary group, he had witnessed too many tragedies wrought by forbidden powers. As Galuga departed, Buck picked up the pendant of freedom from the table and hung it around his neck. Pendant of freedom keeps the wearer alert and resistant to mind-altering spells. This necklace is rather useful, although I can dispel great magic. Being caught under control would be troublesome. What do you think, Elith? Should I hand over the bone breastplate to the church? Buck suddenly inquired. Unnecessary. I have never encountered a more perfect sealing method than your own body. As long as you do not expose yourself, neither I nor Lord Perry will divulge any information. You are safest here. Elith shook her head and replied. Please summon Sim and Alec for me. I have matters to discuss, Buck said before closing his eyes. Soon, Alec and Sim stood before Buck. Alec, tomorrow morning, you will deliver the final ultimatum to those refugees who have not joined my territory. If they do not choose to ally with York City within 3 days, they must leave. Sim, assist Alec in this endeavor. We must rapidly amass military strength to apply pressure on the marsh, thereby hastening the construction of the city of withered trees by the Shia tribe. Now is not the time for so many spies within our territory. Yes, my lord. The next morning, Alec announced Buck's orders. Although the ultimatum displeased many refugees unwilling to join Buck's territory, they had no choice but to pledge their allegiance, as there was no better alternative than York City. A flurry of information flooded Buck's territory, and suddenly, a mischievous smile crept across his face. Ah, it seems a clue has slipped through. Name, Cometh, common. Identity, Black Iron level member of the York City Residents Thieves Guild. Combat level, 2nd tier, level 0. Unit type, thief. Skill, poisoning. Do not expect any nightly spirit from thieves. The damage inflicted by thieves on enemies has a chance to cause poison damage. There are a total of 5 scouts from the Thieves Guild, all members of the Black Iron faction. However, 4 of them are rangers. And Buck is unable to train them, so he must rely on Hosen for close surveillance. As for Cometh, he is merely a thief, making him easier to manipulate. 3 days later, with the walls of York City fully encircled, the headquarters on Buck's territory page transformed from gray to green. Headquarters consumes 2,500 gold and 5 ore, increases the training capacity of troops within the castle by 50, and enhances the power of ranged attacks at the walls by 100. In the new week, Buck seized the opportunity to eliminate the 4 rangers from the Thieves Guild, leaving only Cometh, whom he had trained as a ranger, to maintain contact with the guild. After confirming that there were no other spies in the city, Buck trained all available troop types, leaving Alec in charge of the city's affairs along with the trained archers and knights, before heading towards the Thieves' Cave with his army. The Thieves' Cave had been significantly expanded. The exterior served as a training ground for thieves, while the interior housed a stone mine. The miners, adhering strictly to regulations, had not delved too deep, thus avoiding disturbing the constructs. Under the cover of night, Buck arrived at the fork in the road where he had previously encountered the constructs and dispatched his mole rats once more. Soon, he received a notification. It was the same passage where the stone men had appeared before, and Shook number 8 once again met his demise, followed closely by a dozen stone men emerging from within. Attack. It appeared that this passage was indeed the production site for those constructs. Unlike before, Buck's forces were now equipped with superior weaponry, and, without hesitation, he commanded his subordinates to charge forward. The Royal Guards led the advance, followed by the clerics. with the Holy Crusaders bringing up the rear as Buck's army swiftly pressed onward. The pale stone men raised their fists, striking against the shields of the royal guards, producing a clanging sound that failed to halt their march. Soon, a pile of rubble lay at Buck's feet, before the fully armed elite warriors. Both the iron men and stone golems were shattered into fragments, and Buck's forces rapidly advanced deeper into the passage. Before them stood a massive metal door, wide open, emitting a series of bizarre sounds from within. After waiting a considerable time without any sign of movement, Buck cautiously led his troops inside. As they crossed the threshold, the interior suddenly illuminated, revealing a grand chandelier overhead, casting a soft glow that brightened the entire space. Before them lay a series of mechanical creations, resembling an assembly line, with a dozen stone men at the end placing enormous ore blocks onto a conveyor belt. As the ore passed through a machine, it was disassembled. Black and white substances were transported to different machines, and with a thunderous roar, a stone man and an iron man were produced. However, these constructs appeared dormant, merely stacked in place without movement. A manufacturing facility, a fully automated factory for creating constructs. Buck gazed in awe at the assembly line before him. With the setup, combined with the convenience of the system panel, he would soon amass his own army of constructs. These war machines, impervious to supply constraints and devoid of fear, would significantly alleviate many of his troubles. However, if memory served, such an automated factory would typically have guards. Just as Buck surveyed his surroundings, the door behind him abruptly closed, and a series of passages in the metallic walls of the assembly line suddenly opened. A cacophony of sounds emanated from the newly opened passages as Buck's subordinates immediately drew their weapons, forming a protective circle around him. 9 gold men and 6 diamond men slowly emerged from the passages. "We've struck gold," Buck exclaimed, saliva pooling in his mouth as he beheld the constructs. Whether gold or diamond, both were considered precious minerals in this world. Although diamonds were not as valuable as in his previous life, their purity made them excellent magical materials. And the fully gold-crafted gold men were a sight to behold. Only the bygone magic spirit empire would have the audacity to manufacture such luxuries. Accelerate the attack. Bloodlust increases the physical attack power of the target. Slowdown spell. The trio of spells enveloped both sides, rendering the already sluggish gold men and diamond men even slower. Crush them. Buck wiped his mouth and commanded. Chapter 48. The remains of the Minotaur troops. After several arduous hours, Buck's forces finally shattered the gold men and diamond men. The primary challenge lay in the fact that the magical core locations of these constructs were not fixed, making them significantly harder to defeat. You have achieved a glorious victory. You have gained substantial experience. Your strategic level has risen to level 6. Your knowledge. 1. Please select your enhanced ability. 1. Offensive art, intermediate. 2. Mastery of earth magic, beginner. 3. Humility, diplomatic skill. 4. Wisdom studies, wisdom skill. Having vanquished this batch of constructs, Buck leveled up once more. A new battle skill, Mastery of Earth Magic, emerged, capable of enhancing the effects of earth-based magic while reducing its mana consumption, an essential skill for any mage-type hero. Humility is a unique ability of diplomatic skills that can reduce hostility from other beings towards the hero. For instance, if one were to intrude upon a pack of wild wolves' territory, the ability of humility might prevent them from launching an attack, allowing the hero to strike first. However, it is entirely ineffective against units that target the hero directly. Wisdom Studies is a unique ability of wisdom skills that allows the hero's magical limit to increase as the wisdom skill level rises, providing increments of 25, 50, or 100. Ultimately, Buck chose Mastery of Earth Magic, as his current magical limit was still modest, and the frequently used earth magic would benefit greatly from the reduction in mana consumption. Most crucially, many powerful spells required the enhancement of Mastery of Earth Magic. You have discovered a manufacturing factory. Neutral Nest Manufacturing Factory, able to recruit 6 stone men, 150 gold each, 6 iron men, 200 gold each, 3 gold men, 500 gold each, and 2 diamond men, 800 gold each, weekly. At this moment, the territory interface indicated that stone men and iron men could be directly recruited. But the gold men and diamond men displayed insufficient materials. Evidently, just as the troops of the sanctuary necessitate the training of genuine human beings, the manufacturing facility that produces these constructs also requires corresponding materials. After all, it is impossible to create something from nothing. The materials for the stone golems and iron golems are readily available, as the ores here are likely rich in iron elements, which have been directly extracted by the manufacturing facility. Additionally, there are even some unactivated stone golems and iron golems already manufactured. After expending 2,100 gold coins, 12 constructs were successfully recruited. Indeed, it appeared that some of the stone golems and iron golems observed previously by Buck had established a connection with him. As for the gold golems and diamond golems, Buck pondered for a moment and instructed his subordinates to place a portion of the collected remnants onto the conveyor belt of the manufacturing facility. With Buck South materials in place, it became evident that recruitment of the gold golems and diamond golems was also possible. Soon, 3 gold golems and 2 diamond golems were created, yet Buck refrained from allowing them to act, feigning an unactivated state. Since entering this place, he had experienced a peculiar sensation, as if he were being watched. This feeling had first arisen in Black Cliff City and had intensified, particularly after he learned scouting techniques. Although the sensation abruptly ceased when the gates of the manufacturing engineering closed, Buck decided to keep the constructs motionless, just in case. Before long, everyone had rested, and Buck instructed the accompanying scout to seek a path forward, for this was merely the manufacturing facility for humanoid constructs. The haunted tower of the stone golems was absent, indicating that there was still a route to explore. Soon, a hidden door was discovered by Buck's subordinates. Upon opening the secret door, Buck led his troops inside. They found themselves in an exceptionally spacious metal tunnel, soaring several meters high. As Buck's forces entered, voice-activated wall lights illuminated the entire passage. Buck waved his hand, prompting a swarm of tunnel giant rats to dart deeper into the corridor. After a span of several minutes without any unusual occurrences, Buck proceeded with his team deeper into the tunnel. Before long, they arrived at the end of the passage, where a series of tower-like structures materialized before Buck, the very edifices dedicated to the creation of stone golems, known as the Haunted Towers. However, most of these haunted towers had suffered extensive damage, with only 2 or 3 remaining intact and inactive. Behind the haunted towers lay a colossal hall constructed from white jade ore. The open space in front of these towers was littered with fragments of stone golems, amidst which lay dozens of skeletal remains. These bones were tall and adorned with 2 horns, unmistakably not human remnants, but rather reminiscent of those belonging to minotaurs. Upon sighting these remains, Buck suddenly recalled Ula's words. Before Dymark ascended to the position of Lord of Castro, the previous lord had been a minotaur. While excavating the stone mines, something unknown was unearthed, leading him and his followers to investigate, after which they never returned. His deputy had subsequently excavated a tunnel leading to the stone mine and sold Castro to Moises of Black Cliff City. These must be the Minotaur expeditionary forces that had sought the truth. Buck approached slowly, noticing that the remains were encrusted with dust. Observing the destroyed, haunted towers, he realized that had it not been for these Minotaur forces, he would have had to contend with far more formidable stone golems. You have discovered the remains of an unfortunate individual. Would you like to search? A prompt suddenly appeared as Buck neared one of the Minotaur corpses. This could trigger a response. Buck's eyes gleamed at the sight of dozens of Minotaur remains, and he promptly chose to proceed. You searched the remains of the unfortunate adventurer, but found nothing. No matter. The nature of remains inherently carries low probability. Buck dismissed the disappointment. Moving on to the next set of remains. You searched the remains of the unfortunate adventurer, but found nothing. You searched the remains of the unfortunate adventurer, but found nothing. You searched the remains of the unfortunate adventurer, but found nothing. Damn it. What a bunch of paupers. It serves you right to perish here. After a string of failures, it seemed that these Minotaur forces were indeed destitute, lacking any valuable items. You searched the remains of the unfortunate adventurer and found the Mountain King's battle axe. Ah, treasure. Mountain King's battle axe. Attack power of 4 for the wielder. Buck laboriously lifted the battle axe from the remains. A level 2 treasure. The Mountain King's battle axe was indeed a fine item. While he could not wield it effectively, merely possessing it would enhance his troops' attack power significantly. However, what was peculiar about this particular remnant? Buck observed that this remains belonged to a minotaur taller than the others, yet it was bisected, as if cleaved in 2 by some formidable force. Chapter 49. The ultimate troop type, the Colossus. A minotaur, severed in half. And not just any minotaur, but one capable of becoming a lord. Even if not elite, it must have been at least level 7 or 8. What manner of terrifying entity could so effortlessly cleave a minotaur? Suddenly, Buck was struck by a chilling realization, lifting his gaze towards the enormous palace behind the haunted towers, where the grand doors had swung open, revealing colossal figures emerging from within. Retreat! Buck shouted loudly. It was indeed the Cloud Palace responsible for manufacturing giant constructs. Since Buck had previously chosen not to align with the Academy faction in the game, he was unaware of the appearance of this faction's top-tier troop-building structures. But today he was witnessing them firsthand. Colossus, the premier construct of the Academy faction, fashioned from precious metals and minerals. These terrifying constructs were the very foundation upon which the Demon Spirit Empire had once dominated the world, even causing dragons to pale in comparison. Before Buck's words could fully escape his lips, the passage behind them sealed shut. Sim struck the door with all his might, yet it left not a trace. Engage. Though the Colossus was immensely daunting, it had not yet been modified into a Titan or Storm Titan and lacked ranged attack capabilities. Moreover, without mages to operate them, victory was still a possibility. After all, these constructs, when created, were infused with the souls of mages for operational ease. Constructs endowed with intelligence were truly fearsome war machines. However, The demon spirit empire was an ancient relic from a millennium ago, and no human could endure such a span of time. Even those mages who had transformed their bodies into elemental beings through divine research had seen their consciousness gradually erode over time, becoming mindless elemental entities. Nowadays, many of the controlled monstrous guardians of the Mage Alliance were once mages who had undergone transformation. Although their bodies remained immortal, their awareness had permanently dissipated. Thud, 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 thud. The earth trembled beneath the footsteps of the colossal figure, which charged towards Buck and his companions with astonishing speed. The slow spell. Lacking the support of a mage battalion behind it, these mindless constructs became massive targets. Once gravity was exerted upon the giant, its speed was immediately curtailed. Quicksand trap. With his mastery of earth magic advancing, Buck's quicksand trap expanded in range, ensnaring the giant's legs. However, given the sheer size of the giant, the trap could only partially engulf its lower legs. The trapped giant strained to extricate its limbs, yet the quicksand clung tenaciously to it. Regardless of its size and strength, the creature could likely free itself in a short time. It was imperative that the giant remain ensnared. If it were to move, Buck's troops would be in dire peril. Before Buck could issue a command, Eliza surged ahead, swiftly darting to the giant's face. Transforming back into her human form, she lunged at the giant's eye with her dagger. Clang! The dagger struck the giant's eyeball, emitting a metallic clang. Sensing the assault, the giant's empty hand reached for Eliza, but she evaded. Transforming into a bat and soaring to the top of the giant's head, launching a frenzied assault. Though her strikes bore little impact, they successfully drew the giant's attention. At that moment, a member of the Holy Crusaders charged to the giant's feet, wielding a greatsword that emanated a divine radiance. Extraordinary strength. As the Holy Crusader struck, a magical infusion enveloped him. Extraordinary strength, a unique skill of the Holy Judicator, bears resemblance to the water-based spell, Spirit Blessing, but can only be applied to a single target. In truth, individuals cannot maximize their attacks consistently due to the natural protective limits imposed by human musculature. Yet, extraordinary strength and Spirit Blessing transcend this boundary, allowing the recipient to maximize each strike without inflicting harm upon themselves. While extraordinary strength merely approaches maximum attack potential, Spirit Blessing enables each strike to achieve true maximum damage, and with mastery of water magic, its effects can even surpass initial attack power without damaging the physical body. The muscles of the Holy Crusader, imbued with extraordinary strength, swelled dramatically as he swung his greatsword with vigor. Holy Light Cleave. A double strike. Two powerful slashes struck the giant's knee joint, carving a deep gash into its incredibly hard body. Sensing a greater threat from the insects below than those above, the giant abandoned its attempt to seize Eliza and turned its fury upon the Holy Crusader. Despite the effects of the slow spell, the giant's speed remained terrifying. With its massive blade poised to cleave the Crusader in two, a royal guard suddenly charged in, knocking the Crusader aside while raising their great shield. Clang! The resounding clash of metal pierced Buck's ears painfully. The royal guard was sent flying, yet before they could land, rays of divine light cascaded upon them. A dozen priests simultaneously intervened, swiftly healing the royal guard's injuries. The healed royal guard rose from the ground, inspecting their nearly shattered shield. Had it not been for the sweeping strike that sent them flying, they would have surely been bisected along with their shield. Attack the joint of the arm wielding the weapon, Buck exclaimed, startled by the damaged shield, and immediately enhanced his troops with an acceleration spell. With the added speed, Eliza dashed up the giant's arm, targeting the wrist joint of the hand that wielded the weapon with rapid strikes. Furthermore, beams of divine light also descended upon that spot as the Holy Judicator behind Buck joined the fray. Crack! With a sharp sound, the ancient giant, worn down by the ravages of time, was no longer in a prime state. After enduring so many assaults, the giantess' right hand was shattered, and the massive sword fell from its grasp. Deprived of its weapon's might, the giant could no longer deliver fatal strikes against Buck's royal guards. With the priests healing and the guards alternating blocks, this terrifying force, once deemed a nightmare by countless races, finally succumbed before the collective might of the warriors. Chapter 50. The Colossus and the Evil Eye. You have achieved a glorious victory, earning a significant amount of experience. Your strategic level has risen to level 7. Your attack has increased by 1. Please select your enhancement ability. 1. Wisdom Technique, Intermediate. 2. Defense Technique, Beginner. 3. Rock Solid, Unique Ability of Earth Magic Specialization. 4. Preemptive Strike, Unique Ability for Counterattacks. Truly, as a top-tier unit, defeating it allowed Buck to ascend another level. The 4 options presented included the new campaign skill, Defense Technique, which could enhance the defensive capabilities of Buck's forces, a straightforward and practical battle skill. Next was the Intermediate Wisdom Technique, which would enable Buck to learn level 4 magic. The 2 unique skills, Rock Solid, would grant an additional point of defense to his forces each time an earth spell is cast, with duration proportional to the caster's magical power. Preemptive Strike would ensure that Buck's troops would always counterattack first against sudden assaults while on guard. All were highly practical options. However, in light of the prospect of level 4 magic, these considerations seemed trivial, for while level 4 magic demanded great resources, it represented a transformative existence. After selecting intermediate wisdom technique, Buck allowed his exhausted subordinates to rest while he slowly approached the Grand Palace. You have discovered the Cloud Palace. The manufacturing facility for the giants, the Cloud Palace, could produce a giant at the cost of 2,000 gold coins and 1 unit of gems. Yet, it currently displayed an inability to manufacture due to a lack of materials. Buck gestured for his subordinates to transport the disassembled giant, now in 7 or 8 pieces, into the Cloud Palace, and then initiated the manufacturing process. Within the palace, those disassembled components were reassembled by an unseen force, transforming into a brand new giant. Name, none common. Identity, exclusive construct of Buck. Combat level, Tier 7, Level 0. Unit type, Giant, Tier 7. Combat skill, Absorb Magic. The materials used to create this giant include the precious material Star Silver, which allows it to absorb some magical power when subjected to magical attacks, inflicting magical damage with its own attacks. Combat skill, Crush. The giant's massive size inflicts additional crushing damage upon smaller targets. Combat skill, Magic Amplification, Passive. As the elite combat unit of the Magic Spirit Empire, the magical runes adorning it enable a doubling of magical enhancement effects. Combat skill, Construct, Passive, Immunity to toxins, diseases, blindness, mental magic, and cannot be healed or resurrected, unaffected by morale. Buck was unusually exhilarated. The towering giant, soaring over 10 meters, seemed akin to a mere toy in his hands, as it stretched its limbs, twirled, and played delightfully under his command. His subordinates felt no sense of dissonance, while Elise had long grown accustomed to such occurrences. For her, anything involving Buck was hardly surprising. After all, miracles existed to explain such phenomena. Just as he contemplated how to position this formidable force, he sensed that one of the giant tunnel rats he had dispatched had met its demise. Simultaneously, a notification rang in. You are under attack by enemy forces. Deep within the tunnels, a peculiar creature, possessing a singular enormous eye and supported by several tentacles, approached the factory's entrance, led by an oddly dressed individual. This person donned a bizarre helmet that enveloped their head, adorned with numerous spikes. With a wave of his hand, a palm-sized creature with several tentacles and a large eye crawled from the corner of the passage and landed in his palm. Well done, little darling, Ajit remarked, stroking the large eye of the small orb before cradling it in his arms. At that moment, a swarm of giant tunnel rats scurried forth from in front of him. The sight of these revolting creatures was nauseating. No matter how many he exterminated, they seemed never-ending. Why were such repulsive beings found in the dungeon? Ajit crushed one of the tunnel rats that dashed before him underfoot, then rubbed his shoe vigorously against the ground. He had been wandering the dungeon for nearly 3 decades since being expelled by the Mage Alliance. However, luck smiled upon him when the city lord he followed met an unexpected demise, granting him the opportunity to sell the dungeon and acquire ample research funding. His research had now borne fruit, culminating in the creation of his exclusive magical construct, the Evil Eye, which, after years of refinement, had evolved into a specialized small magic eye for surveillance, selling for a handsome sum in Blackcliff City. Yet, he fumed at the thought that the ancient Magic Spirit Empire ruins discovered by that foolish Minotaur Lord had been unearthed by others, who had even dared to invade with troops, forcing him to abandon his research on the evolution of the Evil Eye to rush here with his forces. These ruins of the ancient Magic Spirit Empire were an irresistible temptation for any mage. He would never allow them to fall into another's hands. He glanced at the evil eyes behind him, constructs of magic he had yet to reveal to anyone. Today would mark their glorious debut. Alert! Upon receiving the notification, Buck immediately rallied his subordinates, and soon his team was assembled, gazing intently at the entrance of the passage. Quite vigilant, I see. Ajit slowly emerged from the passage, observing the already defensive Buck, and spoke deliberately. But it is futile. In the face of overwhelming force, all efforts are in vain. As Ajit spoke, the evil eyes behind him revealed themselves to the crowd, a dense multitude of 70 to 80 giant orbs. What is that? So repulsive. Elise remarked with a hint of disgust at the sight of the unfamiliar magical constructs. Repulsive? No. How can you call such adorable creatures repulsive? Ajit protested, affectionately stroking one of the large eyeballs behind him, before his attention was caught by the Ghost Tower. Is this the legendary Ghost Tower? A workshop capable of producing gargoyles and stone golems, and there are so many. Why are so many of them damaged? Ajit thought to himself, cursing Aruni. That idiot. Surely it was his Minotaur army's doing. That damned fool deserved to die here. Ajit held Buck and his companions in utter contempt. Not only did he possess overwhelming military strength, but Buck's forces also appeared quite disheveled, having evidently endured a fierce battle. Buck furrowed his brow and began issuing orders for his subordinates to slowly retreat, for he recognized the strange creatures, the evil eyes. Rumor had it that they were magical constructs created by a mage who had once joined the dungeon. a type of ranged creature that had even allowed him to ascend to hero status. Regardless of whether the individual before him was currently a hero, they were undeniably the enemy, and thus must be eliminated. Buck's troops' movements caught Ajit's attention. Upon seeing the enormous Cloud Palace behind Buck, he was momentarily stunned. Could it be the fabled Cloud Palace? A rune factory for creating golems and titans? Ajit's breath quickened. Similar to gargoyles, the manufacturing technique for titans had been lost due to the scarcity of star silver. Nowadays, the Mage Alliance's top military strength consisted of a few pure magical elemental conglomerates summoned from the elemental realm, arcane hawks. Eliminate them. Do not allow them to desecrate that noble place. Ajit shouted frantically as he witnessed Buck's group advancing toward the Cloud Palace. Chapter 51, Counterattack. Following Ajit's command, the swarm of evil eyes immediately launched their assault. Beams of light shot forth from their eyes, targeting Buck's forces. A group of royal guards raised their shields to protect the others, but these beams were not mere physical damage. Had it not been for the timely healing from the priest behind them, Buck's royal guards would have surely suffered casualties. Soon, Buck's group retreated to the front of the Cloud Palace, when suddenly, a colossal figure emerged from within, shielding Buck's team from the onslaught. What is that? Could it be a titan? Ajit initially froze at the sight of the suddenly appearing construct giant, then shook his head, revealing an expression of excitement. No. There's no ranged attack. It's a golem. The Cloud Palace is still operational. Eliminate them all, including that giant. Although the golem was precious, it was evident that the opponent had employed some means of control over it, and thus he had no choice but to destroy it. After all, the Cloud Palace remained intact, and it surely housed the equipment necessary for creating golems. With his intelligence, it would not be difficult to recreate a golem, and even attempt to replicate a titan through research. The Mage Alliance would undoubtedly regret expelling him. With that thought, Ajit's countenance twisted in fury. At Ajit's command, a portion of the evil eyes continued to unleash beams of attack against Buck's forces, while another segment entwined their tentacles, unleashing bolts of electricity that struck the spikes of the peculiar helmet he wore. As the electrical surge coursed through him, Ajit's magical energy began to swell rapidly, providing him the confidence to confront the golem. Under the augmentation of the numerous evil eyes, his spell's power would elevate to unimaginable heights. To him, a mere golem was easily manageable, although a brief charge time was required. Facing a golem, not a titan equipped with ranged attacks, he had sufficient time to unleash his assault before it could close the distance. Meanwhile, Buck, having ordered the golem to attack, immediately cast a spell upon it. Acceleration of attack, bloodthirsty sorcery, and stone skin. Ha ha ha, foolish one, who do you think you are? Golem, although endowed with runes that enhance magical prowess, it would typically require a coalition of several dozen mages to activate such an effect. Yet, Ajit could not contain his mockery of Buck's audacity. This is impossible. However, the unfolding situation defied his expectations. The golem shimmered with blue, red, and green runes, and its speed surged exponentially, propelling it directly before Ajit and his cadre of evil eyes. The golem brandished its lightning blade, and in an instant, a significant portion of the evil eyes was cleaved in half. Even those evil eyes supplying energy to Ajit were partially affected, as the energy transmission was abruptly severed. This is sufficient. Let us turn to ash together. Ajit, reeling from the backlash, spat blood and bellowed with a sinister grin. Chain lightning. Enhanced. A blinding bolt of electricity coalesced in Ajit's hand, but at the moment of casting, the lightning abruptly dissipated. What is this? Do you possess an anti-magic cloak? It was you. Following his failed incantation, Ajit swiftly realized the truth. He had witnessed Buck's actions during the unrest in Black Cliff City, where Buck had touched the corpse of that elf. After all, an anti-magic cloak is not commonplace. Deprived of high-level magic, Ajit turned to flee down the passage behind him. The anti-magic cloak has a limited range. As long as he exited that boundary, he could employ Blink to escape. He could then sell this information to the elven race, avenging himself while profiting. Yet, upon reaching the mouth of the passage, he found it obstructed by a throng of constructs. Stone men, iron men, gold men, and diamond men stood in unyielding formation, sealing Ajit's escape. Clear the way, you puppets! Ajit screamed in desperation, unleashing his magical energy in a massive fireball that soared toward the foremost diamond man, yet it left not even a mark. It was then that Ajit recalled that these creations of the Magi Empire bore anti-magic runes, endowing them with resistance to magical damage, particularly the Diamond Man. A luxurious construct that could diminish magic damage by 95. Wait, I surrender. I am willing to offer my wealth and research. I still have bounties. I am worth more alive. Ajit shouted in panic, but before he could finish, he was obliterated into a pulp by a single punch from the pursuing golem. What a jest. This creature is at least of elite caliber. To recruit him would require a strategy to enhance his loyalty, and evidently, he recognized Ajit. Would Ajit spare him for future use? You have achieved a magnificent victory. You have gained a substantial amount of experience. Your strategic level has risen to level 8. Your knowledge 1. Please select your enhancement ability. 1. Diplomacy, intermediate. 2. War mechanics, beginner. 3. Frenzy, unique ability of offensive tactics. 4. Earth's blessing, unique ability of earth magic mastery. A promotion. Today marks a fortuitous day for Buck. Not only has he acquired a golem, but he has also received an influx of experience. Without hesitation, he chose to learn diplomacy. War mechanics might enhance the performance of war machines, but currently, it serves Buck little purpose, as the production of war machines requires substantial resources. It is far more efficient to simply invest in troop recruitment. Frenzy is a unique skill of offensive tactics, whereby for each point of morale Buck possesses, his army inflicts an additional 5 points of damage. However, without leadership skills or numerous artifacts that significantly enhance leadership, this does not provide a remarkable advantage. Earth's blessing, on the other hand, allows Buck to cast earth-based enhancement magic on allied forces, gradually restoring their wounds. Yet, none of these options surpass the prowess of intermediate diplomacy. As once elevated to intermediate level, the success rate of diplomacy skyrockets to 50. Your strategic level has risen to level 9. Your defense 1. Please select your enhancement ability. 1. Reconnaissance, advanced. 2. Fire magic mastery, beginner. 3. Golden tongue, unique ability of diplomacy. 4. Blessing ritual, unique ability of counterattack. Remarkably, he has ascended 2 levels, and an advanced reconnaissance skill has emerged. Buck never anticipated encountering such a high-level strategic skill. There was no reason to hesitate. Fire magic mastery, akin to earth magic, increases potency while reducing consumption, yet Buck is more inclined towards water magic mastery, as selecting fire would diminish the likelihood of encountering water. Golden tongue, a unique ability of diplomacy, reduces the recruitment cost for neutral targets by an additional 35. The blessing ritual is an active skill. By performing it before battle, Buck's forces receive a boon of 1 to offense, defense, morale, and luck. Nevertheless, none of these compare to the advantages conferred by advanced reconnaissance. Advanced reconnaissance increases the training capacity to 5 recruits weekly and enhances the odds of encountering unexpected events by 5. Enabling remote command of his scouts and rogues to infiltrate enemy cities for sabotage, theft, or assassination, as well as establishing a counterintelligence network within his own domain. With advanced reconnaissance, Buck's scouts will gain significantly augmented capabilities, and given the multitude of secrets within his territory, a counterintelligence network is indispensable. Chapter 52, The Lamp God. You have seized the enemy's treasures. You have acquired a magic ring. You have obtained a magical amulet. Magic ring increases the duration of status-type spells. Magical amulet restores an additional 2 mana points daily to the hero. Unlike traditional sorcerers, who can replenish mana through meditation, Buck's mana is granted by the system, allowing only a single point of recovery daily. However, resting overnight in a town fully restores his mana. While these 2 artifacts may seem inconsequential, they are components of the combination artifacts, the Mage's Ring and the Source of Magic, thus representing a commendable acquisition. One can only commend the sorcerers for their penchant for carrying numerous treasures. Lord, Buckshort, hero. Strategic profession, knight. Hero trait, increased acquisition of financial resources by 55, rounded down, increasing by 5 for each level of strategic advancement. Strategic level, 9. Strategic skill 1, counterattack, beginner, increases the base counterattack damage of troops by 5. Strategic skill 2, offensive tactics, beginner, increases melee damage by 5 for tactical deployments. Strategic skill 3, wisdom, intermediate, can learn spells of level 4 and below. Strategic skill 4, advanced reconnaissance, train 5 rogues weekly, increasing the chance of unexpected encounters to 5. Command your subordinates from a distance, sending rogues and scouts to infiltrate other hostile cities for sabotage, theft, or even assassination, while also establishing a counter-espionage network within your own city. Strategic skill 5, intermediate diplomacy, enhance the likelihood of persuading enemy troops to defect to your side when your forces surpass theirs in strength, and their loyalty is notably low. There exists a 50 probability of convincing them to join your ranks, alongside a reduction of 40 in surrender costs. Strategic skill 6, basic mastery of earth magic, amplify the effects of earth magic and diminish its mana consumption. First level spells, slow, atmospheric insight, exorcism, attack acceleration, summon vessel, arcane arrow, protective stone skin, healing, bloodlust, earth insight. Second level spells, blindness, quicksand trap, disguise, thunderbolt. Third level spells, instantaneous movement, Hercules shield, impending doom. Strategic attributes, attack 8, defense 3, knowledge 5, magic power 3, morale 1, luck 0. Treasures, bone chestplate, anti-magic cloak, medal of courage, pendant of freedom, mountain king battle axe, magic ring, arcane amulet. Buck examined his attributes, noting that his wisdom skill had reached the intermediate level. It was high time for another excursion to Black Cliff City to acquire magic for free. If he hadn't been marked, He would even have relished experiencing the double enhancement of the mana vortex. Oh, by the way, what was that he shouted earlier? Was there a bounty? Suddenly, Buck seemed to recall the frantic exclamations of his opponent before death. My lord, if I'm not mistaken, that was a Jet, a wanted criminal of the Mage Alliance, pursued for his research in biological modification. The bounty for capturing him alive is over 30,000 gold coins and 5,000 for his death. A scout who accompanied Buck replied. As a competent scout, he was well versed in the details of notorious wanted criminals. For allowing such individuals to infiltrate the territory could spell great trouble. Biological modification? Best to forget it. Pursuing the bounty would be a hassle. Since the fall of the Spirit Empire, the Mage Alliance had forged pacts with other races, prohibiting research into biological modifications. After all, countless beings in the world were victims of the Spirit Empire. To claim the bounty personally might raise suspicion regarding his acquisition of a Jet's research. It would hardly be worth the trouble for a mere 5,000 gold coins. Have the remains cleaned up, Buck commanded, instructing his subordinates to search the workshop for any other gains. Before long, a hidden door was discovered by Buck's men. He rushed over to find it led to an ordinary room. Inside were a bed and a table, upon which rested a blue oil lamp resembling a teapot. Be cautious. That lamp dates back to the era of the Spirit Empire. Though most have been repurposed as containers for elemental beings known as god monsters, these beings were often the result of mages seeking eternal life through transformation. Yet their consciousness was lost in the process. Such things are exceedingly rare within the Mage Alliance. As a former member of the Inquisition, Elise had encountered many of these unfaithful mages and had witnessed the terrifying elemental beings. My lord, allow me to handle this. A member of the Royal Guard stepped forward, volunteering eagerly. Buck glanced up and recognized him as Joseph, the one who had first withstood the giant's assault. Exercise caution. I shall provide cover at all times, Buck nodded, adhering to the adage that a gentleman should not stand beneath a precarious wall. Since someone had volunteered, he refrained from designating anyone else. Joseph approached the table cautiously. His new shield held firmly to protect himself, while Sim stood quietly in front of Buck. As Joseph's hand slowly made contact with the oil lamp, it suddenly emitted a faint glow. Instantaneous movement. Buck swiftly cast the spell, teleporting Joseph to safety. He had underestimated the giant's offensive capability, nearly losing a royal guard in the process. This time, he would not be so careless. A tense silence enveloped the room as they watched the lamp glow. While Buck began to feel a sense of relief, it was merely a god monster, and they had already vanquished the giant. As the light intensified, a starry magical energy escaped from the lamp's spout and coalesced in the air into a blue magical creature. Stretching lazily, it surveyed Buck and his companions before fixing its gaze on Joseph, who had been moved to the back. Thank you for awakening me from my slumber, young man. As a token of my gratitude, I shall grant you 3 wishes. A lamp spirit? Does such a thing exist in Hero Lord? Buck searched his memory but found no recollection of it. Although the god monster unit bore a resemblance to a lamp spirit, there had never been any mechanism for granting 3 wishes. Is it true? You can grant 3 wishes? Joseph inched forward, inquiring earnestly. Indeed, for you are my benefactor. The god monster nodded with a faint smile. My lord. Upon hearing the creature's response, Joseph immediately turned to Buck. Buck felt a surge of excitement. While he was unsure of how this lamp spirit had manifested, 3 wishes were at stake. Should he wish for a host of elves, a horde of beast girls, or perhaps mermaids, nagas, or medusas? Wait. How could he be so superficial? A complete set of spellbooks across the 4 schools, the Blade of Apocalypse, the Divine Power of the Dragon King, Wings of Angels, and the Holy Alliance. Ascension to divinity was not out of the question. Chapter 53, Cashing In. Just as Buck was preparing to have Joseph make a wish, a sudden sharp pain pierced his chest, jolting his mind to clarity. Something was amiss. How could he entertain such thoughts? Furthermore, as an exemplary royal guard, how could Joseph be so gullible as to stray from the formation? Strangely, none of the others had intervened either. Something felt off. Their states seemed peculiar. At that moment, Elise whispered in Buck's ear, expressing her unease, even though she could not discern any visible abnormalities. Upon hearing Elise's sentiments, Buck immediately examined his subordinate statuses and discovered that they had all been afflicted by a charm spell. Elise, being undead, remained unaffected, while he himself had likely been saved by the pendant of freedom. However, Buck recalled that the Medal of Courage was supposed to possess properties that resisted mental magic and could be shared among all troops. He had not anticipated falling victim in this manner. Dispel magic. The room was not large, allowing Buck's spell to envelop everyone. The charm was lifted, and his comrades swiftly regained their awareness, seizing their weapons, while the Inquisitor behind them launched an immediate assault. TCH, such a bother. The lamp spirit scoffed as the holy light coalesced around it, showing no signs of disturbance as it was effortlessly extinguished. Subsequently, a powerful surge of magical energy emanated from him, rendering the occupants of the room breathless. I could effortlessly take your lives, yet I shall refrain from doing so. For it was indeed that young man who liberated me. Therefore, I shall fulfill 3 of his wishes. My earlier display of theatrics was merely a means to avoid wasting time, the lamp spirit remarked disdainfully, tapping his nostrils with a finger. Young man, the wishes are yours alone. There is no need to consult anyone else. Come forth and make your wish. Whatever it may be, I, Isker, can fulfill it. Your destiny lies within your own grasp. Isker. Upon hearing this name, Buck glanced at Joseph, who appeared ready to speak, and immediately interjected, Joseph. Wish for him to return to the lamp and await his next master. At Buck's words, everyone fell silent, while Isker's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he was about to respond, Joseph's voice rang out. Please return to the lamp and await your next master. Are you certain? Isker inquired with a grimace. But Joseph remained obedient to Buck's command, not even nodding in acknowledgement. Isker shot Buck a fierce glare before transforming back into a starry mass of magic. Diving into the oil lamp. With Isker retreating, Buck finally exhaled in relief, for he had remembered who this individual was. Isker. One of the 5 leaders of the Demon Spirit Empire, the president of the Magic Guild, and the creator of the transformation method for magical creatures. He was among the rare few who had become a magical being while retaining his consciousness due to his heroic template. Furthermore, he was the inventor of the magic lamp, within which he had created a miniature world akin to the elemental realm to sustain the elemental bodies of magical creatures. The method of transforming into a magical being was derived from the study of deities, and thus, Isker, as the principal researcher, had been cursed by the gods, becoming trapped within his own lamp, only able to gain freedom by fulfilling 3 wishes of the one who liberated him. Yet, how could the gods allow this blasphemer to escape? They decreed that only humans could interact with the lamp. Such beings, driven by insatiable desires, once they touched the lamp, would fall under the influence of enchanting spells, making wishes that Isker could not fulfill through his own power. It is said that the weak deity who was initially captured had been ensnared by Isker's enchanting trickery. Realizing this predicament, Isker resorted to a cunning tactic. You make a wish, and I will grant it immediately. For those wishes he could not fulfill at once, he would use the excuse of seeking methods, departing directly. Upon the wishmaker's death, due to the unfulfilled wishes, he would be sealed back into the lamp, treating it as merely a restful slumber. In his previous life within the game, this character served as an Easter egg. Players who discovered the magic lamp would have their characters forcibly controlled, compelled to make ludicrous wishes. Isker would then wander the continent as a vagabond merchant, from whom players could purchase various treasures, a plot twist of sorts. However, this was no game world, but reality. Thus, there existed room for maneuvering. Among the many treasures Isker sold, it was evident that he retained numerous valuables from his time as a leader of the Demon Spirit Empire. Summon that magical creature and wish for a golden pouch. Once he presents it to you, immediately wish for him to return to the lamp and await his next master. Buck instructed, pondering for a moment. For the sake of caution, he even sacrificed 1 wish. However, this was of little concern. Buck had an abundance of obedient subjects. As long as he monitored his magical power. With Buck's current magical abilities, he could still cast the Dispel magic 5 more times. Yes, my lord. Sim nodded, relinquishing his shield to a nearby individual and slowly advancing. As his hand made contact with the magic lamp, Isker promptly appeared. Dispel magic. As Sim touched the lamp, Buck noticed that everyone had fallen under the enchantment and immediately cast Dispel magic. Isker glanced at Buck, remaining silent, before addressing Sim. Thank you for awakening me from my seal, young man. As a token of gratitude, I shall grant you 3 wishes. I want a golden pouch. Without a moment's hesitation, Sim declared. Isker paused momentarily, gesturing with his hand, conjuring a golden pouch that he tossed onto the ground. The pouch's opening gaped wide, and chunks of gold the size of fists cascaded from within. Very well, what is your second wish? Isker intoned gravely. Please return to the lamp and await your next master. Sim immediately responded without hesitation. Isker's expression darkened as he retreated into the lamp once more. Excellent. Next. The first wish was for the golden pouch. This character always included the golden pouch in his offerings, so Buck directed his subordinates to secure these 3 assets. A holy adjudicator stepped forward, summoned Isker, and made a wish. Isker tossed out the golden pouch and then returned to the lamp. He re-emerged, discarded the golden bag, and then retreated again. He emerged once more. What do you truly desire? As Isker appeared again, before anyone could make a wish, he bellowed in rage, his formidable magical energies surging forth, creating an oppressive atmosphere once more. Refrain from displaying your magical pressure. You shall neither be harmed nor harm anyone. This is the punishment from the gods. Buck chuckled softly. Until the curse was lifted, he was akin to an NPC in a game, forever devoid of a health bar. Who are you? How do you know these things? Isker shouted. Who I am is of little consequence, and how I know these matters is irrelevant. I merely wish to negotiate a deal with you. Buck replied languidly. Negotiate a deal with me? Given your knowledge, you must also be aware of my identity. Are you truly worthy? Isker's expression suddenly turned cold, a stark contrast to his earlier fury. This was the true visage of the leader of the Demon Spirit Empire. A bold and reckless mage who dared to study the gods could hardly lose control of his emotions. Do not assume that just because I appear as a captive, you can manipulate me at will, even without breaking the curse. I possess ample means to resolve my current predicament. Isker regarded Buck with a hint of disdain, though he was sealed within the lamp. He was not some insignificant creature to be easily commanded. What troubled him was how this individual before him had come to know such things. Particularly regarding the curse from the gods, it was impossible for such information to be revealed. Surely, the gods would not disclose it personally. Oh, a means. Is it to depart when a wishmaker requests something you cannot fulfill immediately, and wait until their demise? Thus, by eliminating the wish grantaire, you shall be summoned once more. Correct? Feel free to attempt it. A subtle smirk graced Ashel's lips. The lamp god is permitted to act should the wish grantaire be threatened with death, contingent solely upon his willingness to intervene. Should that audacious fellow dare to strike at the current wish grantaire, he would not hesitate to unleash a ripple of collateral damage in defense of his ward. Sim Bark, with a mere gesture, signaled to Sim, who promptly relinquished the lamp and seized a long sword from the hands of a subordinate, poised threateningly against his own throat. For the sake of my lord, I shall embrace death without hesitation. With Sim's proclamation echoing, the remainder of Bark's subordinates drew forth their weapons, positioning them against their vital points. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bark, a modest lord. While my coffers are not overflowing and my dominion is diminutive, I am fortunate to be surrounded by loyal subjects. Bark languidly continued, this enchanting lady beside me is a revenant, incapable of summoning you herself. However, she could transport the lamp to my domain, where, given my ample magical prowess, I could summon you gradually. Now do you deem me worthy? Asel scrutinized the earnest gazes of Bark's followers. With his abilities, it was evident that these individuals were not under any form of coercion, acting solely on their volition. Such fervor he had only witnessed among the most zealous of divine devotees. How do you propose we collaborate? Asel inquired. 10 years. If you reside in my territory for a decade, aiding me in the construction of a mage tower, establishing protective measures for my domain, and training a cadre of apprentice mages, I shall grant you 3 wishes after this period to lift your curse. Bark stated matter-of-factly. Is it truly that simple? Asel furrowed his brow. Were it more complex, you would not acquiesce. Having a premier mage to cultivate apprentices is indeed a boon for me. Additionally, should I acquire blueprints or artifacts pertaining to the arcane empire, you must assist me in interpreting and crafting them without charge, Bark added after a moment's reflection. Agreed. However, you shall be responsible for all necessary resources, Asel responded, nodding in satisfaction. As a former master of the arcane arts at the pinnacle of the world, establishing a mage tower and training several apprentices was a trivial task, provided the requisite resources were at hand. As for Bark's additional stipulation, he was a master craftsman capable of constructing titan golems. After many years since the downfall of the arcane empire, no remnants could possibly thwart him. 10 years is but a fleeting moment, less than the time I require to research a single topic. Now, present your wish, one you cannot realize immediately, yet can fulfill upon the conclusion of the decade. Subsequently, I shall instruct Sim to grant 2 straightforward wishes to liberate you from your curse, Bark declared promptly. That is simple enough, but first, you must swear an oath to the divine, and return what is mine, Asel retorted, gesturing to the 3 bags held by Bark's subordinate. As an individual well-versed in the nature of deities, Asel understood the potent influence of the divine and the constraints placed upon believers by their oaths. Bark promptly swore his oath to the divine and signaled for his subordinate to return the 3 golden bags. Though reluctant, the subordinate complied. With the 3 treasures in hand, Asel nodded in satisfaction and articulated his wish, prompting Sim to immediately grant it. Excellent. I anticipate a fruitful collaboration over the coming decade. Asel performed a mage's salute towards Bark. Indeed, the city of York extends a grand welcome to your esteemed presence. Bark reciprocated with a noble bow. Hero Asel wishes to join your territory for a duration of 10 years. Do you consent? Certainly, I consent. Bark promptly agreed. And Ashel's details instantaneously appeared on Bark's territory page. Name: Asel Hero. Strategic class: Alchemist. Heroic trait: Persuasion. Asel possesses an innate ability to easily convince others, enhancing his efficacy when casting this spell. Strategic level: 90. Strategic skill 1: Artifact creation, advanced. Strategic skill 2: War machinery, advanced. Strategic skill 3: Wisdom, advanced. Strategic skill 4: Magical power, advanced. Strategic skill 5: Mastery of water magic, advanced. Strategic skill 6: Mastery of earth magic, advanced. Strategic skill 7: Mastery of air magic, advanced. Strategic skill 8: Mastery of fire magic, advanced. Treasures: golden bag, golden satchel, golden pouch, source of magic, horn of harvest. Loyalty: 0. Indeed, the horn of harvest is present. The trio of golden bags, along with the horn of harvest, were permanent items sold within the game. Unlike the golden bags, the horn's accessories varied with each iteration. Now, his profile indicated that these items adorned him, suggesting that as the hero of his own territory, the effects of these treasures would also benefit his domain. This is sufficient. The trio of golden bags will yield 250 gold coins daily, while the Horn of Harvest provides 4 rare resources each day, not accounting for my innate bonuses. Even if I were to remain idle, merely residing within my territory, the resources amassed over the decade would be more than adequate. What a tremendous profit. Chapter 55, Dark Magic and Vampirism. You mean to tell me this is your magic tower? The following morning in York City. Aishel's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at the small structure that Bark had hastily erected to appease the system's requirements. Indeed, my lord, Alec nodded respectfully in response. As an entity imbued with consciousness, what this entailed was not lost on Alec, a mage. I have been informed that you are the master of this magic tower? Part-time. My lord, my primary role is that of steward, Alec replied, nodding earnestly. That muddled affair will suffice. After all, it is merely 10 years. Aisel struggled to suppress his ire, and with a flick of his wrist, unleashed a minor seismic spell. The tremor was meticulously contained within the confines of the magic tower, burying the structure beneath the earth. With another gesture, a towering edifice of earth surged forth, solidifying rapidly. Next, with another wave of his hand, he summoned shelves brimming with tomes. These are instructional texts on magic, spanning from the most rudimentary to the standards of a competent mage, encompassing a variety of magical disciplines. Have your people organize them across different floors according to their progress, and select a few bright individuals endowed with magical aptitude to peruse these books. Whether they become mages depends solely on their own efforts. These texts are precious. Should they be damaged, your lord shall bear the cost. Moreover, the topmost floor is my private domain, strictly off limits to all. Do you comprehend? Aisel pointed towards the array of books, and, having spoken, prepared to soar to the highest tier of the magic tower. However, he was intercepted by Buck, who had rushed over due to the commotion. Master Aisel, is this how you guide your apprentices? By allowing them to explore on their own? Buck inquired, gesturing towards the books. Indeed, that is my customary approach to mentoring. Aisel affirmed with a nod. If your students encounter any perplexities, do you not offer them explanations? Buck pressed. Perplexities? If they cannot comprehend such rudimentary knowledge, do they deserve to be my apprentices? Aisel retorted, his tone laced with disdain. As for providing explanations, I scarcely have the time to attend to them. My own research occupies me sufficiently. Aishel's impatience was palpable. Do you not engage in scholarly exchanges with other mages? Sharing experiences? Discussing spells? Buck persisted, undeterred. Scholarly exchanges? The only individuals deemed worthy of such discourse are those 4 old codgers, 2 of whom are perpetually absent, wandering who knows where. That fellow Vendix is obsessed with biological alterations, a field I find utterly uninteresting. He constantly creates grotesque constructs. By the way, he still owes me for a sphinx-like construct he commissioned. How bothersome. And Massimo, that chap is forever engrossed in cadavers. The last time I saw him, he seemed to be developing a spell, something that transforms living beings into vampiric monsters. What was it called? Ah, yes, vampirification. I have no interest in their absurd spells. So why would I engage in exchanges? Aishel's impatience flared as he was eager to arrange his personal chamber for the upcoming decade. Oh, so that explains why you have yet to grasp any spells. It appears you possess none of the unique capabilities characteristic of the scholarly arts, Buck remarked, rolling his eyes. It is well known that mage-type NPC heroes invariably possess the strategic skill of wisdom, which includes 4 unique capabilities. 1. Learning capacity. Heroes gain experience at enhanced rates of 5, 10, and 15, correlating with the level of wisdom. 2. Wisdom Arcana. This ability augments a hero's magical limits in accordance with their wisdom level, increasing values by 25, 50, and 100. 3. Scholarship. Allows heroes to mutually learn spells based on their respective wisdom levels. 4. Spell Comprehension. Enables heroes to reduce mana consumption by 10, 20, and 30 based on wisdom level. Typically, mage-type heroes fully invest in these capabilities. Buck had initially hoped to glean some spells from Aisel, only to discover that he had no academic inclination whatsoever. Pray tell, can you dispel the vampirification spell? At that moment, Elise, trembling with excitement, interjected. Dispelling? That spell falls under the category of transformation magic, which is generally irreversible, Aisel replied. Then suddenly wore a look of realization. Come here, I must examine you. It was evident that this undead young woman had fallen victim to the vampirification spell. And as her ally, it would be remiss to overlook her predicament. Aisel mused, channeling his magical energy to inspect Elise, then shook his head. Your physical essence has undergone a complete transformation. Reverting to your former state is impossible. Such a profound alteration likely bestows considerable power upon your caster. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was Massimo himself who executed this. He added, of course, provided he still lives. Is that so? Elise lowered her head, a hint of despondency in her demeanor. Do not take it to heart. The Lord of Dawn cares not for your lineage. Your devotion is evident to us all, Buck quickly reassured her, noticing her emotional state. Enough of this flirtation. If there is nothing further, I shall proceed to arrange my private domain. Shortly, I will provide you with a list of essential items for constructing a magic tower, You must procure them swiftly. Aesel stated, his impatience growing as he had unfinished research to attend to. His belongings were quite portable, and minor studies could continue without interruption. Wait, there is one more matter. Buck called out, halting Aesel's departure. What now? I have obtained a blueprint passed down from the Empire of Magic Spirits, and I would like you to take a look. Aesel recalled the mention of edicts and the Sphinx, which reminded Buck of a similar reward he had received. Is that so? Bring it forth. After all, it is an obligation outlined in our contract. Aesel extended his hand expectantly. Here it is. Buck presented the blueprint obtained from the Sphinx. Aesel casually accepted the document, but his expression suddenly shifted. How could this be this blueprint? No, it has been altered. As he perused the blueprint, he muttered to himself. With a swift motion, Buck reclaimed the blueprint before Aesel could finish examining it. What are you doing? I have not yet finished. Aesel protested, visibly displeased. I merely wish to ascertain the nature of this blueprint. Clearly, you recognized it. So there is no need to peruse it further. Knowledge is wealth, and the expression on Aesel's face indicated the immense value of this material. Thus it could not be allowed for him to acquire it freely, especially given the formidable memory capacity of mages. Chapter 56, The Floating City. You. Aesel glared at Buck, then spoke. This is a design for a floating city, a concept I once envisioned. It is merely a rough sketch, abandoned due to issues with raw materials. Where did you acquire it? A floating city? Buck paused momentarily before recounting his encounter with the Sphinx. It seems edicts has indeed perished, otherwise that construct would not be wandering aimlessly. I had wondered why this blueprint had vanished. It appears that scoundrel took it. What a nuisance. Aesel muttered an expletive, then continued. Sell me this blueprint. Name your price. I do not desire money. Buck contemplated briefly before shaking his head. Do not desire money? Then what do you seek? I wish for a floating city. You may have the blueprint, but in exchange, you shall construct a floating city for me. I will provide the materials. Buck stated earnestly. Ha! You shall provide the materials? Do you have any idea how much is required to forge a floating city, you mere baron? Aesel laughed heartily, tears of mirth almost spilling forth. If you came here merely to amuse me, then congratulations. This is the finest jest I have ever heard. I know of a vein of floating crystals. Buck's declaration abruptly silenced Aesel's laughter. He gazed at Buck in disbelief. I never claimed that I lacked floating crystals, and such a rare mineral was even named by me, though it was never made public. I only used a few floating crystals I fortuitously acquired to construct my own floating laboratory, correct? Buck continued Aesel's thought. Do you realize? My interest in you is growing. Aesel's expression shifted to one of excitement as he regarded Buck. Apologies, but I harbor no interest in men. I shall provide the floating stones, and you will supply the remaining materials. The first floating city shall belong to me. How does that sound? With the experience gained from the first floating city, constructing your own floating mage tower or whatnot will surely be much easier. Though the gaze of his counterpart sent a chill down Buck's spine, he maintained his composure and presented his conditions. Agreed. Now, hand over the blueprints. By the way, when can I expect the levitating crystal to be ready? This will take some time. After all, it's quite challenging. The Ur vein lies within the Evergreen Sea, which is the territory of the elves. Extracting resources right under their noses poses a significant difficulty. Elves? Those long-eared rabbits? Indeed, that could be problematic for you. Just as well, I need to modify the blueprints. This isn't something edicts could produce on his own. Many designs bear the influence of Massimo. Weren't these two always disparaging each other's research? How did they end up collaborating? As Aesel perused the blueprints, he muttered to himself. It's rather complicated. The design of this floating city incorporates not merely magical energy, but rather modified souls as fuel. It's a city of the dead, requiring extensive alterations. Send me a batch of weapons, and in 3 days, come find me. I'll provide you with a materials list and craft some items for you to sell, to fund the acquisition of additional materials. Kid, given your current capabilities, even a decade wouldn't suffice. Not even with an additional 10 years, Aesel sighed. However, the floating city represented an unresolved ambition in his research, and he was reluctant to forego this opportunity. That's a separate matter. In 10 years, I shall assist you in breaking the curse without delay. The rest can wait. Who knows what the future holds? Buck remarked nonchalantly. Ha, I admire your confidence. I hope you can surprise me. Upon finishing his statement, Aesel soared to the pinnacle of the Mage Tower, while Buck's expression darkened. A city of the dead. Wasn't that essentially the Undead Catastrophe expansion pack? If Buck recalled correctly, the floating necromantic tower first emerged in the Evergreen Sea. It seemed that if he were to mine, he would not only have to guard against the Elven race, but also remain vigilant against the Cult of Death and the Mage Alliance. It was uncertain whether the Cult of Death had located the site, given that this was approximately a century ago in game time. It appeared he needed to expedite his exploration of the Wasteland Marsh, using it as a foothold to mine in the Evergreen Sea. 3 days later, Buck arrived at the Mage Tower. This is a collection of enchanted weapons and accessories. You can sell them as startup capital. This money must be entirely allocated to the construction of the floating city. If you dare to pocket any for yourself, I shall not be merciful. Aesel pointed at a pile of magical equipment carelessly discarded nearby and produced a list. This list contains essential items that need to be gathered promptly. Is it really this much? I do know of a location, but I can only go alone. I simply cannot carry this many items, Buck said, feeling somewhat troubled as he gazed at the heap. The best location for selling would be Blackrock City, but I cannot manage such a substantial load alone. Such a hassle. Take this for now. Listen well, it's a loan. Upon hearing Buck's words, Acel tossed him a ring. You possess mana and can activate it. A spatial ring. This is standard equipment for traversers. I never expected to receive it so soon, albeit temporarily. Buck donned the ring, then stuffed the pile of enchanted gear inside, marveling at the ease with which he could retrieve them. Upon noticing Aishel's expression shift from disdain to impatience, he quickly took his leave, instructing Alith and the others to await him at Castral before donning a magical cloak that altered his appearance and making a trip to the manufacturing facility, where he activated the invitation card for Blackrock City. In the Mage Tower of Blackrock City, Quillen wore a grim expression as she conducted her experiments. Suddenly sensing something, she summoned her student and instructed, I must step out for a few days. If Lord Moises inquires, inform him that I have conceived a profitable project and am going to investigate. Understood, teacher. Phias nodded, not daring to utter another word. After arranging matters within the Mage Tower, Quillen teleported away. Half a day later, she found herself outside York City. Upon seeing the towering Mage Tower, a serious expression crossed her face. Such formidable magic. Buck truly poses a problem. I shall see what manner of person dares to covet Blackrock City. As she spoke, Quillen cast a disguise spell, transforming into an ordinary male human. After waiting a while, she noticed a small merchant caravan approaching and effortlessly blended in using a charm spell. Chapter 57, The Blackrock City Auction. Upon his arrival at Blackrock City, Buck immediately sensed something amiss. The atmosphere felt strained. The nearby Minotaur guards wore solemn expressions, and the harpies and medusas who typically welcomed guests were conspicuously absent. Furrowing his brow, Buck approached one of the Minotaur guards, slipped him a gold coin, and quietly inquired, what is happening in Blackrock City? With Lord Moises present, how could anything possibly go awry? Please rest assured, esteemed guest. Just a minor issue arose a few days ago. An entire batch of magical creatures sold to the Lord suddenly perished, and they were purchased at a steep price. Lord Moises was furious, and we subordinates cannot afford to be frivolous, explained the Minotaur guard as he accepted the coin. Magical creatures? Buck queried, somewhat perplexed, and pressed another coin into the guard's hand. I'm not quite sure what they were. It was overseen by Lady Quillen. They were said to be capable of monitoring every corner of Blackrock City for the safety of our guests, but beyond that, I cannot say. Lady Quillen has faced significant repercussions, and Lord Moises personally went to confront that wizard, who, as it turns out, has gone missing. Having gleaned the information he sought, Buck nodded and departed, having surmised the situation. The sense of being watched had vanished. It seemed that the items Quillen procured were likely the small magical eyes designed for surveillance created by a jet. However, a jet had taken it too far by binding these small magical eyes to his life. He could probably grasp all the information flowing through Blackrock City with alarming speed. No wonder he uttered, so it was you, before he died. He must have truly recognized Buck's identity. Truly, he deserved his fate. With the knowledge that nothing significant had transpired, Buck felt considerably relieved and promptly made his way toward the Mage Tower. Now possessing intermediate wisdom, he eagerly anticipated what the fourth-level magic might be, especially since the emergence of Earth-type magic within the dungeon factions was highly probable. The Time-Space Gateway was a spell he was determined to acquire. Before long, Buck arrived at the Mage Tower, dismissing the activation prompt for Magic Vortex, as usual. After a quick tour of the tower, he swiftly exited. Upon leaving the Mage Tower, Buck eagerly opened his spellbook. Fourth-level magic, rebirth. What a treasure. Resurrection. Seeing the first spell, Buck's lips curled into a wide grin. This was nothing short of miraculous. Although the recent battles have been fraught with tension yet devoid of peril, the adversaries faced thus far have been rather unremarkable. Should one truly encounter the elves and the death cult, it is likely that there would be significant casualties. Despite my current proficiency being merely at the novice level in earth magic, allowing me to revive a single individual, this capability is already sufficient. Once I attain an advanced mastery of earth magic, I shall be able to command the power of mass resurrection, alleviating my concerns regarding troop losses in combat. What then? Is the second spell? With an eager heart, Buck cast his gaze upon the next incantation. It, too, belonged to the earth magic repertoire, specifically a level 4 spell, Heartbreak. Alas, the likelihood of unearthing such treasures in the dungeon is indeed high, yet why must it be this particular spell? Heartbreak, a curse that saps the target's will to fight, diminishing their morale. There are only 4 level 4 strategic earth spells. The remaining 2 are the Gate of Time and Space and Meteoric Fire Ray. Why then, must I be bestowed with such a lamentable choice? However, having the ability to resurrect is a boon in itself, and I shall find contentment in that. Furthermore, with the Harvest Horn of Eshel, my magic tower shall soon ascend to level 4, alongside the construction of the Withered Wood City. No, the fortress shall facilitate the establishment of a level 3 magic tower. Shaking his head, Buck entered the auction house in Black Cliff City. Esteemed guest, if you are not in haste, we can hold this weapon for you to auction this evening. While it may not serve as the centerpiece, it could still fetch a commendable price, remarked the appraiser as he beheld the exquisite one-handed rapier Buck presented. What did you say? It can go to auction? Buck inquired, for he distinctly recalled that this pair of enchanted items had been discarded like refuse on the ground. Indeed, such a remarkable magical weapon is a rarity. Typically, magical weapons possess but one enchanted attribute, and those boasting 2 attributes are considered premium. A weapon infused with 3 attributes is an extraordinary find. This particular item is enchanted with sharpness, fortitude, and frost, harmoniously combined. Moreover, it has been crafted using ancient techniques, resembling the most fashionable sidearms of the bygone magic spirit empire, with meticulous attention to detail. Such items are favored by nobility, and even some demi-humans or exotic folk would choose to collect them, were it not for the annual grand auction taking place in the coming days. This weapon would undoubtedly be a highlight of the event. The appraiser spoke, caressing the blade as if it were a breathtaking beauty. Observing the appraiser's captivated gaze, Buck glanced at his spatial ring, suddenly falling into silence. If you are pressed for time, we can offer a fair price. Or you may store it here and return for your payment later. You can trust in the reputation of Black Cliff City, the appraiser quickly added upon noticing Buck's silence. No, I mean, how much is this worth? Buck asked, producing a ring. Let me take a look. The appraiser carefully accepted the ring Buck extended and commenced another appraisal. Brute strength, infinite vitality, cat's grace. This alchemist is quite knowledgeable, and the craftsmanship is exquisite, typical of the upper-tier mages of the magic spirit empire. This item could easily serve as the grand finale of tonight's auction. The appraiser's enthusiasm was palpable as he discerned the enchantments. Isn't this merely a standard combat-enhancing equipment with boosts to strength, speed, and stamina? Is it truly as exceptional as you claim? Buck was momentarily taken aback by the appraiser's accolades. This is an essential piece of equipment for any man on the battlefield, albeit a different kind of battlefield. Tonight, those noblemen will undoubtedly go wild for it. Please, ensure this ring is kept for auction. The appraiser exchanged a knowing glance with Buck, immediately comprehending the unspoken understanding. Buck suppressed the urge to conceal the items for himself and presented 3 more pieces for appraisal. Please assess these. They are the entirety of that master's annual creations. Buck understood the importance of discretion regarding wealth. If necessary, he could sell other items through different channels, as selling too many at once would surely attract unwanted attention. It is my privilege. The appraiser accepted the additional 3 items, his expression reflecting sheer obsession. As an appraiser, being able to evaluate such exquisite treasures was a stroke of fortune. Chapter 58. Quillen's journey to York City as Buck was welcomed into the VIP room. Sipping fine wine and indulging in the unique culinary delights of the dungeon, a small merchant caravan arrived in York City. Ever since the construction of the town's walls, many caravans have chosen to establish their presence within the city, especially given that the northern territories remain embroiled in conflict, with sporadic barbarian forces appearing in the wilderness. Certainly, it is far safer to reside within the city, particularly with the minimal entry fee to York City. Alec had designated a vast area for various merchant caravans to set up, establishing a market in that vicinity. Following Buck's directives, wartime supplies, provided they were not exorbitantly priced, would be purchased at generous rates, as the warriors Buck trained could not conjure weapons from thin air. The merchants were pleased to trade in York City, as it remained perilous for smaller caravans like theirs to venture into the war zones. After paying the entry fee, Hodoric entered the city with his troop, albeit puzzled by the fact that, despite having only 14 members, he had paid for 15 entry passes. After recounting the individuals present, including himself, he confirmed there were indeed 14. Shaking his head, Hodoric decided not to dwell on the matter, considering the entry fee for one was negligible, merely a token of respect for the gatekeeper. After all, such small caravans would hardly dare to enter a war zone. This time, he had procured an assortment of weapons through a connection with a military officer in the south. The quantity of weapons he possessed was of little interest to the northern duke, yet he had heard that York City welcomed all, making it feasible to earn some profit. As Hodoric and his crew made their way to the market, a figure emerged from the shadows of a corner. Indeed, they had largely been detected. Quillen sensed the magical marks she had previously cast. Those ensnared by her enchanting spells were nowhere to be found in the city, likely having been eliminated. Fortunately, those individuals were merely bait. Her true spy was not among the thralls she controlled. That person had been rescued during her flight from the pursuing elves and subsequently placed within a refugee caravan heading to the northern territories, only to be apprehended by the Truth Merchant Guild. Now, she spotted that individual, patrolling the city walls with a bow and arrow, appearing to be faring quite well. As night fell, Victor, having completed his shift, stowed away his gear and donned civilian attire before heading to the tavern in York City. As the sole tavern in the city, it was currently bustling with activity. A mug of ale and a serving of black pepper sausage, please. Victor expertly placed his order, preparing to see if any acquaintances were present to share a table with, but suddenly paused, turning toward a corner instead. May I join your table? Victor inquired of the man seated before him. Certainly. The man nodded, shifting his chair slightly aside. Victor promptly seated himself, remaining silent as he turned his gaze towards a wandering poet on the tavern stage, humorously reciting tales that failed to captivate the interest of most patrons. Whispers had circulated that the Lord Steward had summoned a troupe of dancing slaves from the Truth Consortium, promising a more vibrant atmosphere within the tavern. Soon, Victor's meal was served. He took a hearty sip of ale before sinking his teeth into a generous portion of sausage. Ensuring no one was paying attention, he leaned in with a hint of excitement, whispering, "Is it Lord Corlin? You need not glance my way. Your voice can be softer still. I can hear you." Corlin subtly nodded, her voice reaching Victor's ears like a whisper carried on the wind. This was no sorcery, but rather a technique she had mastered, ensuring secrecy from the owner of the Mage Tower. "Yes, my lord. There are some developments regarding your arrangements, though I cannot be entirely certain," Victor replied, diverting his gaze from Corlin as he continued to eat, speaking in hushed tones. "After that buck purchased our group of slaves, a new steward appeared by his side. However, I once heard from one of the earliest residents here that this new steward possesses peculiar habits reminiscent of the former steward, Horn. Yet I understand that Horn was a cultist, and during the departure of both the steward and York, the former mayor of this place attacked the Lord's manor, eliminating the cultist maidservants and guards left behind with the aid of a cleric named Perry, while Horn vanished without a trace. Is that so? This is significant intelligence. Thank you, Victor." Corlin nodded internally as she absorbed this information, which aligned with her own leads. "It's nothing of great consequence. However, I feel compelled to mention that among the 200 slaves purchased by Buck from the Truth Consortium, a group often gathers in secret, seemingly performing some sort of ritual. I can discern such activities, and Buck must be aware, yet he has never intervened," Victor continued. "Is that so? This intelligence is crucial. Thank you. Settle yourself here for now. I will contact you when necessary. In due time, I shall escort you away." "Really, my lord?" Victor's excitement intensified at Corlin's words, suppressing the urge to glance her way as he devoured his dinner before hastily exiting the tavern. Corlin, meanwhile, ordered a mug of ale, savoring it slowly as she mentally organized the information she had gathered. The Truth Consortium had captured the cultist Horn, only to have him purchased by Buck. This was the information she had received from the head of the Truth Consortium in Blackcliff City. According to Victor's account, the current steward of the territory should indeed be Horn, albeit under a new guise. Such a skill was trivial, if Horn were truly a cultist. Possessing such abilities was not uncommon. Moreover, the fact that a faction of the slaves was clandestinely congregating and potentially conducting rituals was characteristic of cultists. Coupled with the Truth Consortium's ties to the Mage Alliance, could it be that the Mage Alliance intended to strike against Blackcliff City? As this thought crossed her mind, Corlin's expression grew somber. No, the mages could not be so foolish. After pondering for a moment, Corlin shook her head. If they were to confront behemoths, angels, or the long-eared beings alongside their golden dragon allies, she would be inclined to believe it. However, facing Lord Moises, who was immune to all magic, would be tantamount to courting death. The only force capable of breaching Lord Moises's magical immunity, the Sphere of Annihilation, was hidden somewhere within Blackcliff City. Such a threat would not have eluded Moises's notice. If not the Mage Alliance, then the so-called cult must be involved, with the Death Cult standing as the prime suspect. This sect was hell-bent on unearthing the remains of dragons to summon powerful entities like bone dragons. Previously, Lord Moises had seized a considerable amount of dragon treasures through sheer strength and now stood isolated. It was not beyond reason for them to set their sights on him. It was even possible that the Mage Alliance and the Death Cult were colluding. Those heretics cared little for deities or demons. As this realization dawned, Corlin's expression grew grave. Chapter 59, The Hat of the Ocean. "My lord, I have conveyed your message to the Dark Elf as instructed," Victor reported to Alec upon arriving at the Lord's manor, having made a beeline from the tavern. "Well done. With Acel present, she would likely refrain from using magic. Return now and avoid drawing attention." Alec nodded approvingly at Victor's report. "Yes, my lord," Victor acknowledged, returning to his abode. Meanwhile, Corlin, taking advantage of the deep night and the absence of onlookers, approached the door of a small house. After ensuring the surroundings were clear, she knocked in a specific rhythm. After a moment, a crack opened in the door. Corlin produced a token resembling a badge and handed it over. In no time, the door opened just wide enough for her to enter, and Carmus peeked out, glancing around to confirm no one had followed before closing the door behind her. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you?" Carmus returned the token, which represented the highest tier of membership within the Thieves Guild, allowing its bearer to be considered a major client, with transactions exceeding millions being a prerequisite for possession. "Doesn't your guild usually prefer taverns for meetings? What brings you to this secluded spot?" Corlin inquired. Her immediate visit to the tavern in York was due to the fact that most city taverns were operated by the Thieves Guild, yet she found no members there. Instead, she stumbled upon their clandestine markings along the way, ultimately leading her to Carmus. Such markings were reserved for high-ranking officials within the guild. Had Corlin not been affiliated with Blackcliff City, she would not have had access to such information. Don't even mention it. York City is rather sinister. Several of my predecessors were immediately unmasked, and I was left to mime a throat-slitting gesture. I might have been lucky, or perhaps my target was inconspicuous, which allowed me to blend in. Recently, the vice president of the guild came by, providing me with a new means of communication, instructing me to lay low here. And just days later, you arrived, Carmus explained, visibly distressed. I'm merely a Black Iron level member. If you have excessively difficult tasks, I fear I may not be able to fulfill them. When was the last time your people contacted you? What rank were they? Hearing Carmus's description, Corlin became increasingly convinced of her thoughts. Only a cult stronghold would necessitate such stringent precautions. Yet, this was indeed a matter of secrecy for the Thieves Guild. And even as a major client, Carmus dared not disclose too much. Let me rephrase my question. When will the person you rendezvous with return? Corlin shifted her inquiry. Within 5 days, Carmus replied after a moment's contemplation. 5 days, you say? That person should be returning soon. Quirin pondered for a moment before producing a blank sheet of paper, the lower corner adorned with a peculiar symbol. Once your contact arrives, simply hand this over to him. She instructed, passing the paper along. With that, she swiftly exited Cometh's dwelling, vanishing into the embrace of the night. As dawn broke the following day, Cometh, as was his routine, joined the townsfolk of York in tending to the fields of grain. Recently, a significant incursion by a band of lizard men had been repelled. Yet the aftermath lingered in the air. Whispers spoke of 2 casualties at the hands of these lizard men, their bodies spirited away, inciting a wave of panic among the townspeople. In addition to the laborers, the city guards were also present. As one of the guards passed by Cometh, a note was discreetly exchanged. The guard accepted the note with an impassive demeanor, nodding to his comrades before making his way back to the city. Soon, the note found its way into the hands of Alec. Is this a communication parchment from the highest echelons of the Thieves Guild? Your lord's foresight proves accurate. It is indeed the mage Quirin from Blackcliff City. Alec mused as he scrutinized the information relayed by Cometh, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The type of parchment Quirin wielded was a privilege reserved for the most esteemed clients of the Thieves Guild, decipherable only through specific methods. The rendezvous date agreed upon by the Thieves Guild and Cometh was likely set for this afternoon. Inform Cometh to proceed with the normal delivery of the communication parchment. We cannot allow such trivial matters to compromise our position, Alec instructed. Moreover, send someone through the underground passage to notify Alith. Once he secures the Lord, he need not rush back. His priority should be the Lord's safety. I am curious to discern her intentions. Understood. You too. Exercise caution, Hosen replied with a nod. He was currently responsible for constructing the city's counter-espionage network, while Bruz was out gathering intelligence. Meanwhile, in Blackcliff City, the auction had continued throughout the night. Several enchanted items belonging to Buck had fetched impressive prices as the grand finale drew near, yet all the materials were ultimately purchased by Buck, mindful that they were funded by Esquire's resources. As the annual super auction attracted affluent individuals from across the realms, Buck even spotted the presence of elves. It was well known that elves were notoriously proud. Moises had nearly set the evergreen sea ablaze in a fit of rage, yet these long-eared beings had ventured here, suggesting that the auction's centerpiece was a treasure worthy of elven interest. This piqued Buck's curiosity, although he might not succeed in acquiring it. The opportunity to broaden his horizons was enticing. Soon, the auction approached its climax. Amidst the host's fervent declarations, a blue hat was presented by a stunning dark elf. The Hat of the Ocean, a relic bequeathed by Captain Baron's legacy. Even after enduring the corruption of demonic blood, it triumphed through unwavering faith in the sea god, leading his Black Sails pirate crew in a valiant struggle against the demonic forces, contributing indelibly to the victory of the divine war. This hat, blessed by the sea god, grants its wielders fleet protection from storms and whirlpools, ensuring calm waters in its wake. Furthermore, it is rumored to hold the clues to Captain Baron's hidden treasure. Once invincible upon the seas, even the sorcerers of the Demon Empire found themselves powerless against Captain Baron, a feat attributed to this remarkable hat. And now, it re-emerges into the world. The starting bid for the Hat of the Ocean is set at 500,000 gold coins. Before the host could conclude, a hoarse voice interrupted. It belonged to a Naga, her 6 arms revealing her identity without pretense. Utilizing storms to assail ships was their effective combat strategy. Should an adversary possess the Hat of the Ocean, their tactics would be rendered futile, necessitating a brute force confrontation. Any losses would spell a significant blow to the already dwindling Naga clan. Moreover, there existed islands shrouded in terrifying phenomena, which even they could not approach, rumored to harbor opportunities for heroism. The Naga clan, viewing these locations as forbidden treasures, would never allow the Hat of the Ocean to fall into the hands of outsiders. For every conceivable reason, the Hat of the Ocean was a coveted prize the Naga clan was determined to claim. Chapter 60. The Lizardmen in the Underground City. Castro. Buck emerged from the portal, unexpectedly finding that Mark, who should have been the first to greet him with offers from his subordinates, was absent. However, Buck paid it little mind, taking a stroll around the city while reflecting on the recent auction bids. No one anticipated that the Naga clan, initially poised for victory, would be outbid by the elves. Besides the exorbitant auction price, the elven clan had presented a treasure that Moises could not refuse, prompting his personal appearance. It was a magical gold coin capable of self-replication. By infusing it with mana, the coin would begin to multiply uncontrollably. And both Moises and his subordinates confirmed that every instance, whether original or replicated, was genuine. This reminded Buck of the 3 golden bags created by Esquire, which could yield a limited amount of gold each day. Yet this coin, upon continuous mana input, would perpetually reproduce. However, the elves might find it challenging to depart, as Buck knew that the basement beneath the Evergreen Sea lacked any underground passages. If the roots of the ancient trees detected any excavated pathways, the elves would unleash beasts skilled in burrowing to dismantle them, ultimately eradicating any intruders. Thus, for the elves to return to the Evergreen Sea, they must either use the portal in Black Cliff City to reach the underground city nearby, or utilize a teleportation scroll. Yet, once they exited the gates of Black Cliff City, Moises would no longer provide protection. It was likely the Naga awaited them there. After all, having acquired the Hat of the Ocean, the elves, who regarded the Naga as an affront, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike against any Naga settlements they encountered during their maritime travels. Nevertheless, these matters were of no concern to Buck. He was preoccupied with devising a strategy to sell Esquire's manufactured equipment in batches to prevent devaluation. After circling Castro and finding nothing of interest, Buck made his way toward the exit. As he stepped outside, he spotted Dymark, windblown and beaming, returning with an unmistakable air of triumph. His mouth split in a grin revealing sharp teeth. "Ah, esteemed guest, I beg your pardon for my earlier neglect. How may I be of service to you?" Sensing Buck's presence, Dymark quickly composed himself, bowing respectfully. "No need," Buck replied, shaking his head. He had already perused the city, aside from the cave dwellers. Nothing else warranted his attention. Even the cave dwellers were now reduced to a pitiful state, hardly worth Buck's consideration. Dymark, undeterred by Buck's dismissal, maintained his politeness and bowed once more, allowing Buck to pass unobstructed. Before long, Buck arrived at the designated meeting place with Alith and the others, where Sim awaited him with his companions. "Where's Alith?" Buck inquired, scanning the group for her familiar figure. "She had grown somewhat impatient waiting for you, and had ventured out for a stroll, but she should return shortly." As Sim spoke, he organized the group, readying them for departure. "I have returned." No sooner had Sim's words echoed than a small bat fluttered in, transforming into Elise. "Why have you returned so late?" "The equipment crafted by Master Escher is surprisingly excellent, and I attended an auction, which delayed my return." "What about you? Did you encounter anything intriguing?" Although Buck had visited the dungeons several times, he had merely traversed the vein back to the territory and had not explored elsewhere. His curiosity about the underground world was piqued. "Nothing particularly interesting, though I did see a dozen or so lizard folk purchasing over 100 cave dwellers and heading that way," Elise replied, gesturing towards the direction where Buck and the others had returned. "That's along our path," Buck observed, squinting at the tunnel ahead. "Just a small stretch, really." "This passage has 3 or 4 forks," Elise responded. "But that direction leads to the desolate marsh and beneath my territory." "Where do you suppose those lizard folk are from?" "From the desolate marsh? Surely they cannot be contemplating a tunneling venture?" Upon hearing Buck's words, Elise interjected suddenly. "Regardless of their intentions, we shall follow to uncover the truth. After all, I inevitably need to develop the desolate marsh. Discovering an alternative route of attack would be advantageous. With so many of us." Sim began, but Buck waved his hand, enveloping the group in a cloak of magic. What had once been an elite squad of merely a dozen transformed into a single protruding rock. Second-tier magic, the disguise spell. Though merely an illusion, and disguising as inanimate objects would reveal flaws upon movement, it sufficed for tracking as long as someone remained vigilant ahead, ready to activate the disguise spell should circumstances demand it. Once preparations were complete, Elise took the lead, on guard, while the others quickly followed. They soon encountered the fork in the passage. It was a 4-way junction. Aside from the route to Castral, the far right path led to the mining veins, which would soon be found blocked, as Buck had each time he passed, necessitating the cave dwellers to dig anew. The other 2 paths were in the same direction. According to Ula, the left one led to a scorpion lion's den, though it had been quite a while since a scorpion lion had been seen foraging, indicating it had likely departed. The right path was a narrow passage, rumored to lead to another underground city, with several nests of subterranean hunters, though the danger was not particularly high. Now, that group of lizard folk had evidently uncovered a new tunnel, compared to the hundreds of cave dwellers. Buck and his companions moved with greater speed, and soon the frontmost Elise relayed that they had caught up with the opposing group. Buck and the others immediately slowed their pace, trailing behind cautiously. After a short while, Buck's team noticed the tunnel began to incline upwards, indicating they were about to surface. However, suddenly, chaos erupted among the cave dwellers ahead. Buck quickly cast the disguise spell, and the group transformed into rock formations by the roadside. Soon, They observed cave dwellers frantically retreating from the passage, only to be struck down by a flurry of arrows, while several lizard folk approached, dragging the fallen into the depths of the tunnel, indifferent to their plight. Buck exchanged glances with his companions and crept forward, discovering that the passage had reached its end, not an exit to the surface, but an expansive cavern, at the center of which stood a colossal altar. Upon the altar rested a grotesque creature, and before it lay a severed head atop a box. Chapter 61, Booties. It was a creature of blood-red hue, possessing a lizard's head yet adorned with a pair of goat-like horns. From its spine protruded massive bone spikes. Meanwhile, the cave dwellers were being slaughtered by lizard folk warriors, their cries echoing as they were tossed upon the altar. As the number of cave dweller corpses upon the altar increased, a strange aura emanated from it. And soon the head opened its eyes. "Master, my beloved master, you have awakened once more. Hurry, impart your wisdom. I am eager." Upon witnessing the head's awakening, the peculiar creature exclaimed with excitement, "Booties, in my suffering, do not torment me further." The head, grizzled with age, revealed a sorrowful expression and pleaded immediately upon seeing the creature. "Master, why will you not bestow upon me all your knowledge? I understand now. The offerings are insufficient, correct? Continue. Hurry, you beasts, hasten with the sacrifices. My master is hungry. Do you wish for your kin to become my master's prey?" Booties bellowed at the lizard folk behind him. The lizard folk displayed palpable fear, hastening their slaughter of the cave dwellers. "Stop. Booties, do not awaken it further. Cease immediately, or calamity shall befall us." The head spoke in terror upon hearing Booties' words. However, Booties paid no heed, incessantly commanding his subordinates to hasten the offerings, even using his magic to draw several cave dwellers and snapping their necks personally. Booties, the most wanted criminal of the Mages Guild. The head likely belonged to his master, Cadian. Booties was a student of a council member within the Mages Guild, yet for reasons unknown, he had slain his mentor Cadian and taken his head, leading to a hefty bounty placed upon him by the guild, regardless of his fate. Cadian, the youngest council member in years, had ascended from an ordinary mage to the highest echelons of the Mages Guild in merely 20 years. He was rumored to be the frontrunner for the next Grand Council position. As the lizard folk continued to massacre the cave dwellers, the scout beside Buck whispered quietly. Previously unable to recognize the now unrecognizable Booties, the scout, possessing extensive knowledge, immediately realized the identity of the being upon hearing his name. A considerable bounty? Buck's eyes lit up at those words. The gold provided by the system for upgrading his territory and training soldiers was barely sufficient, let alone for personal expenditures. Should he acquire that bounty, his finances would be ample, allowing him to procure some maids to serve him, alleviating his financial strain. Purchasing some demi-human servants would not be out of the question either. After all, with the anti-magic cloak, dealing with mages would be relatively easy, especially since Buck had a trump card in hand. "You shall regret this." Just as Buck prepared to act at the opportune moment, the voice of the head grew weaker, and soon an eerie tone emanated from its mouth. "You have finally awakened? Great being, I seek knowledge. I implore you to grant me boundless wisdom." Upon hearing the change in the head's tone, Booties was instantly elated. Insufficient offerings. A powerful soul needs to be treated like a babbling infant, incoherent. Disjointed phrases emerged from the head's lips. "You wretched swine, is this the best you can procure, mere cave dwellers? I demand sacrifices of a far more formidable spirit. Expedite the offering of this batch, and then venture to that desolate town beyond the marshes to capture their denizens for me." Hearing the words of the head, Booties roared in a frenzy. The lizard men trembled momentarily, hastening their efforts to slay the cave dwellers. "They are the souls." Suddenly, the head shrieked, its eyes fixed intently upon Buck and his companions. "Bring them down. How dare they covet my territory?" Buck, undeterred by the looming threat, was the first to strike. Thunder and lightning. A bolt of electrical magic, powerful enough to overwhelm even elite elven wind dancers, materialized instantaneously, striking Booties down to the ground. As if a battle horn had sounded, the moment Buck unleashed his magic, the Holy Arbiter behind him radiated with divine light, sending several lizard men hurtling back as they charged toward Buck's group. A barrage of arrows flew toward them, but was effortlessly deflected by the Royal Guard. Though Buck had brought but a few, they were all exceptional members of his squad, quickly forcing the lizard men to retreat in disarray. "Begone, you worthless lot." A sudden roar erupted from behind the lizard men, as Booties, charred and smoldering, rose from the ground, his dark skin rapidly shedding to reveal fresh, crimson flesh beneath. "You have hurt me," Booties bellowed, his muscles swelling with fury as he barreled forward, knocking aside a lizard man in his path, charging toward Buck and his allies. "Is he not a sorcerer?" Buck remarked, observing Booties, who now towered 2 heads taller than before, yet he did not falter, casting a sluggish spell to ensnare Booties, while enveloping his comrades in a protective stone skin. Booties' speed immediately diminished, as a royal guard swiftly interposed himself in front of him. Clang! A resounding crash ensued, as Booties' claws tore through the guard's shield, piercing his chest with ease, flinging him aside, as if he were a mere rag doll. "Aru! Hey, Holy Crusader roared, charging forth, his great sword wreathed in divine light, aiming to cleave Booties in two. Booties grinned malevolently, extending his right hand to intercept the blow. Swish! The holy light proved devastatingly effective, severing Booties' hand, and in a fit of rage, he sent the Holy Crusader flying with a single punch, only to roar again as a new arm sprouted forth in an instant. Just as he prepared to pursue the attacking Holy Crusader, a barrage of holy light struck him, inflicting gaping wounds that healed almost instantaneously. Target the head, Buck commanded, observing Booties' relentless regeneration. Upon hearing Buck's orders, Elise, who had circled behind Booties to launch her attack, swiftly flew toward the head. Seeing Elise's approach, Booties felt no trepidation. Instead, he swelled once more, charging toward Buck while weathering the divine onslaught. Chapter 62, The Skull Crown. Elise hastily reached the head, plunging her dagger toward it. Cackling with a sinister glee, the head unleashed a bizarre surge of magical energy. Elise felt her mind inundated with a flood of malevolent thoughts, causing her to drop her dagger and collapse to the ground in agony, clutching her head. In that moment, an unsettling shift occurred within Buck's bone chest plate as he beheld a phantasm, the grotesque head transforming into a golden skull, only to revert to its original form. Yet Buck knew this was no mere illusion. The abhorrent entity capable of incapacitating Elise must surely be the cursed component known as the Skull Crown. Resolute, Buck sprang into action, rushing toward the head without hesitation. Sensing imminent danger, Booties, who had initially contemplated allowing Buck to approach, suddenly felt an ominous premonition and lashed out with a claw. Instant teleportation. Without a moment's pause, Buck invoked magic, vanishing from the spot as Booties' claws swiped at empty air. As Buck drew closer to the head, Booties' sense of dread intensified. He stomped the ground with force, creating a deep crater as he charged at Buck with renewed speed. Thud! This time, the force that met him was not the mighty shield but a colossal iron figure. Having lacked space at the entrance, Buck unleashed the construct giant. Booties collided with the giant's thigh, stunned by the sudden turn of events, only to find a massive sword cleaving down toward him. Booties narrowly evaded the strike, but the construct giant's relentless assault could not be so easily evaded. Its other fist crashed down upon Booties, sending him flying. Crack! The impact shattered Booties' bones, yet under the influence of that strange power, he quickly restored himself. Observing that his target still lived, the construct giant renewed its assault. As it drove Booties back relentlessly, Buck ascended to the altar. Flee! Do not approach! Seeing Buck advance, Elise urgently attempted to dissuade him, but the searing pain rendered her unable to rise. Buck approached the head, and as his bone chest plate materialized, the head revealed a sinister grin, melting away like wax, soon revealing a golden skull before Buck. The moment the golden skull appeared, it soared into the air, encasing Buck's head before merging into his very being. You have discovered the treasure, Skull Crown. Skull Crown, knowledge too. No. As the Skull Crown integrated into Buck's body, Booties let out a tortured wail. His demonic form rapidly contracted, his skin shifting from red to white, colossal bone spines retracting within, and his lizard-like head transforming into that of a pallid middle-aged man. That is mine. Return it to me. Booties screamed at Buck. Yet his greeting was met with the devastating force of a colossal iron fist. No. Before Buck could intervene, Booties was reduced to a pulp by the iron blow, completing its task as the construct giant wiped the remnants from its hands, standing motionless thereafter. No. My bounty, Buck lamented, gazing at the remnants of Booties now reduced to a mere paste. That was certainly the Skull Crown, with its existence. Would you still dare to claim a bounty on him? To know that the deceased can also speak. Hearing Buck's lament, Elise rubbed her temples and spoke up. I understand. But do you truly comprehend the anguish of watching little Chan fly away from before your very eyes? This is the second time. Buck sighed, acutely aware of the significance of the skeleton crown, which must never be divulged lightly. Yet, how could the skeleton crown possibly be here? Buck felt a twinge of confusion. The bounty on but his was issued 3 years ago. Coming from humble beginnings, he possessed little innate talent. However, his diligence and dedication moved Kent, who took him on as a disciple. Elise gazed at the mangled form of Butthis and said slowly, as the most gifted mage of these years, Kent was renowned for his vast knowledge and magical prowess, particularly in defensive spells. Ultimately, he met his demise at the hands of an ordinary student, his head severed. This incident caused quite a stir at the time. I recall the presiding judge suggesting that it might have been the work of a cultist and proposed collaboration with the Mage Alliance for an investigation, yet the Alliance refused. As for why he would have come here, to escape persecution, the best refuge would actually be overseas, where numerous islands provide ample opportunity to evade capture. It is said that the components of the cursed armor attract one another. Did Galag not mention this? The seal within his mother is on the verge of dissipating. This could very well be the reason. Elise cast a complex glance at Buck, who now possessed 2 magical artifacts. Although Buck was capable of sealing magical artifacts, once the 4 artifacts converged to form the cursed armor, whether he could still maintain the seal, or if he would be controlled by the cursed armor, remained an open question. Thank you, young man, for liberating me from the clutches of the malevolent artifact and granting my soul release. In return, I shall impart my greatest secret to you. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Buck's ear, accompanied by the appearance of a map, deeply imprinted in his mind. Did you hear someone speaking? Buck paused, turning to Elise beside him. No, she shook her head. Just then, a cacophony of cries reached Buck's ears, abruptly interrupting his thoughts. It was the surviving cave dwellers, now kneeling before Buck, each bowing their heads and crying out in gratitude. A group of cave dwellers expresses their gratitude for your life-saving intervention and wishes to join your ranks. Will you accept? Of course, I shall accept. One should never refuse free soldiers. Soon, 26 cave dwellers joined Buck's ranks, while only a fifth of the original 100 remained after the slaughter. The cave dwellers had surrendered. But what of the lizard folk? With this thought, Buck scanned the area, only to find not a single lizard folk remained in the cave. My lord, they fled down that passage. And some have followed. A scout, as if reading Buck's mind, pointed to a concealed passage nearby. Chapter 63, Dragonflies and Kubas. Pursue them. These lizard folk are likely from the western tribe, daring to encroach upon my territory. I shall cast a spell and then follow. Buck declared, but just as he was speaking, he noticed the body of the Holy Crusader who had severed Buthus's arm, known as Alu, being carried away. He shouted, My lord, we cannot leave him here. His rightful place is the cemetery behind the church, as you have stated. Hearing Buck's words, the Holy Crusader pleaded, My lord, I assure you he will not impede our battle. Even Sim joined in, seeking to advocate for the man, as they were all trained by him. I said, Put him down. Yes. As Buck's soldiers, they could not resist his command. The Crusader laid the body on the ground. Rebirth. As Buck cast his spell, the Holy Crusader, whose chest had been pierced, swiftly healed, and suddenly sat up, bewildered. Alu. Upon seeing the resurrected Alu, the Crusader rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Alu, my foot. Chase after them. I intend to dismantle their tribe with the Colossus. Buck snapped, dismissing the awestruck gazes of his subordinates as he charged toward the passage, entirely ignoring their admiration. How astonishing. Once I master advanced earth magic, I shall demonstrate what mass resurrection truly entails. He mused, contemplating selecting a unique ability, a vengeance expert, to slay a throng of foes, enhance his own attack, and then resurrect them. Shaking his head, Buck dispelled his whimsical thoughts and led his team down the passage toward the surface. Although the passage inclined upward, it twisted and turned. Had it not been a single path, Buck's group might have lost their way. Thus, they pursued for nearly 2 days before finally emerging onto the surface, which indeed lay in a desolate swamp. Feeling the muck beneath their feet, Buck turned to the scout at the forefront. Mark it here. They headed in that direction. The scout, after a moment of observation, identified the signs left by the lizard folk's companions and guided Buck and the others onward. Before long, they arrived at a peculiar location. But the markings had vanished. This was a grove of trees unlike any other, with straight trunks featuring circular hollows that emitted a faint red glow, accompanied by a foul stench. The disappearance of the markings indicated that the scout may have encountered misfortune. It was highly likely that he had met with trouble amidst these enigmatic trees. Everyone, be cautious. Buck warned those behind him as he prepared to explore the strange grove. We cannot proceed further. This is the domain of the dragonflies. Should you step foot here, you will be besieged by their attacks. Your people remain here. Just as Buck and his group were about to enter the grove, a voice called out from the side. They turned to see a young lizard folk emerging from the nearby thicket, carrying a person on his back, none other than the scout pursuing the lizard folk. Do not worry. He merely succumbed to the dragonfly's poison and is somewhat weakened, but his life is not in danger. The young lizard folk, perceiving the hostile gazes from Buck's group, hurriedly laid the scout down and stepped back, performing the highest gesture of respect among his kind. My name is Kubas. I thank you for slaying that malevolent warlock and liberating our Dahlia tribe. Many within the tribe were cursed by him. He threatened us with our kin, demanding we offer you blood sacrifices. With his demise, the members of our tribe have been freed from the curse. I sensed something was amiss, so I hastened from the tribe to the entrance of the underground passage. I encountered my kin and shared the news of the warlock's demise. As for this man, he inadvertently wandered into the dragonfly's territory and was attacked. We rescued him, and I remained here to await your arrival and guide you, for they have prepared a welcome for you in the tribe. Seeing that the other party bore no malice, Buck signaled for the others to assist the scout back. Upon inspection, he noticed several wounds adorned with herbal patches on the scout's body. However, the system indicated that his condition was not life-threatening, but rather one of profound weakness. This was the unique toxin of the dragonfly, a creature that attacks its prey with its tail, injecting venom that renders the victim incapacitated before it is mercilessly dispatched. Are you not from the Shia tribe? Buck inquired upon hearing the other party's words. Certainly not, Cabas replied, shaking his head. The Shia tribe is the most formidable faction in the desolate marshes. If we possessed such formidable power, that warlock would scarcely dare to provoke us. Buck's understanding of the Shia tribes might deepened with Cabas's words. After all, that Booties was quite formidable and, coupled with an almost immortal physique, dared not confront the Xia tribe. It seemed evident that this tribe wielded something that even he feared. You assert that this is the territory of the dragonflies, yet we are so close. How could they remain oblivious to our presence? Despite recognizing the lizardman's honesty, Buck was still perplexed. They had practically arrived at the dragonfly's doorstep. Surely, these beasts would not refrain from attacking simply because other creatures had not entered their lair. Before your arrival, they had already vacated their nests, Cabas explained. The reason for this is singular. They discovered the ghost vine tree. Ghost vine tree, indeed. It is a grotesquely shaped tree that bears ghost vine fruits emitting a red glow. The juice of these fruits is the optimal sustenance for dragonfly larvae and enhances their evolution. Thus, once a ghost vine tree is found, the dragonflies in the vicinity will abandon their nests, as ghost vine trees are the favored nesting sites for flying dragons, with the ghost vine fruit being one of their crucial sources of nourishment for evolution. Cabas elaborated earnestly in response to Buck's inquiry. Are you suggesting that there are larvae within those dragonfly nests? Buck's interest piqued immediately. These nests could serve as natural training grounds. If larvae truly existed, he could train them, as he had done with the tunnel giant rats. Indeed, the dragonfly's growth cycle spans 2 years, and there are undoubtedly numerous larvae present. Cabas affirmed confidently. You possess considerable knowledge about dragonflies? Buck probed. Not quite. I merely know a bit more than most. My aspiration is to become a powerful beast tamer. With dragonflies as my ultimate goal, Cabas said proudly, puffing out his chest. That is splendid. With confirmation of the larvae's existence, Buck unhesitatingly ventured into the grove. Do not go. Your scent will be detected by the returning dragonflies. They will follow the scent and attack you. Cabas exclaimed in alarm, attempting to stop Buck, but was restrained by Sim. Chapter 64, The Bipedal Dragon. You have discovered the nest of the tunnel toxic flies. Do you wish to train the tunnel toxic flies? Dragonflies are the advanced form of toxic flies. The larvae within can only be trained as toxic flies, but that suffices. There are a total of 9 toxic fly nests, each capable of training 8 flies, each costing 220 gold coins. With 72 toxic flies, combined with his own forces, Buck would have no fear of the dragonflies returning. Fortunately, Acel provided him with gold coins daily. Otherwise, he could not train them all at once. He directly expended 840 gold coins to initiate the training, and soon, a chorus of chirps resonated from the tree hollows, followed by a swarm of flies, each the length of an arm, emerging from the hollows, densely filling the area. This creature bore a serpentine body and dragonfly-like wings, yet its eyes resembled those of a fly, with a claw-like mouth bristling with fangs. Its primary weapon was the sharp stinger at the end of its tail. Once it pierced its prey, the toxin would swiftly infiltrate the victim's body. Why you are accelerating their maturation? How did you accomplish this? Even the mightiest beast tamer could not possibly hasten the maturation of so many targets at once. Cabas exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief at Buck's astonishing feat. That is a secret. Do you believe I would divulge such knowledge to an unrelated party? Buck retorted, gazing directly at the lizard man. Please, I implore you to teach me. I am willing to follow you as your servant, hoping you will impart to me the powerful methods of beast taming, Cabas beseeched, kneeling before Buck. Lizardman Cabas wishes to follow you. Do you accept? Accept? How does one accept this? I cannot merely claim to possess a system cheat while you do not. Buck mused, yet Cabas's information was exceedingly compelling. As he sincerely wished to follow him, his profile had already been unlocked. Name, Cabas, ordinary. Identity, member of the Dahlia tribe. Combat trait, dragonfly affinity, reduced difficulty in taming dragonflies. Combat level, second order, level 2. Unit type, lizardman archer, second order. Combat skill, regeneration. Lizardmen possess remarkable regenerative abilities, quickly recovering from ordinary injuries, and even possessing the extraordinary capability of regrowing severed limbs. With an ordinary level possessing a combat trait, this implies that upon reaching level 9 and advancing to level 10 elite, he would encounter no bottlenecks. Furthermore, upon becoming a hero, he would transform into a beast tamer who enhances the strength of dragonflies. Such a prodigy would be difficult to deceive after acceptance. Buck found himself in a dilemma. Master, I beg you, please accept me. Becoming a powerful dragonfly beast tamer is my lifelong dream, Cabas implored again when Buck remained silent. Since you are so earnest, I shall reluctantly accept you. However, I must state beforehand that this skill cannot simply be mastered through study. It is possible you may never grasp it, Buck declared, though his body followed his words, dutifully selecting to accept on the system page. Yes, Master, I understand that such miracles are not within the grasp of everyone, but I shall strive diligently. Upon being accepted, Cabas leaped in excitement. Master, the people in the tribe are awaiting your arrival. Please do visit us to receive our gratitude. That can wait. Do you know where those dragonflies have gone? Buck inquired, shaking his head. According to Cabas, if he entered the dragonfly's territory, these insect-like beasts would be drawn by scent, especially since the larvae had been hastily taken away. It was only natural for the adult dragonflies to become enraged. Better to strike while they are preoccupied with the flying dragons, delivering a decisive blow, Buck contemplated. There were several ghost vine trees nearby, but only 2 had flying dragons nesting, both in that direction. Though uncertain of Buck's intentions, Cabas was forthcoming with information since the inquiry came from his master. Lead the way. Yes, master. With a local guide in tow, Buck and his companions traversed the marshy forest with greater speed. The natural traps within the terrain were numerous, causing Buck to feel a chill run down his spine. He felt increasingly grateful that he had not rashly led his forces to attack the Lizardman tribe in the marsh, but had chosen instead to support the Acehell tribe in the Witheredwood city. Soon, a group of individuals arrived before the first ghost vine tree, where dozens of dragonflies were buzzing up and down, relentlessly attacking several flying dragons. Despite their massive size and tough skin, these dragons were significantly slower than the agile dragonflies, rendering their attacks largely ineffective. The dragonflies would retreat after a single strike. And as the toxins accumulated, the dragons found themselves unable to resist. Slow down spell, slow down spell, slow down spell, with 3 consecutive incantations. The spell enveloped both the dragonflies and the dragons, visibly slowing the former. Then, with a wave of his hand, Buck accelerated the attacks of the newly acquired toxic flies and commanded them to charge forward. The dragonflies, taken aback by the sudden assault from their kin, erupted into chaos, especially as the scent of their own young seemed to be emanating from these attackers, leaving them momentarily disoriented. Bolstered by the acceleration, the toxic flies' tails left afterimages as they swiftly pierced through their opponents, creating several gaping holes. Meanwhile, the Holy Arbiter, behind Buck, was not idle. Radiant attacks of Holy Light were also unleashed. With Buck's enhancements, the attacking power of these toxic flies doubled, far surpassing that of the adult dragonflies, making the battle overwhelmingly one-sided. In no time, the dragonflies had no opportunity to flee and were swiftly eliminated. A group of flying dragons expresses gratitude for your assistance and is willing to join your ranks. Do you accept? After dispatching the dragonflies, a prompt suddenly appeared. Buck looked up, observing that the feeble bipedal dragons no longer exuded the aura of a 6th-tier combat unit. Instead, they resembled pitiful ducks, gazing forlornly at him, their nests completely destroyed beside them. The dragonflies, driven by mischief, not only attacked the dragons, but also vandalized their homes whenever they had the chance. Witnessing the plight of these homeless dragons, Buck, with a sense of benevolence, reluctantly decided to take them in. You have achieved a glorious victory and gained a substantial amount of experience. Your strategic level has risen to level 10. Your strength has increased by 1. Please choose your enhancement ability. 1. Offensive technique, intermediate. 2. Counterattack, intermediate. 3. Thief's ally, unique ability of reconnaissance. 4. Academia, unique ability of wisdom. What delightful tidings. As he had also leveled up directly. However, the 4 options presented were somewhat lacking. Both offensive technique and counterattack were skills Buck intended to enhance later in his journey. Yet, the 2 unique abilities intrigued him. Thief's ally is a distinctive capability of reconnaissance, allowing for reduced costs when consulting the tavern's system page. This function becomes available once a tavern is established, updating daily, and the more taverns one possesses in various cities, the more accurate the information received. Buck had only one tavern and, after establishing it, eagerly inquired, only to be disappointed with vague news about a treasure in a certain region. Quite the letdown indeed. With so few taverns at his disposal, Buck was reluctant to indulge further. As for academia, he wished he could bestow this ability upon Acehell, as it held little use for himself. After pondering, Buck ultimately chose offensive technique. After all, his forces were beginning to take shape, and enhancing their attacking power was paramount. York City is under attack. Just then, Buck received an urgent notification. Chapter 65, The Crisis of York City. Time rewound to the moment Buck had just exited the underground passage and entered the desolate marsh. In the morning dawn cathedral of Giant Peak City, Perry was engrossed in prayer when Dixon approached him slowly. After completing their prayers together, Dixon spoke. Lord Perry, I have received word from Lord Angle that a large number of cultists have appeared in the territory of that baron, with solid evidence. I must lead a team to address this. That baron? Buck. Upon hearing Angle's words, a vivid image flashed in Perry's mind. A magnificent door set among the clouds, slowly opening with the radiance of holy light. The vision abruptly cut off there, yet Perry's expression turned grave. The Cloud City, the gateway to the divine realm of the Lord of Morning Dawn. It is crucial to note that the angels serving alongside the Lord of Morning Dawn are souls of the most devout believers transformed into celestial beings. In times of crisis, the Church can summon the angels from the Cloud City through special means. The opening of the heavenly gate signifies 2 possibilities: the advent of angels or the summoning of devout souls transformed into angels by the Lord of Morning Dawn. However, since the Lord of Morning Dawn fell into slumber, no matter the method of summoning, while the Cloud City may appear, the heavenly gate has never opened again. This implies that during that great war, not only did the Lord of Morning Dawn fall into slumber, but all the angels who guarded him perished as well. Yet, Witnessing the heavenly gate open was an extraordinary phenomenon. Perry had previously summoned the Cloud City, but had never seen the heavenly gate open. The opening of the heavenly gate hinted at the potential awakening of the Lord of Morning Dawn, causing Perry's breath to quicken. I shall accompany you. What? Dixon was momentarily taken aback by Perry's insistence to join him. With Giant Peak City still besieged, the departure of a high-ranking cleric like Perry would significantly alter the course of the battle. Engel, in issuing orders, had been at a loss. Torn between his former superior and his current one, neither of whom he dared to offend. Who would have thought that Perry would voluntarily request to go? However, the situation in Giant Peak City had grown increasingly dire. Reports indicated the presence of ogre giants among the barbarian forces, creatures capable of wreaking havoc upon the city walls. I will personally attend to this matter. You stay here to assist the Duke in maintaining the front lines, Perry declared, exiting the cathedral and heading towards the Duke's mansion. Seeking a griffin to reach York City swiftly. Is he gone? Well done, Dixon. A few hours after Perry's departure, a figure approached the praying Dixon. Lord Engel? What brings you here? Dixon turned to see Engel, astonished by his presence. Because this place requires my presence, Engel replied, moving beside Dixon and suddenly exerting powerful holy energy that immobilized him. Giant Peak City has remained unconquered for too long. We cannot allow those bloodthirsty brutes to defy us any longer. At the Lord's mansion in York City, Alec was occupied with administrative duties within the territory. As people began arriving to join York City, numerous troublesome matters arose. Master Steward, a large influx of refugees has arrived outside the city, seeking asylum in York City. John reported as he entered. Understood. As per our previous arrangements, let us first settle them outside the city, Alec commanded without raising his head. Very well. I shall make the necessary arrangements. John nodded and promptly set off to attend to the matters at hand. However, I believe it would be more prudent to allow them immediate entry into the city. Just as John departed, a raspy voice unexpectedly emanated from behind Alec. Startled, Alec swiftly turned and hurled a fireball at the shadowy figure that had appeared without warning. The fireball roared forth, only to dissipate mysteriously before the figure. Lord Corsa. Alec recognized the newcomer and immediately bowed in respect. It seems you've been faring well lately, having regained the trust of that little lord. Should I address you as Horn or Alec? Corsa remarked with a sinister smile, yet Alec found no humor in the situation. One of the 3 archbishops of the Plague Sect, a terrifying figure wielding the power of puppetry, how could he suddenly materialize here? Hadn't he reported everything as being in order? Moreover, if there were to be a liaison, it should have been his direct superior, Archbishop Farouk of the Plague. Not this perverse individual. In an instant, cold sweat began to trickle down Alec's brow. Fear not. I have no intention of touching Farouk's people. I am here regarding your mission. My mission? Is Archbishop Perry coming? Alec was taken aback by the revelation. It appears you have not forgotten your identity, which is commendable. Perry is currently en route on a griffin and should arrive in approximately an hour. Are you prepared? Corsa inquired slowly. To return to my master's embrace is my lifelong desire. Please wait a moment. I shall prepare, Alec replied, turning to leave, but was halted by Corsa. From his possession, Corsa produced a box, applying slight pressure to render it pliable, and opened it to reveal a pulsating mass of flesh that he pressed against Alec's chest. As if sensing something, the mass suddenly extended sharp spines, piercing Alec's flesh and burrowing within. Very well, tidy yourself up and allow that throng of refugees into the city. And remember, when the time comes to act, avoid that magical tower. Esquiel has been cursed by the divine and cannot intervene. But we cannot guarantee that no unforeseen circumstances will arise. Corsa's words plunged Alec's heart into despair. The other party had evidently conducted thorough investigations, preparing meticulously. Without a moment's hesitation, Alec swiftly tended to his chest wound and departed the Lord's manor, heading toward the outskirts of the city. Master Steward, what brings you here? John, who was busy settling the refugees outside, asked with a hint of curiosity upon seeing Alec approach. Allow these refugees into the city. Alec commanded with a sweeping gaze over the crowd. But you just said, let them in. Alec's tone grew serious. Yes, Master Steward, John nodded. As Buck had previously stated, all matters of the territory were under Alec's purview, and he would not dare defy that. As the refugees entered York City in waves, Alec gathered them in a vacant expanse to the west of the city. This area, distanced from both the residential quarters and the Mage Tower, was designated for future development but had been cordoned off in advance, housing only a few of Buck's training grounds for various troops. At that moment, a sound reminiscent of a lion's roar mixed with an eagle's cry echoed from the distance. A grand performance was about to unfold. Chapter 66, City in the Clouds. Riding upon a griffin, Perry swiftly arrived above York City, casting his gaze towards the western side. There, a group of cultists stood in formation, an ominous aura beginning to permeate the air. However, to Perry, these were mere trifles. In the presence of absolute power, all tactics were in vain. Without a moment's hesitation, Perry gently patted the griffin's head, prompting it to dive downward. Before the griffin reached the ground, Perry leaped into the air, plummeting towards the earth. At that instant, a fireball erupted amidst the crowd, sending the unsuspecting cultists flying. It was Alik, relentlessly casting spells, fireballs soaring forth and obliterating the assembled cultists, as well as destroying the meticulously arranged formation. By now, Perry had landed. Without hesitation, Alik tore away the pulsating mass that clung to his heart, shouting, "Lord Perry, destroy it." Upon seeing the mass, Perry's expression shifted, and a radiant arrow of holy light swiftly shot forth. Yet at that moment, Alik found himself unable to move. He heard a series of cracking sounds as his body contorted in an unnatural manner, narrowly evading the holy arrow's attack. Even as his bones shattered within. "You have indeed betrayed me, Alik, but it matters not. Everything is within my control." Corsa's voice emanated from the mass. The flesh suddenly expanded, transforming into a grotesque shroud that enveloped Alik, followed by his anguished wails from within. "Lord Perry, destroy it. Do not concern yourself with me." Before Alik's words had fully escaped his lips, a colossal sword of holy light descended from above, cleaving the mass in two. However, it bore no effect. The severed pieces writhed violently, extending countless tendrils towards the cultists, who, fervently chanting their mantras, charged forward. Boom. A cultist was sent flying as a squadron of knights surged from the distance, crashing through the obstructing cultists, their lances piercing the mass and propelling it forward, ultimately pinning it against a wall. Following this, beams of holy light rained down, striking the mass and leaving charred black scars upon it. It was Buck's troops. Stationed within the city, having a construct giant for protection, Buck had only dispatched a select few elite to the underground passage to await him, leaving the remainder to guard the city. Hot on their heels were a battalion of archers, several royal guards, and the Holy Crusaders, all rushing along the path cleared by the knights, launching a fervent assault upon the mass. With a thunderous roar, the powerful holy light obliterated the pinned mass along with the structure behind it, while on the opposite side, Perry incinerated another segment of the mass into cinders with holy light. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out from the side. The crowd turned to see Corsa, having mysteriously appeared atop the humble barracks constructed by Buck, lightly applauding his hands. Brilliant. Truly a splendid performance. I never anticipated that this little territory would conceal such power. Offer yourselves to my master. He shall be most pleased. In response, a massive hammer of holy light surged forth, hurtling towards Corsa. With a resounding crash, the rudimentary barracks were successfully demolished, reduced to a desolate ruin. Yet, Corsa appeared inexplicably beside the charred remains of the flesh that Perry had incinerated. "Do not be anxious. Your turn has not yet come." Corsa gestured dismissively to the onlookers, shedding his dark cloak to reveal a gaunt and pallid figure. A peculiar, large eye abruptly opened upon his chest, causing anyone it beheld to become instantly rigid. As the eye opened, Corsa began to visibly age at an alarming rate. Yet he appeared utterly unconcerned. First, the execution of the traitor. "Alik, I commend your fortitude in withholding your cries while being consumed by the seed of Bach. However, death is not the end. Surely you understand this," he proclaimed, reaching into the charred mass to extract a luminous, ethereal orb. "Behold, what do we have here? A cultist possessing such a pure soul? Ha ha ha. Am I mad, or has this world gone mad? I am most curious to know who absolved you of your sins, Alik. What price did they pay for your pardon? A continued slumber, or a fall from divine grace?" Corsa was momentarily taken aback by the brilliance of the soul. In a world inhabited by deities, even the faithless could be embraced by the gods at the brink of death, yet a cultist devoted to demons was deemed irredeemable. Gods and demons are sworn enemies. Such is the will of the divine. Yet, the purity of Alik's soul, once a servant of evil, was a most improbable occurrence. "The majesty of my lord is beyond your comprehension. Let us perish together." Corsa, Alik's deep voice resonated from the radiant orb, emanating a blinding light. "You are utterly naive." The eye upon Corsa's chest shifted its gaze toward Alik's soul, suppressing the latter's attempt at self-destruction. "A pure soul, my lord shall surely delight in this gift." Corsa laughed maniacally, whimsically gesturing with his fingers, causing the blood and flesh upon the ground to animate of their own accord, gradually coalescing into a magical array. "TSK, TSK, TSK, that eye, how familiar it seems. Is it mere coincidence?" Within the mage tower, Acel observed the ensnared Perry and murmured to himself. Though Perry's formidable power could not match his own, it was astonishing how easily he had succumbed to a mere eye. The key was the malevolent energy emanating from it, which stirred a sense of inexplicable familiarity within him. With Achel's capabilities, it was evident that the eye merely sealed Perry's magical power, while the paralysis stemmed from Corsa's delicate threads of magic binding those around him. "Ah, a troublesome bunch," Acel sighed, lightly tapping the ground with his newly crafted staff. The earth trembled. Soon, the entirety of York City began to shake, and his tower soared upwards, gaining several stories in height. The sudden tremors caught everyone off guard. Those who had been evading the battle shrieked as they fled from their homes, while Corsa wavered, his balance disrupted, causing the eye upon his chest to quiver. "Acel, how dare you?" A voice emanated from the eye. "It is indeed you, Windix." Acel chuckled lightly upon hearing the familiar voice, closing his eyes as he hummed a tune. At the instant the eye's gaze diverted, Perry seized the opportunity. A surge of radiant holy light erupted from him, piercing the heavens. Enveloped in this divine light, a magnificent city materialized from the skies. After many years, Cloud City once again graced the mortal realm. Chapter 67, Angel, the Barren Marsh. Upon receiving the system notification, Buck's expression fell dramatically. He had been robbed. Which fool could not see such an imposing mage tower and the powerful archmage within? Despite the uncertainty of the situation and the ample forces within the city, Buck remained unsettled and immediately inquired of Kebas, "Are you familiar with York City? In which direction does it lie?" "York City? Surely you mean Yorktown, that small settlement on the border of the Dawn Empire?" Kebas paused, contemplating Buck's question. "Indeed." Buck nodded. "In that direction, it would take approximately 4 days to reach." Confirming the objective, Kebas gestured behind Buck, adding, "It will take that long? 4 days? Although we will navigate through the underground, it shouldn't take so long," Buck responded. "We must take a significant detour. There lies a great marsh, extremely perilous. We typically opt to circumvent it unless absolutely necessary. Fly over it." Buck's gaze immediately fell upon the soft, prone forms of the bipedal wyverns. Uncertain if it would be feasible, he decided to take a chance. Buck ordered that the 8 wyverns loyal to him be gathered together, placing the scout afflicted by dragonfly venom among them, and then he cast a healing spell. The power of water elementals gradually flowed into their bodies, neutralizing the toxins and mending their wounds. Before long, the poisoned state of the 8 wyverns and the scout was alleviated, though they still appeared rather feeble. Those capable of long-distance flight stepped forward. Buck instructed the wyverns in a hushed tone. As if understanding his words, one of the wyverns took a few tentative steps forward, evoking a sense of admiration from Kebas. Such an ability to communicate with untrained wyverns transcended mere talent. "Elise, you shall accompany me back to York City. The city is under attack." Buck swiftly mounted one of the wyverns and commanded, "Kebas, please lead the others back to my territory. As for your tribe, I shall surely visit when the opportunity arises." With Buck's orders given, Elise transformed into a bat, perching upon Buck's shoulder as he mounted the bipedal wyvern, swiftly taking flight alongside 72 venomous flies towards his domain. The skies above the marshy forest were hardly safe. Various flying beasts or those capable of ranged attacks roared in anger, launching assaults against Buck, yet they were intercepted by the swarm of venomous flies. Before long, Buck discovered that he could now manipulate the interface of his territory, signifying that he had theoretically entered the realm of the Dawn Empire. Eagerly, he opened his territory page, only to find that Alec's information had inexplicably vanished. Following this, the archer's tower turned gray and became unusable, indicating its destruction in reality. One by one, the barracks, blacksmith, and stables followed suit, all turning gray. What the hell is happening? The citizens page showed only Alec missing, yet the structures in the city were being incessantly destroyed, leaving Buck unable to fathom the chaos unfolding within. Sensing Buck's urgency, the bipedal wyvern beneath him quickened its pace. At that moment, a building that was originally gray transformed into a vivid crimson, indicating that it could indeed be constructed, albeit with insufficient resources. The Sky City, the training edifice for the most formidable troops of the Sanctuary faction, had inexplicably become available for construction. Sky City, resource requirements: 20,000 gold, 10 gems, 10 crystals, 10 mercury, and 10 sulfur. While sufficient resources had been amassed over the past few days, gold remained the missing element. Upon inspecting his resources, Buck found himself with only 19,943 gold, just a hair's breadth short of the required amount. He hastily glanced at the market on the system page. Discovering that it was still operational, he quickly accessed the market, intending to exchange resources for gold. He needed merely to acquire 57 gold to proceed with the construction. But as he was about to take action, a sense of unease washed over him. Mere construction was inadequate. He also required sufficient funds for training. Although he was unaware of the specific requirements for training an angel, he feared that lacking the necessary funds would lead to dire consequences. The market system was nothing short of a black market. A rare resource could only be exchanged for 50 gold, while wood and ore were worth a meager 25. Fortunately, Buck had amassed a considerable stockpile of resources recently, with both wood and ore in the triple digits, leaving a dozen or so of each as a reserve while selling off the rest. By exchanging 100 units of wood and 100 units of ore, he garnered 5,000 gold. Buck promptly opted to construct the Sky City and simultaneously opened the training interface. Training an angel required 3,000 gold, 1 gem, and 1 pure soul. Although he was uncertain about what a pure soul was, the current status indicated that training was possible, and Buck was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. York City. The Sky City materialized high above, prompting the followers of the Dawn Lord to kneel in fervent prayer. Corsa's confident demeanor suddenly turned to panic as a realization struck him, and he burst into frenzied laughter, exclaiming, "Perry, is this your ultimate gambit? A Sky City that has remained unopened for millennia? If you have the capability, prove it by opening that heavenly gate for me." Just as Corsa mocked Perry, the heavenly gate of the Sky City began to gradually open. A radiant beam of holy light streaming forth and directly illuminating the soul of Alik that lay in Korsa's grasp. An overwhelming force surged from Alik's soul, and the previously diminutive ember of soulfire suddenly expanded, taking on a humanoid form. A pair of pristine wings unfurled from his back, and a mighty holy power sent Korsa hurtling through the air. In mid-flight, Korsa's face contorted in terror as he frantically summoned his internal strength, only to discover that the eye upon his chest had inexplicably closed, and the waves of power had dissipated. Before he could utter a cry of despair, a sword of holy light pierced through the closed eye on Korsa's chest, instantly incinerating both the eye and Korsa himself into ashes. Alik reached out once more, conjuring another sword of holy light in his hand. With a mere flick of his wrist, the remnants of flesh and blood upon the ground were purified by the holy light. He then turned his gaze towards the city outskirts, marking a path with holy light. Outside the city, Quirin, showing no hesitation, tore open the teleportation scroll in her hand and vanished from sight. Upon witnessing Quirin's departure, Alik turned his attention towards the desolate marshlands, his wings unfurling behind him as he swiftly disappeared from the view of the onlookers. Chapter 68, The Swamp Attack. Black Cliff City. Quirin, having teleported back, let out a sigh of relief, hastily making her way to Moises's dragon lair to inform him of her discoveries. However, upon arriving at the dragon's nest, she was met with a bizarre sight. Moises lay languidly, playfully manipulating a small eyeball with his claws, instinctively rubbing her eyes. She looked again, only to find that the eyeball had transformed into a gold coin. What on earth had happened? Why the rush? Moreover, she bore a holy light beacon. Observing her most efficient subordinate, Moises casually waved his hand, dispelling the mark that Alik had placed on Quirin, and inquired, "What news do you bring?" Quirin promptly reported the events in York City. A newborn angel? It seems the gods are on the verge of awakening, but that is of no concern to us. We need only avoid provoking them. Moises remained unfazed, regarding a mere fledgling angel with indifference. Indeed, my lord, and what of that gold coin you possess? Noticing Moises's lack of concern, Quirin shifted her focus to the gold coin. An amusing trinket used as currency by the elven race, Moises replied, infusing the coin with his magical energy. As the magic flowed into the coin, it began to split, transforming into two identical coins. May I take a look, my lord? Quirin eagerly asked, captivated by the spectacle. Without hesitation, Moises tossed both coins to her. Once in her possession, Quirin examined them closely, finding nothing amiss, and breathed a sigh of relief before returning them. Rest assured, I have scrutinized them thoroughly. They appear to be some alchemical product from the Demon Empire. Though the rate of division is slow, they merely require the infusion of magical energy. I find it rather intriguing. Moises dismissed Quirin's caution but offered no further comment. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. I am feeling somewhat fatigued and may need to slumber for a time. Yes, my lord. I shall diligently manage Black Cliff City, and upon your awakening, I shall ensure the gold has increased. Quirin bowed deeply before turning to depart. Moises yawned and buried himself in the pile of gold coins, falling into a deep slumber. After an indeterminate period, some of the coins in the pile suddenly opened their eyes, all gazing intently at the black dragon Moises, before closing them again and vanishing from sight. You have achieved a glorious victory. However, due to your absence, you are unable to gain experience. Meanwhile, Buck, riding atop a wyvern, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The only casualty in York City was Alik. Regrettably, he could not return in the short term, as the reincarnation ability was immensely powerful, capable of restoring even incomplete corpses, provided the deceased accepted the spell within a limited time frame. Regardless, he felt compelled to return and ascertain what had transpired. You are under attack. Oh, what is happening? Which of my troops is under assault now? Before Buck could fully comprehend the situation, he heard the wyvern beneath him emit a mournful cry, followed by a rapid descent. Wings. At that moment, Elith soared into the air, suddenly exclaiming. Buck turned to see a massive bolt piercing through the left wing of the wyvern. Swarms of toxic flies immediately converged, some supporting the wyvern from below, desperately flapping their wings. Though they could not lift Buck and the wyvern, they managed to slow their descent. Soon, Buck and the wyvern gently settled onto a muddy marshland. It's a ballista. Elise carefully extracted the crossbow bolt lodged in the wing of the bipedal dragon, scrutinizing the arrow in her hand, which was about the length of her arm. She furrowed her brow, pondering the distance from which it had likely been shot. It must have come from quite afar, making it difficult for the venomous flies to locate their adversary. No, they must have already found him, Buck remarked, lifting his gaze toward the front, where he observed the previously errant flies beginning to converge on his right. Suddenly, a violent explosion echoed, and Buck realized that several of his flies had perished, 7 or 8. To be precise, a sorcerer and a fire mage at that. The venomous flies were inherently fragile and particularly vulnerable to such widespread magical assaults. Once struck, even those that survived would be left severely weakened. With no other choice, Buck immediately commanded the remaining flies to scatter in the vicinity, preparing to advance in that direction. However, as he took a step forward, one of his feet sank directly into the mire. Be careful, it's a swamp. It seems to stretch for quite a distance. Elise warned sharply, swiftly pulling Buck back. This could be a vast marsh. Watch your step, and I'll scout the way for you. No need, Buck replied, shaking his head as he halted Elise. You should transform and conceal yourself, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The thought of the swamp weighed heavily on Buck's mind. After the battle 2 days prior and the preceding exertions, his magical reserves were dwindling. Even while riding the dragon towards his encampment, he had refrained from using his acceleration spell to boost the dragon's speed, saving it for emergencies. With Elise, the Colossus, the bipedal dragon, and dozens of venomous flies at his disposal, he felt confident that with the addition of the acceleration spell, their chances of success were substantial. Yet in a swamp, the uncertainty loomed large. No one could ascertain which patches of ground were stable and which were treacherous, bottomless quagmires. This diminished the Colossus's effectiveness in this terrain. Thus, they would have to rely on strategic deployment, utilizing the speed and numbers of the flies, along with Elise's surprise attacks. This was precisely why Buck had ordered the flies and Elise to disperse. After all, with dozens of flies, few would immediately consider them to be under human control, let alone suspect that a vampire lord lurked nearby. Before long, a diminutive figure approached swiftly from the right. Before he even arrived, a youthful voice called out, "You there? Quickly move away from that bipedal dragon. An injured dragon is extremely dangerous. Besides, that is my prey." A boy of about 15 or 16, with a youthful visage, strode toward Buck, moving through the muddy marsh as if it were non-existent, his crimson boots adorned with wings remaining pristine and unblemished. "Are you claiming this as your quarry?" Buck queried, narrowing his eyes as he calculated the distance between them, poised for action. Even the dragon beside him rose to its feet, though it could not fly. It still possessed 2 powerful legs. "Be cautious." Upon seeing the dragon rise suddenly, the youth swiftly withdrew a magical scroll from his pocket and unfurled it. A potent surge of magical energy emanated from the scroll, only to dissipate instantaneously. The boy blinked in confusion at the open scroll, his expression shifting dramatically as he shouted at Buck, "Flee quickly. My magical scroll has malfunctioned." In that moment, both Buck and Elise, who had just appeared behind the boy, were momentarily taken aback. "Leave now." The bipedal dragon is a ferocious beast, especially when wounded. It becomes even more savage. The boy, seeing Buck's stunned demeanor, urged anxiously, while preparing to open another scroll. Just then, Elise made her move, attempting to snatch the magical scroll from the boy's grasp. However, at that moment, a ring on the boy's finger emitted a burst of electricity, striking Elise directly. Caught off guard, Elise was sent flying backward. And it was only then that the boy reacted, retrieving a wand from his cloak, poised to act, yet abruptly halting. The boy stared at Elise, who lay on the ground, momentarily frozen. She attempted to rise, but the power of the lightning spell had incapacitated her momentarily. "Are you all right?" The lightning magic stored in this ring is quite formidable. Seeing Elise unable to stand, the boy panicked, rummaging through his pockets until dozens of magical scrolls tumbled out. After a frantic search, he produced one and unfurled it. Water elementals swiftly coalesced, beginning to heal Elise, even alleviating the paralysis caused by the lightning magic. Thank goodness. The healing scroll is functional, the boy sighed in relief, adjusting his collar and smoothing his hair as he approached Elise, extending his right hand to help her up. "My lady, to encounter you in this desolate marsh is surely a blessing from the goddess of love. May I have the honor of knowing your name?" After assisting Elise to her feet, the boy executed a formal noble bow and leaned in to kiss her hand. However, Elise would not allow such an affront. Ensuring that she would not trigger any protective magic on him, she swiftly twisted his arm behind his back. "Ah, ouch, it's breaking, it's breaking." The boy cried out in distress as Elise restrained him. "Elise," Buck interjected hastily, recognizing that the boy bore no ill intent. This incident was likely a misunderstanding. The youth was adorned in fine attire, bearing a spatial pouch and a multitude of magical scrolls, indicating a significant status. Their immediate priority was to return to their territory and ascertain the situation, rather than create unnecessary enmity. Elise understood that the boy meant no harm. However, his impertinence had provoked her ire, prompting her to impart a lesson. Just as she prepared to release him, a commanding shout resonated from the distance. "Release our young master." As the voice drew nearer, a fully armed contingent, accompanied by a robed sorcerer, charged towards them, casting anxious glances at Elise. Buck narrowed his eyes at the approaching group. Their feet bore no traces of mud, suggesting that they had been imbued with the water-walking spell, a level for enchantment capable of affecting multiple individuals simultaneously. Given Buck's hero system enhancement, he possessed an extraordinary casting range. It was evident that this sorcerer's mastery of water magic was exceptional. Seeing the newcomers, Elise tightened her grip once more, drawing a dagger from her waist and positioning it against the boy's throat. "Stop. Do you even know who that is?" The sorcerer's face paled at the sight of Elise with a dagger poised at the boy's neck. He immediately issued a warning. "That is the sole heir of Duke Metblatt. Should he suffer even the slightest harm, Neither you nor your kin shall escape unscathed. Duke Metblat, the Lord of the Northern Realm. Buck and Elise exchanged a glance, their initial response one of disbelief. In this moment, with the city of Giant Peak besieged by barbaric forces and the Duke of the North personally stationed there, it seemed implausible that his sole heir would appear in the desolate marshlands. However, the luxurious equipment of the individual before them compelled Buck to reconsider. If Buck's eyes did not deceive him, the winged shoes adorning the stranger's feet were likely the legendary water god boots. An extraordinary artifact that conferred a permanent enhancement to the water walking technique, an acquisition not easily attained. Moreover, the failed spell scroll in the stranger's possession undoubtedly surpassed the third tier, for it would not have been countered by his own anti-magic cloak otherwise. And such scrolls lay scattered at his feet. Beautiful lady, there must be some misunderstanding. We harbor no ill intentions. Upon hearing the stranger reveal his identity, the young man, despite gritting his teeth against the pain in his arm, straightened his posture and slowly introduced himself. Allow me to present myself. I am Darnblatt, a denizen of the North. Ah? Ouch, that hurts. Be gentler. Before Darn could finish his sentence, Elise tightened her grip, slowly guiding him back to Buck's side, whispering, be cautious. I sense something amiss in the atmosphere. Fear not, my lady, they will not attack. There must certainly be a misunderstanding. Will you kindly release me? Darn. Having overheard Elise's words, interjected promptly. Buck nodded at Elise, signaling her to let Darn go, before addressing the latter. A misunderstanding? You pierced the wings of our mount with your crossbow, nearly causing our demise. You call this a misunderstanding? Your mount? What nonsense. That is a wyvern. State your demands for compensation plainly. I shall acquiesce, but spare me such trivial jests. Do you truly believe me so easily deceived? You must have employed some potion or magic to subdue it. Very well. Let us assume it is your mount. My apologies. I shall compensate. Darn, who had been eloquently speaking, suddenly caught sight of Elise and promptly altered his tone. However, I lack sufficient funds. You will need to accompany me to the city to retrieve them. The intentions behind Darn's words were clear to anyone, and Buck could not suppress a sly grin towards Elise. Meanwhile, Darn's subordinates regarded Elise with curiosity, lowering their guard. As the sole heir to Duke Metblat of the North, Darn had encountered countless maidens, yet he had never shown such interest. His actions now suggested that this girl might soon become their lady, for it was exceedingly rare for a maiden to refuse the prospect of becoming the future duchess. Given this, there was no need for excessive solemnity. Unbeknownst to all, the sorcerer and several guards had quietly retreated a few steps. Chapter 70, The Water God Boots. An astonishing surge of magical energy surged behind Darn's entourage, as the sorcerer gathered formidable flames in his hands. Raj, what are you doing? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Farewell, Raj snarled, preparing to unleash his spell, but suddenly, the docile elemental force spiraled out of control, resulting in a catastrophic failure of his incantation. What is happening? Raj exclaimed in shock. The fireball was his signature spell, and its failure was inconceivable. As the accompanying sorcerer attempted to attack them, the well-trained guards immediately surged forward, albeit a crossbow bolt suddenly soared from their direction, piercing through two guards and sending them flying. The remaining guards, startled, did not scatter but instead formed a tighter formation, retreating to shield Darn. What a useless fool. Incapable of handling even the simplest task, and now he fluffs his spell. A figure emerged from the woods, followed by a dazed individual leading a floating crossbow. This area is an anti-magic zone. You should be cautious. Upon seeing the newcomer, Raj furrowed his brow but promptly reported the situation, for completing their mission was paramount. An anti-magic zone? Could it be a natural cursed land? Indeed, beneath this marsh lies an unknown number of buried bones. It is a fateful coincidence. Hearing Raj's words, Falakri's eyes brightened. They had prepared an artificial curse array to deal with Darn's seemingly endless powerful spell scrolls, anticipating him to be drawn into their trap. Who would have thought he would wander here of his own accord? A cursed land is a unique terrain, formed only in places where an excess of life has perished, combined with fortuitous circumstances. The overwhelming power of death repels the existence of any elemental forces. In such a cursed space, only first-tier spells and necromancy reliant on the power of death may be cast. Raj, Falakri, do you too comprehend the gravity of your actions? Darn narrowed his eyes, sensing the sorcerer who was supposed to remain at the camp had turned his crossbowmen against their own. An aura of authority emanated from Darn, transforming him entirely from moments ago. What are you up to? We merely wish to invite the young master for a brief visit, but only the young master is invited. Unnecessary individuals can perish, Falakri declared, descending the crossbow onto flat ground, while the crossbowman behind him prepared to fire once more. These two scoundrels. If only my spell scrolls were usable, Darn thought, realizing the marsh was an anti-magic zone. A sense of panic began to wash over him. He had brought an abundance of high-tier spell scrolls and a formidable guard, believing himself invincible. Who could have foreseen an encounter in such a restrictive area? Prepare to engage. And lend me your water god boots. Buck suddenly whispered. The boots? Darn paused momentarily, then without hesitation began to remove his water god boots, extending them towards Buck. You have acquired the water god boots. Engage. Though uncertain of Darn's intentions, Buck understood the dangers of delay and swiftly commanded the crossbowmen to fire. The massive bolts hurtled towards Buck and his companions. Let us hope you don't have athlete's foot, Buck muttered, receiving the water god boots, which vanished in a flash, perfectly fitting his feet. Simultaneously, Buck discarded his anti-magic cloak, allowing the magical elements of the area to return to equilibrium. Then, a colossal construct golem emerged, shielding everyone in its path. Thud! The crossbow bolt struck the golem's leg, leaving deep imprints. Engage. Buck cast an acceleration spell, enveloping everyone in its effects. While the golem charged forth like the wind, its movement unhindered by the marshy ground, aided by Buck's shared heroic abilities. However, faster than the construct was Darn. Despite his confusion over Buck's intentions, he acted without hesitation, tearing open a magic scroll woven with golden threads, unleashing a bolt of lightning. Chain lightning. The potent lightning magic leapt among the crowd across from him, incinerating anyone struck into charred remains. Raj let out a shriek, instantly teleporting away from his original position. He had been vigilantly observing the actions of Buck and the others. When Darn reopened the scroll, he seized the opportunity to cast a spell and escape the range of the chain lightning attack. However, before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, a massive sword swept toward him. No, Raj screamed in terror, conjuring a protective shield around himself. Yet it proved futile. Although the shield could mitigate melee damage, it was utterly ineffectual against the onslaught of the construct giant, which cleaved him in two without hesitation. Having dispatched one target, the construct giant wasted no time in charging toward Falakri. Just then, the ground beneath the giant underwent a violent transformation, the once muddy terrain morphing into a quicksand pit that ensnared the construct up to its waist. Witnessing the obstruction of the construct giant, Darn's expression flickered with anguish. Yet his actions remained resolute as he summoned another golden scroll. However, upon unfurling the scroll, nothing transpired. Darn turned to Buck, who also shook his head in confusion. The anti-magic cloak was not equipped in his character interface, clearly indicating it was irrelevant to him. Falakri, why did you engage before bringing the others to the agreed location? A sharp voice echoed nearer, as a colossal bat soared rapidly from the distance, landing beside Falakri and transforming into an elderly man with white hair, wielding a jeweled staff. My lord, Noxus, it was Raj who struck first. I know not why, Falakri replied in fear. Regardless, a life had already been lost. And indeed it was true that the adversary had initiated the assault. He was not lying. Useless wretch. Noxus regarded the bisected Raj with disdain, casually pointing, causing the barely conscious Raj's flesh to shatter, and his skeletal structure began to animate, swiftly assembling into a skeleton. Moreover, the entire marshland began to churn, as countless bones emerged from the mire, intertwining with one another. The curse array and the soul summoning technique. That vampire is indeed a necromancer of the death cult. Alith exclaimed in alarm at the unfolding scene. The curse array was a magic formation developed by the death cult to harness the deathly power of numerous corpses to expel magical elements, while simultaneously augmenting the potency of necromantic magic. The active cults within the Morning Light Empire were the Plague Cult and the Death Cult, thus Alith recognized it immediately. Oh, it appears there is another of my kin. While becoming a lich would suit me better, I chose vampirism as it allows me to relish fine cuisine and exquisite wines. Alith's voice, though soft, reached Noxus's ears. Observing Alith's eyes light up, he smiled and explained. However, upon hearing his words, Darn's surrounding guards discreetly isolated Darn and Alith while keeping a wary eye on Buck and Alith. Chapter 71. Reinforcements will arrive on the battlefield in 5 seconds. Are you a vampire? Darn gazed at Alith, recalling the cold grip of her hand when he had lifted her earlier. Wait, I will do my utmost to hold them off. You find a way to escape. Those skeletons may appear fearsome, yet they are quite fragile. They require time to amass strength, and there may yet be a chance to break free. Alith disregarded Darn's words, her countenance grave as she scrutinized Noxus. If she were merely facing a vampire or a sorcerer, she would feel no fear. However, the combination of both, with formidable magical prowess coupled with the resilient vitality of a vampire, presented the most daunting of challenges. After all, sorcerers typically opted for lichdom to enhance their longevity rather than choosing vampirism. Can you hold them off? Buck glanced at Alith and then at the necklace around Darn's neck, which was a golden cross adorned with a large ruby at its center. If Buck was not mistaken, this was a life pendant, granting immunity to necromantic spells and curses. If he could devise a way to seize that necklace, the battle was not unwinnable. However, delaying any longer would render the burgeoning skeleton army insurmountable. With the life pendant, all his subordinates could share its benefits, thereby allowing Buck to draw in the surrounding poisonous flies. In the cursed land, the suppression of magical elements did not discriminate between friend and foe. Without a large-scale area attack, it would not be easy to counter Buck and his swarm of flies. You two must find a way to escape soon. I will hold them off. After all, they are here for me. I have brought you into this mess. Guards, charge with me. Just as Buck was about to speak, Darn unexpectedly interjected, leading the charge himself. Oh no, help! With a splash, Darn, lacking his water god boots, fell into the marsh where Buck had previously sunk, only to be pulled up by his guards. Return my boots. Darn, rising, glanced at Buck's feet, hesitating to look in Alytha's direction. Give me the necklace. Check if you have any first-level magic scrolls left. We might still have a chance. Buck observed the construct giant laboriously attempting to extricate itself. Should it succeed, no one could halt it within the cursed land. There are 2 healing spells remaining. Without hesitation, Darn removed the necklace and produced 2 scrolls, handing them over. For the hope of survival, such trifles were of no consequence. You have acquired a life pendant. Indeed. This treasure, Buck swiftly exchanged it for the freedom pendant, then unfurled the scrolls, bestowing them upon the wyverns behind him. Darn's possessions were indeed valuable, as the wounded wyvern's wings healed instantaneously. With their injuries mended, the wyvern let out a triumphant roar and charged toward Noxus, while simultaneously, the surrounding hidden flies surged forth, encircling the foe. That wyvern is truly your steed. And what of that swarm of flies? Darn's eyes widened in astonishment at the feral assemblage targeting Noxus. Petty tricks. Noxus scoffed, as the jeweled staff in his grasp shimmered, unleashing a dreadful wave that permeated the battlefield. Darn's nearby guards groaned, spewing blood as they collapsed, while several of Darn's accessories detonated, leaving him pale. Yet, despite such a terrifying necromantic spell, Buck's forces remained unaffected. The wyvern that had surged ahead snapped its jaws at Noxus, but met only empty air. Noxus transformed into a bat, evading the attack and escaping the encirclement of Buck's aerial forces, leaving Falakri and the controlled crossbowmen to be shredded into fragments. Having eliminated his immediate targets, the wyverns and flies surged once more toward Noxus, only for him to be confronted by a swarm of 20 or 30 bats, which morphed into strikingly handsome men and women, standing between Noxus and the wyverns and flies. It is the Tidel family. That old man is Prince Tidel. If that elderly figure, Elise, was unknown to him, the vampires now in attendance were indeed the most wanted criminals of the church. They were members of the Dawn's nobility, responsible for a blood sacrifice that decimated a small city over 3 centuries ago, and had been marked for extermination by both the Dawn Empire and the church. Upon hearing the name of the Tettle family, Darn's complexion grew even paler, revealing his awareness of their notorious reputation. In just a few minutes, Buck's flies had suffered substantial losses, leaving him distraught. Without further hesitation, Buck swiftly commanded his aerial units to retreat. The adversaries were no ordinary vampires, and there was no need for senseless sacrifices. The returning wyverns and flies shielded Buck and his companions as they approached the towering construct. Though the statue had yet to emerge, any skeletons that ventured into its attack range were mercilessly obliterated. Observing the retreat of the flies and wyverns, the vampires refrained from pursuit and instead gathered around Brunox. My lord, I apologize for alarming you. The situation at the camp has been resolved. A middle-aged man, bearing a prominent scar across his face, spoke slowly as he approached Brunox. Not at all. It is merely peculiar that these beasts remain unaffected by the waves of death. We must leave a few alive for questioning, especially that unfamiliar man, Brunox replied, shaking his head as he gazed at the flies and wyverns beside Buck. A strange intuition suggested that the reason those creatures were immune to the death waves lay with Buck. Furthermore, it seemed that the colossal statue had been summoned by him. This individual undoubtedly harbored significant secrets. Lady Elise, I have a request. After my demise, please ensure my body is destroyed. They may be plotting against my identity, and I cannot allow them to succeed. Darn spoke with a somber tone during the lull before the enemy's next attack. Hey, you haven't compensated for the flies you lost. Are you really thinking of dying now? Buck interjected sharply upon hearing Darn's words. My brother, should you survive this ordeal, please inform my father of today's events. He will honor the compensation owed to you, Darn implored, his gaze fixed intently on Elise, unblinking. Do you mind looking at me when you say that? You should be the one to fulfill your promises later, Buck retorted, exasperated by Darn's unwavering focus on Elise. Huh, spare me your comfort. If I make it back safely, I shall double the compensation. No, 10-fold, 100-fold. Darn's head remained steadfastly turned away, undeterred. Do you swear by the gods? I swear. That's your word, then. Our reinforcements have arrived, Buck exclaimed, a smile breaking across his face at Darn's oath. Huh, reinforcements? Where? Darn finally registered Buck's laughter and immediately began scanning the surroundings. The reinforcements will arrive on the battlefield in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A flash of light erupted as an angel, wings unfurled, appeared instantaneously by Buck's side. Addressing him with a slow, apologetic tone, My lord, I regret my tardiness. No, Alex, the timing is perfect. Although Buck was uncertain as to how Alex had ascended to become an angel, his arrival was impeccably timed. An angel? Lady, be cautious, Darn exclaimed, immediately shedding his cloak to drape over Elise. The magical cloak was adept at shielding against elemental forces, capable of preventing vampires from being scorched by the angel's holy light. According to lore, Angels were comprised of elements of holy light, constantly emanating a powerful radiance. Just being near Darn alleviated some of the damage he had sustained from the death waves, which was torturous for the undead. Did you not see how those revived skeletons turned to ash the moment they approached? Stand back. Elise shoved Darn aside with irritation, stepping forward to face the angel. Gazing at the youthful visage that bore a striking resemblance to Alex, she incredulously asked, Alex, you have become an angel? Indeed, Elise. The plague cult attacked York City, and I unfortunately fell victim. Lord Perry summoned Cloud City, the gates of heaven opened, and somehow, I transformed into this form. However, it is quite fortuitous. My power has magnified, enabling me to assist Lord Buck even more effectively, Alex replied, his demeanor suggesting a bewilderment that nearly drove Elise to madness. Since the Lord of Dawn's slumber and the closing of heaven's gates, countless devout followers of the church had attempted to reopen them. Some fanatics even sacrificed themselves in the cathedral using holy power, hoping to awaken the Lord of Dawn and become angels in his service. First, Buck's mere bump on the head transformed him into a chosen one, and now Alex, once a heretic, had become an angel after death. Elise felt her understanding of reality teetering on the brink of collapse. Darn, too, found his perceptions shattered as he watched Elise approach Alex without any sign of discomfort. Even more bewildering was the fact that the angel referred to the man beside him as my lord. This Buck, you slapped me. I feel as if I am still dreaming. The family has employed a mage for over a decade, only to have them betray us. The entire Tettle family is mobilized. Vampires unafraid of holy light, and an angel addressing a human as my lord. I must be dreaming. Ha ha ha. Oh no, this child has been rendered speechless. But I can accommodate his request. Buck, observing Darn's shattered worldview, swiftly delivered a slap to his face, then turned to declare, recollections can wait. If we do not act now, they will have fled. Buck gestured toward the Tettle family, which had already transformed into bats and soared far away. If they were facing colossal beasts like behemoths or Hydra, they might have had a chance to contend, but against an angel, they possessed no sliver of hope. Fear not. My lord, they shall not escape, Alex assured, pointing his luminous blade at the fleeing vampires. Instantly, a holy mark appeared upon them, even extending to Darn. Huh. Alex furrowed his brow upon noticing the holy mark on Darn. This is an ally, our logistics officer. You need not concern yourself, Buck quickly clarified upon seeing Alex's reaction. Alex nodded in understanding, and with a swift flap of his wings, he materialized beside a bat, sword drawn. The vampire barely had time to scream before being reduced to ashes. Seeing this, the other vampires flapped their wings in a panic, wishing they had more than a few pairs, as these creatures, transformed into vampires for the sake of immortality, were fiercely protective of their lives. Meanwhile, Darn, clutching his cheek marked with a handprint, observed as Alex dispatched another vampire with a single strike, glancing nervously at the holy mark on himself. His legs began to tremble. Buck, too, was puzzled as to why Darn bore the mark. He opened Alex's attribute panel. Name, Alex, common. Identity, steward of York City, Lord's Manor. Combat level, level 0. Unit type, Angel, 7th tier. Combat skill, Blade of Judgment releases the Blade of Judgment, automatically marking targets on the battlefield that have damaged allied units, increasing the damage dealt to marked targets by 20. Combat skill, Holy Light heals living beings or inflicts damage on targets imbued with negative energy. Morale like a raging inferno, passive, grants a permanent morale boost of 1 to teams with the presence of angels. Combat skill, Purifying Aura, passive, grants immunity to negative effects for angels and surrounding targets. Combat skill, Immortality, passive, ensures that the angel's elemental body, upon destruction, does not perish. The soul will return to Cloud City awaiting reunion, ready to serve its master once more. Combat skill, Light's Might, passive, increases damage dealt to undead and demons by 20. Morale, 2. Luck, 0. It turns out to be the Blade of Judgment. That scoundrel Darn had previously obliterated several of my own poisonous flies with it. No matter. Let him be fearful for a while. You have achieved a glorious victory, and you have gained a substantial amount of experience. Your strategic level has risen to level 11. Your defense, 1. Please select your enhancement ability. 1. Counterattack, intermediate. 2. Leadership, basic. 3. Spell understanding, unique ability of wisdom art. 4. Know thyself and thy enemy, unique ability of reconnaissance art. Truly, the pinnacle of the Sanctum's combat prowess has played a decisive role in the War of the Gods. Within a mere few minutes, all 20 or so vampires were vanquished, including Bunoctus. However, they brought this upon themselves, having artificially created a cursed land to thwart Darn's rebellion, rendering his magic unusable. Most of the death magic, being curse-based, had no effect on Alex. After Bunoctus's demise, the skeleton soldiers summoned by his necromancy lost control. Yet driven by the hatred of the deceased towards the living, they surged forth only to be obliterated by the construct giant. Help save them. Suddenly, Darn exclaimed at Buck. Turning to look, Buck noticed that the guards who had been grievously wounded and unconscious due to the death wave were now under attack by the skeleton soldiers. Elise, go assist. Upon hearing Buck's command, Elise nodded and immediately soared into action. This time, she felt a growing urgency in her desire for power. Having contributed little during this battle, after instructing Elise, Buck turned his attention to the rewards from his upgrade. He swiftly dismissed counterattack, as leadership was of little consequence to him. With a maximum morale of 3, and the presence of treasures and angels, Buck's need for morale was minimal. As for the remaining 2 unique abilities, Spell Understanding allows heroes to reduce mana consumption based on the level of Wisdom Art, 10, 20, 30. Know Thyself and Thy Enemy allows the expenditure of gold to view non-citizen information based on the level of Reconnaissance Art, 10,001 times, 5,003 times, 2,005 times. Spell Understanding is crucial for Buck, but he recalled that Alex had mentioned his territory was under attack by the Plague Sect, which had cost him his life. Buck's character would never allow a grudge to go unpunished, and with the unique ability, Know Thyself and Thy Enemy, the issue of identifying the cultists would no longer pose a challenge. Chapter 73, The Vampire Cloak. My lord, I have fulfilled my duty. Soon, Alex returned to Buck's side, presenting him with a cloak. This belonged to the old vampire. It remarkably withstood my blade of holy light, suggesting it is indeed a treasure, so I brought it back. A treasure capable of resisting the attacks of angelic holy light is no ordinary item, and Buck's eyes lit up as he reached out to accept it. You have acquired the treasure, Vampire Cloak. Vampire Cloak enhances spirit summoning technique, necromancy, effectiveness by 10. Spirit summoning technique is a formidable spell that utilizes the power of death to resurrect the deceased. Unlike reincarnation, the spirit summoning technique revives the corpse using death energy, manifesting the deceased in their original form, whereas reincarnation is purely a resurrection spell. As for necromancy, it is a battle skill acquired upon becoming a hero, serving to enhance the effectiveness of spirit summoning technique and reduce its mana cost. A hero of the undead race, upon possessing a corpse, can continually resurrect the dead. In times past, aside from the fanatics of the war sect, the undead army of the death sect was a nightmare for all races. Most crucially, Buck knew that this vampire cloak is one of the 3 treasures that comprise the Phantom King cloak. The terrifying aspect of the Phantom King cloak lies in its ability, under the premise of possessing advanced necromancy, to resurrect the dead not as mere skeletal minions, but as liches with spellcasting abilities. Though they may only be able to cast the ordinary Death Cloud spell, this represents a qualitative shift. However, it seems the followers of the Death Sect are unaware of this fact. Otherwise, they would not let an old vampire roam about wearing it. Regardless of whether the opponents grasp the importance of the vampire cloak, Buck is determined to secure it. Even if he cannot utilize it himself, he cannot allow it to fall into enemy hands. After stowing the vampire cloak, Buck observed Alex and noticed his form was becoming less substantial than before. Are you injured? Not at all. The descent of angels requires the holy power of Cloud City to be sustained. Unless the Holy Light Altar of the Dawn Church possesses enough holy power to maintain a long-term summoning of Cloud City, elsewhere requires a cleric to summon it. This instance of Cloud City was summoned to York City by Archbishop Perry himself. It is likely that his holy power can no longer sustain the summoning. I must take my leave, Alex said slowly, sensing the waning power within him. What? You can't remain by my side indefinitely? Buck was taken aback by Alex's words, realizing that despite his significant investment in summoning the angel, he could not keep him close at all times. How then am I to summon you when I need you? As long as Cloud City manifests, I will be by your side at the first opportunity. Well then, watching Alex's form grow increasingly faint, Buck sighed with a hint of regret. Yet, he recalled from the original memories that angels seldom linger in the mortal realm. My lord, summon your beastly subordinates. While there is still time, I can accomplish more. Alex smiled, observing as Buck gathered the wyverns and poisonous flies, after which he cast a holy light spell enveloping them. Instantly, all injuries sustained from battling the vampires were healed. Also heal those individuals. Buck pointed to Darn's guard squad, who had been rescued by Elise and the others. Upon witnessing Alex's holy light effect, Alex nodded. A beam of holy light shone forth, and as his form continued to fade, he said, My lord, I await your summons in Cloud City. Thank you. Only when Alex had completely vanished did Darn exhale a sigh of relief, expressing gratitude to Buck. For having a legendary being by his side was indeed a source of great pressure. No need for such formality. That was merely a service rendered. Buck replied casually before retracting the construct giant beside him. Originally, upon the appearance of the angel, he felt that the Colossus, despite being of the same 7th tier classification, lacked any semblance of grandeur. However, since Alec could not remain on Earth for long, the Colossus still appeared to be a more appealing option. Furthermore, according to Escher, the constructed Colossus was merely an immature prototype, lacking a mysterious mineral known as the Thunder God Core, which was said to be an extraordinarily rare extraterrestrial ore. In the past, the Demon Spirit Empire had found only a handful of Thunder God Cores, resulting in the creation of merely a dozen complete colossi, which they named Titans. With just these few Titans, they managed to subdue the dragon race, forcing them to retreat to the distant seas. By the way, is Miss Iris truly a vampire? Why does she not fear the holy light? How did you come to know each other? As Buck pondered where to procure a Thunder God core, Darn bombarded him with a flurry of questions. One question, 100 gold coins. Initially, Buck intended to ignore him, but upon hearing Darn's last remark, he became intrigued. What are you discussing? Just as Buck was preparing to earn some gold, Iris's voice graced the air beside them. He inquired whether you are a vampire, why you are not afraid of the holy light, and how we came to know each other. Upon noticing her arrival, Buck immediately responded, adding, one question. 100 gold coins. You. Upon hearing Buck unabashedly sell her out, Darn became flustered. I am a vampire. I do not know why I fear not the holy light. I am his bodyguard. Pay me. Without a moment's hesitation, Iris promptly replied, revealing her sharp teeth and extending her hand. Although Buck had promised to reward her, that payment was 2 years away, as the members of the Redemption Soul organization were still gathering funds for their activities. Darn hesitated for a moment before sheepishly producing several gold notes to hand to Iris. He felt as though he had received his answers, yet had gained nothing substantial. Let us depart. As Iris stowed away the gold notes, she turned to Buck. Indeed, I too am quite concerned about the situation in York City. Buck nodded and said to Darn, provide me with a token. I shall return to claim my reward later. No need. I shall accompany you. I must report the situation here to my father. They need to assess the condition of the camp and perhaps recover the remains of our subordinates. The direction from which the vampires had come was precisely towards the camp of Darn and his companions in the desolate marshes. Given the commotion here, it was evident that no one had come to investigate, and the fate of those individuals was all too predictable. Our dragon can only carry one person. She has no weight. Buck glanced at Darn. No worries. As long as we leave this area, my magical scroll will be usable. With that, Darn produced a golden scroll. Flight magic. The city of giant peaks is besieged, the teleportation array of the gate of time and space is sealed, and we cannot return directly. Do you have a city? May I rest for a moment? If so, I would require a team of bodyguards to escort me near the city of giant peaks. Darn said, casting a glance at Iris. He was indeed anxious to return, but having a fair maiden accompany him would be even better. I shall pay more, he declared, sealing the agreement. Chapter 74. Return to York City. A day later, in York City, Buck entered the city, his expression somber amidst the ruins that remained. Although Escher's earth-shattering attack had not harmed a single soul, numerous buildings had collapsed and required reconstruction. Darn, on the other hand, wore a face of astonishment. When he first heard about Buck City, he assumed it would be at least comparable to an average city, if not as grand as the city of giant peaks. Given that Buck was a remarkable figure who could command angels with a mere title. However, the reality was that aside from slightly higher and broader walls, the interior resembled more of a town, with ample open spaces. Nonetheless, Buck's subjects held him in considerable esteem, which took Darn by surprise. My lord, the Lord has returned. How splendid. Quickly, inform John that the Lord has returned. As Buck entered York City, those laboring to clear the ruins exclaimed in unison. These subjects, aside from those trained as soldiers, included many ordinary townsfolk, whose affection for Buck was sincere. Since his arrival, he had abolished numerous tax burdens and provided substantial rewards for work done in the construction of the territory. Both the original inhabitants of York City and the later arrived refugees were profoundly satisfied with such a life, as it was a far cry from their past hardships. At one point, rumors circulated within the territory that Buck had personally invested his own funds to accommodate the refugees, moving them to tears and significantly boosting their loyalty. This rumor held a grain of truth, for Buck's territory had little income. After the city was constructed, the fees collected from merchant caravans and the modest trading taxes were all used to support the subjects. However, they were unaware that among the recently joined refugees were over 100 individuals of the farmer profession, each of whom contributed 1 gold coin in system wealth daily, thus sparing Buck considerable training expenses, allowing him to be generous. Before long, John hurried over. My lord, the steward. I am already aware. What of his remains? Buck nodded, not allowing John to elaborate. When Buck's dragon landed, scouts had already arrived to assess the situation, providing him with a general overview of events occurring within the city. Many citizens had witnessed the city in the clouds making its appearance, the gate of heaven opening, and the angels descending. However, among those on the battlefield were only Buck's trained loyalists. Aside from Perry, no outsiders knew that the angels were manifestations of Alec's soul. This was Perry's request, according to him, given Buck's current strength. Revealing this matter would bring him more trouble than benefit. He would publicly declare that he had discovered the archbishop of the plague cult, Corsa, and had utilized the power of the angels to eliminate him. As for the reason why the gate of heaven, which had remained closed for a millennium, had opened, it was naturally due to the impending awakening of the Lord of Dawn and the gradual restoration of divine power. The body has been incinerated by Lord Perry, and we have buried it in the cemetery behind the church. What of the casualties? Aside from the steward, the cultists did not cause any additional fatalities. However, amidst the chaos, some refugees took advantage of the disorder to loot and harm others. They have since been subdued. Hang them. Let them dangle from the city walls. There was no need for mercy in dealing with such ungrateful wolves. Buck found training them a waste of his gold. After all, training slots were limited, and they were not worthy of such an investment. Leaving them alive would only waste resources. Therefore, it was better to eliminate them, serving as a deterrent to others with ulterior motives. Yes, my lord. John nodded, showing no sign of moral conflict regarding the killings. In his view, Buck, as a lord, was perhaps overly merciful. By the way, where is Archbishop Perry? Suddenly, Buck recalled that he had not yet seen Perry, knowing that he had the ability to summon the city in the clouds. If he could master such a method, it would be akin to carrying an angel with him at all times. After the disappearance of Archbishop Perry in Cloud City, he departed without revealing his destination. Yet he instructed that should any matters arise, Lord Buck could seek him in Giant Peak City. John replied, "Allow me to convey his apologies." He mentioned that the recent attack by the cultists may be connected to his arrival. Understood. You may attend to your affairs. You have surely learned much about governance. I shall trouble you with York City for the next few days, Buck expressed, somewhat regretfully noting Perry's absence. It is my duty. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, John said, bowing to Buck before departing, as there remained much to attend to in the development of the territory. Once Buck had managed the affairs of his land, he returned to the Lord's Manor, where he arranged with Darn to personally escort him to Giant Peak City the following day before retreating to his chamber. As night enveloped the land and Buck was about to drift into slumber, Alyssa entered his room. I am preparing for rest. Let us discuss matters tomorrow, Buck yawned, expressing impatience, for he had been exceedingly fatigued and had yet to recuperate. Are you heading to Giant Peak City to seek Lord Perry? Alyssa inquired directly. Indeed. I need to ascertain the method for summoning Cloud City, Buck replied candidly, unwilling to relinquish such formidable power as that of a lick. I possess the knowledge. Yet you lack the capability, Alyssa stated without hesitation upon hearing Buck's response. You know, every senior member of the Dawn Church is aware of the method to summon Cloud City, and while it is simple in theory, not all possess the requisite strength to perform the summoning. Lord Perry is a hero, endowed with sufficient power to summon it alone. If you wish to summon Cloud City, you will require at least 12 bishops to combine their magic. If you rely on those clerics under your command, you will need no fewer than 100. And even then, the duration of the summoning will be brief. Bishops, you say? Buck mused as he quietly accessed his territorial information. The higher tier unit above the 4th level, priest, is the bishop. To train them, the church must be upgraded to a cathedral, necessitating 8,000 gold coins, 5 units of wood and ore, along with 3 of each of 4 rare resources. Furthermore, York City has 10 training slots available for priests. The title of bishop signifies not merely a name, but a corresponding strength. As today is Saturday, in just 1 week's time, I shall possess new training slots and sufficient gold. With this in mind, Buck looked at Alyssa and declared, tomorrow, I shall gather 10 individuals. Will you impart the summoning method to them? Certainly. I too wish to witness the opening of the gates of heaven. Should you indeed be successful, Alyssa replied, casting Buck a meaningful glance before turning to leave. By the way, do inform Darn. Let us wait a day and set forth the day after tomorrow. The response to Buck was the resounding slam of a door. Chapter 75, The Cult of Death. On the 3rd day at dawn, Buck first expended funds to upgrade the church to a cathedral, subsequently training all 15 bishop slots. With the remaining gold, Buck trained another cavalry unit, ensuring he had a total of 10 cavalrymen. He then selected a portion of the scouts and archers remaining in the city to form an escort party, accompanying Darn towards Giant Peak City. However, they could not traverse the trade route directly, as Giant Peak City was besieged, necessitating a detour to the south of the northern borders before heading northward. My lord, I have toiled diligently to earn these resources for you. Please return next week. Came the voice of a laborer. You have obtained 5 mercury. You have acquired 3 gems. My lord, I have labored to earn this gold for you. Please return next week, continued the laborer. You have gained 650 gold coins. You have obtained 650 gold coins. You have received 650 gold coins. You have acquired 650 gold coins. Upon entering the northern borders, Buck realized the true nature of his territory as a remote and impoverished region. Within the unscathed northern borders, nearly every village boasted windmills and water wheels, often more than one, allowing Buck to amass considerable wealth, replenishing the system's gold that had previously run low. As he proceeded, a small pond by the roadside, where someone was drawing water, caught Buck's attention. He immediately galloped over to examine the statue closely. My lord, is that Darn? The man beside Alyssa whispered, subtly gesturing towards his head. It was evident that all present were Buck's people, and he felt hesitant to speak too plainly. I know not. Alyssa too was perplexed by Buck's actions. But as one of his own, she refrained from questioning him. Darn, observing Alyssa's bemusement, chuckled faintly. Although Buck's behavior delayed their journey, he found amusement in it. for he had already transmitted his message back to Giant Peak City via magical means the previous night, while he had yet to receive a response. He presumed his father would be on guard. As for himself and Alyssa, they could leisurely explore the mountainous scenery on their return, allowing the others to witness the land he would one day govern. Disregarding the curious gazes of those behind him, Buck approached the small pond. This pond had no upstream source, yet water continuously bubbled forth, indicating it was a small spring. Buck bent down and took a sip of the spring water. The water of the magical spring fills you with magical power. Your magic value has doubled. Yes, Buck exclaimed, realizing the spring indeed served as a magical well. Given its proximity to his territory, he could easily visit weekly to reap the benefits of enhanced magical potency. Moreover, he had previously heard whispers of a reclusive scholar residing nearby. Buck resolved that during this escort, he would explore every special location along the way, for it seemed Darn was not in a hurry and was rather supportive of his detour. Rise, I wish to inquire about an individual, Buck said after drinking from the spring, addressing the person drawing water nearby. Upon seeing Buck approaching on horseback, the man swiftly stepped aside, kneeling and remaining still. My lord, how may I assist you? He stammered, rising cautiously but keeping his head bowed. I have heard that a scholar resides in this vicinity. Might you direct me to his dwelling? Observing the man's quivering demeanor, Buck sighed. This was indeed the norm in this world. His entourage, resplendent in their finery and accompanied by knights and guards, clearly indicated a status of significance. To anger such powerful figures could spell disaster. To Buck's inquiry, the man surprisingly fell silent for a moment, but ultimately he gritted his teeth and pointed in a direction, not far from here, in a garden over there. Buck glanced in that direction and could faintly discern a structure. It appeared to be quite close. Excellent. This shall serve as your reward. Buck nodded, casually tossing a silver coin, a small sum prepared by John for Buck's outing. After all, Buck was accustomed to rewarding his subjects with gold coins within the territory, and he could not afford to be extravagant while away. Upon receiving the bounty, the man gazed at Buck in surprise, murmuring softly, My lord, the scholar Yalis is truly a remarkable individual. However, Buck could no longer hear him. He returned to the ranks, briefed the others, and galloped in the direction indicated by the man. Before long, a quaint little garden came into view. At the entrance stood an elderly man, engrossed in the book he held. Dismounting, Buck approached him slowly. In a clearing, you encounter a scholar who promises to teach you something before his departure. Your diplomacy skill has advanced to an advanced level. What fortuitous luck. The scholar within the system could impart magic, skills, or enhance attributes. The likelihood of increasing attributes was the greatest, for if he taught you magic and your wisdom was insufficient, it would also convert to attribute enhancement. The chance of acquiring battle skills was the least, but if the skill was already known to you, it would elevate your skill level. Buck had initially sought merely to augment his attributes, never expecting to be taught diplomacy. Seeing this unexpected boon, Buck swiftly mounted his steed, ready to depart. Yalis, prepared to address Buck, was taken aback when Buck merely glanced at him without a word and turned to ride away. However, the elder remained indoors, unwilling to let Buck leave so easily. Thus, Yalis called out, Baron Buck, please hold. My master wishes to meet you. Upon hearing this, Buck was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the man would recognize him. Turning his head, he casually tossed a glance in Yalis's direction. Name, Yalis, common. Identity, Bishop of the Death Cult. Combat level, 4th tier, level 0. Unit type, Cleric. Skill, Despair Prayer. Absorbing death energy to heal as the target's vitality. Skill, Spirit Summoning. Utilizing death energy to revive the deceased to fight for the caster. The denizens of the Death Cult were not seeking him out. They had come to him. A sinister grin spread across Buck's face as he silently commanded the nearby dozen or so bishops to form a magic circle and begin their quiet prayers. Elise, witnessing this, turned pale and transformed into a bat, swiftly flying towards Buck. Just as Buck prepared to take action, he realized something was amiss. The opponent possessed the skill, Despair Prayer, a healing ability not typically found among the Death Cult. Upon reviewing the man's details again, Buck discovered that he was not from the Death Cult, but rather the Death God Cult. The Death God Cult, an indigenous faction of this world, was said to have fallen a millennium ago during the War of the Gods, when numerous followers were seduced by demons, leading to the cult's fragmentation and the weakening of the Death God's power, ultimately resulting in his demise at the hands of the Death Demon, Des. Chapter 76, The Astrologer. Soon, Elise arrived, prepared to strike at Yalis, but Buck intervened. Your master wishes to see me? I have no ties to the Death God Cult. Why would your master wish to meet me? Dismounting, Buck regarded Yalis with a measured gaze. Caught off guard by Buck's revelation of his identity, Yalis maintained his composure, replying, I am unsure. But my master has awaited your presence all day. If your master desires to meet me, why does he not extend the invitation himself? Buck was not one to easily enter a potentially treacherous situation. At that moment, the summoning circle was complete. With a mere thought, Cloud City could be summoned. And in an instant, Alex could materialize beside Buck. Indeed, it should be my personal invitation. Regrettably, I am unable to do so. I ask for your understanding, my lord. Yalis said, as a frail voice from within the house interjected. Yalis, open the door and allow me to meet the Baron. Yalis, about to respond, turned and entered the house, swinging open the grand door, revealing the modest interior, a simple bed, a bookshelf, a table, and a small astrological axis adorned with red gemstones. Seated upon the bed was a wrinkled, bald elder, appearing frail and near death. Name, Karivica, in a state of near death, elite. Identity, Pope of the Death God Cult. Combat level, 4th tier, level 10. Unit type, Bishop, 4th tier, Astrologer, 4th tier. Skill, Despair Prayer. Absorbing death energy to heal as the target's vitality. Skill, Spirit Summoning. Utilizing death energy to revive the deceased to fight for the caster. Skill, Astrology. Consuming lifespan to perform astral divination. Karivica, Pope, what is it that you seek from me? Buck inquired, making no move to approach the elderly figure. Despite the latter's precarious state, I wish to prevent you from going to Giant Peak City, Karivica managed to articulate with great effort, showing no surprise at Buck's revelation of his identity. Why? Buck furrowed his brow, intrigued by the implications of the man's identity as an astrologer. Because if you go, a great calamity will arise. And I? Buck retorted. No, you will gain immense benefits, but others will suffer greatly. Then why should I acquiesce to your request? The plight of others is of no concern to me. I am no saint, Buck replied, perplexed. Are you suggesting that you would obstruct me to avert this calamity? I would not hinder you, nor do I possess the ability to do so. If you are determined to go, remember this, when something calls to you, do not refuse that summons. Seeing that Buck had not accepted his proposal, Karivica wore an expression of resignation. Yalis, see our guest out, he instructed, closing his eyes. Of course, master, Yalis nodded, shutting the door behind him as he stepped outside to find Buck still lingering at the entrance, gesturing for him to leave. How perplexing. Buck muttered, turning to depart the small dwelling with Elise in tow. At the astrological axis, you encounter an exceptional astrologer. He greets you with delight and teaches you how to harness the sun, moon, and stars to enhance your magical prowess. Your magic power has increased by 1. Another system notification triggered, yet Buck felt no joy. The scholar's words were far too enigmatic. Riddlers could vanish into obscurity. The city of Mount Jufing is undoubtedly a destination worth pursuing. Setting aside the words of the opponent, the benefits to oneself are immense. Even if peril lurks, one is shielded by angels and titans, and with the timely retrieval of the time-space gate scroll from the adversary, one can swiftly return to the magic tower within the territory, embodying a strategy of both advance and retreat. Upon returning to the group, Buck instructed the bishops to cease their incantations, and the party hastened into the heart of the Northern Territory. After Buck had distanced himself, Yalis entered the room. Master, the Lich transformation ceremony is fully prepared and can be conducted at any moment, Yalis remarked, observing Kalivica's aging form. Keep those materials for your own use. I have no further need of them, Kalivica replied slowly, gazing at his disciple. Astrology can glimpse the future, yet it must never be interfered with, otherwise one shall incur divine retribution. I am a testament to this. Despite my transformation into a lich, I cannot escape the fate of a withering soul, which is one reason I have always prohibited you from studying astrology. Master, Yalis began, but was interrupted by Kalivica. Listen to me. Though the sect may appear to be flourishing over the years, it is not as you perceive. Traitors have infiltrated it completely. After my demise, I need you to undertake a task for me. Whatever you say, Master, Yalis replied, his eyes reddening. He had been raised by Kalivica, and their bond transcended that of mere mentor and student, akin to that of father and son. Upon my passing, bequeath the position of Pope to Bigar. That is something Connie would never agree to. If what you say is true, that the sect has been compromised by those traitors, then Bigar would surely be the prime suspect. Yalis was taken aback by Kalivica's request. Let them battle amongst themselves. Do not involve yourself. Seize the opportunity to distance yourself from the sect and transport my remains to the sealing grounds, preparing for the unsealing. What, Master? You want me to unseal the shield of the undead? That is something we painstakingly sealed. If only your temperament could be a touch more composed, I would feel more at ease, Kalivica sighed, speaking slowly. Prepare for the unsealing. When the time comes, you will know what to do. Yes, Master. After receiving a reprimand, Yalis lowered his head, but after a prolonged silence, he noticed that Kalivica had closed his eyes, devoid of the breath of life. Wiping away the tears from his eyes, Yalis began to gather his belongings and, bearing Kalivica's remains, returned to the stronghold of the Death God sect in the Dawn Empire to announce Kalivica's last will. As Bigar and Connie vied for the position of Pope, Yalis discreetly activated a one-way teleportation portal within the secret chapel and stepped through. When Bigar and Connie sensed the magical disturbance reaching the chapel's inner sanctum, they found only an empty metallic door left behind. Chapter 77, The Barbarian Soldiers. Who are those two? Why do I sense the power of death emanating from them? And you refer to him as the Pope. On their journey, Elith whispered to Buck, while Darn frequently glanced back. Members of the Death God sect. Upon hearing Buck's words, Elith fell silent, for after the fall of the Demon Spirit Empire, The Dawn sect and the Death God sect had become irreconcilable foes, especially under the incitement of those traitors from the Death God sect. Both factions had engaged in numerous fierce battles in the name of faith until the opening of the Demon Gate, which eventually led to a thawing of hostilities. However, during the confrontation between the Death God and Des, they had still encountered a setback. "What are you discussing?" Darn, noticing the murmurs between Buck and Alith, could not restrain his curiosity and rode over to inquire. "How much longer until we reach Mount Jufing?" Buck asked, seeing Darn approach. "At our current pace, it may take several more days. Is that too slow?" Buck furrowed his brow. "Not exactly." Darn glanced at Alith and immediately shook his head. "Then that has settled. I'll head over there for a moment. You can proceed at your own pace." After speaking, Buck intended to ride off towards a distant windmill. Yet, before he could depart, a thick plume of smoke suddenly billowed from the direction of the windmill, accompanied by faint cries for help. "Charge!" Realizing something was amiss, Buck waved his hand, and the knights surrounding them promptly lowered their visors, charging towards the source of the smoke, with Buck and the others in swift pursuit. Before long, they arrived at the burning village, where the cries grew more distinct. They beheld 6 or 7 villagers desperately fleeing, but before they could escape far, 3 wolf cavalry surged from the village in pursuit. Barbarian soldiers. How did they come to be here? Buck and Darn exchanged alarmed glances. Although this area was not deep within the Northern Territory, it lay directly behind Mount Jufing, and the barbarian forces would never dare to bypass Mount Jufing without consequence. For annihilation awaited them. Even if a squad of wolf cavalry managed to circumvent Mount Jufing and enter the Northern Territory, they would not venture this far, as there would surely be military forces protecting the rear of Mount Jufing, preventing their free passage and plundering resources, food, and people required a safe return to the northern wastes, making such an incursion impractical. However, Buck and his companions could not afford to ponder these complexities. Witnessing a child on the brink of falling victim to the wolf cavalry's blades, Buck pointed a finger, summoning a bolt of lightning from the heavens, which struck down the wolf cavalry, incinerating both rider and mount. The remaining 2 wolf cavalry were startled, and as they beheld the cavalry charging towards them, rather than retreating in fear, they let out frenzied cries of excitement, their mounts howling in response. Dozens of wolf howls reverberated through the village, as a dark mass of wolf cavalry surged forth, and behind them loomed a colossal lizard, upon which sat an ogre sorcerer. Upon seeing Buck and his party, a bloodthirsty grin spread across the ogre's tattooed face. He raised his staff, adorned with a ram's skull, and the hollow eyes of the skull glowed a menacing red. Suddenly, the bodies of the wolf cavalry and their mounts began to swell with muscle. The enchanted wolf cavalry howled with exhilaration, launching a countercharge against Buck's cavalry. Bloodthirsty sorcery. And not just any ordinary spell. This was a group bloodthirsty enchantment. Such magic was beyond the capabilities of a mere ogre magician. This being was at least of elder ogre status. This was no mere guerrilla force of barbarians. This was an organized barbarian army, infiltrating the heart of the Northern Territory, which meant that Mount Jufing. Realizing this, Darn swiftly drew a scroll, preparing to unfurl it, but was halted by Buck. "With dozens of wolf cavalry and an ogre sorcerer, my subordinates can handle them. Keep your scroll for later. It will prove invaluable." The scroll in Darn's possession contained high-level magic, and utilizing it here would be a waste. The prowess of human cavalry on the plains of battle was no mere boast. It was a hard-earned lesson learned through the bloodshed of war. Even with merely 10 knights, they would not be able to withstand the onslaught of the enemy's wolf cavalry, unless they harbored ulterior motives. As anticipated, just before the 2 sides were about to engage, the pack of wolf cavalry began to fan out, intending to encircle the knights using their swift mounts. After all, the most formidable aspect of the knights was their collective charge, should the initial assault be evaded. The threat posed by the knights would be significantly diminished. However, Buck would not allow them to have their way. Before the wolf cavalry could fully disperse, he cast a slow spell, albeit a basic earth magic, which nevertheless expanded its area of effect sufficiently to encompass the entire foe. Upon the completion of the slow spell, he unleashed an accelerate and bloodlust technique. The wolf cavalry, caught unawares by the sudden deceleration of their speed, found themselves face to face with Buck's knights. The formation of wolf cavalry was swiftly breached, with this single charge eliminating a third of their number. Yet the onslaught did not cease there. After penetrating the ranks of the wolf cavalry, the knights swiftly pivoted, tracing a graceful arc before charging again. Due to the reduced distance, this subsequent charge lacked the potency of the first, failing to penetrate the entire formation, yet still dispatching 7 or 8 more wolf cavalry. Witnessing the knights daring to invade their encirclement, the remaining wolf cavalry surged forward to attack. Meanwhile, the knights cast aside their long spears and drew their blades. Clang! One knight, having severed the head of a wolf cavalryman, felt a blade strike his back. However, the attack failed to breach his armor. With a muffled grunt, he turned and drove his weapon into the heart of his assailant. Soon enough, the wolf cavalrymen were gripped by terror as they realized that these knights possessed not only formidable armor, but also terrifying offensive capabilities. A mere strike from their sword could penetrate their leather armor, which had been magically enhanced from the hides of the wild rhinos, making it quite resistant to ordinary blades. Unbeknownst to them, Buck's knights were augmented not only by their superior weaponry, but also by the heroic attributes bestowed upon them by Buck himself. Buck's attack attribute had risen to 8 points, granting an additional 40 damage due to the inherent advantages of the unit's attack exceeding that of their opponents. Coupled with the bonuses from offensive and counterattack techniques, the damage inflicted by Buck's knights had reached a nightmarish level. Chapter 78, The Tome of Earth Magic. Realizing the dire situation, with their ranks severely thinned after just 2 encounters, the ogre wizard at the rear could no longer remain idle. He urged his lizard mount forward, charging towards Buck's cavalry. As he surged ahead, the lizard began to crackle with electricity, preparing to unleash its power. However, a bat swooped in rapidly, returning to its original form and positioning itself before the lizard, plunging a dagger unhesitatingly towards its eyes. Sizzle! 2 bolts of lightning struck simultaneously, one from the lizard's maw and the other from the ogre wizard's lightning arrow. Yet, remarkably, Elise seemed unaffected, her twin daggers plunging directly into the lizard's eyes. The massive lizard let out a pained roar, thrashing violently and tossing the ogre wizard off its back. Without hesitation, Elise charged forward, aiming her dagger at the creature's vital points. The Thunder God's pendant. It seemed that Darn possessed quite a few treasures, and Buck regretted not acquiring more from him earlier. Observing Darn as he had handed Elise something before her assault, Buck was astonished to discover it was the Thunder God pendant, a top-tier artifact that grants immunity to lightning spells. The battle soon reached its conclusion, with the wolf cavalry being systematically eliminated by the approaching archers and bishops. The ogre wizard, meanwhile, found himself incapacitated by Elise, his limbs severed and left trapped nearby. How dare you attack the heart of the Northern Territories? Are you not afraid of never returning? Darn glared at Buck, who was sending his men to rescue the village, and kicked the incapacitated ogre wizard fiercely. Return? Ha ha ha, Giant Peak City has already fallen. The Dawn Empire no longer has any barriers to impede our advance. You shall all become our slaves. The ogre wizard cackled in response to Darn's words, but was swiftly silenced by Darn's fist. Do you truly believe your savage horde can breach the defenses of Giant Peak City? Spare me the jest. Metablad's head is displayed atop the city walls. Feel free to verify, though I doubt you will have the chance, for our vanguard approaches. As the ogre wizard spoke, an eagle's cry echoed from above, prompting everyone to look skyward, where a massive golden eagle circled ominously. Then, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. Without hesitation, Elise met the strike head-on, intercepting the attack. The Thunderbird, realizing its assault was ineffective, circled twice before retreating. Moments later, a deep drumbeat resonated from the distance. We must depart. That is the war drum of the shaman. Their numbers are surely formidable, and it will be difficult for us to withstand their onslaught with our current forces. Commented a knight, his expression grim. Having been a resident of the Northern Territories prior to arriving at Buck's domain, he understood the might of the barbarian military well. Indeed, we still have time to flee. If we become ensnared by their Thunderbirds, we will be in grave peril. The pendant you provided me has already lost its efficacy. Elise nodded in agreement, producing the pendant Darn had gifted her. The lightning-shaped pendant had dulled, with cracks marring its surface. Yes, we must escape quickly. If we linger, we shall find ourselves trapped for certain. But where can you flee? The ogre wizard's mocking laughter echoed at Buck and the others. Yet, Buck swiftly silenced him with a sword thrust to his throat. Enough. Prepare to depart. It appears Giant Peak City has indeed been breached, and we must ready ourselves for war. Though they had dispatched the arrogant ogre wizard, his words rang true. War was imminent, and no one could remain untouched. Buck, you must aid me. Help me reclaim the Northern Territories, and I shall grant you ample reward, Darn implored after a moment of silence. Are you jesting? I would dearly like to assist you, but alas, I lack the means, and I will not send my subordinates to their deaths in vain, Buck replied, gesturing toward the horizon where barbarian forces loomed ominously, a dark mass. No, you possess the means, Darn insisted. No one would suspect that the generous Buck, who exchanged his fertile lands, is a chosen one. Darn's words halted Buck in his tracks. With formidable magical prowess and vast range, he could be said to possess a rare talent. His ability to tame beasts spoke to his charisma, yet only a chosen one could bestow divine attributes upon all followers. Darn fixed his gaze upon Buck, enunciating each word with purpose. Few knew of the divine artifacts among treasures, indestructible and, in the hands of a chosen one, capable of extraordinary effects. However, due to the rarity of the chosen ones, few possessed the ability to discern the distinction between ordinary treasures and divine gifts. What I presented to Lady Iris was a replica of the Thunder God pendant, which possesses the ability to withstand lightning attacks, yet is limited in its usage. In contrast, the Water God boots and the Life pendant, which you have yet to return to me, are authentic divine treasures, as evidenced by our skirmish in the marshes. Don's words left Buck in silence. He had acquired other equipment, but none had been acknowledged by the system, rendering them mere imitations that failed to enhance his attributes. What difference does it make that I am a chosen one? You have witnessed my strength and military might. How could I possibly aid you in reclaiming the North? That region is home to the entire barbarian army of the North Wastes. Buck shook his head. If Giant Peak City had indeed fallen, the news would have surely reached the royal family, and the Dawn Empire would not stand idly by. Should my father truly be dead, the greatest threat to the North would ironically come from the nobles of the Dawn Empire. Dawn forced a bitter smile and sighed. I have promised you a generous reward. Even with an abundant reward, I shall not offer it freely. Buck found himself at a loss for words, even his breath hastening. Simply because of an item Dawn pulled from his spatial ring. It was an ancient tome. As Dawn opened its pages, a phantom of towering mountains emerged above, continuously shifting. A book of earth magic. The mage who acquires this tome can master all earth-based spells in existence. Historically, such accounts have surfaced fewer than 5 times. And each instance left the true nature of the treasure in question, whether divine gift or replica, unverified. Nevertheless, whether a true divine treasure or a limited-use imitation, both are exceedingly rare gems of the world. Buck, I can offer you this book. If it is false, then my previous request is nullified. And this tome shall serve as my reward. If it is genuine, I implore you to assist me. Chapter 79, Meteoric Fire Rain. Buck accepted the Earth Magic Tome from Dawn's hands. You have acquired the treasure, Earth Magic Tome. No need for further verification. The system has already recognized its status. And a series of Earth battle spells materialized within Buck's magic book, while his mind conjured images of the legitimate spells crafted by the world's mages. Calaro, my lord. I am here. The captain of the 10 cavalry approached on horseback. Lead your cavalry to escort Lord Dawn and those villagers back to York City. I shall provide our mounts for you. With the presence of the wolf riders, there were no survivors in the village. Those few villagers who fled were deliberately released for their amusement. Yes, my lord. Calaro nodded, gesturing for Dawn to proceed. We shall take the horses. What about you? Dawn paused at Buck's instructions. I have already collected the deposit. I must first demonstrate my sincerity. Do not worry. We shall return to York City before you. And I will gather my forces to escort you into the north. Even if Giant Peak City falls, the Northern Army cannot be entirely eradicated. They are merely leaderless at present. Buck raised the magic book in his hand, smiling as he spoke. A deposit? You are truly avaricious, but I admire that. Our family's treasury is not in Giant Peak City. If you can indeed assist me in reclaiming the North, the gates of our family treasury shall open for you, allowing you to select at will. Upon hearing Buck agree to his request, Dawn bowed deeply, then mounted his horse and followed the cavalry as they rode away. What will you do? Iris inquired, observing the departing cavalry with curiosity. Of course, I shall provide them with a delightful surprise. Buck opened the Earth Magic Tome, his gaze resting upon a particular spell. Meteoric Fire Rain summons meteors from the heavens to deliver devastating strikes upon the target. Buck, now a novice in Earth Magic, knew that a single meteoric fire rain would consume merely 12 points of mana. With 7 points of knowledge and doubled magical energy, he had ample resources to wreak havoc upon the barbarian forces. As he cast the spell, Buck distinctly sensed the 5 meteors streaking across the sky, drawn towards the ground with great speed. Could 5 points of power truly only summon 5 meteors? Buck pondered silently, channeling more mana into the spell. Meteoric Fire Rain. 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 Save some mana for the return trip. After releasing 9 instances of Meteoric Fire Rain, the meteors indeed descended like a torrential downpour upon the earth. Mom, look, what is that? Among the cavalry, a rescued little girl was peering around, suddenly spotting the fire flickering in the sky behind them. Everyone turned to see massive fireballs plummeting towards the ground. Dawn, witnessing such a scene, clenched his fists tightly, oblivious to the pain from his nails piercing his palms. It was the first time he had yearned for power so intensely. Within the ranks of the crazy lizard tribe, Zuda bit into a purple fruit the size of a human head, the delectable juice splattering across his face. But he paid it no mind. Such exquisite fruit was rare in the North Wastes. Unlike his kin who coveted exquisite artifacts or fair-skinned slaves, he preferred this sweet fruit. As the first to respond to the Blood Fury tribe's offensive against the Dawn Empire, the crazy lizard tribe had earned the honor of being the first to march south after breaching Giant Peak City. At that moment, the thunder lizard beneath him began to stir restlessly. Moreover, every beast within the army went wild, attempting to flee, throwing the ranks into chaos. What on earth is happening? Shaman! Shaman! Zuda tossed aside the half-eaten fruit, shouting loudly, yet none responded. Look to the sky. Suddenly, a cry rang out from the ranks, and all heads turned upwards to behold enormous fireballs descending upon them. The entire army erupted into chaos, each soldier striving to escape the meteor strike's radius. But the 45 meteors enveloped the entire area, leaving them with no time to flee. The meteors struck the ground with thunderous roars, shaking the earth violently. Even Buck, from a distance, could feel the searing heat. After a moment, the tremors ceased, and where the barbarian army once stood, nothing remained. Only the terrifying heat distorted the air. You have achieved a glorious victory. You have gained a massive amount of experience. Your strategic level has risen to level 12. Your mana has increased by 1. Please select your enhancement ability. 1. Counterattack, Intermediate. 2. War Machinery, Beginner. 3. Training Expert, Counterattack Specific Ability. 4. Diplomatic Amnesty, Diplomacy Specific Ability. I have leveled up. It is only logical, considering the entire barbarian army has been annihilated. Failing to level up would be utterly unreasonable. The specter of war looms ominously on the horizon. And yet the emergence of a discipline known as war mechanics has surfaced. However, Buck finds himself unable to finance the training of all military units. Nor does he require siege capabilities at this juncture. Although training specialists can indeed mitigate training costs, their benefits are confined solely to the elevation of lower-tier units to higher tiers, so he decides to pass on that for now. His remaining options are counterattacks and diplomatic amnesty. The counterattack mechanism proves to be quite advantageous after Buck's forces evade or block an opponent's assault. Any subsequent strikes count as counterattacks, thereby granting a damage bonus. Conversely, diplomatic amnesty provides a defensive boost of 5 when the hero is outside their territorial confines, equating to a substantial 75 reduction in damage sustained by Buck's subordinates. Coupled with Buck's own defensive rating of 3, the resultant damage mitigation is quite significant, effectively minimizing losses within his army. With these considerations in mind, Buck opts for diplomatic amnesty. Your strategic level has risen to level 13. Your defense, 1. Please select your enhancement ability. 1. Offensive Tactics, Advanced. 2. Mastery of Air Magic, Beginner. 3. Humility, Diplomatic Skill, Unique Ability. 4. Stealth Hunter, Reconnaissance Skill, Unique Ability. Without a moment's hesitation, Buck chooses Mastery of Air Magic, recognizing that as his command of magic expands, these arcane battle skills will become invaluable. Your strategic level has risen to level 14. Your attack, 1. Please select your enhancement ability. 1. Wisdom Techniques, Advanced. 2. Mastery of Earth Magic, Intermediate. 3. Air Mage, Unique Ability of Mastery of Air Magic. 4. Earth's Blessing, Unique Ability of Mastery of Earth Magic. Having ascended 3 levels, Buck finds himself in a quandary regarding the choice between advanced wisdom techniques and intermediate mastery of earth magic. Upgrading wisdom techniques would grant Buck access to 5th-level spells. However, the only known location for such studies is Black Cliff City. With uncertain outcomes, he might end up learning elemental summons that are less than desirable. Conversely, enhancing his mastery of earth magic, especially with his possession of an earth magic tome, would afford him greater convenience in future conflicts. As for Air Mage, it similarly reduces the mana cost of casting air spells. Earth's Blessing, on the other hand, gradually restores the vitality of allied units when casting earth-enhancing spells. Reluctantly, Buck decides to forego wisdom techniques in favor of advancing his mastery of earth magic to the intermediate level. Chapter 80, Preparation Complete. Lord, Buckshort, Hero. Strategic Profession, Knight. Hero Trait, Increased Resource Acquisition by 80, rounded down, with an additional 5 for each level of strategic advancement. Strategic Level, 14. Strategic Skill 1, Counterattack, Beginner. Strategic Skill 2, Offensive Tactics, Intermediate Tactical Deployment. Strategic Skill 3, Wisdom Techniques, Intermediate. The marketplace at Lianshui Ditch is teeming with thousands of cultivators. A blend of rogue practitioners and the uninitiated, illustrating the chaotic nature of this locale. Buck is acutely aware of the magnitude of the threat posed by the Brotherhood of Mutants to ordinary citizens. Evelia's warnings are far from exaggerated. Had it not been for Professor X's repeated interventions, the dangers unleashed by the Brotherhood would have surpassed even the recent Chitauri invasion. Gong Qianzhu halts, astonished as she turns back just before stepping into the Xiuzhu residence. It is rare for him to call her by name. He generally teases her by referring to her as Bamboo Stick. Tian Ci shakes his head, sensing that there seems to be an endless array of topics between them. Just then, the door of the shop swings open, and a young man clad in mourning attire strides in. Tian Ci is taken aback by his appearance, surprised that sorrow has found its way to their doorstep. Even without voicing it, Zhang Taibai and his companions easily discern the situation. The cemetery has transformed into a makeshift camp, encircled for security. By the time they finish their meal, night has fully descended. Both the uncle and father exhibit slight signs of inebriation, while Xing Feng's countenance bears a faint flush, yet his awareness remains intact. The uncle graciously invites Xing Feng to stay in his new home for the night. Consequently, I must accompany my father back home. Kawashima Zangjia suddenly strikes his chest, spitting blood that splatters onto his shikigami, which instantly ignites with a crimson glow, emanating an aura of malevolence. Hui Yongping's expression remains impassive as he ponders deeply, seemingly still deliberating his choices. Tian Ci pays little heed to the driver's thoughts, relaying the details to Xiang Lao and the others. Upon hearing this, Yi appears somewhat fearful, as he has recently embarked upon this path, making it challenging for him to accept such matters. to ensure that the core members of the Zhigong Hall can effectively collaborate with the People's Liberation Army in the future. Wang Xianzhang employs his eloquence to elucidate the origins and intentions of both the Liberation Party and the Liberation Army to the trio. Buzz. Attacks from all directions rain down upon the vengeful blood-cursed dragon, yet it feels as though they are striking against steel, producing only a faint, bell-like resonance. Suyu observes the four individuals, uncertain whether the restoration of their memories has reinstated the master-servant dynamic that once existed. Qinyang is evidently aware of her intentions. Yet he remains non-committal, merely casting a smile at Zhang Nan before leisurely sipping his tea. Indeed, although this negotiation occurs in an informal setting, acquiring additional leverage is undoubtedly a welcome prospect. The complexity of the situation is apparent. However, it seems that this control has not affected Misaka 10086, who has regained self-awareness. Nor has any information reached this side. Qinyang furrows his brow in contemplation. He hurries to the side of the vehicle, inadvertently solidifying Run-Ro's suspicions. Suyu's rate of energy absorption far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. The energy he gathers to facilitate the advancement of a higher life form accelerates at an extraordinary pace compared to typical life forms. This basketball program, which Zhou Yi had previously watched, discusses American basketball. However, under normal circumstances, Lu Ming does not favor watching television. Just as Yi Yuxuan becomes exhilarated by the mention of the legendary artifact, a dark entity with a devil's head, yet a human body slowly descends from the peak of the colossal mountain. Chapter 81, The City Falls. On the morning of the fourth day, Buck instructs John to prohibit any refugees from entering the city. Those in need are to be accommodated outside its walls. After ensuring all arrangements are in place, Buck leads his troops towards the northern borders, disregarding the displeasure etched on Don's face. At this moment, Sim, who had previously been inseparable from Buck, has positioned himself beside Don. As Buck's most formidable Royal Guard, Sim has ascended to level 9 after several fierce battles, making him an ideal protector. In this world, those who have lived their entire lives can scarcely discern reality from illusion, viewing everything as a matter of course. A deep, melancholic voice shattered the silence of the chamber, the prophet's slow utterances igniting an unusual excitement among those present. Hailing from various corners of the continent, they had gathered here with a singular purpose, to heed the prophet's prophecies. Warriors, did you hear that? The savage orcs before you dare to challenge the son of Sigma, seeking to defile the sanctity that resides within your hearts. What shall we do? Taking advantage of the moment when the two leaders communicated across the expanse, Wakma immediately seized the opportunity to bolster their spirits. However, upon reflecting on the words spoken, he realized the truth in them. No matter how grand or exquisite the temple built in homage to the divine, if one entered without the sensation of spiritual baptism, the clamor of the mortal realm could not be cast aside, leaving one devoid of even a semblance of tranquility. What, then, was the purpose of worship? Peter conveyed his plans to Gong Ling, gesturing for him to remain composed at home, conserving his energy to prepare for the evening's contest. Yet, as he spoke, Gong Ling was lost in his own thoughts, his mind elsewhere. A sudden chill gripped Jiang Yun's heart, a foreboding sense of dread washing over him as he turned to glance at Olygnus. Aside from the phantoms of the void, the exterminators inhabiting the mortal realm were also adversaries of death itself. Now, a future reaper possessing the powers of an exterminator stood before him. Such a revelation was nothing short of astonishing. The living Buddha opposite him was no ordinary foe. He formed intricate hand seals, emanating a radiant light that overshadowed the world, as if a deity had descended upon the earth. Although fragments of cannonballs struck him, they could not pierce that divine glow, an awe-inspiring sight reminiscent of legendary tales. Zhao Feichen abruptly lifted his gaze, noting with concern that her countenance appeared somewhat haggard. Her usually cool demeanor diminished, revealing a sorrowful beauty. It was evident she had been tirelessly searching for him. Li He awakened from a day-long slumber, his weakened state causing him to cough repeatedly, his complexion pale and frail. In black feathers gradually closing eyes lay boundless sorrow and despair. Such pain was not easily comprehended. Watching the glimmering blade poised above his neck, Black Feather fell into silence. Chi Yi waved her right hand momentarily, a purple flame coiling forth, which she then infused into Yilian. With a swift motion of her left hand, she drew Yilian, redirecting 5 swords to pierce the hearts of their respective wielders, causing them to collapse, blood pouring from their lips. The army led by Li Jian bore little resemblance to the facade of defeat they had maintained earlier that morning. This was surely not an earthquake. It was undoubtedly a sign that a monstrous entity was about to emerge. As the tremors subsided, Zhang Tianxin caught sight of a blue head breaking through the surface, an enormous lobster's head, significantly larger than any common lobster. As the shockwave erupted from his fist, Zhang Tianxin recognized the overwhelming destructive power it possessed. Were it not for the absence of air on the moon, this energy wave might have ignited, reminiscent of the fiery punches of Ace. Moreover, the Supreme Ring bestowed numerous advantages upon Ling Tian, rendering it an indispensable asset. Who marred your face? Su Chun inquired coldly upon noticing the scar adorning Chi Yu's visage. Chapter 82, Retreat. The Thunderbird, entangled with the bipedal dragon, emitted no cries of sorrow as its head was severed. Subsequently, Alex turned to Buck, nodding before taking flight once more, targeting the remaining Thunderbirds. Soon, the last of the Thunderbirds were eradicated, and Buck mounted a bipedal dragon, soaring above the city to survey the battlefield. At the eastern gate of Castgate, a dozen towering Cyclopes pressed their hands to the ground, and soon, a multitude of them emerged, following a thorough cleansing of dissenters. The remaining individuals were likely not true fans of the stars, but rather members of support clubs comprised of professional fans. Isn't this comfortable? You enjoy watching, don't you? She teased, a playful smile directed at Xing Honglong. She cherished this particular dress, for although its design was simple, it was crafted by a designer she greatly admired. Moreover, she was about to meet the family of Manhwaedit, making her usual attire, fit for battle, entirely inappropriate. He was still a mere half-grown child, having just learned how to change diapers and determine the optimal temperature for infant formula. Stone dashed from the stall to rent a mule cart from the livery, paying the deposit before hauling 20 pounds of flour from the grain shop, then setting off towards Qingquan village. His words had already been previewed, familiar to the audience. Yet upon hearing them again, a surge of passion and pride welled within. Fortunately, he had managed to seal several vital points in time, effectively staving off the toxins. Lin Xingyu summoned a silver chain, casting a spell to revert the insects to their original forms. However, as the words left her lips, Si Rong observed their expressions of guilt, unsure of what to say, and felt a pang of regret. Chen Gang, struck and dazed, clutched his face in confusion, wondering what had transpired to warrant such calamity. Zheng Yu, puzzled by Xiao Chen's sudden vigor despite his grave injuries, snapped back to reality upon hearing Chun Lan's words, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Simultaneously, the death god Anubis, residing in the enigmatic cavern, and the earth deity of the world tree, opened their eyes in unison. Following the direction indicated by Zhao Juchuan, Li Hongru spotted two piles of materials, feeling the energy pulsating from them, and nodded in satisfaction as he unceremoniously stowed them in his storage pouch. Ying Yi, with a face adorned in a flurry of expressions, gazed eagerly at her senior sister and several children, her countenance brimming with anticipation. How could there possibly be remnants of the ancient divine race in this world? Muttered the elder from Xianming sect as he regarded Feng Jingyu. As Shen Wanner passed by, she caught a whiff of the fragrant ointment sold throughout the city wafting from her, satisfied that no mishaps had occurred. Xia Lu expressed his gratitude to the capitalist before leading Jiao Jia to the cow shed where Manhwa resided. The chrysanthemum armor that once enveloped the phoenix began to shed, transforming into countless flaming scales that densely filled the air. Sister, I shall claim the life of this ancient relic, declared Ying Yi, already dashing towards Jiang Wei without needing further prompting. Not only the ground, but even the skies and oceans could be chosen, with the option to simulate battles in the weightlessness of outer space, randomizing maps to ensure fairness. It is worth noting that in the Kamen Rider series, healing items are remarkably scarce, thus it is indeed crucial to enhance them. Though I felt no true anger within, as closeness to them bore no distinction, and their actions were far superior to those of insincere visitors. Ling Xiao scrutinized the wolf-eye flashlight with fervor, yet found himself at a loss. The light reflecting off the water's surface illuminated even a decaying steel plate above, revealing its outline through the reflection. It was not that it could speak, but rather that it was possessed by another. After the elder finished speaking to me, he cast a furtive glance at the nearby flying corpse, his expression momentarily betraying a hint of trepidation.